Hashtag C3124 Block the knife. The vicious Pluto watched the wave of monsters he summoned, all of which were turned into powder in this wave of attacks, and his face immediately turned black. Humph. If I don't show my power, do you really think I'm a waste? Today, I will let you all see what is the ancient supreme demon. On the face of demon venerable Xie La Jiao, a rare look of majesty appeared. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of drops of black blood marrow appeared, all of which merged into the magic breath around him, and instantly made his cultivation level skyrocket by more than 10 times. The sudden change made the cultivators who came here feel a chill in their hearts. No matter what, he would never know that the Xie La Jiao demon lord in front of him was a demonic supreme being with his feet on the sky in the ancient times. If it weren't for the arrogance to refine a very ancient battlefield, I'm afraid it won't be lost now, and it is still a legendary existence in this god's domain. Xie La Jiao Demon 9 Immortals, Taoist 10,000 Heavens. Beside Demon Lord Xie La Jiao, 9 huge black skulls emerged at the same time, and in the eye sockets of each black skull, a ball of flames of a different color was burning, like ghostly ice flames. This kind of ghost flame without a trace of temperature, and the powerful fire power that radiates in all directions, make the true energy in every cultivator's body boil at the same time, as if their bodies will be directly vaporized in the next moment. It's scary. This magic path is too strong. Shen Gongxi looked at demon venerable Xie La Jiao, and finally realized that this demon cultivator was afraid. It turned out that beside Chu Yan, there was not only a peerless genius, but also such a terrifying demon powerhouse. It's easy to get old in the wild, and life is too short. Transcend the mortal world, and live forever. A line of Taoist mantras kept emerging. Master Fanchen's whole body was full of holy light, his Dharma image was solemn, and the supreme and powerful Taoist prestige shocked the souls of every cultivator present, making their souls tremble and their minds completely frozen. Some of the strong people in the earth respect state lost their minds in an instant, and their true energy dissipated on the spot, so they had to kneel down directly. Boom. 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 All kinds of air explosions exploded, like a roar of thousands of miles, soaring into the sky and earth, rushing in all directions. Mundane. When Xie La Jiao Mozen and fierce Pluto started to risk their lives, Shen Gongxi led a team of more than 40 heavenly venerable realm experts who were abruptly blocked. Although this kind of resistance is only temporary, once the outbreak of the 3 of them is over, it is impossible to last. However, the purpose of the 3 of them is only temporary, which is completely enough. Quick! Time is running out. There are at most 10 breaths left. Shen Gongxi looked in front of Chu Yan, the foundation of the altar was crumbling, and the whole person was completely crazy. The flames on Chu Yan's body have begun to converge and dissipate, which is a sign that the breakthrough is about to be completed. Fan Chen, hold it against me. At this moment, Demon Lord Xie La Jiao's whole body was full of demon breath, his long hair was flying, his demon robe was completely torn, and his ferocious expression was even crazier than that of Shen Gongxi. Such a big battle, he never dared to imagine before. I'm afraid even if Chu Yan wakes up at this time, he can't believe it. This is the Xie La Jiao demon venerable, who was the first to run away when he saw danger before. When Fanchen and Pluto heard Xie La Jiao demon venerable's roar, of course they also knew that the matter was of great importance, and all their cultivation bases and spirits exploded at the same time. There are still 8 breaths. The eyes of Shen Gongxi and Duanelong were bloodshot, and their faces were as cloudy as mist. Now even the joint defense of these 3 people has not been broken. How to kill Chu Yan? Boom, boom. At this moment, a thunderbolt exploded, and a sudden change occurred. Not far away, Lu Qingyi of the spirit race and a group of spirit race cultivators, all covered in golden light, flew over. Spiritual immortals are myriad ways, heavenly spirits gather. Spiritual jade talisman. Lu Qingyi's long skirt is like a cloud, flying across the air, like a fairy in the cloud, with her jade hand pointing at her fingertips. Every time she waved, the power of heaven and earth around her would roll along with it, exploding and thundering. In an instant, a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered together, turned into 3 giant spirits of heaven and earth, and rushed towards Hayao Mozen and the 3 of them. Not good. The expressions of the 3 of them changed drastically. But now, they are resisting Shingongshi, Duanilong and a group of heavenly exalted realm head-on, and they don't have the extra strength to deal with this sudden Tathagata spirit clan alliance. Boom. 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 Amidst 3 earth-shattering gas explosions, the 3 of them were thrown backwards at the same time, blood mist flying. In an instant, the current line of defense completely collapsed, and the black-robed Li who was sitting cross-legged in the void was directly exposed in front of Shingongshi, Duanilong and the others. Good chance. The eyes of the 2 of them brightened instantly, their faces were full of ecstasy, their body skills and speed exploded to the extreme, and they rushed straight to Chu Yan. Don't kill him, I want to live. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingyi opened her jade lips lightly, and her voice was as cold as ice. How could she fail to see that these 2 people came here to kill people, and they would never let Chu Yan go, so she had to be deterred. No matter what Shingongshi and Duanilong are for, anyway, she must figure out the secret of the Master Spirit Seal on Chu Yan. This matter is related to the foundation of the spirit race, and it is of great importance. If this Chu Yan really threatened the spirit race, then she would definitely kill him. Chu Yan, die. Shingongshi's whole body was like a tide of purple mist, all his true energy and dignity had exploded to the extreme, and the purple long knife in his hand was shining coldly, and he could slash his head with a single blow. This time, Lu Qingyi's complexion changed. This Shingongshi actually hides his strength. Boom, boom. With a wave of Lu Qingyi's jade hand, the aura of heaven and earth around her turned sharply and blasted towards Shingongshi and Duanilong. The power of this move was greatly reduced due to the sudden change of the attack target, but it was enough to stop the 2 of them for half a breath. Don't think about it. Like Shingongshi, Duanilong didn't care about it. The power of the demon wave broke out at the same time, breaking through Lu Qingyi's spiritual wave, and he was about to hit Chu Yantian's spirit cover with one palm. Haha, I got it. Seeing this scene, both of them were full of excitement and ecstasy. After killing Chu Yan with a single blow, Shingongshi was naturally excited. And Duanilong, as long as he condenses the blood in Chu Yan's whole body, he can regain that drop of magic marrow. Chu Yan, Fierce Pluto, Hayao Mozen, and Fanchen all had their hearts burst, their eyes were bloodshot, and they roared loudly, rushing madly at the large group of heavenly exalted realms in front of them like they were soaked in blood. However, it was too late. No one can hurt him. At this moment, a figure, dragging a black knife in his hand, shot towards Shingongshi's purple knife, with his chest as a wall. Puff. The long knife entered the body, blood splashed, and the eyes of Moadizuan shrank instantly. His cultivation was simply unable to resist Shingongshi, and the knife pierced through his body, causing his vitality to drain quickly. You. Shingongshi, who was holding the purple knife, was startled suddenly, looking at the Moadizuan under his knife. His face was full of surprise. In this world, there are still people who would like his wife to block the knife. #C3125 6 Heavy Days of Continuous Violence. Moadizuan followed Chu Yan and the others. He can be said to be the least visible one along the way. However, Chu Yan and the others shared his benefits, but no less than anyone else. When this battle happened, he, like Lang Yi and Lu Piapiao, could only observe from a distance and pour some true energy into Wendian furnace. Moadizuan is very clear that the distance between himself and Chu Yan is getting farther and farther, and he will never be able to catch up again. However, he is very happy. Watching Chu Yan's rapid growth day by day is like seeing the closest and most hopeful junior rising. But now, because of his enemy, Gongxi's constant pursuit, Chu Yan fell into a state of loss. It can be said that if it were not for him, it would be impossible for Chu Yan and Gongxi to create such a situation. Whenever Gongxi appeared, under the danger again and again, Chu Yan did not change his face because of this, and still treated him with the courtesy of a senior. Now, it's time to pay him back. At the very least, we must keep Chu Yan, and keep this hope that I have watched grow up with my own eyes. This flesh body, just block it for him once. Since. Gongxi looked at the extremely familiar person in front of him, and his spirit was so shocked that he couldn't react at all for a while. It's useless. Chu Yan must die today. In the next breath, Gongxi roared, and his true energy burst out again, and he threw away the Moadizuan who was holding the purple knife, and rushed towards Chu Yan. The blood-stained purple knife pierced the sky, and the blade was like thunder, and it slashed straight down. Ha ha ha, Gongxi, are you afraid of death? Are you afraid, ha ha ha? Moadizuan was thrown into the air, blood spilled into the sky, and he laughed wildly, with less and less vitality in his eyes. However, the scattered blood did not fall, but solidified in mid-air, and quickly gathered together, merging into a blood man. Demon Blood Heavenly Soul Technique. This trick. It is a forbidden technique discovered by Moadizuan in his early years. There are no restrictions on cultivation, only one condition, at the expense of oneself. Exploding the sea of qi and the blood of the whole body, at the cost of the flesh, a big self-detonation technique. Although it is impossible for Gongxi to be damaged or seriously injured, after all, the cultivation base of Moadizuan is a little weak. However, blocking a few breaths of time should be enough. Are you crazy? For this, Chu Yan, you think you can protect him by blowing yourself up? Gongxi was full of doubts and disdain. But when he finished his sentence and turned his head to look at Chu Yan, his whole face froze instantly. I saw that at this time, Chu Yan, the altar in the void in front of him, including the foundation, had all disappeared. On Chu Yan's body, all the visions and spiritual energy disappeared completely. Just like an ordinary person, sitting cross-legged in the void. Silent, horrible. Boom. The next moment, facing everyone's eyes, the crazy and berserk divine power surged like a frenzy. It was like a peerless and ferocious man who had been sleeping for hundreds of millions of years suddenly woke up at this moment. The entire sky was trembling, the might of the heaven and the earth rose crazily, and the might of the heaven and earth fell like a mountain. Click. With a soft sound, the Wendian furnace suspended above the head of the fierce Pluto suddenly exploded with a crackling sound. That sound was very much like the heavy and ancient sound made when the gate of hell opened. This is. Lu Qingyin, Gongxi, and Duanilang suddenly turned their heads to look at the fierce Pluto who was covered in blood, but the corner of his mouth was raised, and the Wendian furnace that released a faint breath. At this moment, they could clearly feel that the aura of that Daobao had completely changed. Die. Die for me. Gongxi was completely insane, gritted his teeth fiercely, and recklessly chopped off the purple knife in his hand towards the black-robed figure in front of him. This knife must die, this is the only chance. Swish. However, the moment the knife fell, there was only a piece of air, and the figure in the black robe disappeared. Senior Mo, no need. When it reappeared, that figure had already arrived in front of Moadizuan, raised his hand and stuffed a divine pill into Moadizuan's mouth. At the same time, Chu Yan pressed one hand on Moadizuan's body, and under the infusion of majestic respect, Moadizuan's forbidden technique was forcibly suppressed. Then, that is the 7-turn magic pill. Those present, who didn't see the elixir that Chu Yan stuffed into Moadizuan's mouth just now. That's a transformation pill that even the Supreme Masters regard as treasures. That's Chu Yan. The point is, he actually ate better than that Mo. This is the god pill worth dozens of top-level caves, just eat it. Chu Yan, you succeeded. Dizuan's face was full of ecstasy, just about to struggle to stand up, but suddenly his eyes went dark, and he fell into a coma instantly. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, the true energy wrapped around the body of Dizuan, and floated towards Heiyao Mozan and the other three. Chu Yan, Fan Chen, Heiyao Mozan, Lang Yi, and others all looked at Chu Yan in shock. Their eyes contained complex emotions such as excitement, and ecstasy. But the most were hatred and anger. Next, leave it to me. Chu Yan looked at the few people and nodded slightly. The next moment, Chu Yan turned around slowly, looking at the large group of cultivators opposite with a pair of bright eyes of flame. Call. Breathing out a long breath of true energy, Chu Yan's face became more and more serious, and in the surrounding void, all the auras of heaven and earth exploded into a turbulent flow at the same time. Just now, he forcibly increased the breakthrough speed. Although he broke through the bottleneck, it was the true energy in his body that was extremely chaotic. From just waking up to now, he has been fully adjusting and consolidating. Town. After uttering one word, the true energy in his whole body swept like a gust of wind, and 7 or 8 tornadoes rushed around him, quickly dissipating them. After that, the true energy in his body finally calmed down slowly. The next moment, a terrifying celestial light burst out from his body, like a golden beam of lightning, straight towards Jiuxiao. Boom! Boom boom boom! The void exploded, thunder was evenly distributed, the world shook like a heartbeat, and waves of air kept rushing out of Chu Yan. Heavenly Exalted Realm First Level Heaven. Heavenly Exalted Realm Second Level Heaven. Heavenly Exalted Realm Triple Heaven. Heavenly Exalted Realm 4 Heavens. Heavenly Exalted Realm 5th Layer Heaven. The momentum was like a rainbow, and the mighty true energy surged crazily, constantly breaking through the bottlenecks of cultivation one by one, and directly rushed to the 5th heaven of the heavenly exalted realm. The peak of the earth respected state, the 5th heaven of the heavenly respected state, and the 6th level of the state are completed in an instant. At this time, Chu Yan, in one of the pupils of flames, 2 rich colorful thunder lights, like the pupils of gods, burst into the void. Just looking at Shen Gongxi, Duanilong and Lu Qingyi in front of him, his will is constantly gathering. With the improvement of cultivation base, great changes have naturally taken place. This is a breakthrough from the earthly venerable realm to the celestial venerable realm. In the God realm, the celestial venerable realm is among the strongest. However, Chu Yan didn't go to the gate to be different from before, but kept staring at the group of people in front of him. A violent dragon-like anger was burning in his body. The next moment, it will explode completely. #C3216 You must die. Have you killed enough? Now, it's our turn. When this sentence fell to the ground, the sword energy soaring into the sky turned into a frenzy, sweeping the entire sky. Clang! The Haotian sword was out of its sheath, and the black and white light of the sword was like the sun and the moon, twin dragons. Clang! The Duantian sword was unsheathed, and in the black thunder light, the domineering fighting spirit was like a sea of thunder. The originally dilapidated blue sea boundary wall was instantly shattered and torn apart, unable to withstand such a powerful storm of sword intent. At this moment, in the eyes of all the cultivators, Chu Yan, who holds 2 swords and stands at the top of the sky, seems to be a peerless god of killing, showing his fangs, and will slaughter the world and all the mortals in the next breath. When the master is angry, there will be more than 1,000,000 dead bodies. Go! Duanilong's entire scalp was numb, his heart was as frozen as an ice sculpture, his eyes trembled, turning around was an escape technique, and his body turned into a streamer, shooting straight into the sky. Shen Gongxi and the other cultivators present watched Duanilong run away, their bodies trembled suddenly, they all reacted, turned around and fled. Heavenly Exalted Realm. The world's #1 Chu Yan, who has defeated 100 geniuses with one enemy, is back. What's more, he didn't break through to the first heavenly realm, but directly rushed to the 5th heavenly realm. What a concept! This is 100-fold combat power. You know, they are very clear that even Chu Yan, who is at the first level of the heavenly exalted realm, is not something they can deal with. Now Chu Yan rushed directly to the 5th heaven of the heavenly exalted realm, which is too scary. Wandering the world of dragons. Chu Yan directly activated the 2 methods of asking questions, instantly soaring his combat power to the extreme, instantly turning into a golden dragon's shadow, tearing his horizontal claws, and half of the void was directly shattered. Great group of monks. The various escape methods used are like fish diving. Without the support of water, no matter how powerful the secret skills are, they become meaningless. In an instant, each cultivator was like a fish being driven out of the water, and was instantly smashed into powder by the powerful sword tide. Flesh and blood were flying all over the sky, as if it was raining flesh and blood. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's figure flashed again, and this time he moved into the void, but he came directly behind Duanelong, and when he raised his hand, the cold blade slashed straight down. Heaven and earth, profound gap Jiu. Duanelong's entire spirit almost exploded, his whole body was like falling into a cellar of ice, and in the blink of an eye, he activated his whole cards, and instantly moved several heavenly exalted realm from Dwang Island to his face. This is his most important life-saving method as the Elder of Dwangdo, in order to prevent the Elder from being lost. Elder Duan, you. Several heavenly exalted realm powerhouses never expected Duanelong to do such a thing, and before they had time to roar, they were directly cut into flesh and blood by the falling sword light, and their vitality was completely cut off. In less than half a breath, Duanelong took advantage of this time difference to fully display the profound gap between heaven and earth, and under the change of his body skills, he jumped thousands of miles and rushed hundreds of miles away. What a Dwangdo elder, he actually used the queen of the same clan to block the sword. Chu Yan sneered, feeling even more shameless towards Duanelong. Zhangtian Yujian. With a loud shout, the power of the god of war was activated, and thousands of thunderbolts flashed instantly in the clear sky of thousands of miles. What? Duanelong didn't expect that Chu Yan still didn't have enough power to use it. He only felt his vest was cold, as if he was locked by thousands of magic blades, cutting back and forth on the bodyguard behind him in various ways. Puff. There was a muffled sound, and Duanelong was able to withstand the sword of the god of war, and his body was cut to pieces, his whole body was soaked in blood, and his whole body fell downwards. With a bang, we were about to fall to the ground of the city, and a huge pit appeared. It's just that the magic breath in the pit overflowed, and it was obvious that the vitality was still there, and it was not dead. Shengongshi, it's your turn. As soon as Chu Yan turned his head, he saw Shengongshi using his secret skills, and he had escaped to the point where there was only a black spot left, which was about to disappear into the sky. The next moment, Shengongshi clearly sensed a terrifying force of coercion coming down from the sky. Boom! Even if he mobilized his whole body to resist, in the blink of an eye, he blasted down from the sky, hit the ground of the city, and landed near Duanelong. The whole body's true energy was almost destroyed, the injuries in the body were extremely serious, and the bones of the whole body were shattered. Die. After uttering a single word, Chu Yan held a long sword and struck in the air. Every time he cut out, a strong man among the gods was lost. From the entire sky, a powerful person in the heavenly venerable realm fell down like dumplings. Sir, my lord, please spare me. A group of powerful people in the heavenly venerable realm, everyone was terrified, their whole bodies were trembling, and their eyes were full of fear. Forgive you. When you shot my friend before, how can you think of now? When Chu Yan heard these begging voices, his face became even colder. With a throw of the long sword in his hand, Hao Yan transformed into a spirit, like a little aura, shooting straight into the void and disappearing instantly. When it reappears, it will be a group of flesh and blood fireworks, blooming in the sky. You guys must die. The figure flashed again. Chu Yan landed on the street of the city, looked at Duanelong and Shen Gongxi, who crawled out of the pit, and spoke in a cold voice. Chu Yan, I will give you one last chance to tell the secret, otherwise, die. Lu Qingyi couldn't wait any longer. With a wave of his jade hand, the cultivators of the spirit race rushed up together. Ah! These spiritual cultivators are obviously much stronger than those casual cultivators just now. At least they know that they are invincible to Chu Yan, but none of them is timid to escape. They all wave their spiritual weapons and treasures and charge towards Chu Yan. A group of people, each with a spirit seal on their chest, and a large piece of light of spiritual breath gathered together, like a wave of spiritual breath. The power was shocking. Beautiful job, kill Chu Yan. Seeing the spirit clan's attack, Duanelong and Shen Gongxi, who were originally desperate, suddenly had hope in their eyes. Quack, the juniors of the spirit race dare to be arrogant in front of this king. Do you want to die? Without waiting for Chu Yan to turn around, in the middle of the sky in the distance, in the golden Wentian furnace, a majestic figure was completely solidified, and he stepped his body out of the golden light range of Wentian furnace. Ha, comfortable. The body of the fierce Pluto is 100 feet high, and when he stretches his waist, it seems that the world is darkened. It's been so many years. This king finally let himself go. Now, let's use your blood to have a celebration. The vicious Pluto roared up to the sky, strode out with a towering body, directly in front of everyone in the spirit race, raised his hand with a palm, and slammed it down from the sky. This palm is like a black mountain, and it is like a sky falling down. What? All the spiritual cultivators present were pale and their pupils constricted in fright. The ancient king of monsters has come out. All things are born in nature, nourished by the source of spirit. I am the envoy of the spirit, to control all life, all the spirits in the world, with my life. Not far away, Lu Qingyi's white clothes were like clouds, and his jade lips murmured softly, singing a voice like fairy music. #C3217 One Sword Two Dan. As Lu Qingyi sang, the aura in her whole body continued to rise, and the aura of heaven and earth gathered in the surrounding void became more and more spiritual. As a peerless genius of the spirit race, she has never been afraid of Chu Yan. Because, the biggest reliance of the spirit race, but as long as there are trees and creatures around, she will be invincible. Get out. Chu Yan's long hair fluttered, his tiger roared and his cloak was like a flag, and he burst out with the power of will, and he punched out with a raised hand. Boom, boom. The strength of Wan Lai's dragon gang was like a flood, bursting out hundreds of golden dragon fists, sweeping out. What? Lu Qingyi's jade face changed instantly, and a cold death aura rose in her. Without any hesitation, she sacrificed a Taoist treasure and stood in front of her. However, when the force she dared not imagine charged over, it directly blasted her Daobao into powder. Totally unstoppable. Together with her body, it flew upside down in an instant. Chu Yan, who was not far away, didn't even look at him. He threw the broken sky sword casually, and the sword fell and pierced Duanelong's arm fiercely. Shen Gongxi, die. Chu Yan stepped in the air and punched out. Ah! Wandering spirit art. Like an iceberg of dead energy surged in his body, Shen Gongxi's eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and performed a secret technique that he never wanted to perform in his life. Boom! In front of Chu Yan, the whole body exploded into a flower of flesh and blood. The mysterious power charged, enveloping his soul and willpower, rushed to the ground, and disappeared without a trace. What an escape technique! Chu Yan looked at the ground, frowning slightly. Such secret skills. It is already similar to the secret technique that Heiyao Demon Venerable used before his loss. The method of abandoning the physical body and preserving the soul is generally difficult to crack. Moreover, the soul is difficult to attack, unless a cultivator like Fan Chen who specializes in the way of the soul can deal with it. But at this time, Fan Chen was seriously injured, so naturally he couldn't kill Shen Gongxi's escaped soul and willpower. Let me let you go today. If you turn around and kill the Sanhe sect, you will definitely be wiped out. Chu Yan snorted coldly, then turned to look at Duanilong. As the core elder of Dawang Island, Duanilong is also a peerless powerhouse in old movies, but seeing Shen Gongxi blew himself up in front of him, his will completely collapsed. Chu Yan, don't kill me, Clang. Raising his hand and calling, Duan Tianjian returned to his palm. Chu Yan's eyes were like ice, and he didn't listen to what he said, holding his long sword high. Enemies like mad dogs like Shen Gongxi must be killed. Otherwise, he will definitely chase after him, and he will not let go. This person is narrow-minded and cannot be robbed. However, at the moment when Chu Yan's long sword was about to slash, a stream of light suddenly shot from the sky, and it turned out to be two powerful men in the heavenly exalted realm. The leading strong man has reached the 8th level of the heavenly realm, and there is a 4th level of the heavenly level around him, and the rest are all strong men of the earthly level. These people are the second group of Dawang Island forces that Duanilong sent in order to gather from the Pantheon Forbidden Land. Elder Duan. Seeing Duanilong's situation, the leader of the Tianzuan realm powerhouse suddenly looked shocked, looked at Chu Yan, and shouted directly. Chu Yan is bold, release him immediately. After uttering these words, his movement speed skyrocketed and he rushed straight. Elder Duan is the son of the second great prince of my great King Island. If you dare to kill him, you are an enemy of my great King Island records. The 3 9 realm supremes on Dawang Island all call themselves great kings. Among them, the second great king and the 3 great kings are all 9 realm supremes, and their power is at the top of the god realm. Help me. Duanilong's face was full of joy. My own people finally arrived. With these people and my father being the supreme being of the 9 realms, I don't believe that Chu Yan dares to do it. However, as soon as he uttered these words, his entire face instantly turned ashen. Dawang Island. So what? Without any hesitation, the long sword slashed straight down, and the head was thrown flying, splashing 3 feet. With a scream, Duanilong died on the spot, and his body was damaged. For a drop of magic essence, this Duanilong chased him for so long, only thinking about killing himself, and then collecting his own blood to refine the magic essence. With this kind of greed, even if Chu Yan let him go today, it would only cause more trouble. Chu Yan has seen too many people like Duanilong. Even if he has a special body, the person who deserves to die deserves to die. You dare. Everyone on Dawang Island was dumbfounded when they saw the body broken in 2 on the ground. It never occurred to him that he revealed Duanilong's identity, and even used Dawangdo as a bargaining chip. This Chu Yan dared to do anything. Seeing this scene, all the cultivators in the audience were shocked. The character of the kid. I like it, hee. As the demon lord, Heiyao stared at Chu Yan and nodded, smiling all over his face. In his opinion, warriors should be like this, happy to be kind and enmity, kill as much as you want, why bother so much? If one's mind is implicated by mundane matters, it is possible to break through to the supreme martial arts. I like a fart. Immeasurable Tianzuan, Brother Chu's sword is doing justice for the sky, you are killing innocent people indiscriminately, the difference is so different. Understand? Fan Chen stared at Heiyao Mozen, and sang a Taoist name. Lang Yi and Mo Wu were still looking at Chu Yan in Lu Piao, both with stunned faces. Call. When the sword was cut, Chu Yan let out a long, muffled voice. and his mood immediately became much better. As Demon Venerable Xie Yao said, "Kill as much as you want, why bother so much?" But Chu Yan is also like Fanchen said, and will never kill innocent people indiscriminately. Just think now, Dewangdo has been offended to death, so let's fight. Come and kill as many as you want. Piao piao. Discuss, how about borrowing spiritual energy? Demon Lord Xie Yao suddenly turned his head and looked at Lu Piaobiao rubbing his hands with a charming smile on his face. What are you doing? Lu Piaobiao looked puzzled. Now that Chu Yan has suppressed all forces, there is no need for him, Xie Yao, to make another move, so why use his spiritual power? Such a good opportunity, of course it is to grab the limelight, otherwise, Chu Yan, this kid, is so pleasing to my eyes. Xie Yao Demon Venerable said whatever he wanted, but he was straightforward. On the other side, the cultivators of Dewang Island stood there in a daze, as if petrified. Just staring at Duanilong's decapitated body in a daze, all kinds of strange lights flickered in his eyes, and finally, the leader of the 8th level Heavenly Master suddenly woke up. Chu Yan, you are looking for death. Give it all to me, kill him. Avenge Elder Duan. With a roar, the heavenly cultivator at the 8th level of Tianzuan realm exploded with true energy all over his body, and rushed towards Chu Yan. Behind him, more than a dozen cultivators from Dewang Island rushed forward in unison. For them, Duanilong died in front of him. If they didn't kill Chu Yan, there would be no way to explain it when they returned to Dewang Island. However, they just came here, and only saw the scene of Chu Yan beheading Duanilong. I didn't see the whole process at all, so I naturally didn't know that Chu Yan's current combat power was not something they could match. The leader of the 8th level Heavenly Realm expert only thinks that he is 3 realms higher than Chu Yan, and has companions of the 4th level Heavenly Realm, plus a group of earthly respectable realms. Normally speaking, it is completely enough to deal with a 5th level Heavenly Exalted Realm that has just broken through. Chu Yan, the seal of Wentian Furnace has been opened, and you can increase the connection between you and it, and mobilize part of the power of Wentian Furnace. Vicious Pluto spoke to Chu Yan through voice transmission from his consciousness. Part of the power. Chu Yan was startled slightly. That's right. Wentian 9-layer slash. Just try it and you'll know. The corners of the Pluto's mouth rose when he said this. Hashtag C3218 Dabo Showdown. Went the sky 9-fold cut. Chu Yan communicated with Tianlu and received a cheat book on combat skills. This combat skill is divided into 9 levels. The first level has been lit up and can be fully displayed. With this glance, his consciousness was like lightning, and he was instantly comprehended by this combat technique. The long sword in Chu Yan's hand trembled slightly, and the sword intent surged all over his body. Boom! The next moment, the sword flame soared into the sky, and the bright golden light rushed out from the Wentian furnace, fused with the Haotian sword, and a thunderous sword glow emerged out of the sky, like a thunder and lightning, across the sky and earth, slashing down fiercely. What? The 8th level heavenly cultivator of the heavenly exalted realm who rushed to the front saw this thunder sword falling. His whole face turned pale with shock, and he raised his hand and sacrificed the Dao Bao, blocking it into the air. With a loud bang, the violent shock wave blasted away a group of Dewangdo cultivators behind him. This, so strong. A group of Dewangdo cultivators were all stunned, and gasped in unison. Now, they finally understood why even an unrivaled genius like Duanilong, with nearly 10 heavenly venerable realm powerhouses, ended up decapitated. The combat power of this Chu Yan is really terrifying. That Taoist artifact is not simple. The 8th level heavenly cultivator of the heavenly exalted realm looked at Wentian furnace with flickering eyes. After all, Dewang Island is a chamber of commerce, and the cultivators under it more or less know some techniques of appraisal. Seeing that Chu Yan got the blessing of that Dao Bao, the power of the sword increased several times. Such a Taoist treasure is rare in God's domain, and it is absolutely priceless. As for Wendian furnace, how could it be easy for an ancient king of monsters like Pluto to choose it as a sacrificial treasure? Its power is even stronger than the legendary Dao treasure that Heiyao Mozhen and the others obtained in the White Jade Palace. Just looking at the fact that Chu Yan needs to be promoted to the heavenly exalted realm before he can use Wendian furnace's first-level combat skill. You can see it. Perhaps with the improvement of Chu Yan's cultivation base, its power can continue to be released. Xuanhui Yujin, Tianwen 9 layers / Without the slightest stagnation, the two methods of asking questions, plus the combat skills of Tianwen, merged at the same time, and when the sword power skyrocketed again, Chu Yan raised his hand and slashed. The sword shadows fell all over the sky, split into hundreds of thousands of sword lights in an instant, and merged into one in an instant. Under the separation and reunion, the faces of all the Dawangdo cultivators were pale. What kind of sword technique is this? Oh my god! I can't even see clearly, how can this be blocked? Stop the fart, flash. At this time even the most stupid cultivator can find that the Chu Yan in front of him is not something they can match at all. The remaining 20 or so Dawangdo cultivators turned around and fled with their scalps numb. However, without waiting for them to use their body skills, they found that the sky was filled with sword light, almost completely covering the entire sky, and the method of escaping from the void could not be used at all, and it was enveloped in it in an instant. You rubbish, look at this deity. At this time, Heiyao Mozhen finally cheated a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy from Lu Piapiao, healed the injury, and after mobilizing the true energy, he rushed forward suddenly. As soon as he raised his hand, black smoke filled the sky, countless black evil spirits were roaring, and the sound of hissing and whistling resounded throughout the world. On the other side, Fanshan also rushed up, forming seals with his hands, his Taoism reaching the sky, and a large piece of holy light scattered in all directions, turning half of the sky into gold. These two people, one righteous and one demon, each occupy one side, like the gods and demons of heaven and earth, ruling the world. Ah! A series of screams sounded, and the cultivators of Dawang Island couldn't even resist Chu Yan, let alone more Heiyao Mozhen and Fan Chen. In an instant, lumps of flesh and blood continued to explode, and 5 cultivators in a row died tragically in an instant. Spirit Waterfall shines 9 nights. The leader of the 8th level of Heavenly Exalted Realm, with a face completely purple and black, raised his hand and threw out a Dao treasure. This is a taba in the shape of a waterfall, hanging above the sky, rushing down, blocking everyone like a wall. The powerful and ancient aura spread out, the spiritual liquid of the waterfall flowed, and a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy spread out, pouring into the body of every Dawangdo cultivator, healing their injuries while continuously improving their cultivation base. This taba is also extraordinary, it has such an effect. This Chu Yan is not simple. Lu Qingyi in the distance, seeing this scene, her jade face changed, and after taking a deep breath, her spirit eyes flickered. She can tell that even if this Chu Yan doesn't use any secret skills and Dao treasures, she can't resist the mighty sword repair alone. Next, if you fight against Chu Yan, it will be a little troublesome. At this moment, outside the big crack on the other side, a large group of cultivators are gathering towards the Gate of Light. These people all came here after receiving the summons from Shingongshi. They are powerful people from the Flying Immortal Sect, Barbarian Clan, Tyrant Clan, Dawang Island and other forces. Went the sky ninefold cut. Chu Yan locked his mind, Wendian furnace shone with golden light, and endless ancient breath was continuously released from the furnace and merged into Chu Yan's sword. These ancient auras seem to be able to directly arouse Tianwei. Every sword light is attached with Wanjun thunder. The combination of thunder and sword is unstoppable. Spirit Waterfall. The 3 heavenly exalted realm powerhouses from Dawang Island roared together and burst out their true chi, and crazily poured their true qi into the stormy waterfall, causing large swathes of water to splash, and the volume unexpectedly exploded. Boom! As soon as a sword fell, the thunder sword slashed on the spirit waterfall, as if it was on an ancient sacred mountain, and it couldn't shake it at all. What broken waterfall can block Chu Yan? Demon Lord He Yao and Fan Chen became interested when they saw this scene, and flew over together. The pupils of the unicorn! Chu Yan shouted heavily, his eyes overflowing with five-colored lightning. In an instant, the entire waterfall was clearly displayed in Chu Yan's eyes. Break! With a glance, there were 11 weak places in letting waterfall, and Wendian furnace was driven by divine consciousness, and hit hard. Daobao is more destructive to Daobao than straight cutting with a long sword. For Wendian furnace, Chu Yan now has absolute confidence, and it is not comparable to ordinary Daobao. In addition, now that the fierce Pluto has escaped from Wendian furnace can also be fully utilized. Boom, boom. Like a meteor from the sky, the moment the Wendian furnace hit the waterfall, it exploded with a loud noise, and the spiritual liquid flew all over the sky. However, when Wen Tianlu flew back upside down, the waterfall was still motionless, standing tall. What a powerful Daobao! Chu Yan was finally a little surprised. Chu Yan, this Dao treasure is extremely extraordinary, and Wen Tianlu can't hurt it. The fierce Pluto's eyes flickered, and he stood with his chest in his arms, reminding him. Horizontal. Not far away, a few strong men in the heavenly exalted realm of Dawang Island saw that the waterfall had blocked Wendian furnace's blow, and immediately activated their seals, blasting a water column from the waterfall, attacking Chu Yan directly. Damn it! Can you still attack? Demon Lord He Yao and the others thought the spirit waterfall was a defensive treasure, but they didn't expect that it could spray water. #C3219 Play with fire with me? Chu Yan, Demon Venerable He Yao, and Fan Chen all looked at this spirit waterfall Dao treasure with astonishment. 3. It is something extraordinary that your spirit waterfall can block the swords of Wen Tianlu and Chu Yan, but it seems that you will not take the initiative to say it. When Fan Chen said these words, Chu Yan and the other 3 heavenly venerate realm were startled. Isn't this nonsense? The skill of housekeeping, I can tell you. After telling you, let you kill the 3 of us. Be sick. Sure enough, there is no business without treachery. And a little stingy. Fan Chen shook his head, with a look of disgust on his face. Regarding Chu Yan's secrets before, and now, including the spirit waterfall, Fan Chen is very curious about anything with secrets. But this kind of curiosity is generally difficult to relieve the itching. Chu Yan wouldn't say it, and naturally, the 3 of them wouldn't either. Therefore, the question he asked was quite speechless. In fact, Fan Chen is not really sick, he just wants to try and see if the people on Dawang Island have the same brains as the Dark Moon Bull Demon. However, after this trial, it seems that the difference is much worse, so I can only give up. Chu Yan, die. The 3 heavenly venerable realm of Dawang Island, Chi-Chi looked at Chu Yan, raised his hand and made 3 moves, blasting at Chu Yan. Now with his spirit waterfall protecting him, the 3 of them think that their cultivation is better than Chu Yan's after all. Relying on the spirit waterfall to suppress the cupola, Chu Yan's combat power was naturally affected. Kill. In all directions, those who had been onlookers before saw that Chu Yan's Dao treasure was being suppressed, and they all shot together again. A waterfall, trying to block me. Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, and with a wave of the long sword in his hand, it was tens of miles away. In an instant, he arrived in front of the spirit waterfall. God of War Yujin, Xuanyu Town Bahuang. The 2 methods of asking questions were pushed to the extreme by him, and huge forces exploded continuously, all of which gathered on the Haotian sword. With this sword slashing, the color of the world changed, and thousands of thunder roared. Boom, boom. As the sword passed by, a large area of waterfall water spray was chopped off and scattered in all directions, and instantly collapsed. Chu Yan, Demon Lord He Yao, and Fan Chen frowned slightly. The power of this sword was only to smash a few waterfalls. Logically speaking, with such a sword power, even the 9th heavenly exalted realm would have to be seriously injured, but the waterfall Daobao was only injured. You actually wounded Lingbao. What kind of sword is that? Compared with the doubts of the 3 of Chu Yan, the 3 Tianzuan from Dawang Island opposite could not tell why their faces turned pale, and they asked in shock. Of course the 3 of them knew what level of treasure this spirit waterfall was. Unless it is subjected to an extremely powerful destructive force, or the force of the 5 elements, it is impossible to be injured. Haotian sword, natal spirit sword. This sword should be able to shatter your spirit waterfall treasure. Seeing the faces of the 3 people on the opposite side, how could Chu Yan not know that his Haotian sword seems to be able to solve the tricky Lingpu Daobao? But, is there any other possibility? After a few sword strikes, Chu Yan also had some understanding of the spirit waterfall Daobao. Whether it is the power of the Haotian sword or the Wentian furnace, they are both very strong for this spirit waterfall, enough to destroy it. However, this spirit waterfall itself is a rare defensive Dao treasure. It is composed of the spiritual breath of heaven and earth. It can use softness to overcome rigidity and dissolve part of the attack power. However, it is not a force, it can be resolved. Fire. As soon as his mind moved, Chu Yan instantly understood that the water is soft and and it is continuous. If he wants to restrain it, he must rely on the more domineering and staunch 5-element fire power. The 5 elements are water, which is a defensive attribute, and is good at defusing attacks. To put it simply, this Taoist treasure should be afraid of the fire attribute of the 5 elements. Exactly, I haven't tried its power yet. Thinking of this, Chu Yan no longer hesitated, raised his hand and threw the Haotian sword into the air, raised his right hand lightly, and a flame rose in his palm. Anti-God flame. In the Quangjian Supreme Cave before, Chu Yan got this powerful fire spirit that helped him recast the Dao Foundation. This God-defying flame was by no means simple, it not only fused the pill fire in his body, but at the same time, as he was promoted to the heavenly exalted realm, its power had also increased a lot. Huh. Chu Yan, you are very smart, but you think that you want to hurt a spiritual waterfall even if you let a spiritual fire, you are really day-to-day. The 3 Tianzuan sneered and looked at Chu Yan with contempt. What kind of treasure is this? This is the Dao treasure produced by their Dawang Island. As the top chamber of commerce in God's domain, how can they not have some important treasures? If this treasure is so unbearable, it is impossible to become their trump card. However, before they could finish their sentence, the spiritual fire in Chu Yan's hand had risen, turned into a cloud of fire, and flew towards the spiritual tide. The moment the two met, the fire of the 5 elements and the water of the 5 elements collided instantly. A large number of 7-color flames rushed out, completely enveloping the entire spirit waterfall, without any leaks or gaps. The sizzling water mist rose crazily, and all the spiritual liquid of the spiritual waterfall was burned without a drop, completely dried up. What? This, impossible. Seeing that the spirit waterfall was completely abolished, the eyeballs of the 3 heavenly exalted realms of Dawang Island almost flew out. What a fire! That Chu Yan casually took out a spiritual fire, and it turned out to be so powerful. Even the treasure of Dawang Island can be destroyed in one breath. No. Don't worry, let's fight him together. The heavenly cultivator of the 8th level of Tianzunjing forced himself to calm down and shouted. What? Do you think the 2 of us are rocks? Heiyao Demon Venerable was unwilling at the time when he heard the other party's placement. I begged that little girl for a long time, finally recovered and ran over, and before I did anything, people dared to ignore his existence. He is in the limelight. But now, just watching Chu Yan make a move here. At the moment, he didn't talk nonsense, and with a wave of his hand, the sky was full of demon breath, which reflected each other with the mortal's holy light and Taoism, and was extremely bright. Ask the furnace. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, the cupola flew towards the sky and directly hit the three people on the opposite side. This blow immediately caused the three of them to churn with anger, and their expressions changed drastically. Break! With a soft drink from Chu Yan, he urged the Wentian furnace again, and under the infusion of a large amount of true energy, the power of the Wentian furnace soared again, pressing down like a mountain. At this moment, the blood of the three of them, which was already churning, suddenly reversed. God of War Yujin, Xuanyu Town Ba Huang. Chu Yan raised his hand and summoned Haoyan's sword, and a large amount of sword intent merged with the method of asking, evolved a frenzy of sword intent, and slashed out fiercely. In an instant, the world was filled with sword light, like a killing field on earth. What? The three heavenly exalted realm powerhouses watched helplessly as countless sword lights suddenly merged into one and slashed straight down towards the three of them. This sword. Lu Qingyi and the Spirit Clan powerhouses, who were still watching the battle in the distance, all changed their expressions, and their spirits trembled. #C3220 Call someone. A sword fell, and three muffled bangs were heard, and the three heavenly exalted realm experts from Dawang Island were thrown flying in an instant. All the Taoist treasures standing in front of them collapsed together, and even their body protectors, including their physical bodies, were severely damaged. Chu Yan, so ruthless. Next time, let's go. The three heavenly venerable realm powerhouses, their mouths were full of blood, their cheek collapsed, and their blood-red eyes stared at Chu Yan. When they were about to say something, their expressions suddenly changed, and they wanted to leave in a hurry. However, Nishanyan rushed towards them like a cloud of fire, enveloping the three of them in an instant. Ah! 3 shrill screams sounded, reverberating throughout the world. Dawangdo, the 3 great masters of the heavenly venerable realm, lost. This. The strong men watching the battle all around were shocked, seeing 3 black and ash flying in the distance, their faces were full of horror. The 8th heaven of the heavenly realm, the 4th heaven of the heavenly realm, the 3 are dead now. Good, so strong. The number 1 in the world, it is really powerful. This is Chu Yan's strength. All kinds of emotions surfaced on their faces, even if Han Yu participated in the battle. Just standing on the sidelines and watching the battle would make them tremble. Hundreds of pairs of eyes looked at the black-robed figure in midair, all of them were full of fear. This Chu Yan, with shocking fighting power and audacity, dared to do anything, dared to kill anyone. Had it not been for the protection of the 8 Yu Xuanhuan sect, it would have been impossible to live to this day. Hurry up, run away. Ah! A group of cultivators who were still alive on Dawang Island were about to flee in panic, but before they got up, a black cloud came over, and the bodies of each cultivator melted like blood, and they were destroyed on the spot. Ha ha ha, cool. Did you feel good about cutting the deity just now? Now merge. Are you happy? Demon Venerable He Yao could be regarded as venting his anger. He looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, throwing black bones in his hands continuously. Wherever he passed, those Dawando cultivators who had lost their fighting spirit were turned into black blood by him one after another. After being revived from the last loss, He Yao Mozen's character has not changed much, and he seldom kills indiscriminately. However, for those people who almost killed him, compared with Chu Yan, his attack was much darker. After all, the nature of the jungle of the warrior world will not change. At this moment, from the distant sky, the sound of piercing electric shots continued to hit. A group of dozens of cultivators, including Shangxianzong, Tyrant Clan, and Barbarian Clan, arrived together. Among the more than 60 cultivators, there are 3 who are at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm, and the rest are in the 3rd and 4th heavens of the heavenly venerable realm, and most of them are only strong in the earthly venerable realm. What? Heavenly exalted realm 5th layer. A group of cultivators saw Chu Yan for the first time, and saw that his cultivation base had broken through from the earthly venerable realm to the heavenly venerable realm, and he was still at the 5th level of the heavenly venerable realm. All of them were shocked. Moreover, when they saw the battlefield here, there were corpses of Dawando cultivators everywhere, and even Duanilang was in a different place. All of them looked shocked. Chu Yan, you are doomed today. You have been injured like this, with Dawando and the Lingzhu. You must have suffered serious injuries. Look at He Yao and Master Fanchen, they are covered in blood and their clothes are torn. The Tianzuan Mirror Peak powerhouse of the Tyrant clan, with torch-like eyes, swept across the audience, and said with a sneer on his face. However, my ancient clan has a kind heart. As long as you hand over all the Dao treasures, I can spare you once. When these words fell, the peaks of the Tianzuan realm of the Gu clan and the immortal sect all stood up, their eyes sparkling. Facing Chu Yan, these people did not need to discuss at all, and directly joined forces. However, several Dawando cultivators who had escaped from the sky rushed towards them. All of them were terrified. All adults, run for your life. Chu Yan is very powerful. Quickly send the message to the sect, and let the Lord God King realm take action. Yes. Many people died. The chattering and nonsense of words made a group of cultivators of various forces frown slightly, and their faces became gloomy. What a joke! To deal with the heavenly venerable realm 5th layer, here are 3 peak heavenly venerable realm, a group of strong people, but also ask the God King realm to take action. I can't afford to lose this man. You all were called by Shingongshi. Chu Yan looked at these people with cold eyes. Now that you're here, stay here. Breaking through to the heavenly exalted realm today is a good time to use your blood to sacrifice this world. Went the sky ninefold cut. As soon as he drank like thunder, Chu Yan raised his hand and waved. Went the furnace soared into the sky, and the supreme coercion swept out like a frenzy, instantly suppressing the audience. This mighty wave hit the body, and the faces of the 3 peak Tianzuan realms suddenly changed at the same time. Something is wrong. What kind of Taoist treasure is so powerful? They are the peak powerhouses of the heavenly venerable realm, and they were suppressed by this Tao treasure. No wonder. Chu Yan, just because you can suppress Dawando, doesn't mean you are our opponent. Today, I will let you see the strength of my Tyrant clan. Fire and thunder. The tyrannical clan's heavenly venerable realm peak was activated with true energy, and his whole body was full of fire power. With a wave of his hand, it was a tyrannical fire token, with a flame-like spirit beast engraved on it, roaring out. What's more, not only him, but all the powerhouses of the tyrannical clan made their moves together, and they all sacrificed various spirit treasures, all of which were fire spirit treasures. Boom, boom. In the endless sea of flames, accompanied by bursts of thunder, resounding throughout the entire world. The fire helps Lei Wei, and Lei generates the sky fire. When the two complement each other, they are so powerful. When Tianlu rushed into this sea of flames, with the momentum of the thunder sword, and was constantly shaken by the bombardment. When he rushed to half the distance, he was finally completely scattered and disappeared into nothingness. The fairy guides the way. The heavenly emperor is furious. The celestial venerable realm expert of Shangxianzong and the celestial venerable realm expert of the barbarian tribe sacrificed Dao Bao at the same time. Although it was not as powerful as the previous Baowo token, it was equally prestigious and extremely powerful. What a strong lineup, can Chu Yan withstand it? The cultivators who were watching the battle not far away suddenly became interested again, and Chi turned their attention to Chu Yan. Now is a good opportunity. The few people who survived on Dawang Island saw this scene, their eyes sparkled, and their fighting spirit was revived. After all, if they fled back like this, the result would be miserable. But now, if with the help of these people's power, they can turn the tables and kill Chu Yan, the result will be completely different. Moreover, looking at the situation now, it seems obvious that there is a chance. In the previous battle, Chu Yan fought against many strong men alone, with sword power and Daobao. The consumption was not small. The Hu cultivator of the Overlord clan. A cultivator who specializes in the Tao of Fire is quite interesting. Then try it. Facing the monstrous offensive, Chu Yan's momentum did not weaken at all, but became stronger. He raised his hand and smashed it, and the anti-sacred flame in his hand skyrocketed again. Anti-god flame, 10,000 dead dragon power. With a punch, the god-defying flame erupted at the same time. The strength of the fist merged with the power of the fire, and the strength like a fist of Vulcan blasted straight out. Ha, playing with fire in front of our tyrants. Why are you looking for death? You know, there are more than 20 overlords here, all of them are experts in the Tao of Fire. It can be said that people of the same level may not dare to claim greatness in terms of combat power, but in terms of fire power, among all the forces in the world, which one dares to be compared with the tyrants? A group of tyrant cultivators saw Chu Yan urging the flames, all of them laughed. However, when the Vulcan fist approached like a flaming mountain, there was a crackling sound from the tyrant fire token, and the fire spirit beast screamed again and again. #C3221 Blaze. Boom. A sound of shock spread, and everyone in the audience was shocked. When they turned their heads to look, they were all petrified in shock. Tyrant Fire Order exploded. What? The more than 20 cultivators present from the Tyrant clan were all pale and shocked. This tyrannical fire token is a top-level Tao treasure, and it contains the might of Jiuxiao of more than 20 Tyrant clan powerhouses. Even without mentioning these things, just the fire spirit in the Tyrant Flame Order is the top 10 fire spirit among the Tyrant clan. How is it possible, just one blow? That Chu Yan, what kind of flame is used? That little flame is actually comparable to the top 10 fire spirits of their dominant clan. Burning against the gods. Chu Yan hung in the sky, raised his hand and waved again. Boom, boom. The thunder exploded into a rage, and the fire cloud formed by the Nishan flames poured down with heavy rain in an instant, and the endless flames turned into torrential rain, pouring down. Quickly retreat. The powerhouses of the tyrannical clan, seeing this scene, were all shocked and lost their minds. They never imagined that Chu Yan had such a powerful fire spirit on his body that he could directly suppress the team of more than 20 of them. In this way, the combat power of this person is extremely terrifying. And the most important thing is that the powerhouses of the tyrants use fire as their fuel. If the power of fire is suppressed, then their combat power will not even be able to display half of their usual strength. If you don't escape it this time, you will only die. Chu Yan had expected the reaction of everyone in the Tyrant clan. A cold light flashed in his hand, and the Haoyan sword slashed out. Countless and sword lights shuttled through the rain of fire in the sky. Wherever they passed, there was a human head throw fly. Even the heavenly venerable realm expert who escaped the fastest was instantly beheaded, and his head fell into the city below. My God, my God. Immortal sect, the barbarians, and the powerhouses of Dwayne Island didn't have time to make a move, and seeing such a scene, all of them stared wide-eyed, and were so shocked that they were out of their wits. This is too scary. The Tyrant clan is the top 10 among the ancient clans. A strong man of the Tianzuan realm of the Tyrant clan, with more than 20 strong men of the Tyrant clan, even met face to face, and was beaten to the ground by Chu Yan, only to escape for his life. This is the number 1 in the world. What a strong flame. His fire spirit is probably not weaker than the top 3 fire spirits in the tyrannical clan. In Lu Qingyi's spiritual eyes, the color of shock became more and more intense. Before, she thought that Chu Yan's kendo cultivation base was ahead of her, but now it seems that the cultivation base of the Five Elements Fire Department is also above her. The most important thing is that their spiritual clan cultivates the 5 elements of wood spirits, and the 5 elements of fire specialize in wood spirits. Judging from his fire spirit and the order to suppress tyrant fire, Chu Yan's son's fire cultivator might have reached the top 3 of the tyrant clan. What a concept! This means that among the ancient tribes with the most powerful fire power, including the 9 realms supreme, there are probably only a few people who can suppress Chu Yan in terms of fire behavior. From this point of view, she completely underestimated this Chu Yan before. This kind of mistake actually happened to me. Lu Qingyi couldn't accept it. Heaven asked the ninefold cut. When the battle broke out, Chu Yan raised his sword alone, like the god of war of heaven and earth, the ruler of the world, Wendy in furnace accompanied by golden lights, and wherever he passed, one person and one furnace destroyed all the attacks and large formations of those powerful people in the heavenly state. Walk. Seeing this scene, the strong man of Shengxianzong roared anxiously. By now, if they still can't react, they are a bunch of idiots. If the battle continues like this, there will be no other results except loss. However, before they escaped 10 miles away, the sky behind them was filled with golden light, thunder was hidden like a tide, Wendy and furnace flew towards them, and the monstrous coercion severely suppressed them. Wandering the world of dragons. Ascending immortal sex Tianzuan realm powerhouse only heard a roar, and the coldness in his heart soared. Just as he was about to turn around, a terrifying mountain-like force blasted himself. Click! Click! In an instant, the bones of the whole body were shattered, the internal organs burst, and the pain pierced the heart. Wonderful trail. A strong person in the heavenly venerable realm is a strong person after all, with rich combat experience, which is not comparable to ordinary cultivators. Enduring the severe pain, he took out a magic talisman, filled his whole body with true energy, and opened his mouth to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Call out. However, before he could fully use it, a sword light shot directly from above his head, cutting the talisman in his hand to pieces. You. He was so shocked that he couldn't believe it, and just about to open his mouth, he was greeted by a bright sword glow. Pooh! The sword pierced into the flesh, and the flesh and blood burst and flew. The Ascension Immortal Sex Tianzuan Realm powerhouse was cut to pieces and his body was dismembered on the spot. Not good. The deacon is lost. Oh my god, 2 heavenly venerable realm powerhouses have been lost. Run away. The surviving cultivators of the Immortal Sect, Tyrant Clan, Barbarian Clan, Dewando, etc. all had terrified expressions on their faces. Their minds and fighting spirits all collapsed, their breath was weak, and they scattered and fled in all directions. God of War Yu Jianju. The sword in Chu Yan's hand didn't stop at all, and in an instant, there was a wave of thousands of miles of swords, spanning the world, sweeping the void, and covering all the cultivators. Spread. Scatter all. All the cultivators were filled with death and fear, and all the powerhouses above the 5th level of Heavenly Exalted Realm effectively used all kinds of escape cards to stimulate their full potential, wanting to rush out of this wave of swords and escape from the sky. The pupil of the unicorn, break. Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, and the 5-color pupils shot out, and the pressure of the supreme beast, like a frenzy of heaven and earth, swept across again. Roar. Ho ho. The unicorn is as powerful as the sky, and wherever it passes, it traps all the cultivators to death, unable to move anymore. When Tianlu's ancient prestige, coupled with Qilin Tianwei, under the double suppression, that is also a peak powerhouse of the Tianzuan realm, and he will never want to escape. Ah, 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 ah. The screams kept ringing, and one after another the cultivators continued to lose their lives. With Chu Yan's current combat power, even the strongest of the heavenly exalted realm can be killed with a single sword, let alone those cultivators of the same level who are around the 5th level of the heavenly exalted realm. Above the entire sky, it has completely turned into hell, and it is completely a massacre. Too scary. This is only the 5th level of heavenly exalted realm, and he has such combat power. If he grows up, the number 1 statue in the world is the number 1 person under the future God King. Hiss. The cultivators who watched the battle from a distance all stopped to watch, and even forgot that they came to this light-gated forbidden area to find opportunities. The number 1 person under the God King. Hearing the discussions of the cultivators around, Lu Qingyi's spiritual eyes flickered, and his consciousness flew like flying in the sea of consciousness. In this God's domain continent, there are many strong people below the God King realm, but from the current point of view, this Chu Yan is really qualified to make an impact. Let's get out of here first. Lu Qingyi turned around, looked at the horrified spirit clansman behind him, and said softly, "The situation here has been reported to the Great Elder." Now, Lu Qingyi gradually understood why Shen Gongxi and other sect forces would spare no effort to kill Chu Yan. Such a genius, when he grows up, it will be scary. You want to leave? Have you asked the king? The fierce Pluto flashed across the sky and appeared in front of everyone in the spirit race, with a sneer on his face. #C3222 Jianlinglong, fighting like thunder. Lu Qingyi led everyone in the spirit clan. Without even looking at them, they activated the spirit seals collectively, and unleashed a wave of spirits that filled the sky. Damn it, when this king is heir. The fierce Pluto gritted his teeth, and wanted to say a few words when he got out of trouble, but the other party ignored him. Gone. Although he was out of trouble, it didn't mean that all his strength had been recovered. Seeing Lu Qingyi's aura, overwhelming power, his expression changed slightly, and he turned around to get out of the way. However, at this moment, a dazzling light flickered above the sky. Clang! Jianling Jiuxiao, the battle might be like thunder. A figure in black robe stood in front of Lu Qingyi like a mountain. Even if he didn't say a word, he didn't suppress him. However, Lu Qingyi and other cultivators' expressions changed, and their spirits trembled slightly. Some of them suffered from severe heat, their faces were even pale, and their whole bodies were like falling into a cellar of ice. Number 1 in the world, Chu Yan. Seeing Chu Yan holding a sword, he volleyed towards him. His momentum was like dust. The spiritual seals in the hands of all the spiritual cultivators fell silent, and no one dared to move their fingers again. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chu Yan, and they felt that with every step he took, his imposing aura would increase by 1 point. Bai Yan huddled among the crowd, his whole head was almost lowered to the ground. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, do you want to join forces with us? Just when the air became more and more solemn, Lu Qingyi's jade lips parted slightly, but it made Chu Yan startled. Joint. That's right. Powerhouses from all sides are rushing here, including the God King realm. If you're not sure, you can ask me to join forces. Facing Chu Yan, Lu Qingyi didn't have any fear, and with a group of spirit race people behind her. Completely different. But this calmness is nothing in Chu Yan's eyes. Lu Qingyi, the previous matter should be settled. Chu Yan's eyes were cold. If it wasn't for you, He Yao and Fanshan wouldn't have been injured so badly, and I was almost lost in time to break through. Now, do you want to leave? When everyone in the spirit race heard this sentence, their throats rolled at the same time, and their bodies were dripping with sweat. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Lu Qingyi nodded unexpectedly, and said softly with her jade lips. I'm really sorry, I also have a reason for this. There is a reason. Chu Yan frowned slightly. That's right. The secrets on you are related to the foundation of my spirit clan. I have to investigate the matter, but I don't want your lives. I have repeatedly told Shingongshi and Duanelong to capture them alive. As for them not listening, I can't help it. My spirit race has suffered a loss in this matter. If fellow Taoist Chu Yan is willing to forgive me, I can make it up. Compensation. Hearing Lu Qingyi's words, Chu Yan smiled lightly. You think I'll let you go if you say that? As soon as the words fell to the ground, the Haotian sword in Chu Yan's hand suddenly overflowed with sword light, and swung a storm of sword intent, rising above the midair. This. All the people of the spirit race raised their heads and looked at the sword storm, all of them pale. You know, under this storm of sword intent just now, people from several major forces were all twisted into a rain of blood. Chu Yan, although I was wrong, but I only hurt your friend, the crime is not worthy of death. And I, the king of the spirit race, is on the way. With this sentence, she is just increasing her bargaining chips. In fact, it may take a long time for the spirit race's God King realm experts to come. Lu Qingyi, if you attack me, maybe I can spare you. But if you hurt my friend, you must pay in blood. Chu Yan shouted like thunder, without any intention of giving in. The next moment, the sword in his hand slashed straight down, and a storm of sword intent swept across the sky. Crazy! Chu Yan is going to attack the spirit race again. He wants to offend all the forces. This. All the other onlookers were shocked, and they were all talking in low voices. The first Sanha sect, Dawando, and later tyrants, barbarians, and immortal sect, if you add the spirit race, it will be the sixth top power. Moreover, these are all ancient clans, and their power is stronger than that of the 12 orthodoxy. That Lu Qingyi is still a peerless genius of the spirit race. If this was really killed by Chu Yan with a single sword, then the spirit clan would definitely shake the whole clan, and they would never die with Chu Yan. If it is not done well, it will cause a direct sect war between the 8 Xuanhuan sect and the Lingzhu. It is very unlikely that this great war will turn into a battle between the 12 ordinances against the ancient forces. When it gets intense, it may bring the entire God's domain continent into trouble. The consequences are beyond imagination. Lingyu 9 hearts, heaven and earth are wonderful. Lu Qingyi's jade-like complexion changed, and he forcibly activated his true energy, and cast the seal of the main spirit, causing the plant spirits within a radius of 100 miles to grow wildly. The spiritual power inspired by each spiritual plant flew towards the sword light amidst the tide of swords in the sky. Under the jingling, it was like two tides colliding together, making a sound. Everyone, no matter how strong this Chu Yan is, he is only the 5th level of the heavenly exalted realm after all. We will join hands, and we will be able to kill a bloody path. Lu Qingyi gritted his silver teeth, and said to the strong spirit clan behind him. Hearing such words was like a shot in the arm for the already dead spirit powerhouses, instantly making everyone's fighting spirit rise. Kill. Fight. The cultivators of the spiritual race were in full swing, and all kinds of spiritual seals were shining brightly. At the same time, they mobilized more spiritual power from heaven and earth to help fight against Chu Yan's sword storm. Humph. This group of spirit race people, damn it. Chu Yan, I'll help you. The vicious Pluto let out a heavy snort, and the body of the monster floating in the midair rushed towards him. He raised his hand, and a wave of 10,000 monsters attacked the spirit clan people on the opposite side. In an instant, a great battle broke out in an instant. But at this time on the other side, deep in the Forbidden Land. Compared with the outer area, the entire depth of the Forbidden Area is full of terrifying murderous intentions and astonishing visions. Every step you take, you can see the powerful willpower of ancient times, rushing across the world. Countless treasures are shining with gold, and various inheritances and opportunities are everywhere. But these are fantasies, just lures, and wear down the will of every intruder. It may be useless for a short time, but if the will wears down for a long time, and if it is consumed in battle, it may become an invisible murderous move. 99% of these illusions are traps and murderous intentions, and if you are not careful, you will be lost. From the opening of the Pantheon Forbidden Land until now, there have been reports of the disappearance of the God King. Moreover, there are rumors that there is news about 9 realms respecting Chuang, but it is not known whether it is true or not. At this time, before a mountain range, the Brahma God 5 of the Overlord clan, the God 5 of the Immortals of the Barbarian clan, and a God 5 of the Immortal sect, as well as many God Kings from Dawando and other forces, all sit cross-legged here, using a rare paradise to cultivate, while recovering from injuries. Just now, they, a group of God Kings, entered the Jedi by mistake. After a life-and-death battle, they finally escaped. They didn't even have time to get the chance and inheritance. As long as they recover a little bit, they will enter it again. What? At this moment, the God King of Dawang Island suddenly shouted loudly, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. #C322 Big Shot. Who? How dare you do that? The face of the God King of Dawang Island was full of anger and shock, and he even stood up from the state of cultivation suddenly. His eyes were full of anger. He just received a summons that Duan Ilang, the core elder of Dawang Island, has been lost. Although Duan Ilang's cultivation is not too high, he is the core elder of Dawang Island after all. Who dares to kill him? Even if it is seriously injured or disabled, it is acceptable, but now that it is damaged, the situation is completely different. The core elders represent the majesty of Dawang Island. To put it lightly, it is a human life. To put it seriously, this is slapping Dawando heavily in the face, and even declaring war with Dawando. Who? Such boldness. What's going on? God King Fanshu and others present all looked up in astonishment and asked. Just now, I received. The God King of Dawang Island was full of anger and explained the matter. Is that so? However, it is normal for someone to be lost in Pantheon Forbidden Land. Hearing that it was just the loss of a cultivator in the Earth Respect state, King Fanshu suddenly chuckled. For Dawang Island, it is not as popular as Jiuxiao, so the relationship with many bigwigs is not very good. God King Fanshu was one of them, so when he heard the news, he didn't take it too seriously, and even felt a little refreshed. Li Daoyu, calm down, this forbidden land is originally. Many God Kings are like God King Fanshu, while secretly laughing in their hearts, they are persuading on their lips. Hearing these people's words, the God King powerhouses of Dawang Island couldn't possibly know what they were thinking, and their expressions became even more gloomy. If I knew this earlier, I wouldn't tell these bastards, and I wouldn't be ridiculed by them. Originally, Li Xuanhuan was full of anger. Now he is even more angry, almost exploding on the spot. Dawando, as the top power in God's domain, is also a high-level chamber of commerce power. They have always been begged by others. When did they suffer this kind of anger? Just when the atmosphere was awkward, God King Fanshu's face also changed suddenly, and his face froze. What's up? The Divine King of Ascending Immortal Sect turned to look at Divine King Fanshu with a puzzled look on his face. It's nothing serious, but it's normal that there are dozens of clan members who are in the heavenly venerable realm lost. God King Fanshu shook his head with a gloomy face. It is impossible to say that it is nothing if dozens of clansmen add up to a heavenly exalted realm. After all, the number of cultivators of the ancient clan is smaller than that of ordinary sections. Fortunately, clansmen with no important status can accept it. Hee, weren't you very happy just now? Hearing the words of God King Fanshu and seeing his face, the corners of the God King of Dawang Island's lips twitched. Seeing this, the God Kings of other forces also laughed secretly in their hearts, but they didn't show it. Anyway, as long as people from other forces lose, it is a good thing for them. However, after a few breaths of time, Shangxianzong, the God King of the barbarians, suddenly changed his face at the same time, and stood up abruptly. What? Lost so many people? The God King of the barbarian tribe also had a gloomy face, red eyes, and he stood up abruptly. Lu Qingyi is in danger. The God King of the Spirit Clan roared directly, his face full of frenzy. Who is Lu Qingyi? He is a peerless genius. How many peerless geniuses can a sect force have? This status is even more important than Duanelong, the core elder of Dawang Island. After all, core elders are just vacant positions, but peerless geniuses are the future of power, and they cannot be compared in the same day. No. It can't be. Suddenly, several God Kings present looked at each other at the same time, their eyes were full of astonishment. All the God Kings were looking at each other, and everyone saw the same message from each other's eyes. The scene instantly became silent. Something is wrong. There is definitely a problem. Different forces and different races have lost so many clansmen and strong men at the same time, and even identities like Duanelong and Lu Qingyi are also in danger. If this is normal, it is considered normal. After all, it is in the Forbidden Land where even the Supreme can be damaged. However, so many people lost at the same time, isn't it a bit not normal? Moreover, as far as they knew, these people didn't go deep, so how could they encounter great danger? Before, did you receive news that Shingongshi of Sanhe sect found Chu Yan's trace? Suddenly, God King Fanshu seemed to think of something, frowned, and spoke. When the God Kings heard these words, their expressions changed at the same time. What's the meaning? Could it be that this matter has something to do with that Chu Yan? Chu Yan, a mere earthly prestige realm, can kill so many people at the same time. Even if these people are all pigs, it will take time to kill them. On the other side, Pantheon Forbidden Land, the central region. A figure soared into the sky and flew past like a thunderstorm. This person was the immortal God King. Chu Yan, you are so courageous, there are more than 20 disciples of my immortal sect. The roar was earth-shattering, and the entire face of the immortal King Xingxian became extremely hideous. This Chu Yan must be killed, otherwise it will be too dangerous when he grows up. That's the Demon King. Falling in front of the light gate, the immortal God King looked at the Dark Moon Bull Demon, his face startled. When he saw the situation of the Dark Moon Bull Demon, his eyeballs rolled around twice, and a sinister smile suddenly appeared on his face. On the other side, in the secret realm of Guangmen, above the city, explosions continued to sound, and the battle became more and more intense and chaotic. Although the strength of Fanshan and Demon Lord Heiyao is not comparable to Chu Yan, they are powerful existences after all. After sweeping all the way, those who are in the first and second heavens of the heavenly realm are not their opponents at all. On the side of the Spirit Clan, Lu Qingyi used all his secret skills to continuously stimulate the fighting spirit and true energy of the clansmen. But the more she fought, the more she felt that the gap in strength was a bit big. Chu Yan's attack is like a flood, and every time it falls, there will be strong losses. Moreover, Chu Yan only looks for people with strong cultivation bases to attack. Even if Lu Qingyi uses two powerful Dao treasures, even the forbidden technique, coupled with the steady support of all the spiritual power in the world. But the Spirit Clan still lost most of their clansmen, and they had no power to resist at all. At this time even Lu Qingyi, who was famous for her strong mind, had anger and panic in her beautiful eyes. These lost people are all members of her clan, and they can bring heaven and earth, none of them are weak. They are all elites of the clan. Humph. Are you angry? Chu Yan looked at Lu Qingyi's flushed face, and sneered. You shot at my friend at the time, did you ever think that we would be angry too? The fierce Pluto's face was full of disdain, and with a wave of his hand, he captured the two strong spirit clansmen in his claws. In front of Lu Qingyi, while grinning, he squeezed hard, and the two lumps of flesh and blood were in his palm at the same time. Exploded. #C3224 Her deal. Shaking off the foam of flesh and blood on his claws, the vicious Pluto turned his eyes and looked at Wen Tianyan in the crowd. As the existence of the ancient king of monsters, his whole body is bloodthirsty. Especially during the period of being trapped in the Wentian furnace, it can be regarded as suffocating him. Now that it's finally hard to kill a good fight, he will naturally not let it go. Warcraft and monsters are of different races, but their natures are not much different. The nature of the law of the jungle is more prominent among them. The weaker the life, in their eyes is like a mustard, the more they kill, the more violent they will be. This is extremely important to the growth of Warcraft, just like the strength of will and the heart of martial arts of a cultivator. Tianyan, be careful. Lu Qingyi's face turned pale, and she was about to turn around to rescue her, but she was a step too late, watching the fierce Pluto flash, and grabbed Wen Tianyan in the crowd. Forgive me. Wen Tianming had no strength to resist. Chu Yan, tell him to stop. If you dare to hurt my brother's finger, I will make you pay an unbearable price. Lu Qingyi was really angry this time. Her calmness and composure completely disappeared from her face. Moreover, as her anger soared, a powerful aura in her body rose crazily. There was a clicking sound, and the bottleneck of cultivation was instantly loosened, and powerful true energy swept out like a wave. This time, she has gained a lot of opportunities and inheritances in Pantheon Forbidden Land, and her cultivation has reached the critical point of breakthrough, and she will be promoted at any time. However, when he heard Lu Qingyi's roar, Chu Yan didn't care at all, and just looked at her quietly. With a roar, the fierce Pluto was about to crush Wen Tianyan in his hand into pieces. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. An earth-shattering air explosion exploded, and an incomparably terrifying coercion swept over like a storm. The entire Guangmen ancient city. Under this coercion, it trembled. Chu Yan, Fanchen, Fierce Pluto, Heiyao Mozhen, and others all changed their expressions at the same time, and turned their heads to look over. Grandma, how shameless are you? Ascension Immortal King, how shameless are you? You are a god king, you don't stay in the depths of Pantheon Forbidden Land. What kind of prestige do you come here to show off? Demon Lord Heiyao twitched all over his face, and opened his mouth to curse. All around, the faces of Chu Yan, Fan Chen and others sank at the same time. It wasn't the appearance of a god king that made him worry about anything, but that this god king of ascending immortals had been chasing him all the time. This point, like that Shin Gongshi who escaped, has the meaning of immortality. Heavenly Exalted Realm 5th Layer. Immortal King Xingxian glanced over, his consciousness and eyes fixed on Chu Yan, and then saw the corpses all around the battlefield. His expression changed suddenly. You killed them all. All the corpses of cultivators and tribesmen of the major forces are piled up, and there may be a mountain of corpses. It's only the 5th level of Heavenly Exalted Realm, but he can kill so many powerful people in the Heavenly Exalted Realm. Taking advantage of Xingxian Xuanhuan's attention, all fell on Zhou Zhou and Chu Yan, Fan Chen and Heiyao Mozhen quietly slipped back. There is no way to fight this fight, even the King of Gods is here. It seems that you weeds are really about to be eradicated. Xingxian Xuanhuan looked at Chu Yan, with a sinister smile on his face, and then his whole body exploded, and the powerful majesty of the God King enveloped the entire world in an instant. In all directions, all the cultivators who were still alive saw this scene, and their expressions changed at the same time. God King. Lord God King is here. That Chu Yan actually provoked the God King, he is dead. This battle is exciting. It depends on the final result. This kind of battle is really rare and absolutely wonderful. The God King Realm powerhouse of Ascending Immortal Sect took action against a cultivator of the 5th Heavenly Exalted Realm. Most importantly, this is the first one in the world. Could it be that Chu Yan, who is #1 in the world today, is about to be lost here. Damn it, it's troublesome now. He Yaomozen's face turned black, and he turned to stare at Chu Yan. There is no way to escape, the entire void is blocked. This domain of the God King Realm powerhouse is not something you can break through if you want to. At this time, we can only see what Chu Yan will do. After all, Chu Yan still has a lot of whole cards, and maybe he still has a chance. Whether it is the descendants of the gods, or the Shantian Empress, etc., it is impossible to sit back and watch Chu Yan die in the hands of this God King. There is something that can kill him. But it may cause big trouble. Chu Yan looked at the ascending immortal God King, and said to others, through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. The things that can kill him are the jade talisman of the God King, and the spirit seal of the God of War. However, the God King who set up the stall doesn't know where he is now, and even if he rushes over, it may be too late. Therefore, the only thing that can be used now is the spirit seal of the God of War. God of War told him when he passed it on back then, once this thing is used, it will be a big trouble. One of the gods, God of War, can call it a big trouble, but for Chu Yan, it may be a life and death disaster. Trouble is trouble, it's better than dying now. Demon Lord He Yao's eyes sparkled, and he replied without thinking. What he said is really reasonable. If a person dies, there will be no troubles, but it doesn't make any sense. If one is in trouble alive, there may be a chance. This? Chu Yan nodded, and then began to push. However, at this moment, Lu Qingyi on the opposite side suddenly spoke. Chu Yan, let my brother go, I will let you escape from this place, at least 100 breaths. As a peerless genius of the spirit race, he naturally has the means to save his life. She hadn't used this method before, because she couldn't take away too many people. However, if it is to help Chu Yan and others, it is no problem. When Chu Yan and others heard this, Chi-Chi turned his head and looked at each other. Yes, I will make the oath of heavenly power first, as long as you can do it, I will protect your brother's life. The fierce Pluto replied. Swish. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, he pulled Longi, Mo'u, and Lu Piapiao from afar to surround him. Chu Yan, you can't escape. Don't think about it. Xingxian Xuanhuan felt that something was wrong, so in order to avoid another accident, he shot directly, and his figure flashed to the sky above Chu Yan and the others. In his hand, a Dao sword was bursting out like a mountain of sword power, slashing down fiercely. The entire sky was completely shattered, unable to bear such a powerful force at all. Seeing the power of this sword, Chu Yan and others all changed their expressions. God King Realm is really extraordinary. The power of this sword is many times greater than that of the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. Moreover, even if Chu Yan made a full attack, he might not be able to block this move. As soon as the ascending immortal God King made a move, he did everything he could to kill Chu Yan, and didn't mean to give Chu Yan any chance. Ruined. Chu Yan is dead. All the casual cultivators looked at this scene, their eyes brightened and their faces were full of shock. #C3225 Escape. If there were any major events in God's domain in the past few months, then the birth of the world's #1 statue, its loss and rise, is definitely a major event. At that time, even the ancestor of the 8 Xuanhuan sect was shocked to show up, which is enough to show the importance of this Chu Yan. But now, if Chu Yan is really damaged here, it may turn into a big storm, sweeping the 12 Dao lineages and the entire God realm. For such a big event, it is of course a great honor for those present to witness it with their own eyes. Therefore, all the casual cultivators present and the living cultivators stared at him intently. Fierce. He Yaomozen and Fan Chen saw the power of the sword fall, roared violently at the same time, and at the same time poured the true energy in their bodies into Wentian furnace like a tidal wave. At the time of life and death, both of them had unleashed their astonishing potential, and even Wentian furnace was hummed and trembled by the two of them. Chu Yan's whole body was icy cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, even his soul was frozen. Because Xuanhuan's consciousness and sword power are locked on him from the beginning to the end. Fan Chen and Demon Lord He Yao could still move, but Chu Yan found it extremely difficult to even move his fingers. At this time, Chu Yan finally understood that the strength of the immortal God King in front of him was probably the top existence in the God King realm. Boom! Boom! In Chu Yan's body, the Nine Realms star map was revolving abruptly, and the power of the God of War also skyrocketed at the same time. In an instant, all the will of the God King in the body was shattered, and the true energy returned to its original state. It is impossible for Chu Yan to bet all his hopes on that Lu Qingyi. After all, this person is now an enemy rather than a friend. At this moment, above Lu Qingyi's head, a big cyan seal broke through the air, rushing into the air like the rising sun. Heaven and earth have the same origin, and all spirits return. Lu Qingyi's voice was unusually loud. While resounding through heaven and earth, a large number of spirit patterns bloomed in the surrounding void. An extremely powerful force suddenly appeared, and under the guidance of Lu Qingyi's jade finger, it instantly enveloped Chu Yan and the others. What? Immortal King Xing's face changed instantly, and he suddenly activated the power of the king, wanting to speed up the sword power, but it was too late. Lu Qingyi's timing was very precise, even taking into account the reaction of the immortal God King. When the sword power fell, half of the void instantly disintegrated, as if a large cloud of smoke and dust drifted with the wind. Together with the figures of Chu Yan and the others, they also disappeared on the spot. No, gone. Escaped. Oh my God, it's all right. All the casual cultivators around were shocked. They never expected that Lu Qingyi would help Chu Yan. Lu Qingyi. Xuanhuan's face was instantly darkened, and his bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Lu Qingyi. You are so brave. This sentence was uttered with the majesty of a god king, like a wave, hitting Lu Qingyi's body, causing her to fly hundreds of steps backwards, bleeding from the corner of her mouth, and her jade face turned pale. If she wasn't a peerless genius of the spirit race, the Ascension Immortal God King would really slap her to death. What a great opportunity! Such a rare opportunity was missed. That Chu Yan had just broken through, his cultivation base had not been consolidated, and he had gone through another battle. He was against dozens of heavenly venerable realm enemies, and his consumption was huge. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill him, but he just missed it. Senior God King, I have unavoidable reasons, sorry. Lu Qingyi raised his head, looked directly at Xingxian God King, and bowed his hands. What's the reason? Say it. Xuanhuan was about to explode in anger. My brother is in Chu Yan's hands, if you don't help him, my brother will die. Lu Qingyi looked calm. You. The immortal God King was really going crazy, and let Chu Yan go for a waste. But before Xuanhuan opened his mouth, Lu Qingyi raised his hand and threw out a magic talisman, and then said. Chu Yan and the others have left thousands of miles away, in the southwest direction. You can find them according to this breath, and you can catch up. For Lu Qingyi, the relationship between Chu Yan and her is now a hostile relationship. Now that the previous transaction was completed, it is none of her business whether she lives or dies now. Humph. Trash. If it wasn't for the supreme being of the 9 realms of the spirit race, I would definitely kill you today. While speaking, the immortal God King raised his hand and slapped it out, and the power of the God King hit Lu Qingyi again. Puff. Lu Qingyi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood mist. His face was instantly pale as paper. This palm almost hurt hundreds of her meridians, and the strike was unusually ruthless. A peerless genius, the reason why various forces protect him is, of course, that he is afraid that other forces will find opportunities to kill him. After all, killing a peerless genius would deal a heavy blow to the forces. However, now that the 9 realms supreme of the spirit race is here, if the immortal God King really has the courage to kill Lu Qingyi, the consequences will naturally be life-changing. However, it is much less risky to seriously injure Lu Qingyi. Swish. The immortal God King turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. This is the end. All the cultivators present breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes swept around, and they all trembled when they saw the corpses all over the ground. These are dozens of heavenly venerable realm and hundreds of earthly venerable realm powerhouses, all of whom were lost here. Fortunately, they didn't participate in this battle at the beginning, otherwise, they might have become one of these corpses. On the other side, thousands of miles away from the great crack of light gate, Chu Yan and others flashed out of the void, raised their eyes to look around, and instantly confirmed their safety. What a Lu Qingyi, this method is really extraordinary. Demon Venerable Xie La Jiao exclaimed in amazement. Peerless genius, usually even a god king would not dare to attack her, but if someone does attack, there must be some means of prodding. Fan Chen laughed. As a peerless genius, he felt pretty good, but when he turned his head, he saw Demon Venerable Xie La Jiao and the others staring at him strangely. That look is obviously contempt. Humph. What are you looking at? The master doesn't bother to use such low-level methods. When these words landed, Demon Venerable Xie La Jiao and the others looked even more contemptuous. That woman is not simple, I'm afraid there are still troubles, let's leave quickly. Chu Yan looked in the direction of Guanmen, flew away, and at the same time took out the jade talisman of the God King, who set up a stall, and his spiritual consciousness was introduced into it. If the God King, who set up the stall, also came to Pantheon Forbidden Land, it should not be too far from here. Ji Ming, how is Senior Mo Wu doing? While flying, Chu Yan turned his head and asked at the same time, his face was gloomy. In order to help him, Mo Wu blocked the knife with his body, and his body almost exploded. The consequences were too heavy. Life is saved. But the cultivation base is completely useless, even if it is cured. I am afraid that I will always stay in the earthly respect state in the future. The vicious Pluto replied lightly. In the world of warriors, losses are common, and stagnation in cultivation is even more common. Hearing these words, Chu Yan's eyes instantly turned sharp. #C3226 Battle of Gods. Mo Wu is injured like this now, because of himself. Chu Yan thought, after he wakes up, he will find a way to heal his injury first, and then he will try his best to help him if he has any ideas. As for the grievances between him and Shin Gongxi, I have to bear it all myself. Thinking of these, Chu Yan's mood gradually became heavy. After all, friends are rare. After a great battle, Mo Wu was injured so badly that it even endangered his path of martial arts. Soon, news came from the God King who set up the stall. Without any evasion, the stall God King gave Chu Yan an affirmative answer. Chu Yan, I won't go deep for the time being. I'll go back to the White Jade Palace first, refine the legendary Dao treasure, and then enter after I have it, to compete for those opportunities. Demon Lord Xie La Jiao also thought for a long time and made up his mind. Well, so are we. Fan Chen and Lang Yi also said. After this battle, they didn't help much. After all, the strength of the enemy they faced had already exceeded their cultivation level. But if they can refine the legendary Dao treasure in the White Jade Palace, it will be completely different. It can even be like Lu Qingyi, at least invincible. Of course, the reason that caused them to change their decision was related to Chu Yan's great increase in strength after this breakthrough. The 5 heavens of the heavenly realm, one person can fight against the whole field. Before that, the 3 of them tried their best and almost lost. The gap between the two is getting bigger and bigger. This Chu Yan must be because of the shocking inheritance left by the gods, and he must be followed to death in the future. Demon Venerable Xie Yao had other ideas. If you don't improve your strength and widen the gap with Chu Yan, even if you are thinking about Chu Yan's inheritance, you will have no chance at all. Only by improving yourself, not widening the gap, and always following Chu Yan's side, will the benefits continue. For this kind of 10,000-year-old monster, this kind of account is very good. Certainly. He is not the only one who is smart, and it is estimated that Lang Yi and Fan Chen's thoughts are similar to his. Chu Yan may still be a little vague about these thoughts, so he just nodded. I'm going back too. Lu Piapiao also spoke. Although he hesitated, she raised her little finger and pointed to the front, and said to Chu Yan. The secret of the devil's marrow lies in the depths. I dare not say more, but it is in an ancient tomb. You will know when you find the person who keeps the tomb. Guard the grave. What is the age of this grave? There are still people. Chu Yan's eyes were full of brilliance. This seems to be similar to what Empress Xiantian said. As long as you find that person, you should be able to solve the secret of your own reincarnation. After flying forward for a while, several people kept changing directions. Chu Yan, let's separate here. Demon Venerable Xie Yao said, but quickly added worryingly. If you find something good, don't forget about me. And I. Fan Chen and the others stared at Chu Yan with regret. To be honest, the depths of Pantheon Forbidden Land, where even the supreme beings of the 9 realms are attracted, is of course attractive to them. Even if you can't find the inheritance and opportunity, it's good to go in and see it. Okay. No problem. Chu Yan smiled and nodded. Just like the Bayou Palace, what benefits does Chu Yan have for the few people who have experienced life and death with him? As long as it suits them, he will never be petty. Xie Yao Mozhen heard Chu Yan's words, immediately laughed, turned and flew away. Lu Piapiao turned her head to look at Chu Yan 2 or 3 times, her big eyes were full of worry, and her small mouth opened several times, wanting to say something. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan smiled and shook his head, rejecting her. This Lu Piapiao has a lot of eyes, but she is not deeply involved in the world, but she is kind in her heart. If she can tell, she will naturally tell herself directly. If she couldn't say it, it might be really bad for her if she said it. That's why Chu Yan directly rejected her. A tear appeared in Lu Piapiao's big eyes, as if he was very moved and blamed himself for Chu Yan's behavior. Okay. Show up now. Seeing everyone leave, Chu Yan raised his head and looked forward. It's been a long time, and those supreme bosses from the 9 regions should have fought in the depths of the forbidden area. Hurrying over now, the chances of collecting the corpses should be much greater. Don't go. At this moment, a group of golden lights suddenly appeared above the sky, exploding countless golden lights like a round of sun, and the whole world trembled. The mighty gangway swept the audience like a gust of wind. The figure of Xingxian Shenwu appeared from the golden light group and walked out step by step. His whole body was full of divine power and sword energy was like a rainbow. A pair of eyes full of haze stared at Chu Yan, full of killing and coldness. Bitch, you really are cheating. I will kill her next time. When the vicious Pluto saw the appearance of the immortal God King, he was immediately angry and opened his mouth to curse. You can imagine with your heels that the immortal God King was able to find this place so quickly. It must have something to do with that Lu Qingyi. On the contrary, Chu Yan, with a pale face, did not have much surprise or anger. His current relationship with the spirit race is already hostile, and it is reasonable for the other party to do this. If Lu Qingyi didn't hold back, Chu Yan would be surprised instead. Chu Yan had thought of this before, otherwise he wouldn't have contacted the Stall God King as soon as he got out of trouble. Just you. Very good, then die. Immortal God King appeared, immediately sealed off the void, and explored the surroundings at the same time. It turned out that Chu Yan was the only one at the scene, and the ants with him were gone. However, This is also good. After all, the goal of Xingxian Shenwang is only Chu Yan, and there are few other people, and there will be fewer troubles. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the immortal God King swung the lightsaber in his hand, but a forest of sword light cut towards Chu Yan. Behind each sword is the power of a supreme God King. All changes are different, and the direction and strength cannot be guessed at all. With one sword out, it is the absolute domain. The last time Chu Yan was allowed to escape, it wasn't because he didn't attack with all his strength, but because he didn't use a range attack. Therefore, the immortal God King has learned his lesson. This time, he not only shot with all his strength, but also destroyed the void world at the same time. Even if Chu Yan used any void secret skills, he would not be able to escape at all. A dignified peak God King, who is so vicious when attacking a junior of the heavenly realm. Isn't it embarrassing? Just as the sword fell, an extremely cold voice sounded from above the sky. On the jade talisman of the stall God King, a figure soared into the sky, and when he raised his hand, he slapped it out with a palm. Countless palms rose up like a stone forest, supporting the sky, covering the void on Chu Yan's head. Boom! Bang bang bang! The sword collided with the palm, exploding countless air explosions, the sky trembled, and thunder roared for thousands of miles. That piece of stone forest withstood the attack of tens of thousands of sword lights, but it stood like a towering mountain, and under the violent tremor, none of them collapsed. This is what the King of Stalls told Chu Yan before. With the help of the jade talisman, he can make a move first. Although the stall God King has not arrived yet, he can defuse an attack first to buy time. Who are you? Looking at the phantom of the God King who set up the stall, the God King Xingxian said in astonishment. Chu Yan, you are so good. There is still a God King's will. Just rely on this. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the immortal King Xing's face was full of anger, and he began to urge Xingxian to ask Dafa crazily. For a radius of 100 miles, there were glowing clouds everywhere, just like a fairyland. #C3227 Fuxiangwo. Immortal King Xingxian's aura completely changed at this moment, and his eyes were full of immortal light. Oh, really? The expression of the God King who set up the stall did not change, but he asked in a flat voice. At the same time, he suddenly turned around and slapped Chu Yan with his palm. Boom! The palm of the stall God King is not very powerful, and it is weaker than the cultivation of human dignity, but the sudden movement made the God King of Ascending Immortal stunned for a moment. At this very moment, Chu Yan, who was not far away, had his entire body turned into fly ash by the palm of the God King who set up a stall. To be precise, it disappeared on the spot. What? The face of King Xingxian turned green on the spot. How shameless! He even used such a trick. Bastard, don't let me know who you are. The roar of the Ascension Immortal God King resounded through the entire sky. Boom! Boom boom boom. The power of the God King burst out from the whole body, blasting the surrounding void world into dust, and it was only a little venting of anger. Next, the immortal King Xingxian, who was full of hatred, looked at the empty sky and could only turn around and leave angrily. On the other side, Chu Yan's figure appeared in a mountain range. TSK, Chu Yan, you are lucky. As soon as the fierce Pluto appeared, he looked up and looked around, and smiled at Chu Yan. The will of the God King comes, the price is not small, at least it is worth 2 ancient fairy medicines. So expensive. Chu Yan was startled. It wasn't that he really felt how expensive the 2 ancient fairy medicines were, but because he and the God King who set up a stall were just acquaintances by agreement. The other party would pay such a high price for him. According to when Chu Yan traded the magic fruit with him before. It doesn't look like such a generous person who recognizes money but disregards people. Senior God King, this junior is very grateful for this matter. In the future, if there is anything to do, this junior will definitely help you with all your strength. Facing the jade talisman of the God King at the stall, Chu Yan bowed and saluted, and at the same time, transmitted the voice with his spiritual consciousness. You're welcome. I have to thank you. The God King, who set up the stall in the jade talisman, didn't feel the slightest pain, but said with a smile on his face. Your statue of heaven and earth means a lot to me. Between you and me, it's even. When these words landed, Chu Yan nodded and asked again. Dare to ask, senior, but now you are in the depths of Pantheon Forbidden Land. That's right. The 9 realm supremes of all forces have all arrived at the place of change. Now the situation has changed. It seems that the gate of the forbidden place is about to open. The king of the vendor god nodded and replied, and at the same time added, the gate of the forbidden area is opened, good fortune and misfortune are unpredictable, and you are only in the realm of heaven, it is too dangerous. He just casually reminded, as to whether Chu Yan would listen, naturally it had nothing to do with him. However, in the depths of this forbidden area, the Futian forest is about to break the world, and it seems that it will produce top-level fairy fruits. You can try your luck. So be it. Speaking of this, the jade talisman of the God King suspended in front of Chu Yan exploded and turned into dust, flying in all directions. The intersection this time was due to the transaction between the two, and now, some of the fate has also been exhausted. Fierce, what is the gate of the forbidden area? Dog Days Forest is again. Chu Yan turned his head, looked at the fierce Pluto, and asked. I don't know about the gate of the forbidden place, but I seem to have heard of the Futian forest. Those fusions seem to be good things. Hurry up, maybe you can get a few. The fierce Pluto's eyes sparkled and said, now that you have broken through to the heavenly venerable realm, you don't want to break through to the divine king realm. This? Chu Yan was taken aback suddenly when he heard the words of fierce Pluto. He really hadn't thought about this, at least during this period of time, he had been thinking about the boss's body, and he hadn't had time to think about it. If you want to break through to the God King realm, apart from the 4 elements, you need to complete transcendence. Detachment. Chu Yan was stunned. What is this divine king realm, and what is the difference between it and Tianzuan realm? Chu Yan has never heard of it. However, Chu Yan knew that the peak of the heavenly venerate realm was the theoretical end of martial arts. After reaching the peak of the heavenly venerate realm, if he wanted to break through, he would not rely on true energy cultivation at all, but on special perception and chance. Therefore, this is also the reason why those old monsters have retreated for thousands of years. Yes. The more you get out of this world, you will be the king of gods. The fierce Pluto looked at Chu Yan, his eyes sparkled, and his face was full of solemnity and awe. After the king of the gods, one must transcend the heaven and the earth, and be the supreme. This? Chu Yan's eyes lit up when he heard the words of the fierce Pluto, as if he understood something. Warriors were born in the heavens and the earth, gather the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth to cultivate the true energy, and are bound by the great way of the heavens and the earth. If you want to break through the extremes, and stand shoulder to shoulder with this world, you must break the way. Break the world first, and then break the way, and you will achieve the supreme realm. Having said this, the vicious Pluto seemed to become extremely excited, and his voice resounded like thunder through the surrounding world. Or maybe the surrounding sky and the void sensed what the vicious Pluto said, and made an angry sound. It's just that the fierce Pluto doesn't have a physical body, so the anger of the power of heaven and earth has no meaning and influence on him. If it is an ordinary sect force, when explaining these Tao methods, without the presence of the Supreme Being to isolate the power of the world, they dare not even say a word. Break the shackles of heaven and earth. Chu Yan's pupils shrank slightly. It's okay to break. But in the end, the essence is still detachment. It's meaningless to just break. You need to know the purpose and direction of breaking, and then stand up after breaking. Only by breaking away from the shackles of the heaven and earth can you achieve eternity. Even time can't. What kind of traces are left on your body just now is the origin of the Tao. Stand shoulder to shoulder with the heaven and the earth. The fierce Pluto continued to speak to Chu Yan, without seeming to be angry with the surrounding world. You mean, what you said has something to do with the Dog Days Forest? Chu Yan asked. Of course. Just by hearing the name, you can tell that this Futian fruit has the power to transcend the world, so this is a great opportunity. When the fierce Pluto said the word Futiangua, his eyes became agitated. There are so many people who are at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm and are stuck at the end of this martial arts, but if you want to break through, no matter how you practice, it doesn't matter to us. What's the use of a bad brain? The vicious Pluto was full of complacency. After all, he was once in existence of the supreme realm, and naturally surpassed the realm of the divine king realm, so he is qualified to despise ordinary practitioners who have not made breakthroughs. Taking this step, for all the God King realms, there will be a feeling that they are not on the same level as ordinary cultivators. You are a peerless genius now, but the Tao of heaven and earth is dependent on blessings and misfortunes. You must be mentally prepared. It is much, much harder for a peerless genius to break through the Tao of heaven and earth than ordinary practitioners of the same level. After all, the imprint of heaven and earth on your body is really too heavy. There is a saying, what is it called? Wood, what forest, what? The wood is beautiful in the forest, and the wind will urge it. Chu Yan continued. It's almost the same meaning. Anyway, this Tao of heaven and earth is not a good thing, and the cultivators are regarded as his captives. Boom, boom. A terrifying thunderbolt suddenly exploded in the sky. The sound was so loud that Chu Yan and the fierce Pluto trembled at the same time. This time, Tiandi Avenue seemed to be really angry. #C3228, meet Huayang again. Of course, Fu Tiangua's role does not stop there. Tao artifacts and spiritual treasures are mostly conceived in the heaven and earth Tao, like the vicious Pluto, who is subject to Wendian furnace. If he wants to get rid of it completely, it is equivalent to resisting the heaven and earth Tao. And Fu Tiangua's assistance in this regard is quite great. According to what I just said, the gate of the forbidden area has not been fully opened, so it's not bad to go to the Dog Days Forest now. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, made up his mind, and then flew forward. At this time, in the entire Pantheon Forbidden Land, killings were raging everywhere. Chu Yan was flying in the direction of Futian Forest. He didn't expect that the green lotus in the Nine Realms star map in the Sea of Consciousness was releasing a faint breath, constantly overflowing to the surrounding world. On the other side, the outermost area of Pantheon Forbidden Land. In a hidden cave, roaring sounded like a wounded beast, shaking the entire cave. An illusory figure, floating in mid-air, with a face full of ferocity and anger, and a purple-black evil spirit rolling all over its body. Chu Yan, it's you. You ruined everything about me. There was endless anger in the roar. It was Shen Gongxi who escaped from the sky. Although he escaped with a secret technique and escaped with his life, his soul was still intact and he did not suffer any serious injuries. You only need to take away a physical body at will, and you can slowly recover. My lord, I have failed. With a dejected look on his face, Shen Gongxi took out the jade talisman and told him via sound transmission. Immediately afterwards, he took out another jade talisman, and continued to transmit his spiritual sense. Help me tell Master, I am willing to help him find those treasures, as long as he takes action for me and kills Chu Yan. His face was full of savage color, and his teeth were grinding. He attacked Chu Yan several times, but in the end it ended up like this. Shen Gongxi hated Chu Yan so much that he did everything he could. Nine Realms Supreme made a move. This is already the strongest combat power. Put down the jade talisman. Shen Gongxi's whole soul was paralyzed. and when he walked out of the cave, he saw several people fighting not far away. After rushing up and killing these 7 or 8 people with his hands, he picked a body to seize, and after collecting everyone's belongings, Shen Gongxi left Pantheon Forbidden Land unwillingly. This time, he could only guard at the head of Xuandi Bridge, waiting for the final result. At the same time, Chu Yan flew all the way for a full 2 hours, and finally approached the deep area of Pantheon Forbidden Land. Along the way, various crises and inheritances can be said to be almost everywhere. The fierce Pluto was so itchy that he wanted to lobby Chu Yan several times, but Chu Yan simply ignored him. These opportunities and inheritance are good things, but Chu Yan has a clear goal and doesn't want to waste more time. If the opportunity is missed, the consequences will be unacceptable. The Futian forest should be in this mountain range, but there are visions everywhere, and I don't know where it is. Either you are waiting, I will go and explore first. After throwing down a word, the fierce Pluto disappeared in a flash, as anxious as a monkey. He is different from Chu Yan, his soul body is ineffective against some restrictions and traps, so it is much safer to enter than Chu Yan. However, the downside is that, when he really encounters a good opportunity, he can only look at it. So before on the road, he tried to persuade Chu Yan, but he couldn't do anything at all. After half a stick of incense, the fierce Pluto ran back, glanced at Chu Yan, turned around and ran in another direction. Chu Yan just looked at it like that, and didn't speak. After a while, he came back and changed direction again. Chu Yan was speechless, just looking at him like this, running east and west for a while. Somebody is coming. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness kept exploring the surroundings, and when he found streaks of chi coming from the distant sky, he frowned slightly. These auras are extremely powerful. Basically all of them are above the heavenly venerate realm, and there are even those who are at the peak of the heavenly venerate realm. First of all, this place is already close to the depths of the forbidden area, and those who dare to come here cannot be weak. Secondly, if the God King who set up a stall can tell himself the news about Fu Tianlin, naturally, the news will spread. Therefore, powerful practitioners must continue to gather. Good job. Let this king kill me. The fierce Pluto's eyes were shining, and his eyes were full of blood. This time he escaped from the Wentian furnace, showing his vicious nature, but in the previous battle, he didn't enjoy killing at all, and he had to run for his life. Seeing this group of cultivators now, of course I couldn't help it. Chu Yan followed the fierce Pluto forward, but suddenly stopped. Because, among the group of cultivators on the horizon, several black-robed cultivators appeared, and their auras were surprisingly familiar. Huayang. Chu Yan turned his head to look, his pupils were flickering, and he suddenly looked surprised. How could Huayang come? Moreover, after not seeing him for a while, his aura of cultivation has reached the first level of the heavenly venerable realm. What a great opportunity! Huayang, you're doing pretty well. Chu Yan immediately raised the corner of his mouth, and a smile appeared on his face. Of course, Chu Yan knew Huayang's personality. After a few contacts, he could definitely be regarded as a brotherly relationship. Sure enough, as soon as Chu Yan passed through a sound transmission from his spiritual consciousness, Huayang's flying figure stopped suddenly, and then rushed towards him without any hesitation. Hua. Huh. Seeing Huayang fall, Chu Yan was about to say hello, but when he looked up and saw Huayang's face, he was shocked. I saw that Huayang's pupils were all blood red, and his whole body had an extremely strange aura, like a black hole, deep and extremely cold. This feeling is not Huayang at all. Standing 100 steps away, Huayang glanced at Chu Yan from a distance, but said nothing, and turned around and left with a few men in black robes. This? Chu Yan was stunned on the spot. It's true that the person is Huayang, but why is this breath completely different? How do you know these people from the Blood Heaven ancient cult? The fierce Pluto looked at Chu Yan, curiously. Ancient Blood Heaven Cult. Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan frowned suddenly. How could Huayang and Xuetian ancient sect be together? Moreover, Huayang looked at him just now, it was as cold as a stone, which was not like Huayang at all. Could it be that Huayang was lost? The body was taken away, or turned into a puppet. The more Chu Yan thought about it, the more angry he became, his fists clenched tightly, his whole body trembling. A terrifying killing intent and aura of destruction continuously surged around his body. Wherever it passed, all the trees and grass spirits were reduced to dust. What's going on? The vicious Pluto was startled when he saw Chu Yan like this. So, Chu Yan took a deep breath, controlled the chaotic breath, and told the fierce Pluto about his relationship with Huayang. This. Hearing Chu Yan's explanation, the fierce Pluto's face became even more uncomfortable, and he said to Chu Yan with a full face, hesitant to speak. Chu Yan, let me tell you something, you have to calm down and don't get mad. Seeing Chu Yan nodded, the vicious Pluto said again. Your brother, I'm afraid you have already been shot by the big boss of the Blood Sky Ancient Sect, and your soul has been taken away. #C3229 Bloom. Chu Yan had heard of the Xuetian Ancient Sect, but now he had such a direct connection with him, which stunned Chu Yan for a while. The Blood Sky Ancient Sect is an evil force. Even if we, the top 10 kings of monsters in ancient times, brutally slaughtered them, it is nothing compared to the Blood Sky Ancient Sect. The forces in this god's domain generally see the people of the Blood Sky Ancient Sect, as long as their strength allows, they will kill with all their strength. Hearing the introduction of the fierce Pluto, Chu Yan's eyes became more and more murderous. As long as it is confirmed that the ancient Blood Sky sect took over Huayang, I will definitely not let them go. Chu Yan's voice was extremely low. Huayang is his half-brother. According to this, in this god's domain, besides Yu Linglong, Huayang is his relative. If the Blood Sky Ancient Sect really dares to take control of Huayang, no matter how powerful the Blood Sky Ancient Sect is or what amazing power is behind it, Chu Yan will return them 100 times and 1,000 times. Go and have a look first. Chu Yan turned his head and flew up. Now, Chu Yan still maintains a hope, and doesn't want to see the worst result. After another period of time, Chu Yan finally arrived at Fu Tianlin's location. I saw that at the foot of a rolling mountain range, in the canyon between two giant peaks, there were huge purple trees growing. Every big tree has a towering crown, and the trunk is thick and vigorous, as if it has incomparably powerful power. While running the unicorn's pupils to explore the surrounding environment, Chu Yan discovered that within the bodies of these big purple trees, there was a mysterious force gushing like blood vessels. These are Futian trees. Just like the Stall God King said, they are giving birth to Botanica. So many people. Chu Yan glanced over CG, and found that on the cliffs on both sides and in the canyon, heroes from all sides gathered. Cultivators from Dewang Island, Jiuxiao, overlords and barbarians, as well as some powerful cultivators gathered here and waited patiently. With a glance, the number of people is no less than 400. Huh. People from Huayang and Xuetian Ancient Sect didn't come here. Chu Yan didn't care about the cultivators of these hostile forces. He looked around in the crowd, but he didn't find Huayang. Logically speaking, this road leads to Futian Forest. Didn't the people from the Blood Sky Ancient Sect come to fetch the Futian fruit? They went there. Is there anything more valuable than Futian fruit? Look at the direction and move forward here, that is the depths of Pantheon Forbidden Land. Could it be that you have gone to the gate of the Forbidden Land? Chu Yan's eyes flickered. If this is the case, he is not in a hurry now. The gate of the Forbidden Area has not been opened yet, so he still has to wait. Huh. Looking across, a young man of the dominant clan in a beast robe caught Chu Yan's attention. To be precise, a violent force rushed out of this young man whose cultivation base had reached the 6th level of the heavenly exalted realm, which caused the shock of the god-defying flames in Chu Yan's body. This person should be the genius of the Ba clan, Liang Tian. Turning his head again, he saw another genius in the barbarian camp among the crowd in the distance. This young man was wearing a snow-white robe and a shawl in his hair. He was quite handsome, but there was a special rune pattern on his forehead, which flickered from time to time. From a distance, he seemed to have a third eye. From time to time, his eyes swept across the overlord Liang Tian, who was wearing a beast robe, with a strange look in his eyes. If nothing else, this person should be the genius of the barbarians, Hong Lei. Two peerless geniuses gathered together. That. Chu Yan, let's keep a low profile. The fierce Pluto also looked around, and found that the cultivators here were stronger than each other, and there were a lot of people. If they fought, it would be impossible for them to be opponents. Although the fierce Pluto has been thinking about killing people, he has a good time. But he is not stupid. In this case, he killed others, but others killed him. After all, the forces they offended are basically complete here. Chu Yan nodded, restrained his breath to change foreign trade, and flew towards the canyon ahead. After all, there is only the aura of the 5th level of heavenly exalted realm, and the presence of a cultivator of this level will not attract too much attention at all. Only a handful of cultivators from various forces glanced at Chu Yan and didn't care anymore. Moreover, in Pantheon Forbidden Land, everyone's spiritual consciousness is suppressed. Even if they see Chu Yan, it is difficult to identify who it is. Only like the major forces, not only are they not restrained, but also a group of people gathered together, unscrupulous in dress and aura, and are afraid that people will not know who they are. Of course, even if they were to investigate carefully, it would be impossible for them to think that Chu Yan would dare to appear here. I heard that Chu Yan, the number 1 in the world, has recovered his Tao foundation. He just found an opportunity in the Pantheon Forbidden Land and broke through to the heavenly venerable realm. That's right. I've also heard that it seems that after the breakthrough, hundreds of cultivators from the barbarian overlord and immortal sect were killed. It's so lively. Now the forces of all parties, the kings of the gods are spreading the word, as long as Chu Yan is killed, rewards are not a problem. The most amazing thing is that the 9 domain supremes of the spirit race have spoken, and want this Chu Yan's head. That's right, I heard that Chu Yan almost killed the peerless genius of the spirit race. I'm going, this courage is really heavenly. No wonder so many forces want to kill him. That's not right. I heard that the reason why so many forces want to kill him is because he has a few treasures on him. Chongbao. A group of cultivators, waiting for boredom, all kinds of gossip flying all over the sky. At least half of these gossips are about Chu Yan, especially guessing what kind of treasure Chu Yan has that can cause so many forces to chase and kill him. The reputation of the world's number 1 Chu Yan is already resounding. In addition, he killed hundreds of cultivators in the previous battle. This caused a shock in Pantheon Forbidden Land, which is normal. Boom. At this moment, there was a burst of air waves in the void, like a point in the void suddenly cracked, and ripples like ripples of boiling water rushed to all directions. The ancient mountains exuded an incomparably mysterious aura, and every branch of the big purple trees in the canyon shone with golden light. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed with purple and gold, which was dazzling. Between the crowns of the big trees, small flowers are constantly blooming, and the strong fragrance of the flowers makes everyone feel light and energetic. Flowering. Seeing this scene, some cultivators couldn't help but exclaimed. At this time, Chu Yan, Liang Tian, Hong Lei, 3 peerless geniuses, and all the powerful Tianzuan in the audience all raised their heads to look at Fu Tianlin. Many cultivators even directly stimulated the true energy in their bodies, their faces full of excitement and excitement. Boom, boom. There was another muffled sound of thunder, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, resounding through the entire canyon, and the earth trembled slightly. All the spiritual energy of heaven and earth formed a wind in the sky, and they all gathered towards the canyon. #C3230Rob. This wave of fluctuations did not come from Fu Tianlin, but from the front of Fu Tianlin. Is there something else, out of this world? Many cultivators felt it, and Xuanhuan looked further away with astonishment on their faces. That direction is exactly where the gate of the forbidden area is located, and cultivators of all major forces know this. But it's just knowing, after all, places like the gate of the forbidden area are not something they can participate in. At the gate of the forbidden area now, there are all God King Realm, and there are even Supreme Realm and 9 regions Supreme. Even if they are lucky and can reach the gate of the forbidden area, facing such a group of big shots, it is only a matter of time before they are lost. Rustle. At this moment, a large rustle sounded, spreading in the sky for a long time, like a piece of fairy music. There is a special frequency and rhythm in the sound, which makes everyone's mind flutter. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Fu Tianlin in front of him. Chu Yan and others clearly saw that after the purple tree flowers bloomed to the extreme, they began to wither, flying with the wind, and swaying all over the sky, like a rain of flowers. These petals finally turned into spiritual light in the sky, and it rained cats and dogs. The spirit flowers turned into rain, and sprinkled on the large area of dogwood forest, immediately causing countless tiny buds to sprout from the lush branches and leaves, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, purple-red fruits all over the body began to hang tricks. In the next breath, the aura of heaven and earth that had been gathered around seemed to be stirred by some force, and a large wave of wind was picked up, sweeping towards Fu Tianlin. Various visions of heaven and earth evolve over the forest, like a fairyland on earth, which makes people's eyes bright. My God! There are 70 fruits on this tree. Unfortunately, only one Futian tree gave birth to fruit, and the others didn't have time. 70 pieces are quite a lot. For the Futian tree in the outside world, if it can produce 10 pieces at a time, it is considered invincible. Pay attention. We need to get at least 20 pieces this time. All the cultivators were extremely excited, and all of them blushed. While staring at Fu Tianhua, they looked at the people around them vigilantly. Chu Yan, we must grab at least 30 of them. The fierce Pluto said with the same excitement. Hearing the words of the fierce Pluto, Chu Yan's eyes became sharper, and almost at the moment Fu Tianhua emitted a faint purple-gold light, his figure rushed out like a fierce leopard. What? Also rushing towards Fu Tianhua from the other direction were Liang Tian and Hong Lei, who were startled when they saw Chu Yan's figure in black robe. Quick, do it! The 3 peerless geniuses made a move, and the other cultivators also reacted and roared loudly. In an instant, a large area of true energy erupted, surging like a flood, rushing in all directions. This scene is like a group of buffalo rumbling through the canyon and rushing to the woods ahead. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's true energy erupted, and the technique of restraining breath completely failed. With the help of his sword power, he reached the top of Fu Tianlin in an instant. With a big wave of his hand, the chi is like a claw, and it shoots directly at the fruit of the Futian fruit. Ah! The faces of all the practitioners in the audience changed greatly in shock. No one thought that the black-robed cultivator was so fast and arrived at the place in the blink of an eye. If he harvested it with all his strength, at least half of it would belong to him. Humph! How much do you want alone? Didn't you see me coming? The peerless genius of the overlord who drank like thunder, was so arrogant that he hummed heavily at Chu Yan. After the rumbling color passed by, Chu Yan only felt that half of the sky was wrapped in green flames, as if a sea of fire hit. What a powerful fire power! This Liang Tian is indeed a peerless genius of the tyrant clan. But, these are useless to me. Chu Yan looked at Liang Tian, his eyes brightened slightly, and then he sneered, and the flames against God soared into the sky. Call. The flames rushed in all directions like a tide, and the green sea of flames within the range seemed to have hit a dam, unable to penetrate at all. Huh! This fire, you are Chu Yan. Not far away, Hong Lei was about to make a move when he saw an Aishin Yan, and his expression changed drastically. What? He is Chu Yan. That Chu Yan, who was #1 in the world. I'm going, why is he here? A group of cultivators were stunned by Hong Lei's words, and all of them looked at Chu Yan with astonishment on their faces. What is this place? The Tyrant Clan, Barbarian Clan, Immortal Clan, Spirit Clan and other major forces gathered together, all of which were the mortal enemies of that Chu Yan. Under such circumstances, Chu Yan dared to appear. Although these people are all in the heavenly exalted realm, if they all join forces, even the divine king realm will suffer. Ha ha ha, what a Chu Yan! Good courage. Now that I'm here, I just try to see if your flame is as amazing as in the legend. When Liang Tian heard that it was Chu Yan, his eyes lit up and he laughed wildly. As soon as he turned around, he didn't even take Fu Tianhua, and rushed directly to Chu Yan. Wherever he passed, the power of the green sea of fire continued to rise. Everyone shoots and kills Chu Yan. Don't take Fu Tianhua first, this Chu Yan must die. Quickly, report the news and let the sect come. Elder, Chu Yan was found here, yes. It's here in Fu Tianlin. Dewang Island, Jiuxiao, Immortal Ascension Sect, Barbarian Clan, Ba Clan and other forces, each of the peak powerhouses of the heavenly venerable realm became a mess in an instant. After a breath, everyone rushed towards Chu Yan. Kill. Die. Kill Chu Yan. As the saying goes, there are many people, and a group of strong men charge like a flood. Everyone has a hideous face. Looking at Chu Yan in the black robe, it is like seeing a bunch of treasures. If someone slashed Chu Yan in the chaos, it would be countless treasures and resources. You must know that this is not the reward offered by that one sect force, but a dozen sect forces, all of which are from the top forces. Interesting. Hong Lei looked at this scene with a smile all over his face. With the flipping of his hands, one after another spirit seals rushed out, turning into a huge spirit array in midair, and continuously spreading towards the surrounding sky. Others don't know, but he knows very well that Chu Yan is a genius favored by Empress Shantian. Therefore, he did not despise Chu Yan at all, and prepared with all his strength. He is not completely sure whether he can take down Chu Yan by himself, so it is still safe. That old guy should be able to take down Chu Yan once he makes a move. Rumbling sounds kept ringing above Hong Lei's head. After a large spiritual formation stabilized, it instantly exploded the void, revealing a huge space-time turbulent black hole behind it, like the mouth of a ferocious beast, trying to devour everything. This is a gate of time and space, which can travel through time and space and connect to emptiness. Heaven asked the ninefold cut. Facing the sea-like crowd, Chu Yan had no intention of retreating at all. The Haoyan sword in his hand exploded directly, and when he raised his hand, a storm of sword intent slashed at the crowd. #C3231 Aries Sword. Summoned the Wentian Furnace, directly performed the Wentian ninefold slash, advancing towards the crowd instead of retreating. Where the sword gang passed by, the void was completely shattered. God of War Yujin, Xuanyu Town Ba Huang. Chu Yan's long hair was flying, and the sword in his hand kept on, and the mighty sword power cut out a large storm of sword intent. The sword power of Haoyan's sword and the power of Wentian Furnace merged, changing from a consonant sword into a sea of sword power, directly enveloping all the cultivators in the field. The end of the world is so close, the sea is full of great rivers. Liang Tian yelled loudly, and the green flame burst into his body, instantly turning him into a burning man. With a wave of his hand, a large piece of fire swept away, as if sweeping away ashes, and wiped out all the incoming waves of swords. The Thunder Gang is everywhere, and the sky and the earth tremble. Good. Seeing this scene, the flames in Chu Yan's eyes ignited violently, and the anti-god flames rushed out of his body, all the power gathered on the fist, and he raised his hand and punched out. Roar. Long Ling shook the sky, and the majestic golden dragon, wrapped in a powerful fire power, rushed out and went straight to Liang Tian. This is a peerless genius of the Overlord. The fighting spirit in Chu Yan's heart was instantly aroused, fist to fist, fire to fire, but to see whose flame is more powerful. Boom, boom. The two kinds of fire power collided, and an extremely strong and anxious breath burst out in an instant, making the practitioners around feel like they were in the crater of a volcano at the same time. Some cultivators even sizzled their bodyguards, and most of them were burned instantly. Some Earth Venerable Realm cultivators who were close to each other were directly burned into nothingness, leaving no ashes behind. The collision of fire power is like two bison clashing horns, competing with each other. The result of this contest was decided almost instantly. After a breath, the even more tyrannical Nishenyan slammed the green flame away, burning half of the sky into flames. What? Hai Chuanyan, lost. A group of cultivators from the Tyrant clan. Everyone was stunned, and even some other forces who knew about Hai Chuanyan and Liang Tian also gasped in shock. According to the news they received, Chu Yan has a powerful flame, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. One must know that the clansmen of the Tyrant clan are born with fire bodies, and they cultivate the fire system avenue, and most of them have their own fire spirits. This kind of racial power based on fire has 10 extremely famous fire spirits in their clan, each of which is extremely powerful. And Liang Tian, as a peerless genius in the Overlord clan, his flame ranks second in the clan. Now, seeing Liang Tian's flames being suppressed by Chu Yan's colorful flames, that doesn't mean that only Hu Ling, who ranks first in the Overlord clan, can contend with it. This shocked everyone and couldn't believe it for a while. However, if they know that Chu Yan's god-defying flame is not in full bloom at all, but is growing slowly, I'm afraid they will go crazy. Nishenyan, if it returns to the Deshang state, I'm afraid. Chu Yan, aren't you a sword cultivator? How can you have such a level of cultivation in the fire system? Liang Tian stood in the air, looking at Chu Yan from a distance, his face darkened. As expected of being number one in the world, it's really powerful. But, you want to compete with my Overlord clan in the fire element, it's absolutely wishful thinking. Speaking of this, Liang Tian waved his big hand, and the green flames around him instantly turned into purple, which was somewhat similar to the purple Futian forest below. Call. 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 Pillars of fire shot out across the sky, soaring into the sky like fire dragons, coiling around Liang Tian. Everywhere the fire dragon passed, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the void was all ignited, burning into a scorched black color. Such fire power, extremely terrifying. This is not only the power of the fire power, but also an extremely clever fire control technique, which can not only enhance the fire power, but also display various fire-type techniques. In comparison, Chu Yan is unable to do this. Just like what Liang Tian said, Chu Yan is only a swordsman after all, and has never practiced fire. This Liang Tianhua is so strong, it seems that he must find a way to accept him. Chu Yan watched Liang Tian practice the fire control technique, his eyes flickered, and he pondered in his heart. In the 9-region star chart, there are no powerful cultivators who have cultivated the fire element. If Liang Tian is included in it, then his god-defying flame should be raised by another level. Thinking of this, a flash of determination flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and they shone instantly. It is really necessary to make a copy of the method of asking questions of the fire element. At this moment, the Wendian 9 slashes performed by Chu Yan had been completely smashed by Liang Tian's purple flames. Moreover, the powerful purple flame turned into a fire tornado, rushing towards Chu Yan, sweeping across, destroying all the way. In Chu Yan's heart, a trace of death rose up, rushing straight to the sea of consciousness. This flame was actually generated by Chu Yan with a trace of death, threatening safety. In such a situation, with the addition of a large group of heavenly exalted realm powerhouses around, even if Liang Tian was defeated, it would be difficult to escape. Most importantly, Chu Yan had already made up his mind to accept Liang Tian. Therefore, you must succeed with one blow, otherwise you will startle the snake, and it will be even more difficult to make a move in the future. This situation is certainly not the right time. Liang Tian, see you later. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth was lightly raised, he looked at Liang Tian with a slight smile, and instantly traveled around the world like a dragon, flying to the sky. Call out. The Haotian sword flew like a swipe of lightning, and disappeared into the void instantly. When it reappeared, it flew out from the Futian forest below, and disappeared into the void again with an acceleration. It's just that people with strong pupils can clearly see that before the sword escapes into the void, there is a bunch of Futian fruits hanging on the sword. In addition to what Chu Yan picked before, I am afraid that the total number is half of the entire Futian tree. Leave him, don't let him run away. Damn, he took 40 dog apples, hurry up. Run if you can't beat it. Seeing that Chu Yan was about to flee, the cultivators of all major forces broke out in unison, all kinds of body skills and lightning rushed at the same time, chasing Chu Yan. Dozens of heavenly venerable realm powerhouses shot at the same time, what an astonishing momentum, all kinds of Dao treasures were sacrificed, and the sky was full of Dao Guang treasures, half of the sky would be sealed. Boom! With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, Wendian furnace rushed out, sending out a ferocious beast to slam into the void, and the violent evil spirit swept across all directions. This time, Chu Yan harvested 40 Futian fruits. Of course, the vicious Pluto wanted to get some of them, so he put an extra effort and did not hold back any of his shots. He almost blocked all the attacks. Of course, it is also impossible to drive back all the strong people in the heavenly venerable realm. It just opened up a piece of sky for Chu Yan and bought a moment of rest. Wandering the dragon world, a sword in the sky. Chu Yan's figure was like lightning, he slashed horizontally with the sword in his hand, and his speed exploded to the extreme, rushing to the edge of the sky. Chu Yan, I still want to leave. Liang Tian was full of arrogance at this time, looking at Chu Yan with disdain. The number one statue in the world is nothing more than that. The next moment, the purple flames around him turned into a pair of firebirds, and under the flapping of their wings, they rushed towards Chu Yan with him. The speed was so fast that the distance between him and Chu Yan was shortened in an instant. #C3232 Fire sacrifice to the sky. Such a speed made all the cultivators in the audience stunned. Fellow Daoist Chu, let's go now. Don't talk anymore. Liang Tian, who was full of jokes, chuckled lightly, and the flames around him became even more turbulent. In the sky above his head, as his flames became stronger and stronger, a monstrous hot pot rushed up from the formation, unexpectedly sealing all the surrounding void and turning it into a fire domain. A majestic flame altar emerged in the sky, arranged in a special formation, suppressing one side of the world. Seeing this scene, the faces of the cultivators present all changed. Fire sacrifice to the sky. This Liang Tian has cultivated the Ba clan's fire cultivation to such a peak. He is indeed a peerless genius. The fierce Pluto's tone became visibly serious. Tyrants, who specialize in fire, the reason why they are called tyrants is entirely because of the domineering nature of fire. But if you really want to do it, completely depending on the degree of mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements such as the water system, to achieve the true dominance of the world, then you must be like Liang Tian, reach the level of taboos in the fire system, mobilize the power of the fire source, and use the ancient Vulcan. The altar suppresses the heavens. Of course, this altar of the ancient fire god is not a real thing, but a trace of the original power of the ancient fire system that relies on the fire spirit to communicate with the world, time and space. However, any cultivator who has practiced the 5 elements of extreme strength knows that if the 5 elements of extreme strength are cultivated to the extreme, this is enough to mobilize the original power, which is enough to leapfrog battles. Just like this Liang Tian, it is said that even if he fights against a powerful god king realm in the clan, he can use the original power of the fire element to almost burn the opponent to death. Huh. Chu Yan was stunned when he saw the fire altar. The ancient Huawei altar in the sky made Chu Yan suddenly feel an extremely familiar aura. It seems to be exactly the same as the breath of the general of the God of War battalion that he met when he was in the 10 Directions starfield. Boom. Several altars were running in unison, and powerful purple-black flames rushed out, burning the world like a frenzy, and swept towards Chu Yan with overwhelming power. Peerless genius. Terrible. All the experts present at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm exclaimed in surprise. One move after another, almost used the fire control technique to the extreme, even the soul was impacted. At the very least, none of them who are at the peak of the heavenly prestige realm can resist this kind of power. Unexpectedly, Liang Tian even summoned the primordial altar. The price is not small. Hong Lei's eyes turned slightly, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he had a sneer on his face. For him, this is not a bad thing. As everyone knows, that Chu Yan is also a peerless genius. If these two peerless geniuses collide, it is best to end up with a lose-lose result, then he will be most satisfied. Up. However, at this moment, under the gaze of everyone, Chu Yan's figure suddenly stopped. What is he going to do? Seeing this scene, Liang Tian, Hong Lei, and others were all puzzled. This altar of primordial fire power cannot be resisted head-on. If you don't escape now, you will die. The Huawei altar seemed to be completely enraged by Chu Yan's behavior, and there were bursts of thunderous roars in the air. In the monstrous sea of flames, an army of armed spears emerged, roaring and roaring, madly rushing towards Chu Yan. At this moment, Chu Yan's eyes turned into a blue light, and a powerful aura rushed out, directly hitting the oncoming army of flames. Bold! A tall phantom rushed out from behind Chu Yan, like a mountain across the sky, and the powerful coercion surged like a tide. The Sea of Fire army, being impacted by this coercion, stopped immediately and surrounded Chu Yan, sluggish like a stone, without any movement. What? What's going on? Liang Tian's expression changed suddenly, his mouth was opened wide, he was completely dumbfounded. This was summoned by himself, and he didn't listen to the order. This is the first time Liang Tian has encountered such a situation. As long as these fire power altars are summoned, even if they face stronger opponents, they will rush to them without hesitation. How could this happen? This is cowardice. Roar. Ho ho. In the next breath, all the Huahai army started roaring and roaring in situ, frantically burning their own fire spirit origin, and forcibly mobilizing the fire spirit origin in their bodies to the extreme. With a bang, everyone could hear the sound of thunder and thunder exploding in the bodies of the fire spirit army, as if something was collapsing. What? Poof. Liang Tian's complexion suddenly changed, and when he opened his mouth, he spit out a big mouthful of blood mist, which turned out to be an internal trauma. He couldn't believe that these altar fire spirits spontaneously ignited their spiritual sources, forcibly cut off the connection with his will and consciousness, completely restored their freedom, and completely got rid of his control. See me. The large group of altar spirits just moved their bodies and said 3 words, and they all turned into flying smoke and dissipated between the sky and the earth. These army of fire spirits, forcibly burning the few sources of spirituality, is tantamount to self-violence. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Liang Tian's face was purple and black. Looking at the fire spirit altar in the sky that was also slowly dissipating, his whole body was trembling. These fire spirits are all innate spirits summoned by the altar, and they have no spiritual intelligence at all, so how could they have the consciousness of autonomous behavior? Not only Liang Tian, but even the strong men of the tyrant clan were stunned and couldn't believe it. This fire spirit altar technique is not uncommon among tyrants. They have seen it performed countless times, but there has never been any accident. This time, there will be such a strange result. Fellow Taoist Liang Tian, I didn't expect you to have this kind of ability to summon. War God Battalion. Chu Yan looked at Liang Tian, with a strange expression on his face, and murmured. Let's just say goodbye this time, and next time I have a chance, I'll have a good chat with you. God of War Battalion, the strongest combat force under God of War back then. If this Liang Tian can summon some, can he summon more? Thinking of this, Chu Yan looked at Liang Tian again, made up his mind, turned around and flew away again. What a Chu Yan, really extraordinary. How did you do it? Looking at the figure that turned into black spots on the sky, Liang Tian was also filled with shock, unable to calm down for a long time. You guys follow me, the others will snatch Fu Tianhua. As soon as the words fell to the ground, several heavenly exalted realm experts from the tyrant clan flew over and chased after Liang Tian. The barbarians, Shangxianzong and other forces also sent some cultivators to chase after Liang Tian, while the others all turned their heads and looked at Fu Tianlin. A group of casual cultivators shook their heads as they watched a large group of figures leave. Chasing is definitely not chasing, it is better to grab Fu Tianhua. Lightning shuttle. With a wave of his hand, Liang Tian sacrificed an arrow-shaped spirit treasure. He and the other strong men jumped on it, and suddenly accelerated towards the edge of the sky, galloping away like lightning and fire snakes. #C3233 Gate of Forbidden Land. This lightning shuttle is a Taoist weapon, and its speed is even comparable to the speed of a god king. That Liang Tian stole it from me again. Gritting his teeth, Hong Lei also threw out a Dao weapon. Although the speed was not as fast as the lightning shuttle, it was still top speed among the barbarians. Every peerless genius is not only amazing in combat power, but at the same time all of them are rich. If there is any good thing in the power, it will be given priority to them. The last time Chu Yan was able to suppress Lu Qingyi, it was because Lu Qingyi's cultivation was far behind Hong Lei and Liang Tian's. Turning his head to take a look, he found that Liang Tian and a large group of strong men were chasing after him, and suddenly felt the cold air whistling behind him. At their speed, it is only a matter of time before they catch up with themselves. Although his cultivation should not be a big problem against these pursuers, it is still a quagmire. If you are entangled by them, the follow-up soldiers of those sect forces will arrive, and it will be troublesome to escape. Chu Yan, I can use a secret technique to get rid of them, the fierce Pluto said. Then what are you waiting for? Chu Yan rolled his eyes. It seems that these chasing soldiers catch up with him, what good can he have to eat? Since there are secret skills, what nonsense are you talking about? Just use them directly. It takes 30 dog fruits as the price. The fierce Pluto grinned. Good. Without hesitation, Chu Yan raised his hand and threw a large pile of fusions into the Wendian furnace, and immediately heard the crisp sound of eating fruit. The vicious Pluto didn't expect that the Futian fruit was so easy to get, so he quickly devoured it. Soon, under his feet, a special spirit pattern condensed. The devil travels thousands of miles, and the beasts leave no trace. In an instant, there were bursts of beast roars in the void, and various monsters emerged in the black energy and magic breath, instantly making Chu Yan's body more than 10 times faster. what an ancient king of monsters. Sure enough, there are many methods, just like that, He Yao. Chu Yan secretly said in his heart, and at the same time urged his true energy to speed up. How did he get faster? Liang Tian and the others chased after them, and suddenly saw Chu Yan, who was in front of him, swish, turned into a black dot again, and disappeared into the sky. Go! As soon as he raised his hand, the black jade talisman exploded and turned into a cloud of black mist, instantly covering the direction where Chu Yan disappeared. After half an hour, Chu Yan turned his head and looked behind him. The peerless genius is really amazing. With such a distance, you can still lock my breath. Chu Yan nodded lightly with the corner of his mouth raised, and then slowed down. The pupil of the unicorn, scan. The 5-color eyes swept across, and Chu Yan looked around. Now that he is in the deep place of Pantheon Forbidden Ground, the surrounding environment has not changed much, but Chu Yan knows that there is a huge danger hidden in the first inch of the world here. Moreover, he flew all the way just now, and I am afraid that he has awakened many ancient restrictions. It's dangerous here, be careful. The fierce Pluto jumped out, looked around and reminded with vigilance. As the king of monsters, he has an extremely keen sense of danger. Moreover, for him, these dangers are the kind that can make him lose at any time. Maybe Chu Yan can't die, but now he is asking Tianlu on the one hand, and at the same time, his half-real body, if something goes wrong, he will be finished. When Chu Yan heard the reminder from the vicious Pluto, he also had a solemn face, turned the unicorn pupils, looked around carefully, and moved forward slowly. Not long after, Chu Yan stopped suddenly. In the sea of consciousness, the 9-region star chart emitted a dazzling light, and between the light and the darkness, it was actually sensing something from afar. Could it be? The feeling of green lotus rarely appears, but every time it appears, it will bring big changes. Boom! Boom, boom. Suddenly, a large piece of thunder exploded above the sky and fell like a torrential rain. The continuous mountains and the vast land trembled together. Countless ancient existences, as if under the thunder, broke the blockade, and all appeared in the world, sweeping the world. Next, at the end of Tiandalu, you can see a golden lake floating in the air, reflecting the sky into gold. And a huge, towering portal slowly rises from the golden lake, standing between the sky and the earth. In an instant, those supreme beings and god kings in the depths of the forbidden area, including the powerful ones in the heavenly realm, all trembled and their faces changed drastically. Like a god descending into the world, the endless sacred brilliance swayed the entire forbidden area, making everyone yearn for it. What is this? Is something born? It's too far away, I can't see clearly. Could it be the one that the supreme beings of the 9 regions are waiting for? No chance, if the cultivation base is stronger, I really want to see it. Yes, it is. Those heavenly exalted realm powerhouses in the middle area, some are fighting, some are cultivating, some are retreating, and some are still searching, but without exception, they all looked up at the golden sky in the distance. His face was full of surprise and anticipation. From their position, they could also see a piece of golden sky, just like the sunset in the evening, reflecting the sky red, and they couldn't see anything else. The gate of the forbidden area. Chu Yan looked up at the golden lake, and his heart trembled. It's such a terrifying coercion, it's probably far beyond the power of the 9 realms supreme. The fierce Pluto appeared beside Chu Yan, also staring at the towering portal with wide eyes, trembling all over his body. Even if he is the king of monsters, he has never seen such a terrifying existence. But at this time, the huge portal trembled slightly, and suddenly exploded a circle of shock waves, rippling in all directions like water ripples. Almost in the blink of an eye, it swept across the entire forbidden area. When the shock wave swept across Chu Yan's body, Chu Yan's soul was shaken suddenly, and he clearly felt a force passing through his body. What? Chu Yan frowned, and immediately mobilized the 5 gods and beasts and the Qingjiao war spirit to crush this force. With the existence of these two kinds of power, it is impossible for any will and spirit power to forcibly rush into one's body to succeed. However, Chu Yan knew that this had a lot to do with Lulian. The gate of this forbidden place was not opened sooner or later, and when he was about to approach, he suddenly appeared. And before that, Lulian just sent out a censor. It can't be such a coincidence, so it must have something to do with Lulian. That powerful shock wave, after sweeping through Chu Yan, continued to push across the entire forbidden area, sweeping through the bodies of all the cultivators. Oh my God, what is this? My strength is gone. Impossible. Against the sun and the universe, all laws are unified, break it for me. Asshole. Ruined. On the periphery, including those cultivators in the middle, everyone's complexion changed drastically at the same time, and all kinds of miraculous treasures were displayed on their bodies, constantly urging various secret techniques and methods, trying to break through the power that was forbidden to them. The Tianzuan realm powerhouse was the fastest, and after a few breaths, he broke through the forbidden force and breathed a sigh of relief. The cultivator of the earth prestige realm only took some effort to recover as before, but his face was pale, and he seemed to be quite frightened. #C3234 Up to you. The heavenly venerable realm and the earth venerable realm can be regarded as passing through a catastrophe, but it is not so easy for practitioners below the earth venerable realm. Even if they used their whole cards and the sky-reaching means, they couldn't break through the forbidden power at all. In the end, everyone was terrified and screamed again and again. A large amount of strange aura appeared from the surrounding void, constantly invading their bodies, like black smoke-like noses, penetrating from various places, causing their bodies to mutate. It keeps growing, its fangs grow, its eyes are blood red, the sound of breathing is full of roars, and sharp claws grow out. Ho, ho ho ho. Kill. Kill everyone, destroy everything. Not long after, the cultivators mutated and turned into terrifying monsters. Roaring and roaring, they scattered and flew towards other cultivators around. What's going on? Quick, block them. Seeing the monsters rushing towards them, those cultivators were all amazed. They quickly mobilized their true energy and launched an attack to blast those monsters. The powerful attack bombarded these monsters, as if bombarded on gold and iron, not only had no effect, but also bounced back in all directions. Moreover, the monster that was attacked became more ferocious, its eyes were bloody, and its killing intent was stronger. At this time, Fu Tianlin's. The big thing is not good. The forbidden area has changed. The jade talismans of the cultivators on Dewang Island sounded together, and said anxiously. All the cultivators on the periphery have been recruited and turned into monsters to kill people everywhere, and some of the earth-respected realms in the middle are also finished. The cultivator of the 9 layers building is also very well informed, and added at the same time. The sect has ordered that all disciples below the 5th level of the heavenly exalted realm be withdrawn from the forbidden area. The Great Elder ordered that disciples below the 5th level of the heavenly exalted realm are not allowed to enter the depths of the forbidden area for half a step. Each sect is issuing the latest orders to protect the cultivators of the sect clan. These orders were issued. Immediately, a dignified atmosphere swept across the entire forbidden area. From these news, it can be seen that maybe the gate of the forbidden land was born, which caused a big change. In this case, if you mess around, you will lose it at any time. After all, up to now, everyone still has the great reputation that Pantheon Forbidden Land can damage the Supreme Being. Even the Supreme is dangerous, let alone the heavenly exalted realm. Walk. After hesitating for a moment, the cultivators of the major forces began to fly towards the exit of the forbidden area one after another. They would not doubt the Zoman's order. Originally, they came here just to try their luck. Now that the situation is not right, it is absolutely wise to withdraw immediately. But among these people, there were always some courageous ones who gritted their teeth and stayed. Farther away, those cultivators who were chasing and killing Chu Yan also stopped, all of them sighed. Haha, it's getting more and more interesting. Hong Lei, do you want to continue? Of course, Liang Tian also received the summons, but he laughed and looked at Liang Tian. You dare, why don't I dare? Hong Lei said coldly. Hearing the conversation between these two peerless geniuses, the cultivators around were full of bitterness. These two guys are fearless and courageous. Is it possible to break into this forbidden land? On the other side, at the big crack in the light gate, Lu Qingyi slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and looked up into the distance. Tianyan, you and the elders go back first. Ah. Second sister, what about you? When Tianyan was startled. In Lu Qingyi's eyes, a sharp look suddenly appeared, and he said coldly, it's just dangerous, the opportunity should not be missed, there is a big opportunity in the depths, I must go for it. A peerless genius like her relies on both talent and chance. It's like the origin of her peerless genius, if she didn't rely on her courage to get a heaven-defying chance, she wouldn't be able to become a peerless genius. Therefore, she is very clear about the truth of seeking wealth and insurance. And after experiencing Chu Yan's incident, she understood even more that she is also a peerless genius, and the gap is not so big. If she doesn't work hard, I'm afraid she won't have any chance. Second sister, are you crazy? If you are in the depths of Pantheon Forbidden Land, even the Supreme will be lost, and you are only at the first level of the heavenly exalted realm. This is too. Having said that, when Tianyan stopped suddenly, he looked into the eyes of the second sister, and seemed to understand something instantly. Like the second sister, he also experienced the scene where Chu Yan killed the quartet just now. Such a scene left a deep scar in his heart. The same cultivator, why is he so weak? Second sister, this is going to be desperate. Why can't I? I'm going too. When Tianyan's words instantly changed Lu Qingyi's eyes. You. Not only Lu Qingyi, but also the cultivators around were all startled, and turned their heads to look over. This young master has changed his temper. Second sister, I don't want to lose either. I still have a chance. Really? When Tianyan looked at Lu Qingyi with a serious expression on his face. Even because of the excitement, his body was shaking, his fists were clenched tightly, and his fingertips were pale. At this moment, the blood in the whole body is boiling, and the whole life seems to be changing. It turns out that this is the heart of martial arts. Yes. Lu Qingyi looked at him and finally smiled. In his eyes, there is a light that has never been seen before, never before. Who said that chance must be treasure and inheritance? This kind of experience and improvement of mentality is the biggest improvement. Lu Qingyi can be sure that his younger brother will soar into the sky in the future. At this moment, in the depths of Pantheon Forbidden Earth, Chu Yan's spirit quickly fell silent. Lulian finally made a move, which is not surprising and not uncommon. Chu Yan, you don't really want to go, do you? Ominous Pluto felt something, looked at Chu Yan and asked. This huge golden gate gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, and he didn't want to die. Are you afraid? The majestic king of monsters, are you afraid? Chu Yan looked at the fierce Pluto with a smile on his face. At this time, Chu Yan suddenly thought of Lang Yi. If he was here, he might look down on this golden gate completely. Lang Yi is not afraid. Damn. I'm not as stupid as him. When the king of Pluto heard that Chu Yan was using the identity of the king of monsters, and that Lang Yi was provoking himself, his face suddenly became black. I'll go first, you can do whatever you want. Chu Yan looked at the fierce Pluto and smiled slightly, then jumped up and flew towards the Golden Gate. An hour later, Chu Yan landed on a mountain peak. The trees here are tall and towering, and the canopy is like clouds, giving people an extremely depressing feeling. Is this the depth? His eyes flickered with strange light. Chu Yan looked at the surrounding environment, his eyes were full of excitement. Sure enough, even an ordinary big tree here contains the power of heaven and earth, and it merges with the surrounding void, and its power is extremely strong. As a result, there are prohibition traps there, which are extremely difficult to identify, and if you are not careful, you will be caught. Roar. Without waiting for Chu Yan to see the surrounding environment clearly, suddenly several thunderous roars exploded not far away. Looking up, a majestic and ferocious beast like a hill rose into the sky, urging the sky full of demonic energy, rushing madly. #C3235 Tough Place. These powerful ferocious beasts have already far surpassed the peak of the heavenly venerable realm, and are basically half-steps of the divine king realm. During the mad rush, the sky and the earth shattered wherever they passed, and their power was astonishing. This depth is really dangerous, even a few monsters are so powerful. Chu Yan looked at those ferocious beasts from afar with a look of surprise. Going forward, you can still see many monsters haunting each other, biting and fighting each other, and the mountain peaks are crumbling. There was a monster on the base, fighting 3 monsters of the same level alone. Seeing that it was covered with bruises and invincible, it didn't run away at all, urged the monster pill to explode itself, and turned into ashes along with the 3 monsters of the same level. Chu Yan was dumbfounded seeing such a fierce fighting style. A ferocious beast is a ferocious beast, completely different from a human cultivator. If this were an ordinary cultivator, he wouldn't even fight, and would just run away. However, even so, ordinary monsters wouldn't just explode themselves. From this point alone, it can be seen that the depths of this forbidden area are very dangerous. In the middle area and peripheral area before, the feeling was not obvious, but now in the depths, the feeling is suddenly different. If you are not usually careful, and provoke some demon kings, no matter whether you can beat them or not, they will blow themselves up when they come up. Who can bear it? Even if you can hold 1 or 2, a group can hold it. How many monsters are hidden in such a large area deep in Pantheon Forbidden Land? Not long after walking, Chu Yan stopped. Piles of white bones appeared on the ground ahead, scattered everywhere, and the aura in each jade bone was extremely powerful. After a closer look, I found that the bones looked scattered, but there were obvious signs of artificial placement. This should be done by the Blood Sky Ancient Sect. The voice of the fierce Pluto was icy cold. The Blood Heaven Ancient Cult. Chu Yan frowned slightly. Since I came to God's domain, I have been in contact with almost all the top forces in God's domain. Even played against each other. But only this Blood Heaven Ancient Sect has only met once. The ancient Blood Heaven cult probably came from the gate of the forbidden area. Chu Yan looked up into the distance. But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem right. The appearance of the gate of the forbidden area is entirely due to the influence of his own green lotus. If you don't come by yourself, the green lotus will not affect the gate of the forbidden area, and the gate of the forbidden area will not be opened. It is impossible for the Blood Sky Ancient Sect to calculate these conditions in advance. Therefore, it is impossible for them to come towards the gate of the forbidden area in advance, and they must have other plans. At this moment, Chu Yan suddenly felt a bone-piercing chill coming from behind, as if being stared at by several fierce wolves. Catch up so quickly. Chu Yan turned his head and saw that the unicorn's pupils were running, and he immediately spotted Hong Lei and Liang Tian at the far edge of the sky. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan activated his true energy, and his speed skyrocketed. For Chu Yan, hurry up to the gate of the forbidden area now, see the situation of the supreme beings, find a way to pick up the corpse, and let other things be discussed later. Soon, after an hour, Chu Yan passed through a large stretch of mountains and arrived at a gobi area. These sand cliffs are very interesting. Chu Yan walked through the withered and yellow sandy cliffs, and saw that there were all kinds of spirit crystals mixed in those sandstones. Moreover, these spirit crystals are not ordinary spirit crystal gravels, but special existences that contain a trace of morality. It's a pity that they were all broken into gravel, otherwise, the value would be inestimable. Chu Yan, let's go. Just as Chu Yan was looking for it to see if he could find some intact spirit crystals, the fierce Pluto suddenly roared beside him. Chu Yan was startled suddenly, and then his body exploded, rushing towards the sky like a sharp arrow. Boom, boom. Almost at the moment when he soared into the sky, the power of a large area of spirit patterns rippled from the position where he had just stood, and a huge spirit array emerged. In this spiritual formation, there is an ancient and vicissitudes of life, and various illusions evolve, but it is the powerful force formed by wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, which instantly blasts several sandy cliffs into dust. This. Chu Yan's forehead was densely covered with sweat, and his heart was throbbing. If it hadn't been for the reminder from the fierce Pluto, even if he could escape, he might be injured just now. In the depths of this forbidden area, it would be dangerous if you were injured. Let me tell you, don't come here. Look, it's too dangerous. There are prohibitions and killing arrays everywhere. The fierce Pluto, whose face was paler than Chu Yan, said to Chu Yan. However, before he finished speaking, the expressions of both of them changed. I saw that all kinds of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning in the killing array suddenly merged together and turned into beams of lightning, which slashed straight at Chu Yan. Damn. This is a spirit vein killing array, it can track and kill enemies, go. The fierce Pluto roared loudly. Chu Yan didn't dare to hesitate, and directly unfolded Long Tianxiao's body skills, turning into a black electricity, and rushed into the distance instantly. Bang bang bang. With a series of continuous air explosions, those formations exploded the terrifying power, blasting a large area of void into pieces, cutting cracks one after another, cutting half of the sky into spider webs. Chu Yan didn't have time to look back at all, his figure was like passing through this place, one after another the killing formations continued to explode, and all kinds of powerful auras in the surrounding void continued like a raging tide. All kinds of powerful killing powers rushed towards Chu Yan like a storm, including swords, for elephants, and beasts. Heaven asked the ninefold cut. Chu Yan was caught in the serial killing array, and felt his whole scalp was numb. With a roar, the Haotian sword in his hand slashed out with all his strength. Wendian furnace buzzed and trembled, and his figure continued to grow, firmly blocking in front of Chu Yan, protecting all kinds of killing power from all around. Boom. The powerful sword gang slashed down, smashing all gang kills along the way, but before the Haotian sword was retracted, under the gathering of void spiritual energy, those killing arrays instantly returned to their original state. Quick, Chu Yan, go there. With blood-red eyes, the vicious Pluto looked around and found a golden light shining in the distance, so he hurriedly reminded him loudly. Chu Yan turned his head and saw that there was a black cloud more than a dozen miles away, and there was a golden light flowing in the middle of the cloud, as if a group of golden koi were swimming in the black lake water. That's the void passage, hurry up, go in. Chu Yan was trying his best to resist the powerful killing array around him, and the fierce Pluto used his secret skills to continuously bombard even the golden light and black clouds, and soon exploded the first layer of restriction and discovered its effect. Haha, you can find a chance here, if it is an ancient inheritance, it will happen. The fierce Pluto said to Chu Yan with a face of ecstasy. Walk. Chu Yan is also full of joy, no matter the chance or not, let's escape from this serial killing array first. Swish. The black shadow was like lightning, and the distance of more than 10 miles was only half a breath away. Chu Yan rushed into the black cloud in a flash, his big hand condensed his claws, grabbed a golden streamer, and squeezed it hard. The golden light exploded, and a large piece of golden streamer rushed towards Chu Yan like a tide, wrapped it up, and disappeared on the spot with a swish. #C3236 Hell Fountain. The golden vortex made Chu Yan's eyes blurry, and he couldn't even tell the difference between southeast and north. After 10 breaths of time, the scene in the eyes finally stabilized. Every time Chu Yan looked up, he breathed a sigh of relief. In the northern sky, on that piece of golden sky, stands the tall Forbidden Gate, which can be seen at a glance. With this landmark as a reference, Chu Yan can clearly judge that he has not entered the small world, nor is he farther away from the gate of the forbidden area. On the contrary, after being able to pass through the space-time channel, he was even closer to the gate of the forbidden area. Here, seems a bit familiar. The fierce Pluto looked at the surrounding environment with a pensive look on his face. Fuck, I remembered, this is the Fountain of Hell. This exclamation immediately made Chu Yan frown slightly. Just hearing the name is not a good place. I saw that the surrounding land was vast, with trees of various colors and strange colors growing, with different heights. The point is that these trees seem to be very ordinary trees, not spiritual plants at all. Surrounding this piece of land, there is not even a trace of heaven and earth aura, let alone the turbulence of fairy spirit. In the entire Pantheon Forbidden Land, it is like a land outside the world, which is incompatible with other places. Ha ha ha, the Spring of Hell, it's an absolutely good place, Chu Yan, we sent it this time. The fierce Pluto was not surprised by Chu Yan, but was extremely excited and shouted loudly. The legendary Fountain of Hell is a relic of a hole leading to hell. Heavy treasures will emerge from this hole. High-level treasures are at least legendary. When this sentence fell to the ground, Chu Yan was also slightly surprised. Legendary treasure. It seems that we are lucky. Chu Yan nodded slightly, and his mind relaxed a little. The black cloud goldfish appeared just in time. Let him escape from the serial killing situation, and still fall into such a precious place. This is definitely pretty good luck. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan roughly recognized it, then got up and flew forward. This Fountain of Hell does not have the aura of heaven and earth, and naturally, there will be no restrictions or killing arrays. Relatively speaking, it can be regarded as a safe zone. If you find a heavy treasure, I'm afraid there won't be any powerful guardians, and you can get it directly. What's the difference between this and picking up treasures? Boom, boom. Before Chu Yan continued to search, at the foot of the mountain in the distance, a group of bright golden light burst out, like a meteor rising from the earth, shooting straight into the sky, pulling out golden star trails. This was born. So active. The fierce Pluto opened his mouth wide, and turned his head to look at Chu Yan with a confused face. Isn't this luck too good? Could it be that this descendant of the gods is really lucky? You know, as the ancient king of monsters, he went to the sky and entered the earth. He has never been to any secret treasure, but he has never encountered a fountain of hell. Not to mention, when treasure saw someone coming, it took the initiative to come to welcome guests. This is completely different from other cultivators who found a secret realm after a narrow escape, and then had to face all kinds of crises to protect the treasure. After fighting to death, they finally got a treasure. This kid is a treasure. Follow him in the future, there are really many benefits. The fierce Pluto looked at Chu Yan, and instantly became gentle, even with a strange smile. This made Chu Yan's whole body feel numb, and his heart skipped a beat. Swish! Hurry up and fly towards the treasure. After all, this treasure has already been born. If there are other cultivators in this Fountain of Hell, it depends on who is faster. In less than 100 breaths, Chu Yan came to a valley, full of mist and light smoke. Chu Yan operated the pupil of the unicorn, and while carefully observing the surroundings, he strode into the valley at the same time. Look, that. The fierce Pluto was anxious and sharp-eyed, and soon discovered something strange in the valley, and reminded Chu Yan loudly. Turning his head, he saw a tall altar standing in the valley. This altar is ordinary, but there is a golden dragon statue around the altar, which looks extremely mighty. The mist in the entire valley overflowed from this golden dragon altar, and the mist carried an obvious ancient aura, which was completely different from the aura of the entire spring of hell. This altar is very strong. The vicious Pluto looked at it for a while. Well, at least it's an altar of the Daobao stage, so take it first. Chu Yan circulated his true energy and consciousness, and walked towards the golden dragon altar. In God's domain continent, altars are basic spiritual treasures with endless uses. Whether it is arranging spiritual arrays, setting up inheritance, or even absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, altars can be used to complete. Therefore, this kind of altar spirit treasure is useful to every practitioner. Just when Chu Yan was turning over his handprints and was about to express his true energy, suddenly, there was a stern voice. Who? The word was pronounced like a thunderbolt, and a tall red figure walked out of the void, and the long skirt mopping the floor was like a wave of golden sand. It's a woman. Her graceful body like a willow leaf exudes an incomparably powerful aura, and she has obviously reached the state of a god king. You. Immortal God King, Fanshu God King. Chu Yan was shocked and couldn't believe that he would meet these two god kings here. What? This? The fierce Pluto also had a look of astonishment, completely refusing to believe it. What a coincidence. Not only Chu Yan and fierce Pluto, but also God King Yuxian and God King Fanshu were surprised, staring at Chu Yan for a full 2 breaths. What's the situation? I couldn't find it everywhere, but this Chu Yan came to my door by himself. What happened? Why is it so slow? Is there, what? Just when the 3 of them stared blankly at each other, another figure appeared in the thick mist in the distance, and someone spoke at the same time. But when these figures appeared and saw the black-robed figure standing in front of the golden dragon altar, they were all stunned on the spot. When Chu Yan saw this group of people, his scalp exploded directly. Dewando, Zhuchonglu, Shangxianzong, Bazu, Barbarian, and Lingzhu all appeared together. There are no less than 18 God King realm powerhouses. Chu Yan. Why are you here? How dare you run into the depths of the forbidden area? Ha ha ha, this kid took the initiative to die. The embarrassing scene only calmed down for a while, and a group of God Kings burst into laughter. Fuck. The fierce Pluto's face twitched, and he opened his mouth to curse, and his whole face was instantly blackened. What's the difference between this and a mouse falling into a cat's nest? 18 God King realms, not to mention beating them up, can kill them with one breath. The most important thing is that basically all of these God Kings have a big hatred against Chu Yan. #C3237 Is this called air luck? This time, the cold scene lasted for a full 10 breaths, before being broken by the fierce Pluto. Fuck, this. The fierce Pluto's entire face turned black, and he turned to look at Chu Yan, his face twitching. Just now I was saying that Chu Yan has great luck, but it didn't go far, and it fell directly into the wolf's den. This is too bad luck. What's the difference between this and the door-to-door death? Not only the vicious Pluto, but even Chu Yan twitched. What a coincidence. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you have today too. King Fanshu's smiling face was distorted, and the indescribable refreshing feeling even made the surrounding space buzz. Disciple of my family, you killed very happily. After these words came out, the smile gradually disappeared, and the tone became extremely cold. Chu Yan. Hearing the words of God King Fanshu, the faces of the God Kings who had a smile on their faces all sank. More than a dozen god kings, all of them are surging, like volcanoes, about to erupt. Boom, boom. The whole world is shaking, and violent waves of air are rushing towards each other, like a piece of turbulent waves. A disaster is about to be launched. When Chu Yan saw this scene, his whole body went numb, like falling into an ice cellar. Basically half of the god kings here are at the peak level, otherwise they would not dare to go deep here. However, this kind of god king realm cultivation is simply not something he can deal with. If you're at your peak, resisting one and getting away, maybe it's not a big problem. But now, these are more than a dozen god kings, not to mention resistance. Even if they escape, it is impossible. However, with Chu Yan's character, even if he died, he couldn't sit still. Fierce, do it. With a roar, Chu Yan was shaped like a dragon, charged into the sky, and flew straight to Jiuxiao. The fierce Pluto also knew that the situation was critical now, and he didn't dare to be negligent. When he raised his hand, a large black cloud gushed out, and the Demon King's domain was released. Now he is one with Chu Yan, and this kind of domain power is of great benefit to Chu Yan in fighting. Chu Yan, you kill the core elders of Dawang Island, and leave your life to me today. The God King of Dawang Island, with blood-red eyes, watched Chu Yan fly into the sky, gritted his teeth with hatred. Immediately with a wave of his hand, countless thunderbolts soared into the sky, attacking the sky like a cage of thunder, smashing the entire sky into pieces. Die! With a roar, the God King of Dawang Island rushed up, and with a wave of his hand, a purple thunder gun pierced towards Chu Yan's figure fiercely. This shot is enough to destroy mountains. Under such an attack, not to mention Chu Yan, who is at the 5th level of the Heavenly Exalted Realm, even at the peak of the Heavenly Exalted Realm, he can only die immediately. War God Seal. Seeing the thunder spear coming, Chu Yan suddenly surged with true energy, and was ready to cast the mark of the God of War. But at this moment, a red light shot up into the sky from below, turned into a ball of fire, and knocked the thunder gun into the air. Fan Su, you dare to stop me? Turning his head, the God King of Dawang Island was furious, and glared fiercely at God King Fanchu. At this time, let alone other God Kings, even if the gods came, he would never let Chu Yan go. Kill Duanelong, that is the core elder of Dawangdo, representing the face of Dawangdo. For a chamber of commerce like Dawangdo, the most important thing is face. After all, in God's domain continent, Dawang Island, and Jiuxiao Chamber of Commerce forces, compared with Tianxian Digong, belong to the second echelon. If you want to compete with Tianxian Digong, you must increase the strength and influence of the Chamber of Commerce. This kind of improvement is definitely extremely slow, like a needle picking a sand tower, accumulating over time. But if you want to destroy the sand tower, you only need to push it lightly. Therefore, things like Chu Yan's embarrassment to Dawangdo must be dealt with as quickly as possible in order to preserve Dawangdo's reputation. At this time, not only the God King of Dawang Island, but even the God King realm of other forces all looked at God King Fanchu with murderous intent. Everyone, don't get me wrong, of course I won't help him. God King Fanchu was locked on by more than a dozen auras of the same level, and suddenly his soul trembled, and he quickly opened his mouth to explain. My Ba clan has a fire spirit, which was stolen by Chu Yan. To get this fire spirit back, he must be alive, so. Everyone, save face, I'll get the fire spirit back first, and then I will kill this son. Hearing this, all the gods in the audience sneered. Who cares what kind of fire spirit you are? Moreover, you are ashamed to say that the fire spirit belongs to your tyrant clan, so it is obviously. Wait. All of a sudden, the faces of all the powerful god kings changed at the same time, and they looked at each other. Yes. There are many Dao treasures on this Chu Yan. Last time in Baiyu Palace, this guy took all the Dao treasures. Moreover, a drop of magic marrow was collected. If it wasn't for that drop of magic essence, I believe that Duanelong from Dwayne Island would not have been killed by him. In the next breath, all the powerhouses in the God King realm looked at Chu Yan and nodded at the same time. Take treasure first, then kill. Without saying anything, the group of King realm powerhouses reached a consensus. Chu Yan, I must admit that you are a rare genius. If you are given time, maybe you will become the supreme, or even the supreme of the 9 realms. With a sneer on his face, King Fanshu walked towards Chu Yan. Now, I'll give you a chance. As long as you hand over the fire spirit and tell the secret, I can keep your soul from being tortured after death. After finishing speaking, God King Fanshu looked at Chu Yan. Humph. Do you think you are worthy? Chu Yan snorted coldly. This sentence immediately made God King Fanshu almost explode. This Chu Yan actually talked to himself like this in front of so many God Kings. Could it be that he didn't know that he would die today? I don't know that these God Kings have 10,000 ways to torture their souls after death. Okay. Then I'll let you know what the 18 layers of hell are. Speaking of this, when God King Fanshu raised his hand, a small black worm appeared in the center of his hand. The head of the worm had horns, and it turned out to be 2 small black soul fires. This kind of bug is a specialty of the tyrannical clan, and it is specially used to carry out soul attacks. As long as it gets into the opponent's body, the entire sea of consciousness will be gnawed into 10,000 holes. That process is definitely 1,000 times more painful than being wiped out 100,000 times. This is your courting death. Seeing the firefly in the hands of the God King Fanshu, Chu Yan's eyes were icy cold. When this sentence came out, all the God Kings were stunned. What? We court death. Has this Chu Yan gone crazy in the face of loss? A small 5th heaven of earthly respect, even a peerless genius, is not qualified to talk like a group of gods and kings. Even if it is supreme. It will never happen. Chu Yan has the ability to summon the 9 realms supreme. However, all the supreme beings of the 9 realms are at the gate of the Forbidden Land deep in the Pantheon Forbidden Land. Even if they want to come to save you, it will be too late. After all, this is a secret place where the black cloud goldfish is located, and it will take time to find it and then enter it. King Fanshu didn't pay attention to Chu Yan, just thought he was talking crazy, raised his hand, and the black firefly flew up and rushed towards Chu Yan. #C3238 Concubine Lin Meng. A firefly flew up, but it turned into a swarm of insects in an instant. The dense buzzing sound, like a black cloud, made people's scalp tingle. Chu Yan didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately activated the mark of the god of war. This is a soul worm. If the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts can't resist it, his soul will be annihilated in an instant. That is death. Like Heiyao Demon Lord and Fierce Pluto, if their physical bodies are damaged, as long as their souls are still there, they can practice again. However, if the soul is lost, it is really lost, and there is no longer any vitality. This is just like martial arts training. After reaching the Divine King realm, basically all the training goals are turned to the upper soul. And like Fan Chen, who started to cultivate the way of the soul from the state of honor, although it is difficult, but when he really reaches the state of the king of the gods, he is absolutely invincible at the same level. The whole world seemed to be bitten by the swarm, and instantly turned into dust. At this critical moment, a voice full of light play resounded through the sky. Do you want to lose face? A group of god kings actually joined forces to deal with a heavenly exalted realm. Wearing a purple dress and holding a big knife, the figure walks in the air, with skin as white as jade, and a face as delicate as a flower, just walking in the void. With a wave of his hand, the swarm of insects in the sky directly turns into black ash, sway, and fly. You are. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. With such power, he can destroy God King Fanshu's ultimate move with just a single lift of his hand. This strength. Immediately afterwards, an incomparably mighty majesty swept across the audience like a sea tide. The breaths of all the god kings were instantly suppressed. Supreme Realm. Wait, are you? Mad Saber Supreme. The god king of Dwang Island's face changed suddenly. He stared at the big knife in the hand of the female supreme, and thought of something instantly. See? I've seen Master Mad Saber. With such a reminder from Fanshu God King Sutra, everyone reacted and quickly bowed to salute. The Supreme Realm, the King of God's domain. Moreover, this is the extremely terrifying Mad Saber Supreme, an existence that must not be provoked. You're welcome. The weather is nice today, you all go find a place to cool off. Mad Saber Supreme waved his hand like chasing flies away. This. A group of god kings were dumbfounded for a moment, they all looked at each other, and no one moved. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, it will be as difficult as going to heaven if you want to kill Chu Yan next time. It's been a while since I last saw you. This Chu Yan actually broke through from the earthly venerable realm to the celestial venerable realm, and even killed a bunch of heavenly venerable realm experts from various sects. Waiting for a while, I'm afraid that the next wave will be used to commemorate his breakthrough in cultivation, and they may be god kings like them. Huh. Is there anything else? Seeing that all the gods and kings were still standing there like a fool, Mad Saber Supreme frowned slightly. No, nothing. Hearing this sentence, the faces of God King Fanshu and others were dripping with sweat, and they all shook their heads. It's just, this kid killed many of our clansmen, and even killed the core elders of Dwang Island. If you allow, can you let us first? King Brahma dared to ask cautiously and tentatively. Killed a lot of people. He. When Mad Saber Supreme heard the words of God King Fanshu, his expression was startled, and then he giggled and trembled like a flower. But, what does that have to do with me? I told you to go, can't you hear me? In the next breath, the laughter stopped immediately, and the Mad Saber Supreme raised his head, and in his beautiful eyes, the meaning of the sword was like thunder, hiddenly moving. Do you want to see me making out with my husband? As soon as this sentence fell to the ground, the presence of Fanshu Shenwu, Yuxian Xuanhuan and other God King powerhouses were all stunned and petrified on the spot. What the hell? Husband? That Chu Yan, you are the peak of the 9 realms supreme, the top of the world, the half-step supreme Mad Saber Supreme, husband. Let's talk. Of all people. The only one who remained awake was Chu Yan, but his face was blushing and the corners of his eyes twitched. This is too embarrassing. Originally, he planned to use the mark of the god of war to destroy the swarm of insects, but the supreme Mad Saber appeared and resolved the crisis, but in this situation, Chu Yan really hoped that she would not show up. Everyone, no, I have nothing to do with Lin Meng, really. Seeing that all the god kings froze, Chu Yan quickly explained. However, when this sentence fell into the ears of the god kings, everyone's pupils shrank and their bodies trembled. Lin Meng. Is it the real name of Mad Sword Supreme? This kid actually dares to directly call the name of Quangjian Supreme. Go. As if seeing a ghost, all the god kings ran away desperately after Chu Yan said a word. It's just that in less than half a breath, everyone escaped completely, and they couldn't even see a shadow. Regarding what Chu Yan said just now, he didn't know Lin Meng at all. Believe you, big head ghost. She even called out her boudoir's name, and said she didn't know her. Who is Chu Yan? Not only is he powerful and talented, but his scheming is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Last time, he cheated all of them. It's enough to cheat once, come again. And the last time it was just a group of fierce creatures, they could still withstand it. This time even the Supreme came out directly, who can stand it? Don't run, waiting to be wiped out by your group. You can guess with your heels that Chu Yan is trying to deceive people, but the words of the Supreme Crazy Saber are reliable. After all, a supreme being, now that the Pantheon Forbidden Land is opening, she can give up the opportunity and come here to fight for Chu Yan. If it wasn't for that kind of relationship, how could it be possible? Before that, Fanshu God King and others were only afraid of the Supreme of the 8 Yu Xuanhuan sect and the Supreme of the 9 domains. As long as they didn't come, they would have a chance to kill Chu Yan. But now, the frenzied Saber Supreme is even more brutal. This woman will not be lenient when beheading people despite her beautiful appearance. Moreover, just by hearing her supreme title, you can know that if she goes crazy, no one in this world can stop her. At this moment, Chu Yan looked at the sky that had run away in an instant. His face was speechless. Husband, long time no see, this concubine is very polite. Crazy Saber Supreme is very respectful of women, and he gave Chu Yan a woman's salute when he came up. The soft and shy look is absolutely different from the look that frightened the kings just now, making Chu Yan look dazed. Congratulations, husband, the martial arts are prosperous, and you have broken through to the heavenly venerable realm. Boo. Without waiting for Chu Yan to react, Lin Meng took a mouthful, kissing Chu Yan's face with her delicate red lips, making him tremble all over. What's the situation? This. It's been a long time since we met, and I'm already talking. The last time I was in the Crazy Saber Supreme cave, it was just talking. How can I really do it now? What are you going to do? Chu Yan escaped tens of thousands of steps in an instant, and looked at Lin Meng from afar with a look of horror on his face. This is too weird. What the hell is this Lin Meng going to do? How did she identify herself as his husband? Could it be that he was really overwhelmed by his temperament? I am so powerful. #C3239, who can bear this? This kid, the blessings are equal to the heavens. Absolutely great luck. The fierce Pluto hidden Wentian furnace, watching this scene, suddenly changed his mind. Even if he fell into the God King's nest before, he almost lost his mind and soul, but seeing this scene now, he couldn't close his mouth with laughter. Although he is just a king of monsters, he is also a monster in essence, and he is not very interested in the affairs of men and women. However, he has a very good understanding of this kind of human love. As the saying goes, men chase women across mountains, and women chase men with interlayer yarn. Now, it's a half-step 9 realm chasing back, still holding a knife. I'm afraid even the love doesn't exist anymore. Senior Lin Meng, don't come here. Chu Yan's face was flushed, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Husband, are you embarrassed? Don't worry, there is no one here. I have emptied the entire small secret realm. Speaking of this, Lin Meng smiled shyly. It must be 100 flowers blooming. Husband, please feel free. Random. What randomness? Whatever. Chu Yan was completely stunned, his eyes straightened. Just now a group of God King's men, Chu Yan may still have a chance to escape with the seal of the God of War. But now, in the hands of this Lin Meng, even the bone dregs might be eaten away. This is simply fatal. Female Supreme, are they all so scary? Husband, don't be afraid. I just want to. As Lin Meng said, he suddenly stepped in front of Chu Yan, and with a wave of his hand, Chu Yan was restrained, and the entire Yurong stretched out in front of Chu Yan. The delicate and charming red lips were close at hand, and the orchid-like breath hit Chu Yan's face directly. Chu Yan's entire sea of consciousness was rumbling, as if the sky was falling apart. I just want to ask, have you collected all of my husband's treasures? This sentence made Chu Yancheng heave a sigh of relief, and at the same time felt that he could move, and quickly prepared to run away. But when he saw that Lin Meng's hand had been raised, he didn't dare to move it. Collect, all collected. Now there is only one corpse of the 9 realms supreme. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Lin Meng frowned slightly. The corpse of the Supreme Nine Regions. So, you ran to the depths, desperately. You almost lost it just now. Chu Yan nodded, but there was no trace of fear or regret in his eyes. This look fell into the eyes of the Mad Saber Supreme, and suddenly her beautiful eyes changed drastically. Looking at Chu Yan's eyes full of shining stars, Yurong was extremely excited. Husband, you are so kind. After finishing a sentence, Lin Meng lightly lifted the big knife in his hand and said to Chu Yan. This concubine is useless. I am willing to accompany my husband to go up the mountain of swords, into the sea of fire, live against the 9 heavens, and fight to the death in the underworld. What? What is the 9 against the 9 heavens, fight to the death in Xuanhuan? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Chu Yan's face suddenly twitched. This crazy Saber Supreme is really not an ordinary madman. This is going to be crazy at all. Look at her posture. It seemed as if he wanted to rush to the gate of the forbidden area with a knife, and kill a 9 realms supreme with a single blow. However, this seems to be good. Chu Yan, hurry up and take that golden dragon altar. Seeing Chu Yan in a daze, the fierce Pluto reminded him directly. Are you courting death? Hearing Violent Hades' voice, Crazy Saber Supreme frowned instantly, glaring at Violent Hades, his neck shrinking in fright. What's wrong with me? The vicious Pluto looked puzzled. This golden dragon altar is a treasure that even those god kings want to refine. Let Chu Yan take it. Is there any problem? This golden dragon altar looks simple, but it is actually related to a major event in Pantheon Forbidden Land. It is not so easy to refine. Even if it is refined, the consequences. Speaking of this, the Mad Saber Supreme turned his head, and immediately changed into a spring breeze, and said lightly to Chu Yan. Husband, don't refine this golden dragon altar for now. Hearing Lin Meng's words, Chu Yan pondered for a moment, then nodded directly. First, Lin Meng will not harm himself, probably not. Second, those god kings have been here for so long and haven't refined the golden dragon altar, so there must be something wrong with it. After all, the appearance of this small secret realm is extremely strange, and there is an evil spirit in it. Then, I'll go to the gate of the forbidden area first. That Lin Meng, thank you very much. Originally, I wanted to call Senior Crazy Saber to distance myself a bit, but before I could open my mouth, I saw the complexion of Supreme Crazy Saber changed, and Chu Yan quickly changed his words. Thank you so much. Lin Meng chuckled, her eyebrows raised slightly. Of course. Chu Yan nodded. Then let's go to the family. Lin Mengxiao's eyes were bent. After a short breath, he realized that Chu Yan turned around and ran, his body moving to the extreme, like a black lightning flashing across the sky. The vicious Pluto was in the Tianwen furnace, laughing so hard that his intestines were about to burst. He suddenly felt that this kind of love in the human world seemed more interesting than killing people before him. And Chu Yan's entire sea of consciousness was buzzing, and his mind almost stopped functioning. This Lin Meng is too scary. It's been a long time since I saw her, and her skill is obviously much stronger than last time. Chu Yan, why don't you just follow it? Anyway, she is also the supreme being of the 9 realms, and she is still a woman. The fierce Pluto smiled. Nonsense. If it's a man, I'll. When Chu Yan heard the words, he immediately yelled, but what can he do? That is the supreme being of the 9 domains. Even if you try your best, you can't beat it at all. Husband, why are you running so fast? You don't even wait for my servant. Before Chu Yan could finish speaking, a silver bell-like voice sounded behind him, but Lin Meng had already followed. Chu Yan's head was buzzing, and he didn't dare to turn his head, let alone answer the conversation. Husband, on the way I came, I found someone from the Blood Heaven ancient sect. And it seems that they are planning some kind of plan in the Pantheon Forbidden Land. Seeing that Chu Yan was silent, Lin Meng rolled her eyes and changed the subject. Boom, boom. Just as the words of the Supreme Mad Saber fell, a deafening voice sounded from the gate of Pantheon Forbidden Land in the distance. A soaring golden light crashed into the sky, directly blasting a huge black hole in the sky, and an endless wind swept across the world. This is obviously a band that has been broken. Seeing this scene, Mad Saber Supreme's expression changed instantly. Husband, we have to hurry up. As soon as the words landed, Crazy Saber Supreme stretched out his jade hand, and held it directly towards Chu Yan's. At the same time as the two touched, a powerful aura surged out, turning into an incomparably mysterious force, enveloping the two of them, and disappearing instantly on the spot. This is the supreme being of the 9 domains, and the speed is so fast that it is unimaginable. In less than 100 breaths of time, Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme arrived at the place. Husband, we are here. Seeing Lin Meng smile all over his face, and his beautiful eyes curved like stars and moons, Chu Yan gasped suddenly. This is too beautiful. No, this is too fast. This 9-realm supreme is not only terrifying in strength, his beauty is also rare in the world. And keep calling him husband, who can bear it? #C3240 Concubine obeys orders. Shaking his head, after getting rid of distracting thoughts in the sea of consciousness, Chu Yan raised his head and looked forward. I saw that the golden portal standing above the clouds was as majestic as the southern sky. Although I had seen its figure from a long distance before, but now that I stood close and looked at it, the feeling was obviously different. As if this is a gate of heaven and earth, anyone who stands in front of it is as insignificant as an ant. A sacred feeling arises from the bottom of my heart. After a full 10 breaths, Chu Yan regained his composure and stabilized the sea of consciousness. At this time, the entire golden portal was completely opened, and the world inside the door was blurred, as if it was full of clouds and mist, and it was impossible to know what was inside. The sound of shaking and muffled thunder came from it, making people's hearts tremble. As a large piece of holy breath gushed out, it gave people a sense of powerful coercion. In this breath, mixed with the breath of the King of the Gods, the Supreme, and even the Supreme of the 9 realms, it seems that these breaths are fighting each other, and it is impossible to tell who is who. The fierce Pluto stood in front of the gate, his face was full of sobs, and his expression kept changing. However, he didn't rush into it, but felt it carefully. Crazy Saber Supreme and Chu Yan stood in front of the door, carefully feeling the aura gushing out of the door, just like him. It is extremely dangerous inside. If you step into it, you may lose it if you are not careful. Hey, there must be treasures of the supreme rank in here. After a long time, Xie Pluto couldn't help laughing when he saw that the two didn't respond. However, he knew in his heart that facing such a gate to heaven, the three of them were as insignificant as ordinary people standing in front of the holy mountain. Of course there are treasures, but you have to be lucky enough to get them. Lin Meng, I came here this time only to pick up the corpse. It should be a little early to go in now. You can go in first to get the treasure. Chu Yan turned his head to look at Mad Saber Supreme, and said. The Supreme Crazy Saber had just helped him resolve the crisis, and brought them here again. I would be a little embarrassed if I delayed her any longer. I only want a husband. But what Chu Yan didn't expect was that the Mad Saber Supreme turned his head, his beautiful eyes were full of tenderness, and said softly. No matter how good the treasure is, it can't compare to my husband. Standing in front of the golden portal, Lin Meng's eyes were full of starlight. He just looked at Chu Yan like that, and the rumbling sound of hidden thunder came from the portal behind him, like the roar of heaven and earth. This scene, falling in Chu Yan's eyes, immediately shocked him. However, since my husband said it, I should respect myself. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Mad Saber Supreme's jade hand lightly lifted, and a blood-red sword appeared in her palm in an instant, and the power of the sword in her delicate body was like thunder. "Husband is waiting here, watch me clean up those little guys." As he said that, the crazy Saber Supreme flashed his figure, and rushed into the golden portal with a big knife in his hand. Wherever he passed, the void exploded. The knife was as powerful as a scorpion, and the force of thunder and sea tide made the sky and the earth rumble. The supreme peak of the 9 domains, the powerhouse of the Dzogchen realm, so terrifying. This, Chu Yan, I don't know if I should say something or not. The fierce Pluto looked at the disappearing figure in the portal, his eyes twitched twice, and he turned to look at Chu Yan. "Let's talk." Chu Yan also withdrew his gaze and looked at the fierce Pluto. "This crazy Saber Supreme. It always feels weird, as the saying goes, a woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. I think you'd better be careful." What King Fierce Hades said was extremely cryptic, but he knew that Chu Yan was smart, so he naturally understood. Chu Yan nodded, but then shook his head again, glanced at the fierce Pluto, then turned his head to look at the golden portal, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Mad Saber Supreme is a bit abnormal, but she is the 9 realms supreme, a strong person in the Dzogchen realm, and is almost the top existence of the Jinzi realm on the Divine Realm continent. What kind of plans can such a strong man have for himself? Anyway, Chu Yan can't figure it out. If there is any bad intention, just do it directly. In the heavenly exalted realm, I don't have any resistance to resist at all. How about we find a place to hide first? The fierce Pluto saw what Chu Yan was thinking, then turned his head to look at the sky behind him, and reminded Chu Yan. "The crazy Saber Supreme drove away the group of God Kings just now, but I am afraid that those people will gather here in a short time." So, Chu Yan and the fierce Pluto circled around a few times, hiding in a turbulent void. After arranging the breath interval and hidden breath to restrain the spirit shock, Chu Yan can only wait patiently now. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Among them, one after another, strong men flew towards the sky from different directions and landed in front of the golden portal. Everyone was the same as Chu Yan before, standing in front of the golden portal, all were awed by its majesty. But after a while, these strong men all burst into cultivation and rushed into the golden portal. Among them are Chu Yan's acquaintances, the God King Fanchu, the God King Yuxian, and so on. Logically speaking, this golden portal is extremely dangerous, and the cultivation base of the God King realm is not enough to enter it. However, everyone knows that the treasures and opportunities in the Pantheon Forbidden Land cannot be compared with those in this golden portal. I want heaven-defying treasures and opportunities, but I can only find them on the verge of life and death. Every cultivator understands this truth. Therefore, apart from the Divine King realm, even Liang Tian, Hong Lei, Lu Qingyi, and a group of peerless geniuses all came towards the golden portal. At this time, the fighting and killing in the outer and central areas of Pantheon Forbidden Land became more and more fierce. The brigades organized by various forces are rushing in the direction of the golden portal. Although they may not necessarily enter the golden portal, they know that the closer they are to this place, the more chances they will get treasures and chance inheritance. Therefore, all forces want to clear up other forces as soon as possible and seize favorable areas. In addition to the Pantheon Forbidden Land on the outskirts, in the Pantheon Ancient City, various forces are still mobilizing their manpower, and more people gather in the Ancient City. The appearance of the golden portal definitely made the entire God's domain go crazy for it, constantly pouring in strength. Even the surrounding small gods are rushing here. During this period of time, Chu Yan sat cross-legged in the turbulent flow of the void, constantly consolidating his cultivation realm after breaking through the heavenly exalted realm. As time went by, Chu Yan felt more and more clearly the strength of the heavenly venerate realm. Anai Shinyan has undergone a qualitative change, and those methods of asking questions also show signs of promotion. This is a fusion of more than a dozen methods of asking questions. Even if it is improved a little, the strength increase will be terrifying. But what surprised Chu Yan the most was the improvement of the God of War code, including the 8 Yu Xuanhuan Sutra, which he majored in, and it has also improved a lot. After the Dao realm is completed, I finally have the opportunity to hit the Dao realm consummation. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, and his breath kept surging. At the beginning of the Dao realm, small success, great success, until the completion of the Dao realm, after breaking through the Dao crystal, the strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. Now that Chu Yan has completed the Dao crystal, the only thing missing is the perfect state of Dao realm. So, now he is only a step away. Boom, boom. Just when Chu Yan was sinking into cultivation, suddenly, a loud noise that shook the sky suddenly exploded between the heaven and the earth. #C324110 lost. The sound of thunder explosion came extremely suddenly, which woke Chu Yan and Xie Pluto from their cultivation at the same time. What's going on? The faces of the two changed drastically in an instant, and they looked up at the same time. In fact, the thunder in that golden portal has never stopped at all these days. Accompanied by gusts of strong wind, the sound of thunder in the void was continuous, echoing like a sea tide. However, this thunderclap was obviously far superior to all the other thunderclaps, as if it was about to smash the entire world into pieces. When the eyes of the two of them swept across, their pupils shrank involuntarily at the same time. Even the souls of the two trembled. I saw that a large area of breath came out from the golden portal, rushing past like a wave of flood, wanting to completely destroy this mortal world. Immediately afterwards, the whole world boiled, like a continuous volcano waking up. A dazzling golden light shot out like a fierce sword of heaven, rushed to the sky, and directly attacked Jiuxiao. The golden sword light, like a meteor passing away, flew into the distance, passing through the central area, the outer area, and arrived at Xuanhuan Bridge in the blink of an eye. Without any stagnation, the golden sword light, with monstrous power, slashed fiercely on the ancient city, blasting the monstrous power. Boom, boom. The entire ancient city of Pantheon trembled, and countless auras rose from the four corners of the city, gathered together and evolved into a peerless fairy knife, which slashed at the incoming sword light. The golden sword immortal knife and the two collided. There was no collision at all, but they merged instantly, turning into a ball of black and white thunder, and blasting down towards the flat ground in front of the ancient city of Pantheon. Accompanied by a tremor, the entire forbidden land trembled and roared, and an incomparably huge deep pit appeared. My God! What happened? Has the Supreme Nine Realms made a move? It's scary, go and see it. Walk. In the ancient city of Pantheon, countless cultivators were astonished, and people from all sides kept heading out of the ancient city of Pantheon. In the entire Pantheon city, it seemed that a wave of water was rushing towards the city gate. This is Tianhui Supreme. On the flat ground in front of the city gate, in the huge deep pit, a suppressed figure of golden light made everyone exclaim in unison. At this moment, everyone stared at the figure in the pit with expressions of astonishment on their faces, and gasped in unison. In an instant, the entire ancient city of Pantheon fell into silence. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes just looked at it like that, no one could exhale, all petrified on the spot. Everyone can feel that the void seems to be extremely cold, making everyone's souls feel like they have fallen into an ice cellar. This is Tianhui Supreme. A prestigious existence in God's domain, the supreme powerhouse, with the ability to build heaven and earth. Back then, it took only 900 years from rising to the summit of the supreme realm, and it became famous throughout the God's domain continent. Even giants like the 12 Dao lineages, the 9 Layers Tower and Dawang Island dare not confront him head-on. Tianhui Supreme, peerless powerhouse. Thousands of people present. Although not everyone knows his prestige, but at least, the strongest in the supreme realm always know it. Although the Supreme Realm Powerhouse cannot sweep the entire God's Domain continent, it is enough to suppress a small God's Domain continent. However, now this Supreme Realm Powerhouse, Tianhui Supreme, fell in front of them with life and death. Suppressed by a golden sword light, the vitality was completely cut off. There is not even a fighting process, just such an instant loss. This is too scary. In this forbidden land, after the gate of heaven opened, I don't know what happened. In just a few days, a supreme being has been lost. I'm afraid it will become more and more dangerous in the future. Pantheon Forbidden Land is indeed the place where the supreme being was lost, and the reputation is well deserved. Dangerous. Too dangerous. Several god kings looked at this scene, all of them looked shocked, and looked up towards the direction of Xuandi Bridge, full of sighs. Quick! Report to the Zongman. Report to the suzerain what happened here. The chief deacon is waiting for news, report back quickly. The bigwigs of the various forces immediately reacted, and immediately became a mess, sending news to their respective sect forces in a hurry. The loss of a Supreme Realm Powerhouse is definitely a big deal in God's domain. The things involved in this are too huge, and preparations must be made early. And at this time on the other side the Forbidden Heavenly Gate. In the hiding place amidst the turbulent flow of the void, Chu Yan and Ji Pluto were sweating profusely, all trembling with spirits, their faces pale. The moment the golden sword light appeared just now, the impact it brought was too strong. Even if it just passed by them, it would still give them a heavy blow to their souls. Fortunately, Chu Yan has the way to protect the soul, and the fierce Pluto is now in the body of the soul, and the power of the soul is strong, and both of them barely resisted it. If this is a practitioner of the same level, I am afraid that he will be directly injured and lose all his combat power. If the distance was any closer, for example, if you were in front of the golden door just now, I am afraid that even a strong person in the God King realm would be wiped out in an instant. Then, that sword, it's the 9 realms supreme. It took a long time for the fierce Pluto to stabilize his soul body, and he said to Chu Yan, tremblingly. Although the purpose of Chu Yan's visit this time was to seize the body of the 9 realms supreme, but now, seeing the scene of the 9 realms supreme's attack and the supreme being's loss, he was still trembling physically and mentally. Sovereign of the 9 realms, which one is not the Lord of the heaven and earth? 9 domains supreme. In Chu Yan's eyes, flames suddenly ignited, and the eyes looking at the golden portal were full of excitement. What kind of scene will the battle scene of the 9 realms supreme be? I don't know how Lin Meng is doing now. Will there be any danger? Call out. Call out. Call out. At this moment, lightning figures suddenly rushed out from the direction of the golden portal. The one who rushed to the front was the frenzied saber supreme with a giant blade in his hand, but at this moment, her breath was chaotic and her face was pale. And behind her, there was an old man wearing a black mask and a petite girl, both flustered, pale, and rushing out with the aura of the 9 regions supreme. These 2 9 realms supremes were obviously nervous, their eyes even contained incomparable horror, and their aura was as old as a tide. Afterwards, a group of powerhouses who Chu Yan was familiar with, including God King Fanshu, God King Yuxian, etc., all rushed out. The condition of these people is even worse. All of them are trembling, their eyes are ashen, and their faces are full of panic and inexplicable. What happened? Chu Yan and fierce Pluto watched this scene and were all stunned. In the next breath, the crazy saber supreme flew over, his beautiful eyes were electrified, swept across the void, instantly saw where Chu Yan was, and rushed over. Chu Yan, hurry up and follow me. When a word came, without waiting for Chu Yan to ask a question, the powerful breath of the 9 realms supreme came, and together with the turbulent flow of the void where Chu Yan was, they all grabbed it directly, and instantly turned into a bright knife light, shooting towards the sky. Afterwards, the 2 supreme beings of the 9 realms, as well as the god kings also fled in all directions, like a group of rats just out of a cat's nest. #C3242 Pantheon Blood Characters. After Chu Yan and the others all left the golden portal, there were continuous golden lights shooting out from the portal. After 10 breaths, the ancient city of Pantheon is located in the distance from Xuanhuan Bridge. The entire ancient city of Pantheon was shaken by the shocking news of Supreme Tianhui's loss. Even Feng Tianxian, a power of the Tianxian Digong Chamber of Commerce, rushed to the scene. However, these people are far away from the big pit, not close to the front. Ordinary people don't know, how could they not be clear about the profound sky and earth palace, if this golden light that can kill the powerful in the supreme realm bursts out suddenly? It is afraid that none of the cultivators around will be able to escape. Therefore, they were all suspended in midair far away, looking at the big pit in front of the gate of Pantheon ancient city from afar. Look! At this time a strong man in the Tianzuan realm suddenly looked towards the sky, and suddenly shouted in shock. With this sound, everyone looked up at the sky, only to see a burst of thunder and golden light bursting towards them. Oh my God, are you still here? Boom! 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 The golden light, like the wrath of the sky, blasted heavily into the big pit, blasting out one after another of the air waves, and went straight to the sky. The ancient city of Pantheon trembled and shook continuously, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking, and the aura of heaven and earth rolling on the ground was rippling like a spiritual riot. All the cultivators present were stunned, the entire sea of consciousness was buzzing, and they were completely dumbfounded. After a full 10 breaths of time, the power of the gang dissipated, and they fixed their eyes on it. I saw that there were 8 brand new big pits near Tianhui Jizuan's big pit just now, 7 of which were extremely deep, and the power was still rising. Because, those are the 7 supreme beings of the 9 domains. In an instant, in front of the entire Pantheon ancient city, all the cultivators only felt that the whole world was frozen, together with their bodies and spirits, they were completely frozen like ice sculptures. What's the situation? The 3 supreme beings, the 7 9-domain supreme beings, all lost. What a concept! This is equivalent to stirring up a world-destroying storm in God's domain continent, which is more than enough to destroy half of the continent. It's too scary that such a terrifying lineup will be lost together. That person seems to be the Qi Gang Supreme of the Tyrant Clan. Supreme Lingxiao, he is the Supreme Spirit Clan. Pufazong Supreme, Tiannan Supreme is lost. This is. As time passed, the people who gradually came to their senses approached the pit and looked down. But with this glance, the souls of all the cultivators shook again. Among the 10 supreme beings, almost all of them are giants of the top 100 ancient clans of the 12 Dao lineages. Every supreme being represents the Taishan Beidu of one side, and exists like an ancestor of the clan. Shangxianzong, Zhuzongla, Dewangdao, and Xiamazong all have such existences, loss. Quick, quick, send the message, back. Oh my God! The ancestor is lost, the sky is falling. Impossible. How is it possible? How could my Grand Master be lost? Ah. It's terrible. What happened? Who? Who killed? The whole scene exploded in an instant. All the bigwigs from all sides lost their minds, and their eyes were messed up. The loss of even one of these top bosses is enough to shake the continent and change the situation in God's domain. Now, a total of 10 giants are lost together, which may trigger some monstrous earthquakes. What the hell happened? This forbidden land is too dangerous. Feng Tianxian stood far away in the sky, looking towards the direction of Xuanhuan Bridge. His eyes twinkled brightly, but he couldn't help thinking of someone. The number 1 in the world, Chu Yan. This guy, the body of natural disasters, probably won't survive. Oh my God, come quickly, the Qi Gang Supreme, still alive. Suddenly, someone uttered a roar like thunder, making the chaotic scene instantly silent. What? The supreme being of the 9 realms of the Overlord clan is not dead. Everyone rushed towards the 4th big pit, and the inner and outer 3 floors were surrounded by water in an instant. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes, looking together. I saw a bull-sized blood hole pierced through the chest of Qi Gang Supreme by the golden sword light. The blood and breath have been exhausted, but there is a faint aura overflowing from the blood hole, making his breath weak and not scattered. It was this extremely faint aura that made people feel that there was still a trace of aura remaining in his body. The bosses present all had bright eyes and were extremely excited. And the powerhouses of the tyrannical clan were even more excited, their faces blushing. No. These 9 realm supremes all have life. It may be because of the situation of the Qi Gang Supreme that the powerhouses of other forces have used various secret techniques to detect and heal the supreme power of their own power. In less than a few breaths, one after another weak aura rose from the bodies of these supreme beings at the same time. Sect Master, the ancestor is not dead, he is not dead, but... A big boss from various factions hurriedly transmitted the sound again, sending the news back to the sect faction. The situation of these supreme beings who barely maintained a trace of life was similar to that of Qi Gang Supreme. How is this going? Why are several supreme adults injured at the same time? The injuries are exactly the same, and they all fell in front of the gate of Pantheon Ancient City. This is so weird. In midair, Feng Tianxuan's eyes were like torches, looking at the 10 big pits below. All kinds of consciousness in the entire sea of consciousness flashed like lightning. At this time, there was a violent thunder in his heart, and he could clearly feel that something big was about to happen. Next, as if to prove Feng Tianxuan's conjecture. In the large pits below, the sound of thunder and thunder resounded in the bodies of every supreme powerhouse at the same time. Although the sound was not loud, the sound of the explosion resounded in the bodies of the supreme beings of Jiuxiao. Every violent noise will cause blood mist to be sprayed out again from the fast-healing wounds of the 9 realms supremes. You know how powerful the body of the 9 realms supreme is, even several times stronger than Daobao. This kind of physical strength is actually continuously smashed by this force, and the power of the sound of thunder is even more terrifying. But what's even weirder is, the blood mist that burst out did not dissipate, but rose slowly, condensing into a few big characters of blood in midair. Behead in 2 hours. One after another, big bloody characters kept appearing. Everyone looked up at these bloody characters, and their faces changed drastically in shock. Everyone just felt as if there were pairs of invisible hands between the sky and the earth, grabbing their hearts so that they couldn't beat at all, and they couldn't even breathe. In an instant, the entire city gate fell into a dead silence. In less than half a stick of incense, a row of blood characters finally appeared, but, beheaded here 2 hours later. Although the meaning of the 9 words is not completely clear, the purpose is very clear. In other words, after 2 hours, there will be murders. Who to kill? I'm afraid it is still the existence of the supreme level of the 9 domains. Who is it? How dare you provoke the dignity of the 12 Dao lineages and the ancient clans like this? The loss of the supreme being of the 9 regions may be regarded as a huge matter, but after all, everyone has already known the rumors related to this before entering the Pantheon Forbidden Land. Therefore, although the loss of the 9 realms supreme is trembling, it is within the range of everyone's acceptance after all. But now, this power hidden from Pantheon Forbidden Land is provoking all the supreme orthodox and ancient clans. This is completely to poke a hole in the sky. #C3243, the crowd gathers. The loss of the 10 supreme beings and the 9 realms supreme beings has already created a monstrous storm in the God's domain continent. But now, the storm seems to have escalated to the point of extermination. No matter who the hidden power in Pantheon Forbidden Land is, this row of bloody characters is completely a letter of challenge to the top forces in the entire God's Domain continent. Moreover, the provocation of crucifying 10 giants here is absolutely shocking. Everyone present, no matter how stupid they are, have already seen that the real secret of this forbidden land is probably far beyond their imagination, and it is by no means an ordinary inherited Dao treasure. However, no one knows what is hidden in this forbidden land. Time goes by little by little. After a full 100 breaths of time, in the core hall of Dawang Island, a 9-realm supreme received the news reported from layer to layer. Even as the supreme being of the 9 realms, after reading the content of the summons, he was so shocked that he stood still for a long time. Immediately afterwards, he quickly passed this message out again. In less than half an hour, all the retreat giants on Dawang Island received the same news. In an instant, these giants were all awakened. Bold. Who dare to provoke me, Dawangdo? Beheaded 7-9 domains and 3 supreme beings at once, this strength. What kind of existence? Why is it hidden in the Pantheon forbidden area? No matter what it is. Now, my great King Island must continue, otherwise, how can my great King Island gain a foothold in this God's Domain continent? Now, immediately contact Zhuzongla, Bazu, and other forces, and prepare to fight. Humph. No matter who it is, no matter what power it is, if you dare to show your face, let's fight. Follow the order. One after another sound like thunder, resounding throughout every corner of God's Domain continent. In an instant, the entire sky of God's Domain continent trembled, and giants of powerful forces from all sides erupted with monstrous power at the same time, sweeping across the entire continent and overwhelming the world. Tyrant Clan, Immortal Clan, Spirit Clan, Jiuxiao, Pufa Sect, etc., are all exactly the same. Especially for the loss of the power of the Supreme and Supreme of the 9 realms, they were even more furious, and the number of giants who were awakened by the soaring mighty waves was even greater. And about all of this, all of them have been gathered into countless news, including visions such as the Supreme Blood character, the Gate of the Forbidden Land, etc., and quickly spread throughout the entire continent. All forces and cultivators in the entire world were shocked by this shocking news, and began to investigate everything related to Pantheon Forbidden Land. My God, this is horrible. 10 Supremes, and 7-9 Domain Supremes. Who the hell is this? What is hidden in Pantheon Forbidden Land? I really want to see it. Maybe it's the top existence, far beyond the entire Earth. Hurry up, send people, and rush to Pantheon Forbidden Land as quickly as possible. If this Forbidden Land is completely awakened, it might affect the whole world. This is a big deal. After hearing the news about Pantheon Forbidden Land, all the cultivators were almost numb with shock. Such a thing has never happened in God's Domain continent. Although I also know that the supreme beings of the 9 regions have been lost in the Pantheon Forbidden Land, but it has never lost 10 at the same time like this time. Moreover, this is obviously not an ordinary trial loss, but being deliberately beheaded. The 100-strong ancient clans, the supreme orthodox lineage, and some powerful hidden world forces all saw the extraordinary from this incident. Even if they are separated by hundreds of thousands of miles, they must urgently send forces to pay close attention to the matter development of. Time passed. An hour later. Pantheon Ancient City, not far from the city gate. This. Chu Yan and Ji Pluto looked at the ancient city of Pantheon from a distance, and the row of blood characters appeared in front of them very clearly. They were taken away by the Mad Saber Supreme before, but they did not expect such a horrible thing to happen in a blink of an eye. Surprised for a long time, Chu Yan finally came to his senses, took a long breath, turned his head and asked. Lin Meng, what the hell happened? Did something appear in Pantheon Forbidden Land? This sentence caused Lin Meng to frown, and slowly shook his head. Very scary. Even the cultivators around turned their heads to look at the words of the crazy Saber Supreme. This is a supreme being of the 9 realms, who actually said the word terrible. Before, in Pantheon Forbidden Land, we were fighting for a few inheritances. Suddenly there was a cry, and then a very strong force rushed over. After that, it's what you see. But, I seem to see. Having said this, Lin Meng frowned again, as if recalling the scene at that time in the Sea of Consciousness, and then wanted to confirm. What did you see? Chu Yan asked in a tight voice. The Blood Heaven Ancient Sect. Mad Saber Supreme raised his head, looked at Chu Yan, and said with certainty. Blood Heaven Ancient Religion. The expressions of Chu Yan and G. Pluto changed at the same time. Actually, it's a good thing. When he said this, Mad Saber Supreme looked up at Chu Yan, the solemnity on his face was swept away, but he said with a light smile. In this way, if you want to collect the corpse of the 9 realms supreme, you should have a chance. Shocking changes have taken place in Pantheon Forbidden Land, but so what? What does it have to do with her Mad Saber Supreme, and her Lin Meng? If it wasn't for her husband's relationship, she would never have come to this forbidden land. That's right. Chu Yan nodded slightly when he heard the words, but in the next breath, he seemed to think of something again, and looked up at Mad Saber Supreme with a dazed expression. Suddenly, it seemed that Lin Meng began to look at the changes from his own perspective. This feeling is very strange. Look. There are people coming from Dawang Island. Suddenly, in the direction of the city gate in the distance, an exclamation sounded. Hearing this sound, Chu Yan looked up immediately, and saw hundreds of spirit patterns composed of hundreds of spirit patterns on the distant sky, releasing a huge light belt like a rainbow, accompanied by a huge immortal palace, standing on top of the clouds, flew in the direction of Pantheon Ancient City. Like a mountain crossing the sky and the earth, the strong wind it pushes sweeps all directions and sweeps the sky and the earth. This huge immortal palace turned out to be an incomparably powerful Tao treasure. Even among the ancient Tao treasures, it could be regarded as the top existence. Moreover, Chu Yan saw 3 tall figures standing above the Cloud Fairy Palace, releasing a powerful breath like a god. Even if it was the spiritual breath of heaven and earth, they couldn't get close to it. This is 3 9 Realm Supremes. Oh my god! The island owner of Dawang Island, the Supreme King Hengwang is here, and there are 3 supreme beings from the 9 regions. It's scary. This time Dawangdo is really angry. This is the formation that will destroy the Pantheon Forbidden Land. The crowd watching from below were all in a state of fascination. They all looked at the Yunxian Palace in the sky and cried out in shock. #C3244, let's go. This time, Dawangdo has mobilized many people and came here in a big way. All the cultivators of the forces in Pantheon Ancient City were shocked by Dawangdo's move. This is obviously going to be a big deal. However, when everyone was astonished, suddenly, an extremely thick aura rushed out from the sky. In the next breath, above the sky with a radius of thousands of miles, a large piece of red light emerged like a sea of fire, and a fiery red dragon like a continuous mountain range swam out of the sea of fire. On top of the big dragon's head, a group of people dressed in immortal shirts stood proudly. Among this group of people, the leader is an old man with half black and half white beard and hair, but his color is distinct, his brows are extremely powerful, and his whole body's aura surges like an abyss and vast sea, and also like the emperor who is in charge of this world. This person is the famous Zhuzangla, who suppressed one side of God's domain, the Iron Tower Supreme. Everyone present saw this scene clearly, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their faces were filled with horror. Because, it's not difficult to be the Supreme Tai Lu, and there are 3 9 Domain Supremes standing behind him. This time, 9 Domain Supremes came to Jiuxiao. This situation is getting more and more terrifying. How many 9 Domain Supremes will come here? The fierce Pluto's eyes straightened, he took a deep breath and said. No less. But these little guys, the pawns who came to explore the way, there should be some big-headed ghosts hiding behind. Crazy Saber Supreme looked at the sky, the piece of fairy palace and a sea of fire dragon, but chuckled lightly. When Chu Yan and Ji Pluto heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. This, little guy. What do you mean, the big head ghost is more powerful than the 9 realms supreme? What a monster. Just when everyone is petrified. In the void, not far away, a large group of figures flew over, but they were a group of strong god kings such as King Fanqiu. As if they were summoned, after they flew over, without any hindrance, they flew directly to the top of the big dragon in the Jiuxiao building. Even the god king of Dawang Island, who was at odds with Jiuxiao, followed him. This scene is not surprising. Obviously, Dawangdo and Jiuxiao have teamed up and are asking the god kings who escaped from Pantheon Forbidden Land about the situation of Pantheon Forbidden Land. The next step, I am afraid, is to formulate a joint strategy to solve the troubles of Pantheon Forbidden Land. The 12 Dao lineages, the ancient clan, and the Jiuxiao Dawangdo have all joined forces. This time, even if there is something hidden in the depths of the Pantheon Forbidden Land, it is impossible to resist it. What the hell? I just heard that Dawangdo and Jiuxiao have transferred all the top spirit formation masters here, and they are already setting up a large teleportation formation. As long as the formation is complete, the supreme beings of all forces will rush over. Oh my god. In that case, the power supreme, who is far away, will also come. This battle is probably the strongest battle in God's domain continent in 10,000 years. So smart. The entire ancient city of Pantheon, because of the arrival of a group of supreme beings from the 9 regions and the gathering of various top forces, caused a monstrous storm. Chu Yan and Fierce Pluto did not enter the city, but hid themselves in a mountain range outside the city, waiting patiently. A gust of rain was about to come, making the atmosphere in Pantheon Ancient City instantly tense and depressing. However, following Feng Tianxian of Tianxian Digong, after opening a large number of handicapped gambling stalls in Pantheon Ancient City, the atmosphere instantly became hotter. After all, almost no one below the Supreme Realm can participate in this battle. However, a large number of cultivators gathered in Pantheon City, and with nothing to do, the only thing to do was bet. Therefore, the operation of Jinshan Tiangong has made a lot of money. What made all the powers and giants a little speechless was that Feng Tianxian listed the betting rates of all the supreme beings and the 9 domain supreme beings in Pantheon Ancient City. The bet is that supreme, it will be lost, and even the order of getting out of the way is given extremely heavy odds. Moreover, Feng Tianxian immediately joined a handicap when a supreme being came from the ancient city. This time, the entire ancient city of Pantheon was completely turned into a big gambling city. However, even those supreme beings are not willing to bet their own lives on such a thing, but the opponent is Tiangsuandi Palace after all, and the reputation of the number 1 force in the God's domain continent makes them not say much. After all, Tianxian Digong is the Chamber of Commerce forces that do this, and it's not just betting on them. Time passed in a tense and enthusiastic atmosphere. Above the ancient city, above the majestic fairy palace and the continuous dragon, there are constant figures flying in and out, and the breath of various spirit patterns in the void continues. In a mountain range below, the 3 of Chu Yan were still waiting quietly. The face of the Mad Saber Supreme has always been dignified, and he kept scanning back and forth in the 2 directions of Xuanhuan Bridge and Pantheon Ancient City. Occasionally, he would take a look at the arrangement of several forces in the sky. It's almost there. It shouldn't be long before they will start. As soon as her words landed, a figure rushed out from the sky, and with a wave of her hand, a large piece of light from the spirit pattern rushed out. Immediately afterwards, 10,000 thunders exploded, blasting into the surrounding void, instantly blasting the entire sky into dust. The endless turbulent flow of time and space gushed out and collided with the surging spirit pattern array, as if two waves of beasts met. But soon, the great array of spirit patterns burst into light, suppressing all the turbulent currents of time and space, and rushed into the broken void hole, which fit perfectly. After the formation of the spirit formation, a large amount of immortal power was released, which fell from the sky like 10 jets of water, all of which poured into the bodies of the 10 supreme beings in the big pit below. That's the supreme of the 9 domains of the spirit race. She is extracting the spiritual source of heaven and earth to heal the wounds of the 10 supremes. Among the cultivators gathered around the big pit, a strong man in the state of God King explained. The cultivators watching the excitement, although they don't know, they all know what the spirit race is good at. If the 10 injured supreme realms were healed, the power to attack the Pantheon Forbidden Land would at least be doubled. Moreover, for the major forces, this is also a way to restore their majesty. If you want to kill them, I won't let you kill them. After being rescued, I'm telling you that you can't kill any of them, Supreme. Therefore, this principle makes all cultivators stare closely at the supreme beings in the pit, looking forward to the results of the spirit clan's use of the heavenly means. Looking at the sky above, 10 golden pillars of spiritual liquid fell from the sky, pouring down like a waterfall, and the huge blood holes on the bodies of the 10 supreme beings began to heal slowly. That speed can be clearly seen with the naked eye. However, the injuries were recovering, but the 10 supreme beings had no intention of waking up at all. Oh my God! At least hundreds of immortal elixir were used. There are cultivators who understand the spirit formation, looking at the large spirit formation in the sky, their faces are full of surprise. There are hundreds of spiritual arrays, which can almost allow an ordinary straight man to directly break through the realm of heavenly correction. It seemed to feel it. The 10 supreme beings below did not respond. One after another silhouettes flew out from the fairy palace and the big dragon in the sky. A group of supreme beings stared at the 10 pits below. Let's do it. The leader, Hengwang Jizuan and Tailu Jizuan spoke at the same time. #C3245 Scarlet Order. Following the order of Hengwang Supreme and Jinlu Supreme, a group of strong men shot at the same time, a large swath of Gongxi thunder surged out at the same time, and all kinds of mysterious spiritual energy filled the whole world. In an instant, the clear sky was shrouded in golden light, and countless auras of heaven and earth appeared, gathered together, gasified into liquid, and slowly condensed into a huge golden lake. The spiritual source in this golden lake is very strong and terrifying. If it falls into the big pit below, it will have a great effect on the injuries of the 10 supreme beings. However, at this moment, the original golden sky suddenly burst into thunder and black clouds surged. Bang bang bang, bang. A series of thunderclaps came from farther into the sky, from far to near, like iron cavalry charging, rolling across. Immediately afterwards, everyone heard that in the big pit below, the wounds of the supreme beings that had healed burst again, and countless bloods of the supreme beings swayed and flew into the air, forming a row of blood characters again. Stop immediately, or kill. The 8 blood characters, red light like thunder, went out instantly after several bursts, but everyone could see clearly. The complexion of giants such as Hengwang Jizuan and Jinlu Jizuan changed suddenly, and they quickly restrained their strength and scattered the golden lake of Lingyuan. However, the faces of a group of supreme giants became extremely ugly. It's really not that simple. Hengwang Supreme took a deep breath, then shook his head and said, "Guys, I won't make any more moves, please let the spirit clan perform a large array to recover." Having said that, the group of Supremes had no choice but to turn around and go back to the dragon and the Asgard. Above the sky, only the Supremes of the spirit race remained, constantly urging the great formation of the spirit race to help the 10 Supremes below recover from their injuries with the help of the Lingquan waterfall. Ah! It's finished. It seems that the person in the depths of this forbidden land has long been prepared. Now we can only wait. It's not that simple. There are so many supreme beings, there is no way. The spiritual origin array of the spirit race. It was recovered with the help of the spiritual breath of heaven and earth, and it seemed that the one deep in Pantheon Forbidden Land could not interfere. If you don't kill, and don't let save, what are you going to do with the half-dead? Pantheon Ancient City is getting more and more lively, and the core of the focus is of course the 10 big pits in front of the city gate. Even the supreme beings of various forces who just arrived did not enter the city, but entrenched in the sky above the big pit. Time keeps passing. The tens of thousands of cultivators present, including all cultivators from the God's domain continent, were anxiously waiting. Now the 12 ordinal lines, the top 100 ancient clans, and the 3 major chambers of commerce gather here, and the top giants keep coming, all targeting the existence deep in the Pantheon Forbidden Land. Who the hell is he? What purpose? What will happen? Everyone is guessing and waiting. But at this time, 10 miles away from the city, Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme were chatting. About Lin Meng's past, about this God's domain continent, about the mysteries of the major forces. You can talk about anything you can think of. At this time, the two of them seemed to be swimming in the mountains and rivers, letting go of everything, even the things that the whole continent was paying attention to were not so important to them. After all, to Lin Meng, all of this is not important, she just came to accompany Chu Yan. And Chu Yan knew that with so many forces gathering now, there was no critical time, so there was no need to worry at all. Moreover, such a big event, not to mention him, even a strong person in the God King realm, cannot participate in it. However, Chu Yan could also feel that this incident seemed to have something to do with him. It's almost time. Who is that in the depths of Pantheon Forbidden Land? Is he going to show up? It will definitely come out. I want to see it all. Is it the powerful one who killed 10 supreme beings in one go? Who wins and who loses, we will know soon. Whether it was the excited cultivators below, or the great dragon and the supreme beings in the immortal palace, they all looked excited at this time, and could faintly feel that there was a trace of powerful aura fluctuations in the void. Moreover, with the continuous surge of this aura, the coercion between the heaven and the earth is obviously becoming stronger. Even the Mad Saber Supreme, who had been chatting with Chu Yan, had a small face at this time, looking up at the sky in the direction of Xuanhuan Bridge. In front of the gate of the ancient city not far away, the breath rushed over, but it froze for an instant, slowly gathering. All cultivators can feel that the true qi in their bodies has been suppressed and blocked like mud. Not long after, all the cultivators suddenly started making noise. There is still half a stick of incense. It's almost here. What's going on? Why hasn't it appeared yet? Why don't you show yourself? Is there any problem? Is there some kind of conspiracy? I heard that some forces are deliberately spreading rumors. Don't make noise, just wait. All kinds of discussions continued below, and a group of supreme beings in the sky could be heard frowning. Something is wrong with this situation. Soon, the time of half a stick of incense passed, and more cultivators gathered in front of Pantheon Ancient City, and they all started to make noise. Can't wait. The 9 realms supreme of the Overlord clan stood up abruptly, with white flames all over his body, and shouted loudly. Hide his head and show his tail. I don't know why, the other party should have seen it. If we wait like this, he won't come out at all. Let's take action now, save the people below first. Zhizuan Hengwang, Zhizuan Jinlu, and others heard the words, pondered for a while, and nodded in unison. The stakes are high. The following are the ancestors of their forces, and there must be no mistakes. It is too passive to waste it like this. Even if the opponent is powerful, with so many of them guarding here now, it is absolutely impossible for them to kill the 10 supreme beings below if they really want to do it. It's too boring to watch the show. Not far away, Mad Saber Supreme's face was full of resentment, very disappointed. However, before she could say a word, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed, and his heart trembled violently. Arrive. In an instant, a group of Supreme Realm powerhouses such as the Nine Territories Supreme, the Hengwang Supreme, and the Jinlu Supreme all changed their expressions, and turned their heads to look in the direction of Xuanhuan Bridge at the same time. Not good. Several thunderous auras suddenly exploded from behind the ancient city of Pantheon, gushing out between the sky and the earth like a torrent, bursting out in an instant, and rushing towards the ancient city. However, it was obviously a step too late. I saw that 10 golden thunderbolts, like divine swords, flew from the distant sky, lined up in a row of 9 stars, and rode towards the 10 big pits in front of the ancient city. Puff! Puff puff puff! There was a muffled sound of chopping flesh, and bloody arrows flew out. Everyone didn't react at all. Even when they looked up to the direction of Xuanhuan Bridge, 10 human heads rolled down in the big pit in front of them at the same time. 10 golden swords slashed through, and 10 supreme beings had their heads in different places. My God, my God. All the cultivators present came to their senses, and looked at the 10 supreme beings, whose heads were dismembered in the big pit in front of them. All of them were shocked. This is dead. 10 supreme giants were beheaded. How can it be? Why don't all the supreme beings block it? Hashtag see 3246, chapter 3246. Asshole. A group of supreme giants, such as Hengwang Zhizhuan and Jinlu Zhizhuan, all had rage on their faces. They really didn't expect that the existence in the depths of Pantheon Forbidden Land would have such power. This is exactly, kill as you say. There is no room for maneuver, not even a chance for them to resist. You know, here is a group of Supreme Realm, gathering a large number of Supremes from the top forces on the continent of God's domain, but it still didn't play any role. This has a feeling of taking the head of an admiral among millions of troops. Moreover, the loss of the 9 regions supreme among the forces was a huge blow to the forces. A group of supreme beings were slapped in the face, and their ears were slapped back and forth in front of the whole world. Who could bear it? There is no need to doubt that the incident this time will probably be passed down for thousands of years, and the supreme beings present will all become celebrities. However, that supreme is willing to give this name. Please, this fellow Taoist in the depths of Pantheon Forbidden Land, show up. A vast and majestic voice sounded from the sky and the earth, like a violent thunder resounding through the heaven and earth. All eyes turned to Xuanhuan Bridge in unison, only to see an old man with silver hair and terrifying fire all over his body standing on Xuanhuan Bridge. Because of the appearance of this old man, it seemed that even the heavens and the earth froze for an instant, and all the auras of the heavens and the earth were not surging. The auras of all the supreme powerhouses that originally enveloped the entire world were also shocked by his aura. Beside him, there are 4 same 60-year-old elders standing side by side, or they are so imposing that they cannot be looked up to like the masters of heaven and earth. Or it looks like old age, just like any old man on the street, without any aura of a warrior. This huge contrast made the gazes of all the cultivators in the audience tremble. But the ones whose expressions changed the most were those supreme beings standing on the fairy palace and the great dragon in the sky. They all moved in a hurry, flew down in front of the 5 old men, and bowed to see them. I have seen the ancestors. The scene of this meeting immediately made everyone's hearts tremble violently, and their spirits were greatly shocked. These people are Zuzan. It is impossible to imagine that in the face of the changes in Pantheon Forbidden Land, the major forces not only sent out the Supreme Realm powerhouses, but even the guarding ancestors in the forces. It's interesting. These old ghosts are hiding in the dark, didn't expect to suffer such a big loss. The crazy Saber Supreme looked at the 5 old men, but the branches of laughter trembled wildly, as if he saw some big joke. Boom, boom. At this moment, a large piece of golden light was picked up from the forbidden area of Pantheon, gathered into a huge wave, rushing out. Even the mammoth dragon river that coiled around the entire Pantheon Forbidden Land seemed extremely small in front of this huge golden wave. It's coming out. The complexion of Supreme Crazy Saber suddenly sank. In front of the Xuanhuan bridge, 5 old men stood majestically, motionless as a mountain, silently looking at the vision in front of them, with deep expressions on their faces. Immediately afterwards, the huge wave of golden light stopped. And above the tide of the huge golden wave, a group of people in blood robes appeared. These blood-robed people all wore ghost tooth masks, which looked particularly ferocious and bloody. The breath of the 2 blood-robed men headed by them is like the abyss of hell. Even if there is no coercive breath, it can be seen at a glance that these are the 3 supreme beings of the 9 realms. The golden ghost mask of the blood have an ancient sect. So it's you. On the Xuanhuan bridge, the 5 old men's faces were frosty, and they spoke in a cold voice. Behind them, a group of supreme realm powerhouses, such as Hengwang Zhizuan and Jinlu Zhizuan, all glared at these blood-robed men with killing intent in their eyes. The blood have an ancient sect, it turned out to be them. Impossible, they don't have this strength at all. Maybe, this is what the Blood Sky ancient sect set up in advance. Could it be that they want to provoke a world war? These lunatics. In front of the ancient city of Pantheon, the warriors watching from afar were all shocked. This is a bit unexpected than any possibility they had guessed before. On this God's domain continent, the forces that everyone shouts to beat have quietly set up a conspiracy against the entire continent. This is too ridiculous. The strength of the Blood Sky ancient sect is not weak, but it is impossible to be so strong. Let's fight against the forces of the 12 Dao lineages, the top 100 ancient clans, and the 3 great chambers of commerce. You know, this is the top power in the entire God's domain continent. In this way, the development of the matter far exceeded their expectations, and it was no longer a level that they could participate in. Guys, you're thinking wrong. The Blood Sky ancient sect is just helping out a little, those old fellows were killed by me. At this moment, a strange sound sounded, but the whole audience shook together. Amidst the huge waves of the Golden Sea, a figure slowly approached, wearing a bloody black robe, with a cold and firm expression, but it caused Chu Yan below him to change his face instantly. That man in black robe turned out to be Huayang. This man's breath. Boom. Almost when Chu Yan suddenly sensed something, suddenly a furious thunder exploded in the sea of consciousness, and large pieces of memory fragments continued to emerge. The 9 territories star chart, running crazily, released monstrous power, pointing the finger at this young man. What? Is this person the life and death enemy of the 9 realms star chart? Or? Chu Yan's eyes trembled like dust, and his eyes were full of shock. This young man in black robe was actually one of the top 10 ancient gods. Ask Senior, title. The 5 old men didn't care much about the appearance of the hot-haired youth, their faces were all calm, they all bowed their hands together and asked. You guys, are you qualified? The corner of the angry young man's mouth was raised, and his eyes swept over the 5 people, his eyes were full of disdain. Immediately, he looked up at the distant continent, exhaled a long breath, and continued. The old ghosts in your family, are they all sleeping? Haven't woken up yet. When these words were spoken, the 5 old men were all startled, and their faces that had been calm all this time finally showed a hint of surprise. Just when the 5 old men looked at each other, the fiery young man waved his hand, and a table appeared in front of him, on which an incense burner was lit, and under the light smoke, a guqin was placed in the middle of the table. Starter. Next, under the astonished expressions of the 5 old men and countless people, the fiery young man burned incense and played the piano, and the sound of the piano was melodious. The faint sound of the piano, clean and untainted, is like fairy music in the world, but there is no trace of true energy and power contained in it. It's like clear springs in the mountains, chirping of birds, beasts, and insects, and like 1,000 armies riding horses, 100,000 miles of rivers and mountains are full of smoke billowing. After hearing this song, the expressions of all the people present changed from shock to silence, and then to obsession, without exception. Even the Mad Saber Supreme, beside Chu Yan, had blurred eyes, and sank into it. #C3247 Battle of Xuanhuan. After 100 breaths of time, the supreme beings of the 9 realms, including the 5 elders, woke up first, followed by the supreme beings, the God Kings. Every giant who suddenly woke up from the intoxication had a look of horror. Not only because this person's zither sound does not have the power of true energy, but it can make them sink into it, but also because this person has just beheaded 10 supreme beings, and now he is burning incense and playing the zither in front of these corpses. Change color, this. It is completely ignoring these top forces, these 9 domain supremes, and even the whole world. Who is this fiery young man? Could it be that they really have to invite out those existences from their respective forces that have been sleeping for eternity to compete with this fiery young man? Moreover, listening to what he said just now, it seems that he did it on purpose. Senior, I don't know if you have any old grievances with us. Why do you want to kill them? Among the 5 old men, a bald old man standing in the middle stared at each other closely, pondered for a long time, and then asked, with a frown. However, the hot-haired young man seemed to turn a deaf ear to the bald old man's words, and just concentrated on playing the piano. Senior's strength is so high, I feel inferior to myself, but, Senior has just come out of Pantheon Forbidden Land, and his strength must not have returned to the peak. As the Senior said, the strong man above the 9 realms is among the forces like us, and if he really wants to anger us, it may not be a good result for the Senior if we fight together. The bald old man kept opening his mouth, telling all the words directly. Because he also knows that talking to this kind of existence above the 9 realms, any mental calculations are useless. You are right about this matter. Finally, at the end of the song, the fiery young man stood up slowly, his brows were full of comfort and joy, as if the sound of the zither fully expressed the thoughts in his heart. However, things are far from as simple as you imagined. At this time it is useless to say anything. The fiery-haired young man waved his hand faintly, with a cynical smile on his face, and said, "Go back and tell you old ghosts, and all the cultivators on this continent, just say. From today onwards, I will step in the God's Domain continent to establish a new God's Domain Orthodox force, please take care of them." He said these words as if they were calm and leisurely, but to the cultivators present, they were no different from thunder from 9 heavens. The new God's Domain Orthodox forces. This fiery young man is actually planning to set up a new God's Domain Orthodoxy force. You must know that although the Orthodox forces can be established as long as they have the strength of the 9 realms supreme, in fact, every Orthodox force is formed by the accumulation of at least tens of thousands of years. Almost since ancient times, the power of sects on the mainland is as numerous as the sands of the sea, and as numerous as stars. After endless years of ebb and flow, only 12 sects rose up in the end. But now, if a new Orthodox force is really established, then the situation in God's Domain continent may be completely changed. God's Domain continent, which has been peaceful for thousands of years, is about to be chaotic again. However, if the purpose of your angry young man's appearance is to establish a new Orthodox power, how could you kill 10 supreme beings and offend all the great powers over and over again? What you are doing is really just to create a new orthodoxy. The point is, with your way of doing things, you are not afraid that everyone will unite in the future, and your new orthodoxy will die prematurely, and you will not even be able to pass the full moon. Believe it or not. The key is, how much supreme compensation do you have for a new orthodoxy? Don't talk about these kind of supremely strong people. Even ordinary practitioners with weak cultivation bases can understand these questions. So, if you say that, It's not that this fiery young man doesn't understand the truth, but another possibility. Have no fear. Hurt but not kill. You have to wait until all the forces and all the supreme beings are present, and then kill them face to face. Then came forward to announce the creation of a new orthodoxy. On the one hand, killing people to establish prestige, and at the same time offering sacrifices to the flag of his new orthodoxy. This is absolutely killing two birds with one stone, a situation that has been calculated long ago. As long as he is not a fool, the only reason why he dared to set up such a situation is that he has the confidence to absolutely suppress other forces. Otherwise, it would be no wonder that the 12 Dao lineages, the top 100 ancient clans, and the 3 great chambers of commerce did not retaliate against such a provocation. You know, these are the top forces in the mainland. When have they been so angry? Senior, for this sake, there is no need to say anything more, everything will be settled in the future. While the 5 old men were speaking, their aura erupted at the same time, like 5 majestic mountains, crushing the surrounding sky and earth into powder. In an instant, countless space-time turbulence burst out, stirring the sky and the earth were all dark, and the color of all clouds changed. Behind them, a group of god kings couldn't help but burst out their true chi and cultivated their cultivation bases together, and even stirred up a large wind and thunder, and the endless power of the gods rushed to the world like a storm and tsunami. This is a war going to start. Oh my God, it's terrible. Battle of the Exalted Realm, let's go. It's not suitable to stay here for long. Seeing this scene, all the cultivators in Pantheon Ancient City's complexion changed drastically, turning pale. This is a battle between more than a dozen Supreme Realm powerhouses and a large group of God King Realm powerhouses, and it is not something ordinary cultivators can watch. Even if it is the Earth Prestige Realm, once it is shrouded in the aftermath of the battle, it will definitely die. If you don't escape now, you will be dead wronged. Even some of the weaker God King realms also began to evacuate quickly, not daring to stay for long. I'll pick up a corpse first. Frenzied Saber Supreme obviously didn't raise his hand in the battle over there. His beautiful eyes swept across the 10 big pits in front of the city gate, and his figure disappeared instantly on the spot. There was only a faint wave of void passing by, and in less than a breath, when the Mad Saber Supreme reappeared, he had already transformed into strength, covering all the corpses of the 5 9-domain supremes. Bold. Who dare to desecrate the body? Jin Lu Jizuan, Hengwang Jizuan, and a group of people suddenly turned their heads, and they were all furious, one pair, the flames almost condensed into substance, and roared loudly. This is so endless. It's just that the 10 supreme beings and the 9 domain supreme beings were beheaded, but now, there are still people who dare to miss their bodies. This is simply not paying attention to these supreme beings, and not paying attention to all the top forces in the world. How can this be tolerated? The supreme beings under the rage, there will be no hold back, and a large number of attacks are blasted out, rushing in like a flood. I rely on it. The vicious Pluto's face changed drastically in an instant, and the scalps all over his body exploded. New by Chinese website first launch. So many supreme attacks are enough to crush his whole body into powder hundreds of times. #C3248 This can also be known. The overwhelming flood of attacks hit, the faces of Chu Yan and Xie Pluto changed, and the Mad Saber Supreme took a step forward. His whole body was surging with dignity, ready to take it hard. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly sounded. The fiery young man turned his head, his gaze towards Chu Yan, froze for a moment, and then a smile rose on his face. So that's it. Why did I break open the gate of heaven ahead of time? So it was you. As soon as it landed, the fiery young man got up, waved the incense table and guqin in front of him and disappeared, and stepped out. This step volleyed in the air, but instantly made the world pale, everything sank, and all the spiritual energy of the world was solidified like a stone, and even all the supreme attack floods that attacked Chu Yan were completely frozen at this moment, making it as difficult as a sea of stones. Everyone, wait a moment, let me chat with him. The angry young man turned around and waved to the 5 old men, and he was already in front of Chu Yan. This scene changed the faces of the 5 elders present, Supreme Hengwang, Supreme Jin Liu, and Supreme Mad Saber. Long time no see. Do you still know me? The angry young man walked up to Chu Yan, stared at Chu Yan for a while, and then asked softly. This tone, expression, and demeanor immediately made Chu Yan feel that the other party was very cautious. I don't know. Chu Yan shook his head directly. What a joke. You are a 10,000-year-old monster that crawled out of the forbidden area of the sky. I am only so old, how could I know you? I really don't know. Don't think about it again. A bright light flashed in the eyes of the hot-haired young man, but soon he frowned slightly, his eyes rolled around a few times, and he still had a cautious expression on his face. I really don't know. Chu Yan shook his head again. The new 81 Chinese website is updated the fastest. Computer side. No need to think about it. Moreover, you are such a tall man, if you know him, how can you forget it? This is an existence that can kill 10 9-domain supreme beings with a single sword, how can anyone who knows him forget him? Ha ha ha, that's good, that's good. It's really great. Staring at Chu Yan for 10 breaths, the fiery young man suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, his face full of excitement and excitement. In that way, it's as if a child did something bad, but found out that the parents didn't find out. Chu Yan, I never thought I would have today. Ha ha ha. Glancing at Chu Yan again, the maniacal laughter on the fiery young man's face became more intense. It was completely different from the leisurely expression he had when facing the 5 old men with 10 supreme corpses on his pillow. It's so cool, I finally made it through. I don't know, it really doesn't feel better than this. Chu Yan, what are you doing now? Cough cough. The fiery young man laughed until the end, he was choked and coughed. This scene fell in Chu Yan's eyes, and the corners of his eyes twitched twice. As for it, I just don't know you, why should I be so happy? But not far from Chu Yan, those supreme giants, including the Mad Knife Supreme beside him, were full of astonishment, and all looked at Chu Yan with doubts. This person knows Chu Yan. No one thought. Even the 5 of them, standing at the top of God's domain continent and living for tens of thousands of years, don't know that fiery young man. However, he actually knew Chu Yan. This Chu Yan is so young, he must have been born when he was trapped in the Pantheon Forbidden Land, and the difference between the two is at least tens of thousands of years. This, how to know? The point is, you don't even know us 5 9 realm supreme peaks here, but you value a mere heavenly venerable kid so much. What is happening? At this moment, Jin Lu Jizuan, Hengwang Jizuan, and a group of supreme realm powerhouses, including all the cultivators in front of Pantheon City, all stared at the young man with big eyes and small eyes, and their faces were full of astonishment. What is the relationship between these two people? Moreover, listening to the meaning of the angry young man's words, it seems that he has an unusual relationship with Chu Yan. Who is this Chu Yan? The 5 old men sent voice transmissions at the same time and asked people from their sect. Although these few of them are not like the angry young people who are trapped in the Pantheon Forbidden Area and cannot get out, they have also retreated all the year round to comprehend the realm above the Supreme, so they rarely pay attention to what is happening outside. My brother Huayong, is it in your hands? At this time, Chu Yan glanced at the group of blood-robed men behind the angry youth, but did not find Huayang's figure, and asked. Don't worry, he's fine, it's just a small game of memory, and you will naturally reunite with him in the future. Speaking of this, a smile appeared on the face of the young man with hot hair again, and he said to Chu Yan's spiritual sense. You came here because of those corpses. We finally met again, I will give them to you as a gift. While speaking, the fiery young man waved his backhand lightly, and the top 10 supreme corpses in Pantheon City flew up at the same time and turned into 10 streamers of light, shooting at Chu Yan. Chu Yan was startled, but without hesitation, he raised his hand and brought 10 supreme corpses into the Rakshasa space. But when he was about to ask, suddenly, the fiery young man attacked him. With one move, there was no time to react, and Chu Yan was caught by the angry young man on the spot. Chu Yan. The crazy saber supreme was enraged immediately. He raised his saber and charged upwards. Huh. This little girl looks pretty good. It seems that you two have an unusual relationship. Sure enough, no matter how reincarnated, you are the same. Let's come together. Call. With another wave of his hand, the mad saber supreme was also captured by the angry youth, and he was locked together with Chu Yan, unable to move. What? At this scene, God King Fanshu and others, including Feng Tianxian and other people who were familiar with Chu Yan, were all shocked. That fiery young man ignored the peak of the 9 domains, but ran to catch Chu Yan. Is this Chu Yan so important? I declare that starting today, anyone who kills Chu Yan will be rewarded heavily. The fiery youth turned around and announced loudly to everyone in Pantheon Ancient City. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone in the audience was stunned. What do you mean? Isn't that Chu Yan already caught by you? If you want to kill, just kill it directly. Why do you want to offer a reward for others to kill? Regardless of the astonishment and bewilderment of those people, the hot-haired youth stepped out again, but returned to the front of the 5 old men. His complexion changed instantly, and he regained his look of contempt for the world. He looked at the 5 old men and said, "You guys are a bit annoying, forget it, just kill it." When this sentence landed, the faces of the 5 old men changed immediately. Including the powerful people in the audience, their faces were full of horror. Is this fiery young man so terrifying? According to what he said, killing the peak of the 9 regions is like killing chickens and dogs. If you look annoying, just kill it. #C3249, the strongest. Facing the angry young man's words, the faces of the 5 old men were as hard as iron, and the veins on their foreheads bulged. When have I been so despised by others? Even if this fiery young man is extremely strong, he can't humiliate them like this. Who can bear it? Humph. Arrogant. Since that's the case, then let's see the real chapter. As soon as the words landed, the momentum of the 5 old men erupted at the same time, like 5,000-year-old volcanoes, blasting away thousands of clouds and waves, straight into the sky. Although they are angry, they won't take it too seriously. If the 5 join hands, there is no one in this world who can't fight. Even those legends that have been sleeping for thousands of years, it is not impossible to contend. Seeing that these 6 people were about to make a move, all the strong men present were so shocked that they lost their minds. This battle is probably the most powerful battle that has happened in the God's Domain continent for thousands of years. Therefore, even if it is to watch the battle, the eyesight of these people cannot reach it. Quick retreat. Without any hesitation, the kings of the gods and the powerful people of the heavenly realm all turned around and fled, flying towards the edge of the sky. Even Jinlu Jizuan, Hengwang Jizuan, and other powerful people in the supreme realm retreated thousands of miles away, watching from afar, not daring to approach. Among the fleeing crowd, Liang Tian, Hong Lei, and Xian Tianxian, several peerless geniuses, all raised their heads, glanced at the captured Chu Yan, and then turned and left together. A peerless genius, if he falls into the hands of that fiery young man, he might die. After all, listening to the reward offered by the Huafa youth before, it seemed that he wanted Chu Yan's life. It's a pity, what a natural disaster body, just lost like this. It's too wasteful. In the next life, be reincarnated, be careful, don't get another natural disaster body, and you will be unlucky every day. Feng Tianxian looked at Chu Yan with a silent mourning expression on his face, and couldn't help shaking his head in regret. He originally wanted to help Chu Yan grow up, and then he could fight against him and improve his body of blessing. But at this time, Chu Yan in the midair was tightly locked by the Scarlet Paw Prince, unable to move at all. He never expected that when he came to Pantheon Forbidden Land this time, he would bump into such a person who was even related to the Nine Realms star chart. When entering the depths of Pantheon Forbidden Land before, the abnormality of the Nine Realms star chart should be a reminder. However, there are also advantages. The 10 supreme corpses were obtained, and it was easy to come, and they were directly sent as a meeting gift. This meeting ceremony is not bad. However, when Chu Yan thought of Huayang's situation, coldness flickered in his eyes. The crazy saber supreme next to Chu Yan looked at Chu Yan with a cold face, but stretched out his jade hand, held Chu Yan's big hand, and whispered, "Husband, don't be afraid. With my concubine here, even if I die, I won't let you get hurt. At worst, I will fight him." Hearing this, the fierce Pluto rolled his eyes directly. "Spell. What do you use to fight with others? You didn't see this fierce man beating 5-9 domain peaks alone. Besides, you are about to die now, what are you two doing? Don't know if I'm here. You are thicker than me, don't you bother me." Hearing the words of Mad Saber Supreme, Chu Yan nodded slightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a wry smile. "I'm just worried about Huayang. He and I are like brothers. Now that it's in his hands, I have to find a way. I have to find a way to get out of here." When Lin Meng heard this, her beautiful eyes flashed first, and then she whispered, "If I leave, maybe I have a way to try." However, before she could finish her sentence, a cold voice sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. "He just captured you, and gave you your body. This matter is strange. Don't leave now, and make plans after finding out his plot." This voice is naturally Empress Xiantian. "If he wants to hurt you, I will do it." Since the opening of Pantheon Forbidden Land, Empress Xiantian has never appeared, even if the 5 supreme peaks appeared, she did not show up. But this sentence shows that she has been paying attention to the situation of Pantheon Forbidden Land. Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan nodded slightly. In such a situation, there is no other way. The whole card that he can fight against the fiery youth is the mark of the god of war. However, even using the mark of the god of war, Huayang could not be rescued. As soon as he thought of this, the angry young man's sneer sounded, and he directly transmitted his spiritual sense. "Keep making out, it's okay, just pretend I don't exist." Hee hee. While fighting with the 5 old men, the angry young man was able to distract himself and eavesdrop on Chu Yan's wall. It seems that this person's strength is really not simple. "Chu Yan, it's only been a while, you have reached the heavenly venerable realm, you are really reincarnated and perverted. I am afraid that even the eldest brother is not as good as you. Well, let me show you today, how powerful you are who stood side by side with me back then. Count my thoughts." Having said that, Chu Yan's face suddenly turned cold, and he looked up to the outside. This fiery young man knows his pre-reincarnation self. He stood shoulder to shoulder with him back then. Wrong. When he recognized him before, that expression. I'm afraid this guy wasn't telling the truth. It's his own imagination to shoulder this kind of thing. In this way, the self before reincarnation was stronger than him. Boom. At this moment, among the 5 old men on the opposite side, the bald old man at the head gathered together like a sea of flames in his whole body. With a big hand, a purple gold flame appeared in his palm. The peak of the 9 domains of this tyrant, of course, is also the way of fire cultivation, and judging from the previous contact with the tyrant, the fire spirit in his hand is probably extremely strong. Almost at the same time that Chu Yan was looking at the purple golden flame, the anti-sacred flame in his body jumped suddenly, and exploded in Chu Yan's body with a bang, and Chu Yan was so shocked that he quickly suppressed it with his spiritual consciousness. That purple gold fire spirit actually aroused the God-defying flame. Tyrannical fire cultivator, it's not bad. The gift of destiny, Xie Juyan, the #1 nominee, may still have some power in the hands of someone who has reached the Tao of Fire realm, but your Tao of Fire realm. Tut tut tut. The fiery-haired youth looked at the peak of the 9 realms of the Ba clan with a look of contempt on his face. Snort. Being sneered at by the face of the fiery youth, the peaks of the 9 regions in Bazhou instantly became angry, and when they raised their hands, an endless sea of purple and gold flames swung out. Roar! Roar! Ho ho! As soon as Zijing Qian made a move, a monstrous sea of flames surged like a raging tide, and a large number of fire-type spirit beasts evolved, like a wave of fire beasts, rushing towards the fiery youth. However, facing such a terrifying fire power, the fire-haired young man still had the playful expression of the second-generation ancestor on his face, and he didn't care at all. With a wave of his hand, the bloody wall rushed out like a mountain. Suddenly, like a tsunami pouring out of fire, a lot of air waves burst out, and the purple-gold sea of flames disappeared without a trace in an instant. This scene fell in the eyes of the 5 9-domain peaks, Chu Yan and others, and Chi-Chi's expression changed immediately. This. No one expected that the pinnacle of the 9 regions of the Overlord clan used the treasure of the clan, and was easily wiped out by the hot-haired youth. The strength of this guy is so terrifying. #C3250 Ruthless. So strong. On the small face of the crazy Saber Supreme, there was a rare look of surprise. Chu Yan, how is it? Do you feel your power before reincarnation? Very strong. Ha ha ha. The voice of the angry young man resounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, with an obvious tone of embarrassment. It's only less than 30% of your strength. If it weren't for your turn, anyway, it would be very strong. Ha ha ha. Hearing the angry young man's words, Chu Yan was speechless for a while. Do you need to be so frightened? This guy, how long has the resentment in his heart accumulated? After a little show, she was flirting endlessly in front of her. It seems that I should have bullied this person before reincarnation. Could it be that my strength was stronger than him before? There seemed to be something surging in Chu Yan's heart, but it was so vague that he couldn't grasp it at all. However, even though this power is very strong, Chu Yan has no envy. Since reincarnation, no matter what the reason is, it will definitely be stronger than before. He is just continuing his last life, but he has already started a brand new one. That's the difference. This man's fighting power is too strong. The 4 of you entangle him first, and I will perform the secret technique. We must find his gate of life. Hengwang, Jin Lu, strictly guard against the people of the ancient Blood Heaven sect. If there is any tampering, shoot and kill. Among the 5 old men, peak 9 regions, the old man deployed his tactics without forgetting that there was a group of blood-robed men brought by the fiery youth behind him. These members of the Blood Heaven ancient sect have been standing there, like statues, without any changes, but they must not be unguarded. Next, the bald-headed 9 realms peak glanced at Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme in the forbidden area, and whispered to the 4 of them through voice transmission. Remember, grab that Chu Yan if you have the chance. How could the other people not understand what he meant? They all nodded, and at the same time burst out with true energy, cast the ancient Taoist treasure, and rushed towards the fiery young man. At this time, the entire front of Pantheon Ancient City had completely turned into a grand battlefield. The news spread, and the faces of all parties changed. The 10 supreme beings were still beheaded after all, and the fiery young man who walked out of the Pantheon forbidden area announced the establishment of a new God's domain orthodox force, and at the same time made an enemy of the entire world, What's even more frightening is that the legendary Xuanhuan ancient sect seems to have completely obeyed him. In this way, the strength is gained, and the people are also acquired. If this continues, the God's domain continent may cause a bloodbath. Killing the lower supreme with one sword, treating other forces as worthless, and the reputation of the Xuanhuan ancient sect, all these factors combined, if the wishes of these angry young people are realized, the whole world may be in danger. Therefore, the best way is to kill him now, immediately, before the Pantheon Forbidden Land, at least, drive him back into the Pantheon Forbidden Land, and when the Forbidden Land is closed, he will be trapped for countless years. All of a sudden, the bigwigs from all sides were shocked by these amazing news. After various discussions, and secret meetings, they almost all reached a similar conclusion. As for the Immortal Sect and the Ba clan, who lost the power of the Nine Realms Supreme, they were all furious without any discussion. I have dominated for thousands of years, and have gone through hundreds of generations. When did I suffer such a big loss? This time, no matter who he is, he must pay in blood. Never let him go. You must take revenge. This man is easy to calculate, all the changes in this forbidden world, from the beginning to the end, are his conspiracy. Humph. If you dare to calculate the power of the whole world, it depends on whether he has such a big appetite. Decree, the whole clan is preparing for war. In addition, tell the clan chief to go to the Holy Land and ask the ancestor to leave the customs. Take people to other forces, discuss the matter of forming an alliance, and plan for the future. Order. It didn't take long for the 12 Dao lineages, the top 100 ancient clans, and the 3 major chambers of commerce to start taking action after some urgent discussions. Meanwhile, in their various holy places, in the depths of the secret realm, in the blessed land of heaven and earth, streaks of shocking divine light soared into the sky. Ha ha ha, this guy actually ran out, well, he's just flexing his muscles. In the huge black lake, a figure with a full body of metallic luster walked out of the lake, and when his feet landed on the shore, he swept out like a monstrous storm. Interesting. Establishing orthodoxy. Really thought it was so easy. In Wanzhan Abyss, at the bottom of the cliff with dense spiritual mist, a pair of eyes opened, and all the spiritual mist in all directions evaporated and disappeared in an instant. The ancient gods are still alive. It's just right, let's see how the gods are different. In the large sea of bones, on the top of the bone mountains, sat a terrifying figure, slowly turned his head, and there was 1,000 miles of hissing and howling ghosts, and the sky was full of evil winds like clouds. When he looked towards the sky, the corners of his mouth were slightly cracked, revealing a mouth full of black fangs. Each of these is the ancestors of various forces, and almost all of them are undead monsters that survived the ancient times. Top 10 gods, well-deserved reputation, after so many years, they came out again. It doesn't hurt the other side of the sea, I can't fight now, but you, the 7th of the gods, dare to come out and dance, then I will not be polite. A golden body rises from the endless sea of blood. The blood mist rose all over the sky, and at a glance, the terrifying figure did not rise from the sea of blood, but the sea water of the entire blood sea was pouring into his body frantically, slowly revealing his golden body. A golden body, devouring thousands of miles of blood. Such scenes are terrifying. At this time, in the other side of the 8U Xuanhuan sect, in an independent small world, the top 10 gods in ancient times are still alive. It is rumored that the top 10 gods were lost and their souls were reincarnated. I didn't expect that one of them would appear so soon. Xuanhuan Supreme said, he couldn't help frowning slightly, shook his head and said, this time the forces of all parties have suffered, and I'm afraid it won't be kind. It won't be long before that place will become a sure hell, and many people will die. Already. In front of Xuanhuan Supreme, an old man sat upright, made tea and drank it, and nodded with a light smile. Don't worry about it. That Chu Yan, what's going on now? Hearing the master's question, the supreme Xuanhuan shook his head, and said with a dark expression, the latest situation from Pantheon Forbidden Land, who knows Chu Yan and has captured him, and people from other forces, all inquiring about Chu Yan, the situation is not good. Even the King of Gods could not participate in this Pantheon battle, but Chu Yan, a little celestial being, became the focus of everyone's attention. In this case, even if Baiyu Xuanhuangzong wants to do something, it is impossible. Hearing the words, the old man's eyes brightened slightly, and then he smiled and said, "You have to remember, he is a disciple of my 8yu Xianhuang sect, and he can't be moved by anyone. We can't control that guy, but these other forces want to say hi. As long as I'm here, and the Baiyu Xuanhuangzong is here, no one is allowed to make Chu Yan's idea in this God's domain continent." As these words fell to the ground, Supreme Xuanhuang looked at Master, with a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. #C 2051 Move 1 Try. Master Xuanhuang's words and reaction were extremely unexpected. It can be said that he has never seen Master pay so much attention to a person. You know, when this sentence comes out of Master's mouth, it represents the power of mountains and seas. Shantian is over there. She sent a message and said that she will protect Chu Yan. You make arrangements immediately to bring him back as soon as Chu Yan escapes. I want to see who dares to play his tricks. Follow the order. The entire God's domain continent was surging, and anyone could feel that a tense atmosphere filled the entire continent. 12 orthodoxy, top 100 ancient clans, and 3 major chambers of commerce, not only the disciples and elders of the sect, but even the sect army that has not been around for thousands of years, all began to gather. All the goals point to the Pantheon Forbidden Land. At this moment, the Pantheon Forbidden Land is like the eye of a raging storm, attracting the attention of all cultivators in the world. The fiery young man who has just appeared in this world, his first goal has been fulfilled. In the entire God's domain continent, it can be said that everyone knows about the imminent establishment of a new orthodox force. You know, this is a new sect force, and any cultivator who joins now is regarded as a founder disciple, whose status is not comparable to what it is now. More importantly, this is still an orthodox force, and the suzerain is the existence that can fight against many top forces alone. Red-eyed and hot-blooded people abound. Under such a heat wave, time passed quickly. The Pantheon battle is getting more and more fierce. The Huafa youth's strength is beyond imagination. Even if he is 1 against 5, he seems to be in a weak position, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that he has not exerted his full strength at all. But his opponents, those 5 old men, used all kinds of secret techniques, ancient treasures, spiritual formations, and even forbidden techniques twice. But, not to mention hurting the fiery young man, even his bodyguard didn't tremble. But after all, it was 5 against 1, and it seemed impossible for the hot young man to win quickly. Just as the bald-headed Jiuxiao said, the strength of the hot youth has not recovered. Just when the 5 old men were red-eyed, but the fiery young man was relaxed, suddenly, his eyes flashed, as if he had sensed something, and the corner of his mouth raised and said, "Sorry. I have something to deal with, let's do it today." As soon as this sentence fell to the ground, he waved his hand directly, and the endless blood cloud rolled up Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme, and rushed to the depths of Pantheon Forbidden Land in an instant. This scene fell into the eyes of the 5 old men, but Chi-Chi's face was completely dark. This guy, how to say it, is like playing a house. If you want to fight, you can fight. If you want to leave, when will there be such a good thing in this God's domain continent? How could the 5 elders let him go after killing 10 supreme beings, without even a confession? Leave it to me. The bald Jiuxiao was furious, and his whole body was full of fire. Etc. Just when the bald Jiuxiao was about to rush into the Pantheon Forbidden area to chase after him, another old man blocked the way. There is news from the clan that the follow-up manpower is already rushing over. We will fight in together after we have all the people, otherwise, we are afraid of being deceived. Hearing this sentence, including the bald old man from 9 regions, the others nodded slightly. This forbidden land is quite evil, and it can be seen that this fiery young man has already arranged everything. Therefore, it is very possible to leave a way out. So the 5 old men stood in the void, and at the same time spread out their breath, and laid down a large array of heaven and earth, completely sealing the entire Xuanhuan bridge. As long as the support arrives, and then open the enchantment to fight in, it will be the best plan. On the other side, Chu Yan and Crazy Saber Supreme were surrounded by blood clouds, and they couldn't see the surrounding situation clearly. However, they soon felt that their aura and consciousness were suppressed. Exactly the same. They have returned to Pantheon Forbidden Land. After dozens of breaths, when the blood cloud around Chu Yan and the 2 of them dissipated and they saw the situation outside, Frenzied Saber Supreme's face suddenly changed. This is within the Golden Gate. Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan was startled for a moment, and quickly looked up and looked around. The Golden Portal, he and the fierce Pluto guarded it outside for a few days before, but did not step into it at all. Unexpectedly, now, he actually took a ride and entered the Golden Gate directly. I saw that within my eyes, there is desolation and evil spirit everywhere, and the whole world is composed of 2 colors of blood and black. Moreover, the ground cracked and the mountain peaks collapsed, obviously the remnants of an ancient battlefield. This piece of heaven and earth exudes an ancient and boundless atmosphere, which is longer than any ancient secret realm that Chu Yan has encountered. In addition, as far as the eyes pass, in the land where the mountains and seas are endless, one can clearly see that blessed places of gods and heavens, ancient inheritances, including precious and rare treasures, release and radiate powerful strange lights, like shining stars, dotted on in this small ancient world. There are inheritances, relics, and Tao treasures all over the place. This is too exaggerated. Could it be that those old monsters were desperately rushing towards the Golden Gate, and just sweeping anything would be considered a huge harvest? While Chu Yan was looking around, the fiery young man waved his hand, removed the ban on Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme, and said, "It's okay to let you go, but there is one condition." Hearing these words, the vicious Pluto held it in his throat, finally fell to the ground, and heaved a long sigh of relief. Originally, after him, if Chu Yan fell into the hands of this ruthless man, he would definitely be close to death. When Chu Yan dies, he will also fall into the opponent's hands. At that time, he will not be able to draw his soul, to refine his spirit, so what will happen to him? After all, they killed 10 supreme beings just like killing chickens. But Mad Saber Supreme was more cautious, just looked at the angry young man and didn't speak. "Let's put Huayang together, what's the condition?" Chu Yan looked at each other coldly and asked. "Well, it might not work. That Huayang is still useful, anyway, as I said, you will naturally meet again in the future." The angry young man was not only not angry about Chu Yan's counter-proposed conditions, but seemed to have thought about it seriously before shaking his head and saying, "In addition, your condition is simple, you just need to help me trigger that thing to change, and it's over." Chu Yan was startled. This fiery young man actually knows his own green lotus. This is his own secret, even if Chu Yan didn't tell even the closest person, how could he know? Don't be so surprised. This thing has been with you for so many years, and the previous brothers all know it, and it grows faster than you. You can see that it can attract forget it, hurry up of. The fiery young man shut up suddenly as he was talking, as if he was a little embarrassed, he urged Chu Yan to say. However, his tone of voice was definitely much better than those of the 5 old men. It even gave Chu Yan a feeling that the 2 were very familiar. Could it be that this person is really one of the 10 gods? #C2052 Natal Green Lotus. In Chu Yan's heart, Chu Yan could only listen to half of what this fiery young man said. The meaning of his words made Chu Yan understand that this green lotus seemed to be his treasure before reincarnation, and some of them still knew it. Therefore, this hot-haired young man knew Lulian, so he must have known him before reincarnation, and the relationship was not ordinary. However, this relationship is more likely to be bad than good, and it may even be an enemy. Otherwise, during this meeting, all the expressions of the hot-haired youth hinted at this hostile relationship. This fiery young man didn't kill himself directly, probably because of some pre-reincarnation reasons. Moreover, Chu Yan can feel that it may be related to the thing he wants to use the green lotus to arouse. Thinking of this, Chu Yan didn't care much about the contempt and mocking tone towards himself in the Huafa youth's words. However, the crazy Saber Supreme who has been standing by the side has a face of reluctance, and said coldly, "You think we can't see that you are here to save face, and you have lost face before, right? Just like you, son, dare to say that my family, Chu Yan, is slow in cultivation." Hearing the words, the angry young man was stunned for a moment, but he was not angry. Instead, he looked at Chu Yan in astonishment, as if he had thought of something, and said, I'm not qualified to talk about him. After all, this guy was just born before, but at least. Having said this sentence, the hot-haired youth stopped and didn't say any more. Lulian, what is it? Chu Yan took the opportunity to ask. Of course what he really wanted to ask was before his own reincarnation, but Chu Yan knew that the other party would not answer. At this moment, the fire-haired youth has just lost his mind and has only one chance. This lotus is your natal Dharma lotus, it is born and blended with you, and has a very special power. Because of its existence, you used to be called Yin. Forget it, I can't say it anymore. The hot-haired young man shook his head, glanced at Chu Yan, grinned and said with a flash of his eyes, and said no more, but he still opened his mouth and said. Brother said before that without his 9 realms star map, your green lotus would not be able to grow to the state of Dzogchen, otherwise, it would be fine. Ha ha ha, brother is wise. But for you, it would be a pity. How about it, do you want to find the 9 realms star map? Haha, I won't tell you. The angry young man with a smug face laughed wildly, as if watching Chu Yan suffocate was the happiest thing for him. Chu Yan frowned, speechless. To Chu Yan's surprise, this green lotus turned out to be his natal treasure. Moreover, if there is a star map of the 9 domains, it can grow to the state of great perfection. When this fiery young man talked about the 9 regions star atlas, his eyes seemed to be full of fire. It seemed that he was also very interested in the 9 regions star atlas. What special ability? Chu Yan asked anxiously. Haha, don't expect me to tell you, it's not right in this life, don't even think about it in the next life. Even if I reincarnate 1,000 times, I won't tell you, die of this heart, ha ha ha. The angry young man seemed to have waited for a long time when he heard Chu Yan's question, and he became emotional and laughed wildly. Let this Chu Yan eat and hold back again, it's so cool. Okay, get to work now. Don't waste your time. When this sentence fell, he waved his hand directly, and a large cloud of blood gushed out, wrapping Chu Yan and the two of them again, and instantly turned into a stream of light, rushing to the depths of the distance. Chu Yan frowned slightly, looking at the ruins of the battlefield, he was shocked. This is much more terrifying than any battlefield relics he has ever seen, and did those supreme beings break out a war here? However, in this terrifying and broken land, there are strange lights of inheritance and treasures everywhere, as if on the endless sea, there are golden and multicolored whales, which make people's eyes hot. No wonder the Supremes risked their lives to break in before, probably because of these opportunities and treasures. But people died for money, and birds died for food. This time, the loss of the 10 Supremes was all because of these. Although these chances and inheritances are all extraordinary, each of them is like a wave of sunlight, releasing an aura that can destroy heaven and earth, which is probably several times stronger than ordinary Daobao secret realms. Others may not be able to see through these, but Chu Yan has unicorn pupils, and with just a glance, he can basically tell the level. Therefore, Chu Yan was even more jealous when he saw these opportunities and treasures. However, near these opportunities and treasures, there are powerful guardian forces, some are forbidden and some are monsters. These guardian forces are extremely terrifying, and I am afraid that even the supreme crazy saber will be difficult to deal with. That's it. After half an hour, the fiery youth finally stopped. Chu Yan and Crazy Saber Supreme landed on the ground. Chi-Chi looked up and looked around, and saw that this was at the foot of a mountain range, and on the top of the mountain, there was a large hole like a crater, releasing a strong fairy power outward. A tall altar stands at the entrance of the cave, and the majestic aura of heaven and earth gathers on the altar, forming two big characters God Prison. A group of people in blood robes were lying around the altar, obviously still alive, but they didn't move, they didn't even turn their eyes. Even if Chu Yan and the others approached, they didn't react at all, they looked like the living dead. These are all cultivators of the Blood Heaven ancient sect, all of them are existences above the God King realm, and there are even 2 9 realm supremes. You sit here, don't worry about anything else. The fire-haired youth raised his hand and pointed, which was the middle point between the altar and the entrance of the cave. I gave you 10 supreme corpses, you don't need to pay back, but at least don't think about it. Your woman is here. Seemingly worried about Chu Yan, the angry young man warned in a cold voice. Shantian, how are you doing now? Chu Yan's divine sense, transmitted voice. There is a saying left in this divine prison, to be reborn in Wuji to break yin and yang, and to be reborn in the heavens after 9 turns. Having said that, Empress Shantian paused for a while, before continuing. He should want to find out a certain secret from the age of the ancient gods. Do as he says first. Adapt to circumstances. Hearing Empress Xuanhuan's words, Chu Yan nodded and said nothing. After all, he is also a little curious about the mysterious gods of the fiery youth. Because these things are likely to be related to one's own reincarnation. Next, Chu Yan walked to the place designated by the hot youth, sat cross-legged, thought for a while and started to practice directly. Anyway, he said that it is enough to sit still, so he can cultivate by himself. Time passed quickly, an hour passed. At this time, a storm intensified in the gods' domain continent outside, and with the departure of the hot young man, all forces were greatly shocked. 5 peak players from the 9 domains fought against him, but none of them could keep him, so they left as soon as they wanted. This person's strength has reached the real peak of the mainland. Such people have created a strong sense of threat to the entire continent. Therefore, all forces are gathering momentum, observing the development of the matter on the one hand, and at the same time mobilizing all forces to prepare to attack the Pantheon Forbidden Area. #C3253 Taoist. Compared with the outside world, the Pantheon Forbidden Land is peaceful now. After another half an hour passed, the crater-like cave finally responded. And in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, the green lotus also flickered slightly. One after another spirit patterns shone on the ground around the cave, like pairs of eyes embedded in the ground, opened at the same time, releasing a faint light. In the entire sky, there is a huge spiritual energy surging, like a tornado slowly forming, and the eye of the storm is pointing to this cave. Those members of the Xuetian ancient sect suddenly got up from the ground, and started circling around the huge altar together. A strong bloody aura was released from his body, all pouring into the altar in front of him. This obviously looks like a ceremony. Although the function of this ceremony cannot be seen, it will definitely not be simple if it requires so many gods and supreme beings to activate it. Not bad. Not bad. It really depends on your green lotus. The speed has increased by more than 10 times. The angry young man looked at this scene, glanced at Chu Yan, and said with a smile. Did the green lotus induce it? Could it be that you used it to wake me up in my cave back then? Mad Saber Supreme understood a little, and asked Chu Yan. N. Chu Yan nodded. Is that so? I know a place, let's go together next time. Frenzied Saber Supreme suddenly brightened his eyes and whispered. At this time, she seemed to have forgotten the predicament in front of her, and her beautiful eyes were smiling into two stars, shining brightly. It seems that the place she mentioned is very mysterious. Well, these people from Taboo Ridge are here. The young man with hot hair turned his head slightly and looked towards the sky. Taboo Ridge. You're not dealing with them. Mad Saber Supreme glanced at the sky and asked the angry young man. Who is this Taboo Ridge? What's the origin? Chu Yan also asked. You're all curious. It's a perfect match. It's okay to tell you, anyway, you'll know soon. The angry young man was very straightforward this time, he didn't want to hide it, and continued to say. These guys are in the same line as our 10 gods, and they are enemies of life and death. In other words, they are two camps, born to be hostile. The origin. It's nothing, it's just a group of eagle dogs raised by that guy in Buzhou. No weak. Chu Yan was taken aback. Even Crazy Saber Supreme seemed to be hearing this name for the first time, and his face was full of astonishment. With her strength, she almost became the supreme being in the sky in ancient times. However, judging by her reaction, it seemed that it was the first time she had heard this name. About Bao Zhou, you don't even know it now, so just leave it alone. The fiery young man shook his head, casually threw a jade talisman to Chu Yan, and said. There is a simple map here, you can go out according to this route, it should be safe. Remember not to rush in, with your strength, any place here may be damaged. Chu Yan put away the jade talisman without any hesitation, and flew directly into the sky with Mad Saber Supreme, and flew towards the distance. Next, if nothing unexpected, a big battle should break out between the hot youth and the people from Taboo Ridge. Although Chu Yan was a little curious about Taboo Ridge, he didn't know if they had the strength to fight against the angry youth, but he also knew that with his current strength, he might not be able to participate in this battle. Therefore, it is safer to stay far away. So far, everything about resurrecting Yu Linglong has been completed. For Chu Yan, nothing is more important than this. Just let them fight, now I must revive Yu Linglong as soon as possible, and let her be reborn in God's domain. Just when Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme had just left the crater, a figure came out from under the altar and stood in front of the angry young man. It's really possible for the things in this god prison to see that battle. Hearing what the other party said, the fiery young man turned his head to look at him, and said solemnly. Blood Heaven Hierarch. That battle is not qualified to be recorded anywhere. In the entire divine realm, it is only possible here. I don't believe that they will not leave some clues, or else after their reincarnation, they will retrieve the memories of the year from there. Hearing these words, the leader of Xuanhuan immediately nodded and nodded slightly. Also, you can definitely get the treasure you want, and don't worry about the rest. Okay. My Blood Sky Ancient Sect is naturally willing to cooperate with one of the 10 great gods. The Blood Sky Sect Master grinned. That's good. The fire-haired youth replied casually. Immediately, the two turned their heads together and looked at the crater in front of them. I saw that the light in the big hole was getting brighter and brighter. It seemed that there was a piece of magma rolling and rising below, reflecting half of the sky in fiery red. Seeing the scene of the fire, the red-haired young man's face flushed, and the blood in his body was boiling. Fleshed body. The Lord's fleshy body must be there. It must be there. Eyes widened, the fiery young man muttered to himself, as if to cheer himself up. Humph. If you die, you die. Why do you have to be resurrected? You are not welcome in this God's domain continent. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of coercion resounded above the sky, and countless skeletons rolled in the sky, forming a cloud of skeletons, rushing towards this area. Above the sea of bones, there are 5 tall skeletal bodies, shining with golden light, and when they raise their hands, they punch the fiery young man below. People from Taboo Ridge. They came so fast. The face of the leader of the ancient blood sky sect suddenly changed, and his whole body was filled with blood. A group of hawks and dogs, full of bedbugs, why haven't the 10,000-year corpse worms gnawed you all? The fiery-haired youth raised his eyes to the sky, smeared all over his face, and then the flames all over his body rose, turning into a fire tornado soaring into the sky, sweeping towards the 5 golden bones. Thief, kill my people and take your life. Before this move could collide, another thunderclap exploded in the distance, and 9 beams of light rushed towards them, shining like stars. Between the swiftly flying electric shots, a majestic force like a tide has erupted. Wherever it passes, the mountains and forests instantly collapse, and the ground shakes, like a catastrophe that will destroy the world. These 9 people belong to the top forces, such as the 12 Dao lineages, and the top 100 ancient clans. Ask the Supreme. The entire continent of God's domain is the most powerful martial artist. Good job. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The fiery young man was not surprised at the arrival of these 9 people, but smiled slightly. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, in the forest at the foot of the mountain range, pillars of light shot up from the dense forest and directly hit the sky. In an instant, countless bloody lights surged in the sky, engulfing the entire sky, and instantly turned into a bloody world. A superheavenly formation formed in an instant, covering a radius of 100,000 li. In addition, outside the battlefield. When Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme heard the voice behind them, they both stopped and turned their heads to look. Seeing the direction of the crater, the explosion was earth-shattering, the sky and the earth changed, and they all gasped. #C3254 Primordial Seed. The scene of the battle between the top powerhouses in the God's domain continent was indeed astonishing, and the terrifying aura released was enough to shake the world. Even though Chu Yan and Chu Yan are far apart, they are still affected by those breaths. Ask the Lord. The crazy Saber Supreme looked in that direction, his small face was full of dignity. It's really different if one becomes the master. Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan almost understood. Above the Supreme is the Supreme of the 9 realms, and above the Supreme of the 9 realms is the Venerable Asking Lord. It is almost impossible to reach the realm of the Lord through practice, even if it is a breakthrough in the realm, it is absolutely impossible. It requires endless years of accumulation and transformation, and it has an artistic conception of transcendence and holiness. Therefore, the Venerable Lord Wendao that still exists on the continent of God's domain are basically immortal monsters who have survived from the ancient times. Hurry up. Your Lord's move is immeasurable. Even if it's just a trace of power. The face of the Supreme Crazy Saber is still dignified, and he said to Chu Yan. However, before she finished speaking, Chu Yan on the opposite side suddenly changed his face. His pupils shrank sharply, as if he felt something, and his mind was immersed in an instant. Magic heart. The drop of magic essence obtained in the white jade palace, before turned into a magic heart and stored in his body. But at this time, the devil's heart actually started to beat, releasing a large amount of black magic breath, occupying Chu Yan's entire body in an instant. A fantastic and special induction rose in his demonic heart, as if the call and expectation of thousands of years were guiding him in one direction. Chu Yan, are you okay? Mad Saber Supreme felt the change in Chu Yan's aura, and his little face was full of nervousness. The magic breath is so strong. Did Chu Yan practice the magic way? However, this will not conflict with each other and affect the realm of cultivation. This was in the White Jade Palace. Chu Yan looked at the tense expression of Mad Saber Supreme, and his heart suddenly warmed up, and he explained to her the source of his demon heart. Martial arts cultivation has its own way to follow. If you go against the way, of course it will make people worry. This direction is the place where the ancient tombs I mentioned. Could it be? After listening to Chu Yan's words, the Mad Saber Supreme was full of astonishment, turned his head to look in the direction Chu Yan pointed, his small mouth opened slightly in surprise. Chu Yan, this place is very important. At this time, Empress Xuanhuan's voice suddenly sounded in the sea of consciousness. Although it was as cold as ever, it was obviously anxious. I have found out that one of the 10 ancient gods that the man mentioned is not you. He must have admitted it wrong. What? Mistake. Chu Yan was stunned on the spot. Just kidding. That ruthless man was one of the 10 great gods in ancient times, and he would bully 5 beings who were at the top of the 9 realms by himself, yet he would recognize this. However, Chu Yan thought about it again, it is really not impossible. After all, that person's heart is quite strange. It felt a bit like a combination of Fanshan and Fatty, which made people quite speechless. However, if what Empress Xiantian said is true, let that ruthless person know that he has found the wrong person, he will probably be devastated. I froze in front of myself for a long time, but in the end I found the wrong person. This is a bit unexpected. Okay. I'm going now. Chu Yan reacted, shook his head, and said to Empress Xiantian. What exactly is your own reincarnation? The more he practiced, the more his realm improved, and Chu Yan discovered that the impact of this reincarnation on him was extremely huge. Therefore, we must find a way to unlock the secret of reincarnation. Since the Empress Xiantian made me have to go, it means that this place must be related to my reincarnation. Prime Ancient Seed Tomb. Lin Meng, I want to go in and have a look. Do you want to go in? Of course Chu Yan knew that Lin Meng knew about this place, but he didn't go in. This means it either won't open, is extremely dangerous, or both. Husband. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Lin Meng didn't want to at that time, her face was full of anger, and she whispered so shyly that almost scared Chu Yan to a heart stop. What are you doing? Chu Yan was stunned, completely unable to understand what Lin Meng meant. Husband said to go there, the concubine should accompany me, even if it is a sea of swords and swords, I will have no regrets. Why do you still want to ask my slave family? What Lin Meng said made Chu Yan's face twitch and his heart beat faster and faster. Can't afford it. I can't afford it. This Lin Meng is getting stronger and stronger. Call. Taking a deep breath, after calming down, Chu Yan turned around and ran away, not daring to stare at Lin Meng's delicate face anymore. Let's go. With a greeting, Chu Yan flew forward according to the guidance of the devil's heart. Be careful, husband, there are many forbidden traps on this road. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Lin Meng, with a light mouth corner, hurried to catch up, took Chu Yan's hand, and continued to fly forward. That picture is definitely, the golden wind and the jade dew are accompanied by each other, surpassing countless lives. If anyone saw this scene, they would be absolutely envious of this pair of immortals. Flying slowly all the way, Chu Yan and Crazy Saber Supreme cast their pupils at the same time, avoiding restrictions and killing formations everywhere. Although the speed is not fast, but fortunately the distance is not far, and they arrived at the place in less than 2 hours. Landing on the ground and looking up, I saw powerful magic everywhere in this desolate land. This kind of magical will is very different from the will of martial arts. From the root, the will of martial arts is always the source of human nature, while the will of magic is not so simple, it is extremely complicated. Roar. Before the two could see the surrounding situation clearly, a thunderous roar sounded. On the ground in the distance, a hill rises from the ground, and all kinds of rocks and dust rolled down from the hill, gradually revealing the full appearance of the hill. This is an extremely huge monster corpse, without any life at all, but dragging a huge animal bone stick like a walking dead, stepping forward. Although the beast's corpse was almost devoid of flesh and blood, its original appearance could not be seen at all, but seeing it standing and walking on 2 feet, holding a bone stick in its hand, it should be a monkey-like monster in life. Gold Demon Ape. Crazy Saber Supreme glanced over, and his face changed instantly. This is an existence on the list of the top 100 monsters in the ancient times. Its reputation spreads far and wide, and its body is comparable to the supreme being of the 9 realms. Most likely, its physical body has reached the realm of asking the Demon King, immortal. Therefore, even from the long ancient times to the present, its physical body still exists. However, even if the physical body is still there, what's the point if the demon soul is gone? Be careful, its magic source must be cut off before. The furious Supreme flipped her hand, and the purple sword appeared on her jade hand, and the whole body was full of fighting spirit. Wait a moment. But at this moment, Chu Yan opened his mouth to stop the mad Saber Supreme. This golden demon ape gave him a very strange feeling, which made Chu Yan a little confused for a while. Ho, ho ho ho. Empty eye sockets swept towards Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme. The golden demon ape seemed to confirm the target, let out a sky-shattering roar, stepped out a few steps, the ground trembled, and the bone stick in his hand was dragged. #C3255 Golden Ape. Seeing that the golden demon ape attacked violently, Mad Saber Supreme naturally didn't wait any longer, and shot directly with a shout. Wanna die? In the eyes that were originally moonbrowed and star-eyed, there was a flash of sharpness in an instant, and the momentum surged into the sky, and the magic seal in his hand condensed. In mid-air, purple knives were like the sky, evolving into a forest of knives, one after another slashed down, and fell like a torrential rain on the corpse of the golden demon ape like a hill. Boom! Boom! Groups of sword lights exploded on the golden demon ape, and the blasted air waves traveled for dozens of miles, stirring the sky and the void, and shaking the earth. When all the chi storm dissipated, it could be clearly seen that the huge wounds on the golden demon ape's body were healed quickly with the rolling of the devil chi. In less than a few breaths, all the wounds were covered as before, as if he had not suffered any injuries. However, Chu Yan, who has the pupils of the unicorn, can still see that the original powerful magic energy of the golden demon ape is obviously weaker. Town. The Mad Saber Supreme didn't stop at all. With a wave of his jade hand, a purple gold altar fell from the sky, crushing on the golden demon ape like a mountain. This time, the golden demon ape was instantly suppressed at the foot of the mountain. No matter how much it struggled and roared, it couldn't escape at all. Humph. Being an old lady is easy to bully. When this sentence landed, the Mad Saber Supreme with his hands on his hips suddenly smiled and was startled, as if thinking of something. He quickly turned his head to look at Chu Yan who was beside him. But Chu Yan was stunned, looking at him dumbfounded, and quickly lowered a pair of jade hands from above his slender waist, hanging in front of his body and twisting. His small face was blushing. Husband. This soft voice made Chu Yan's whole body tremble violently, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently twice. The Crazy Saber Supreme is indeed the Crazy Saber Supreme. This slasher is really different from the way he looks in front of him. That, you try to use your demon heart and see if you can dare to submit to it. Crazy Saber Supreme turned his big eyes, thinking of what Chu Yan called and so on before. Of course he understood why Chu Yan was like this. Thank you, Lin Meng. Chu Yan opened his mouth. I found my tongue was a little numb. Then he let out a long breath and walked towards the golden demon ape. After all, the Supreme is the Supreme, with amazing insight. What Chu Yan suddenly sensed before is that there seems to be a connection between his demon heart and the golden demon ape. Therefore, seeing the crazy Saber Supreme suppressing the golden demon ape. It was obvious that he had discovered it a long time ago, so he used Daobao to suppress it and put Chu Yan down to try. Husband. Hearing Chu Yan's thank you, Lin Meng stomped his feet angrily again, which made Chu Yan lose his footing and almost sprained his foot. Next, Chu Yan walked in front of the golden demon ape, and the magic breath rushed out and enveloped the golden demon ape. The golden demon ape, who had been roaring and struggling, became quiet in an instant, staring at Chu Yan with empty eye sockets, and the magic breath all over his body receded like a tide. In the end, there was only a trace of spirit and will remaining, fully presented in front of Chu Yan. This is a group of black clouds, like a small black cloud, wrapped in a miniature version of the golden demon ape, kneeling in the void, bowing to Chu Yan continuously. It turns out that this devil's heart is still so useful. This is what Piao Piao said, the connection between the White Jade Palace and the Pantheon Forbidden Land. Chu Yan frowned slightly, thinking of some words Lu Piao had said, and couldn't help but ponder. Because, Lu Piao said at the time with a terrified expression, it seemed that there was a huge danger hidden in this forbidden land, and it was aimed at Chu Yan. From this point of view, either it didn't show up, or it was the fiery young man. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Yan turned to look at Lin Meng and asked softly. Let's go to the primordial seed tomb first. Mad Saber Supreme heard the words, lightly tapped the jade head and said, Okay, listen to my husband. Then, with a wave of Chu Yan's hand, the golden demon ape stood up from the ground, turned around and strode forward. Chu Yan and Crazy Saber Supreme followed closely behind, and flew towards the distance. Along the way, the golden demon ape led the way, which saved a lot of trouble and avoided many murderous intentions and restrictions. However, when Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme saw the terrifying existences, they were all trembling. The degree of danger in this place was far beyond their expectations. On the pure black land, there is vastness and dilapidation everywhere. There are endless cracks in the earth and cliffs, all of which hide huge and terrifying monsters. Some are sleeping, and some are going to fight each other, picking up a huge wind and sweeping all directions. The further he went, even the golden demon ape couldn't match these horrors, and began to make detours, unable to move forward in a straight line. But fortunately, Chu Yan and Crazy Saber Supreme also used the pupil technique and divine consciousness, and under the guidance of exploration, the golden demon ape's speed can be maintained. Fortunately, these horrors exist, because the aura of the golden demon ape is concealed, and he didn't pay attention to Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme. That guy is right. In such a place, only by asking about the strength of the Lord can you break through. Crazy Saber Supreme's small face was slightly pale, leaning against Chu Yan, looking around. His face was full of fear and curiosity, which made Chu Yan speechless for a while. Anyway, you are also in the supreme realm, I am only in the heavenly prestige realm, you rely on me, does it work? But Crazy Saber Supreme seems to enjoy this state very much. The more terrifying and dangerous he encounters, the more he squeezes towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan was speechless, and he didn't dare to push, and he didn't dare to hide, it was really too difficult. Time kept passing, and in the blink of an eye, more than an hour passed. The golden demon ape ran wildly all the way, running to a mountain peak without stopping, and finally stopped. This is the ancient tomb. Chu Yan looked up at the peak of Baizhong, his face full of astonishment. There is such a big tomb. Could it be that the corpse of this kind of demon is 100 times bigger than that of the golden demon ape, so it needs this big tomb to hold it? We have to find a way to get in. The Crazy Saber Supreme didn't take it seriously, he looked around with big eyes, and a strange light flickered in his beautiful eyes, obviously looking for the entrance. Here, come on. Chu Yan was still looking at the huge tomb in front of him, but the Crazy Saber Supreme not far away had discovered something, and exclaimed softly. Chu Yan hurried over to take a look, but it was a huge crack, almost bottomless. I saw too many cracks like this on the road just now, so they didn't attract their attention at first. But now, with the power of the pupils running to the extreme, coupled with the exploration of the spiritual sense, it is obvious that the devilish energy overflowing from the depths of this crack is extremely pure. Jump. Chu Yan looked up at Mad Saber Supreme. You jump, I'll jump. Lin Meng looked at Chu Yan with hazy eyes and blinked. Well, let's dance. Chu Yan was speechless for a while, and jumped down without saying much. Hoo. The sound of the wind was loud, pouring into the ears, like the whistling of the demon, which made the scalp numb, and it continued to fall. It felt like the two of them had jumped into the abyss, leading to the 18th floor. Still looking for Unlimited Upgrading, the strongest martial soul free novel? Baidu Direct Search, reading novels is very simple. =. #C3256 Wretched Old Man. The bottom of this crack was far beyond Chu Yan's imagination. After falling for almost half an hour, it was still not deep enough. After another 1,000 breaths, the two bodies landed lightly and looked around. With a glance, the pupils of the two shrank in unison. I saw that there were large and small cemeteries everywhere on the blood-red land in front of me. Under the ups and downs, it looked like a hilly area. It turned out that this primordial demon was not a cemetery, but a cemetery. Such a scene would not surprise Chu Yan and the others, but the strange thing is that above these tombs, there is an ancient altar suppressed, releasing a faint breath, connected to each other. It was as if Chu Yan had seen before that there was a gravestone on the top of some earthen graves. However, this is the first time that an altar is used to suppress a tomb. Strange, what Lu Piapiao meant was that the tomb of the owner of the magic marrow is here. Why are there so many? Chu Yan looked around, looking for the cemetery that might be the owner of the magic essence, and whispered at the same time. There is no danger for now. After the crazy Saber Supreme inspected it 2 or 3 times, he said to Chu Yan with a slightly relaxed expression. That altar seems a little different, should you go and have a look? As a strong man in the Supreme Realm, Lin Meng always asks Chu Yan first no matter what is big or small, as if he has completely regarded himself as Chu Yan's concubine. Good. Chu Yan nodded, walked towards the altar, looked up, but saw a golden light cluster floating above the altar, like a dead flame, floating gently. He raised his hand and waved out a burst of spiritual energy. The golden light ball was smashed into pieces, and a row of golden characters emerged. The two of them looked at the words at the same time, and they suddenly understood after a glance. According to the written records, this ancient tomb was the tomb of a sect power in the ancient times. The last strong man was lost and buried here, leaving behind some sect inheritances, waiting for those who are destined. This strong man's name is Xiangtian. Chu Yan said in amazement. Go to heaven. This is a famous Taoist in ancient times. It was lost here. Frenzied Saber Supreme's small face changed slightly, and he said in surprise. Wait, no. Suddenly, the crazy Saber Supreme seemed to think of something, and swept towards the other large tombs, sweeping them one by one, and his expression became even more astonished. These dozens of large tombs are all powerful Taoist masters. If the tomb owners of more than a dozen Taoist realms are known to the outside world, what a terrifying thing it would be. Even the Taoist masters of the Divine Land continent will rush here, frantically. After all, the inheritance of any Taoist master may be related to the experience and opportunity of a higher realm. And those 9 realm supremes, not to mention, even if they die, they will crawl here, looking for inheritance to break through the realm of Taoist masters. More than a dozen seats. If it doesn't work out, there will be a few Taoist realm existences. There is no doubt at all, if the news spreads, a war that will sweep across the entire continent will surely break out in the God's Domain continent. However, Chu Yan didn't care about these. he just stimulated his demon heart and sensed the entire cemetery. Soon, one of the dilapidated ancient tombs made Chu Yan's demon heart beat violently. It should be this one, Lu Piapiao said, the owner of the magic marrow. Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he walked quickly to the dilapidated tomb, and at the same time inspected the tomb to see if it was in danger. Sure enough, when he walked to the tomb, the devil's heart was beating so fast that it almost rushed out of his body. Land of the living dead. Looking at the row of gold characters on the cemetery, Chu Yan frowned suddenly. Although these words are simple, they seem to reveal some kind of dangerous signal, as if the dead in this tomb may come back to life. Or in other words, the living go in and die here. The most frightening situation is that the world is between life and death, just like the golden demon ape, whose mind and soul are imprisoned, wandering here forever. Chu Yan, here. The Mad Saber Supreme walked over, with the same serious expression on his face, and just about to speak, suddenly a strange sound sounded. You two little friends, you're here, why don't you come and sit down? When this sentence landed, Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme, who were already nervous, were so shocked that their aura surged at the same time, and their hair stood on end. There is someone in this tomb. This is a cemetery, shouldn't it be full of dead people? Cheat. This is too scary. However, fortunately, Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme are not ordinary people, that is to say, this place is too intrusive. Someone suddenly spoke in the tomb, which frightened the two of them a little, and soon calmed down. Chu Yan had heard from Lu Piapiao that there was someone in this tomb, so he quickly realized that the person who spoke suddenly should be the one Lu Piapiao pointed to. TSK, 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 what a beautiful little girlfriend, but she's still a young bud. Hurry up, hurry up. Come in, old man. This sound made Chu Yan frown immediately, and turned to look at the Mad Saber Supreme. However, just as the crazy Saber Supreme was about to open his mouth to curse, with his hands on his hips, his face swollen, and his veins bulging, another strange sound suddenly sounded. Bah! Old pervert, you dare to talk nonsense, believe it or not, I will kill you. Don't worry, two friends, he's just talking and won't hurt you. Come in, we'll wait for you. There are people. Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme trembled at the same time, and looked at each other, their eyes were full of surprise. One living dead is enough, but there is a second one. Come on. Come on. This flower venerable is really just talking. It's okay, come in, it's absolutely safe, don't lie, I swear. The pervert at the beginning spoke again, his tone full of temptation. Safe. Don't lie. Chu Yan and Lin Meng's eyes twitched twice at the same time, and their faces sank. Does this count as nonsense? Two guys who have been dead for an unknown number of years, you can believe what they say. Dare to provoke my old lady. The crazy Saber Supreme couldn't help it. He flipped his hand and the purple knife came out horizontally, and he was ready to charge in while holding it. Wait, I'll go in and have a look first, and call you if it's safe. At this time, Chu Yan suddenly felt very unwilling to Lin Meng's behavior of rushing in. If the old ghost there is really a liar, based on what he said at the beginning, it is very likely that he is a pervert. Then Lin Meng is in danger. Because, the ghosts who can't be here are probably in the realm of Taoist masters before they fall, and they are not something Lin Meng can deal with. Lin Meng rushed in like this, not a lamb into a wolf's den. No, if you want to go in together, I want to see if these old ghosts want to be lost. Crazy Saber Supreme had a murderous look on his face, and without waiting for Chu Yan to persuade him, he rushed in with the knife in his hand. The door of the tomb was already open, but there was no tomb passage. The moment one walked through the door, it was like passing through a turbulent flow of time and space, and then appeared in a brand new small world. In front of them stood two old men, one tall and one short, with wretched smiles on their faces. When they saw Chu Yan coming in, the smiles on their faces were extraordinarily bright. Still looking for Unlimited Upgrading, the strongest martial soul free novel? Baidu Direct Search, reading novels is very simple. == Hashtag C3257 Beautiful little girl. This is a place similar to a Zoman. The entire sky is covered by a black guardian spirit array, like a bowl turned upside down, enveloping the Zoman under it, tightly wrapped. There are several main halls around, with different colors, no different from ordinary Zoman main halls. There were two old men in front of them, one fat and the other thin, with bright smiles like flowers. Not far away was a brawny shirtless man who was sweating profusely holding a stone lock, and every time he lifted it, he would slam it hard. However, the strange thing was that the stone lock hit the ground with gravity, but it didn't make a sound, just like hitting cotton. The brawny shirtless man didn't seem to care, he pounded hard again and didn't even turn his head when Chu Yanliang came. This place seems to be very ordinary, and there is nothing special about it. If it weren't for the existence of these three people in front of me, it would be basically the same as the ordinary secret inheritance that I encountered before. As for the danger, I can't see it yet. Huh. Really came in. Interesting, I haven't seen outsiders for a long time. Come, drink tea. The thin old man looked at Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme, his eyes were bright, his lips trembled with excitement, and with a wave of his hand, 2 cups of tea flew towards Chu Yan and them. Haha, what a beautiful little girl, come, go back to the palace with your brother and talk about your life. Another fat old man stared at the Mad Saber Supreme with a pair of oily green eyes, with a wretched smile on his face. Roll. Who is Crazy Saber Supreme? His title is Crazy Saber. With a violent shout, the whole body's true energy erupted, and the power rushed out like a rolling flood, and directly blasted the 2 jade teacups that flew over into fine powder. Clang! Clang clang! With saber energy, a large purple sword burst into the air, turning into a giant blade nearly 100 feet high, suspended in the air, and the blade pointed directly at the 2 old men. The entire sect covered by the spirit array, several halls trembled in unison, and the translucent spirit array in the sky was constantly shaking. It was as if the purple knife hanging in the air was about to cut the halls, including the entire sect, into 2 halves. Supreme Majesty. How can there be blasphemy? Oh my God, stop my girlfriend. Why are you so violent? The fat old man's face turned green with fright, he turned around and ran, retreating nearly 100 steps, before stopping to look at Mad Saber Supreme. It seems that he wants to prove that he has no malicious intentions, at least not by force. Boom. Boom. The sound of 3 startling drums suddenly sounded from the main hall in the distance, followed by the shield of the spirit array above the sky, buzzing and trembling 3 times, and the aura was obviously raised. The next moment, the entire protecting sect spirit formation burst into brilliant black light, turned into a thunderous black lightning, and slashed fiercely at the gang knife floating above the head of the Mad Saber Supreme, instantly smashing it to pieces. At this moment, Crazy Saber Supreme and Chu Yan were shocked at the same time, and looked up at the spiritual formation in the sky. This spiritual formation is so powerful that even the purple saber of Mad Saber Supreme can be smashed with one blow. Snort. At this moment, the brawny shirtless man snorted heavily and turned to look at the 2 old men. Be honest with me. If you make another move, this spirit array will be stronger. Hearing these words, the 2 old men immediately froze, shrinking their necks, with disappointment on their faces. The shirtless burly man glanced at Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme, without speaking, and continued to smash his stone lock, still silent. Hey, 2 little friends, don't be impulsive, we don't do anything, just chat. That's right, anyway, if you come in, you won't be able to get out, and if you're idle, you'll be idle. You're almost suffocated to death after being here for so long. The 2 old men opened their mouths, but the expressions of Chu Yan and Kuang Dao Zhizuan changed at the same time. What? Cannot go out. At this moment, Chu Yan understood why there were 3 people here, and why they were tricked into coming in. It turned out that it was not to deal with them, but to trick them into chatting. In other words, these 3 people broke into this place before, and then they were trapped here and couldn't get out. Sorry, 2 friends, we didn't do it on purpose, we just wanted to chat with more people. The fat old man's face was reddish, he quickly glanced at the supreme crazy saber, and then said. Besides, your 2 cultivation bases are too weak, and you will be damaged at any time in this place. It's much safer to stay with us here, at least your lives are not in danger, and we will be able to leave in a short time. Hearing this, Chu Yan was completely sure that he couldn't get out of this place. From the looks of it, it should be the reason for the sect spirit formation above the palace. When we came in just now, we didn't feel that the spirit array was blocking it. Why did we only let in but not let out? This is not in line with the characteristics of the Zhenzong spirit array. Chu Yan asked suspiciously. Well, we don't know about it. We don't know the situation at all in this broken place. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. Even if you are in the Taoist realm, don't even think about leaving. The fat old man grinned and explained. Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme looked at each other, and their expressions changed slightly. Even the Taoist master can't get out, so how long will he be trapped? Moreover, it is not a good thing to be trapped with these 3 weirdos. I didn't lie to you this time. Really, the fat old man swore, pointing to his hair. Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned slightly, lowered his head, and muttered. It seems that what they said this time does not sound like a lie, but the reason why I came to this place is because of the magic essence in my body. And the magic essence should be transformed by the owner of this place, if so. Try it. At the moment, Chu Yan didn't hesitate, and walked towards the entrance with his foot lifted. If it is really like what they said, this place can only be entered but not exited, then it will become a prison cell. When will it be closed? Chu Yan is not exhausted here now, and must find a way to leave. Boy, you really don't believe the old man's words. I can't even do without a little heavenly venerable, you still think about it. The thin old man glanced at Chu Yan, who was striding forward with a look of disdain. That's right, boy, haven't you heard the old saying that if you don't hit the south wall with your head full, you don't know that the south wall is a brick? The fat old man also had a joking look on his face, and his mouth was full of contempt. You didn't listen to people's persuasion. You still go. Come back quickly, your cultivation base is too weak. If you retaliate, then I rely on you. Thinking of getting along for a long time in the future, the fat old man was about to persuade him again, but after he finished speaking, his face changed drastically, and he swears directly. What's the situation? What about the kid? I saw Chu Yan's figure had disappeared at the entrance, completely gone. He went out. How is this possible? Even the brawny man in the distance, who was throwing stone locks in the distance, stopped for the first time, and turned his head to look this way, his face full of shock. There is someone who can go out. Still looking for unlimited upgrading, the strongest martial soul free novel? Baidu direct search, reading novels is very simple. =. Hashtag C3258 Burial of the Gods. 3 pairs of eyes, plus Lin Meng's beautiful big eyes, all saw Chu Yan walking out from that portal at the same time. How can it be? Impossible. The fat old man and the thin old man almost roared, and their bodies turned into 2 balls of lightning, rushing towards the entrance. Boom! Boom! It was as if 2 balls of meat had hit the wall, making 2 muffled sounds, and the figures of the 2 bounced back at the same time, hitting the ground and sliding hundreds of steps away, before gradually stopping. By the time the two old men got up from the ground with ashes on their faces, their heads were covered with bruises, their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen. This time, because they were too surprised and waited for too long, when they rushed up, they didn't hold back, and almost exploded with all their strength. Of course, the collision was not light. The shirtless burly man watched this scene, his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. During the time they were trapped, the three of them tried all kinds of methods, even secret techniques and forbidden techniques, and even tried the method of spontaneous combustion of the soul, but they couldn't get out at all. Even within 10 steps of the mask, they couldn't get close. But now, this little cultivator in the heavenly venerable realm, who is like an ant, has passed away. God, oh my God, tell me, how did you do it? The old man was completely crazy now, his face was contorted, his nose and brows were all twisted together, and he shouted at the figure outside the door. Didn't you say that my husband will get bumped? Crazy Saber Supreme's small face was full of smug smiles, his small chin was slightly raised, and he looked down at the two old men. Her peerless little face is full of pride. Look, this is my husband, amazing. What? What a bag, me. Hiss. It hurts. The fat old man's sea of consciousness has become a mess. He still remembers what he said before. He directly raised his hand to touch the top of his head, grinning his teeth in pain. Impossible. This little friend is tall and mighty, tall and mighty. I have already said that he is the most outstanding genius in this God's domain continent. How could he be so full of hair? The thin old man reacted very quickly, and quickly said with a charming smile on his face. Hearing this, Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme looked at each other and laughed together. Okay. This guy is comparable to Fan Chen and He Yao, his reaction speed is amazing, he is very flattering. Little brother, I have admired you for a long time, why don't we become brothers with different surnames, how about it? Assholes become brothers, don't you want to be ashamed, don't you look at how old you are? Are you embarrassed? Right, this master. Why don't you be my uncle? Damn it, you're too shameless, uncle is a fart, I want to recognize him as my grandfather. What? You really? The two old men were at the entrance, blushing and thick necks arguing. In order to fight for Chu Yan to be his grandson, they were ready to roll up their sleeves and do it directly. Stop. Chu Yan had goosebumps all over his body, he couldn't take it anymore, so he yelled to stop. You guys are thinking too much. According to my estimation, I should only be able to go in and out by myself, and I may not be able to take you out. Of course Chu Yan knew that he was able to enter and exit here entirely because of that drop of magic essence. As Lu Piapiao said, the owner of this drop of magic essence should also be the owner of this place, and after he has fused this drop of magic essence, he can come in and out freely. As soon as these words fell to the ground, the two old men present were dumbfounded on the spot, holding each other by the neck. Even the Mad Saber Supreme, who was still a little proud just now, was stunned on the spot. Humph. So that's the case, there's a fart for that. The fat old man's expression changed on the spot, and he walked to the side with a disappointed face, picked up a cup of tea and poured it down, and at the same time threw the teacup in his hand hard to the ground, breathing heavily from his nose. After finally waiting for the opportunity, I thought there was hope, but the result was still disappointing. When will I be able to leave this ghostly place? Why can you come in and out? The brawny shirtless man walked by, looked at Chu Yan and asked. Because I got a drop of magic marrow before, it should have something to do with it. Chu Yan replied without hiding anything. Demon essence. No wonder. The shirtless man and the two old men looked at Chu Yan at the same time, and their eyes flickered instantly. Immediately afterwards, the three of them looked at each other, then turned to look at Chu Yan Dao. Little brother, can you give me a helping hand? As long as you activate the magic breath and add some of our means, there may be a chance. After the shirtless man finished speaking, he added, as long as you are willing to wait for me, no matter how great the benefits are, we will have to pay. You can definitely rest assured. Hearing this sentence, the fat and thin old men nodded in unison, as if they were pecking at rice. You mean, you can break this guardian spirit array? Mad Saber Supreme asked. That's right. We have tried every means, the only way is to forcibly break it, and we haven't tried it. The shirtless man replied earnestly. Hearing this, Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme nodded at the same time, agreeing with his statement. For so many years, it is impossible for these three people to be idle. They must have tried various things, and I am afraid it will not work to break open by force, otherwise they will go out. Well. Crazy Saber Supreme aimed at Chu Yan, but saw Chu Yan nodded slightly, and his big eyes flickered immediately. First, 5 ancient immortal level elixir. Second, don't allow us to be enemies and hurt us. Third, tell us everything you know. Based on these 3 conditions first, make an oath of Tianwei, and then talk about helping. The strength of these 3 people is at least above the 9 realms supreme realm, and the conditions for the Crazy Saber Supreme to open should be their bottom line. Such a good opportunity does not come every day, how could the Mad Saber Supreme be polite to them? What? 5 ancient fairy medicines, why don't you grab them? The fat old man exploded on the spot, jumped up and shouted. 2 little dolls, why do you need such an ancient fairy medicine? Why don't you get something else? No. Mad Saber Supreme shook his head directly. When the 2 old men were stunned and Chi-Chi turned their heads to look at Chu Yan shrugged his shoulders and pointed at Lin Meng, expressing that he listened to her completely. Of course, I can't be as clear as Lin Meng about what is good about this kind of thing. After all, she is the supreme being of the 9 realms and knows more good things than herself. You. The skinny old man's face was black with pot, and his forehead was swollen with blue veins. He said in a deep voice. Do you know who I'm waiting for? You dare to be so presumptuous with us, aren't you afraid of death? When this sentence fell, Lin Meng laughed immediately, and said, sure enough, you are unreliable. You have not cooperated yet, and you started to threaten us. If you let you go out, the consequences. Huh. Crazy Saber Supreme said, and the injury went to Chu Yan's side, which made the 3 of them turn green with anxiety. Don't. 5 plants are 5 plants. Let's make the oath of Tianwei now. After finishing speaking, the 3 of them did not hesitate, and quickly used the power of their souls to make an oath of heavenly power. Let's talk about this place first. The fat old man shook his head and began to explain what they knew. About this place, all we know now is that this place must be the burial place of one of the 10 ancient gods. Still looking for unlimited upgrading, the strongest martial soul free novel? Baidu direct search, reading novels is very simple. =. Hashtag C3259 Corpse of Gods. Regarding the 10 ancient gods, they only existed in the cognition of the top powerhouses in the gods' domain continent. Few of the ordinary cultivators below the respected realm knew these mysteries. Therefore, when talking about the 10 ancient gods, the fat old man emphasized his tone, as if he wanted to see the shock on Chu Yan's face. However, he was quickly disappointed. Not only Crazy Saber Supreme, but even Chu Yan had a normal expression. What the hell is this? The 10 ancient gods. That is the acme that cultivators can achieve, so you are not surprised at all. You must know that according to the experience of the cultivator's experience and adventures, he usually finds the burial place of the lost and strong, and can often get the inheritance of the strong. That was a chance to soar to the sky, and even reach the top of the gods, but there was no surprise on the faces of the 2 people in front of him. Could it be that I have been here for too long, a bit outdated? The outside world is now full of ancient gods. Pooh. There are only 10 ancient gods, okay, you guys. These two little friends seem to have extraordinary backgrounds. The fat old man stared at it for a long time, but Chu Yan and the two still didn't respond, so they couldn't help but babbled twice, and said. The large tomb group outside is built around this tomb. If it is attacked, the entire tomb group will evolve into a super heavenly formation. Speaking of this, a strange color appeared in the eyes of Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme at the same time. These are more than a dozen Taoist tombs. If this turns into a killing formation, it won't kill even the gods. The biggest secret is. The fat old man raised his voice, looking at Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme. His face was full of complacency. Here, there is a complete corpse of the gods, right in the palace. Speaking of the complete corpses of the gods, the eyes of the fat and thin old man and the shirtless man flashed a light at the same time. The three of them want to go out, on the one hand to get out of trouble, and at the same time, to snatch the corpse of the gods. Among the top 10 ancient gods, the first 5 are all attacking the supreme existence, while the remaining 5 are all invincible Taoist realms. What an amazing benefit if one of these corpses can be obtained. The corpses of the gods. Even if it was Chu Yan, his expression changed. There are corpses of gods here. If it is said that his reincarnation is really one of the 10 ancient gods, then is it possible that it is his own? At this moment, Chu Yan's whole soul was trembling. For the first time, he was so close to his own reincarnation. Let's break open this guardian spirit array first. Chu Yan mused for a while, then woke up from his contemplation, and shook his head. Senior, start like this. Looking at the shirtless man, Chu Yan asked. Here is a gap that I have made for a long time. When I make a move later, you just need to pour all your magic breath into it. After speaking, he raised the stone lock and smashed it to the ground with all his strength again. The sound of bang bang was endless. The thin old man seemed to have thought of something, and asked, strangely. What is the origin of the magic essence in this kid's body? The bare-shouldered man didn't lift his head, he still hit the ground with all his strength, and replied at the same time, that drop of magic marrow is the blood of the gods. Just one drop doesn't do much. Chu Yan nodded when he heard the words, agreeing with the bald man's statement. Because this is very close to his own guess. That's fine, just wait and make a full shot. The skinny old man nodded and didn't ask any more questions. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled, and in the void above the head, the huge guardian spirit array began to buzz and tremble. This scene immediately changed everyone's expressions. They have seen the power of the spirit array before. If it really erupts, then they will not all be buried here. The next moment, rays of light descended from the buzzing guardian spirit array, and all of them rushed towards Chu Yan. This? Chu Yan was stunned, looking at the strange light on his body. He had no idea what happened. Could it be that the corpses of the gods in this palace sensed him and changed? Various thoughts flashed in the sea of consciousness, and Chu Yan flew forward without hesitation. Sure enough, when he bumped into the spirit formation did not respond at all. What? Seeing this scene, the fat old man was so startled that his eyes turned green. Immediately afterwards, the light above the spirit array flickered again and fell down. This time it fell towards the Mad Saber Supreme. How so? The crazy Saber Supreme certainly knows that Chu Yan has a demon essence in his body, and it is normal to be immune to the influence of the spirit array. But there is no magic breath in her body at all, so it will be affected no matter what. Could it be? My God. Damn it, Wokao. What? The fat old man and the skinny old man exclaimed at the same time, and even the shirtless man also exclaimed. They were not surprised that Chu Yan was able to pass through the spirit formation, but how did that girl doll do it? I know. I know. Suddenly, the fat old man among the three jumped up suddenly, and howled like crazy. The time has come. We are free, let us out. All are free to come and go now. While speaking, the fat old man's body burst into an astonishing red light, like a ball of red thunder light, rushing fiercely towards the spiritual barrier in front of him. Boom. There was a loud noise, and then the fat meatball flew backwards, rolled hundreds of steps away, before collapsing to the ground, splashing dust all the way. This time it was the same as last time, the fat old man looked much more miserable. The whole body was black, smoked by the thunder and fire, and red granulation could be seen in the cracked skin, all over the body. If you get close, you can even smell it, a smell of barbecue. Why? The fat old man lay paralyzed on the ground for a long time as if he was dead, then he jumped out abruptly and roared with his blood-red eyes. At this time, his whole heart was bleeding, and his stomach was full of aggrieved. Back then, he was invincible in all directions in God's domain, but that time it wasn't the attitude of cheering and dominating the world. But now, he was disgraced and miserable twice in a row. In this world, is there anyone more miserable than me? Starter. Go away. The thin old man raised his hand and clicked the button, turned his head to look at Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme, and the smile on his face instantly bloomed like a flower. Little brother, we have cooperated, you see. As the saying goes, rely on yourself at home, and rely on your brother when you go out. I have always regarded you as a relative, you can't abandon me. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan's eyes twitched twice. Tell me, what do you want? Chu Yan said. That would be great. Brother, please help us find out if there is any method or restriction that can open this spirit array. The skinny old man said with his eyes shining. #C3260 to shut up. The fat old man dragged his wounded body, and the shirtless man gathered at the entrance, looking at Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme outside. This guardian spirit array must have an eye. We have searched inside, and it must be outside. As long as the core of the formation eye is broken, the guardian spirit formation will naturally be destroyed. Looking at Chu Yan's gaze, the shirtless man trembled slightly, appearing a little excited. This is no problem. Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme looked at each other and smiled at the same time. I hope the little brother can help us find this hole and destroy it. The skinny old man also added. Of course, no problem. Chu Yan laughed. Next, the five people's eyes were facing each other, and there was an instant silence. It took a full 3 breaths before the fat old man reacted suddenly, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently twice. I will produce 10 more ancient fairy medicines. When these words landed, the faces of the skinny old man and the shirtless man changed at the same time. 10 ancient fairy medicines. Add the previous 5 plants to this, that's 15 plants. This is more profitable than robbery. Don't, we simply can't come up with so many ancient fairy medicines. The brawny shirtless man's face twitched, he gave the fat old man a hard look, and said, I can only take out 10 plants at most, and we will produce 5 more ancient treasures, what do you think? These words were directed at Chu Yan, but the eyes of the last few people, including Chu Yan, turned to look at the Mad Saber Supreme. How precious is an ancient fairy level elixir? If you can earn so much by just breaking a formation hole, it is really a bargain. However, upon hearing this, Mad Saber Supreme showed a face of reluctance, saying, This is too little, without adding another condition, the 3 of you each owe my husband a favor, at least once, how about it? Hearing this, the bare-shouldered strong man and the fat and thin old man's expressions sank, and they looked at each other with helplessness in their eyes. This may be a little bit, we can only never agree with your will. That's fine. Let's make do with it. Mad Saber Supreme pouted. This time, not only the three shirtless men, but even Chu Yan was stunned. This crazy Saber Supreme really is a master, just like pulling out the marrow from the bones, constantly squeezing the benefits from the opponent. Then let's go, and have a look. The crazy Saber Supreme waved his small hand, and looked towards the palace, not far away, together with Chu Yan. Looking at this palace in the Guardian Spirit Array before, it seemed ordinary, but now standing in front of it, I can immediately feel a strong aura of coercion. This kind of aura is even stronger than that of the Nine Realms Supreme. You follow me. Chu Yan greeted and walked towards the side hall on the right. As soon as he walked to the entrance of the hall, before he came and pushed the door, Chu Yan saw a huge amethyst stone inlaid on the door frame. This is... Mad Saber Supreme looked at the amethyst stone, his eyes brightened instantly. Oh my God! The fat old man in the distance, with a face full of astonishment, exclaimed directly, "That's the Panlong stone. It's the Eye of the Panlong hanging formation. Strange, how is this a rough stone? This Panlong stone has never been used." The thin old man was also full of surprise. Looking at the amethyst-colored stone, his eyes were all red. The Panlong hanging formation is of course a super-large formation, and this Panlong stone is the eye of the formation that drives the formation. As long as it is displayed, even if it is the Nine Realms Supreme, it is difficult to move an inch. The most important thing is that this set of eyes has never been used, and it is an ownerless thing. It can be said that this is equal to whoever picks it up, whoever it is. This is a super-large formation that can trap the supreme beings of the Nine Realms, that's it, for nothing. This is comparable to an ancient Taoist treasure. Congratulations, husband. Crazy Saber Supreme's big eyes are full of small stars, and he is happier than picking it up by himself, so he hurriedly congratulated Chu Yan Dao. At the same time, Crazy Saber Supreme also told Chu Yan the benefits and usage of this dragon stone in detail. Hearing this, Chu Yan was overjoyed. White Jade Palace. It was a blessed land that he had just acquired. With this dragon stone, it could just be used as a guardian spirit array. Unfortunately, I can only trap the supreme being of the Nine Realms. It would be great if I could be stronger. Chu Yan took off the Panlong stone and put it in the Rakshasa space. Just as he was about to step into the palace, he heard the scream of the crazy Saber Supreme. This is the Myriad Beast Emperor pellet. On the door frame of the palace on the other side, there is actually a round demon pill inlaid. It is full of soul glow. It is not an ordinary monster inner pill at first glance. Ho ho! First release. As if attracted by the consciousness of Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme, an 8-armed Vajra rushed out of the demon core and squeaked at Chu Yan. This is obviously Dan Ling. Although the level is very low and he can't even speak, his movements and eyes are obviously playing with Chu Yan and the others. I rely on it. Across the spirit circle, the fat old man was almost going crazy. Myriad Beast Emperor pellet, another Myriad Beast spirit formation. What the hell is going on? Do all the current super spirit formation need to be picked up? Hearing the voice from behind, Mad Saber Supreme quickly reminded Chu Yan Dao. Hurry up, put it away, my lord. Although this 10,000 beast spirit formation is at the same level as the Panlong stone before, with its spiritual wisdom, it is enough to seriously injure a Nine Realms Supreme. Chu Yan was overjoyed when he heard Fong. Then, just as Chu Yan put away the Wanshuang pill, when he looked up, he saw a small black flag floating above the palace gate. What the hell? That's the banner of killing the gods and sacrifice to the heaven. And, it's an ownerless thing again. The new 81 Chinese website is updated the fastest. The fat old man, including the skinny old man, and the shirtless man couldn't calm down anymore, they all exclaimed. He didn't even enter the door yet, and picked up 3 spirit arrays that were comparable to an ancient treasure. Moreover, the spirit array has always been the most precious among the treasures, and even one spirit array can be compared to 2 to 3 ancient treasures. After all, at the realm of 9 realms supreme, almost everyone has the ancient Tao treasure, but not everyone has the ancient spirit formation Tao treasure. Even, some 9 realm supremes can only subdue some powerful monsters to help them guard the cave. Why didn't it activate? It's that fool who didn't use the 3 super spirit arrays. Are you sick? The fat old man's eyes turned purple, and he howled loudly. Generally speaking, it turned out to be a spirit array. Of course, it was used directly after getting it, and it was put away when it was not used. Who would throw this thing on the ground, casually? Moreover, if these 3 large formations are used, this palace may become an extremely terrifying and peerless killing ground. Even the supreme being of the 9 realms dare not take a step, but now that it has become a treasure, you can take it as you want. It's you who are stupid. Are you a pig? Shut up. The thin old man and the shirtless man yelled at the fat old man at the same time, their faces turned pale with anger. Are you stupid? You really hope that these 3 spirit formations are used to block those 2 little dolls, so there is no way to help us find the eyes of the formation? Oh yes. The fat old man calmed down after being shocked by these 2 roars, and immediately shrank his neck, not daring to gnaw any more, and could only stare blankly. #C3262 The strongest spirit array is in hand. Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme stepped into the hall and walked forward. However, every time you walk a certain distance, you will find array eyes one by one, all of which are in a state of no owner, and they are easily collected by Chu Yan. Moreover, as they got deeper, the power of the formation heart they discovered became stronger and stronger. There are 2 of them, and once they are used, even the supreme being of the 9 realms can kill them directly. Such spirit arrays are all unowned, and there are several of them at once. When Chu Yan walked to the middle of the main hall, he looked around at the side halls around him, and then walked towards the side hall on the left. Walking to the door of the palace, Chu Yan almost habitually raised his head and glanced at the door frame, and sure enough, he found a golden seal hanging on the door. Another formation heart. Chu Yan looked at the golden seal, his eyes sparkled suddenly, and he turned his head to look into the distance. The fat old man, who was stretching his neck to look this way, asked, "Senior, do you know this golden seal?" On the road ahead, Chu Yan picked up about 20 formation hearts, of which only 5 or 6 crazy saber supreme knew him, and he could only ask the fat old man and 3 others about the others. You care about so much. They are all about the same grade, you just accept, hiss. Damn, this is so. Just as the fat old man was about to answer, he half-spoken, his eyes glanced at the golden seal, his body trembled violently, his whole face instantly turned purple with a gasp. And beside him, the skinny old man and the brawny man with bare shoulders were already frozen there, their 4 eyes were staring at the golden seal, beating constantly. The 3 of them stared at the golden seal, with 6 eyes, all bloodshot. God, how is this possible? This is... The muscles on the fat old man's face twitched, he shook his head a few times, and then looked at the golden seal, but found that it was still the same. Thousands of thunder blasting the sky. Hearing this, Mad Saber Supreme immediately turned his head to look at the fat old man, his eyes sparkled and said, "Thousands of thunder blasting the sky formation. Could it be one of the legendary top 10 spirit formations in ancient times?" When this sentence fell to the ground, the fat old man and the 3 of them twitched violently at the same time, looking at the Mad Saber Supreme. The top 10 spiritual arrays in ancient times. Are they powerful? Can they deal with the Taoist master? Chu Yan also asked anxiously. The new 81 Chinese website is updated the fastest. Computer side. Huh. You guessed it right. The fat old man took a long breath, then looked at Chu Yan and said, "The spiritual formations in the whole world that can deal with Taoist masters are only the number of hands, and the one in front of you is one of them, and it is also ranked in the top 3. Ranked in the top 3 of the top 10 spirit formations in ancient times. Can you really deal with the Taoist master? This time, Chu Yan's eyes lit up. If this is obtained from the White Jade Palace, then there will be no need to worry about the safety of the White Jade Palace anymore. You know, the Tao Master realm is already the top combat power in this martial arts world, even if it is the top 10 gods in ancient times, it is just the Tao Master realm. Great! I'm really lucky today. Hearing these words, Mad Saber Supreme jumped for joy, took off the gold seal with a wave of his hand, and handed it to Chu Yan. Stop. Don't. When the 3 fat old men saw this scene, they were so shocked that their scalps went numb, and they hurriedly roared. This 10,000 thunder bombing sky formation is the spiritual formation of the Tao Lord realm. People who cannot enter the second person before they recognize the Lord, or they may explode at any time and destroy everything. Hear this. The crazy Saber Supreme was startled, and quickly took the gold seal back. It's okay, you take it first. Of course, Chu Yan absolutely trusted Lin Meng. Anyway, there are dozens of formation hearts collected now, which are completely enough to defend the White Jade Palace. Go, let's go into the hall and have a look. Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme walked side by side and stepped into the hall. The moment the palace door opened, the eyeballs of the fat old man and the 3 of them almost went in together. This time, they lost a lot. How could they be so unlucky? The 3 of them were trapped in the first hall they entered as soon as they arrived here, and in the halls outside, the treasures all over the ground were all picked up. Look at that kid, his hands are so weak that he picked it up, and now that he has entered the palace, he might have to put it in his pocket. Boy, hurry up and communicate with the divine sense, let's take a look together. Because Chu Yan stepped into the side hall, they couldn't see with their eyes, and couldn't get in with their spiritual consciousness, so they hurriedly urged Chu Yan to say, Yes. Yes. We can help you identify these spirit treasures, otherwise it would be a pity to miss the good things. The thin old man also said anxiously, as if he was very worried that Chu Yan would not let them see it. After all, with so many treasures, even if you can't get them, it's good to have a look. That's right. This is the tomb of the ancient gods, and the treasures and opportunities in it are beyond your imagination. Even the shirtless man was not calm anymore, and began to persuade him. This is fine too. Chu Yan originally considered whether this place would be related to his own reincarnation. If so, it's best not to let others see what happened, but after thinking about it, what the 3 of them said made sense. Therefore, Chu Yan recommunicated with the 3 of them spiritual consciousness, so that they could see what happened after entering the temple. As soon as he looked up into the hall, Chu Yan was stunned. I saw that the entire hall was empty, with nothing in it, and on the surrounding empty walls and ground, there were various patterns and spirit patterns everywhere. These patterns and spirit lines are extremely complicated, and if you carefully identify them, you can find that they are scenes of fighting and killing among several races such as beasts, demons, and humans. Starter. However, these scenes are extremely blurred, and it is impossible to see the whole picture clearly. Empty. In the sea of consciousness, the vicious Pluto, who was lying on the side of Wentian furnace, was suddenly taken aback. From the very beginning, he was wondering whether he had harvested any treasures that would be beneficial to him, and he could ask Chu Yan for it at that time. But now, the hall was empty, which made him extremely disappointed, and he exclaimed directly. You know what a fart. Suddenly, an extremely old voice suddenly sounded in the hall. At the beginning of the world, all things were spirits. During the years of the 10 great gods, a shocking war broke out and almost destroyed the entire world. All the records here are related to that great war. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. Battle of the Gods. The Great War to destroy the whole world. What a terrifying scene, how many strong men are fighting? That's not right. As the king of ancient monsters, why have I never heard of it? The vicious Hades said, dissatisfied. It's right if you don't know. After that battle, all information and records have been erased, and at most only a few words have been circulated in this world. The old voice explained again. That's right. Mad Saber Supreme also nodded cautiously when he heard the words. Obviously she had heard something. She was acquainted with the old man in sackcloth, and the old man in sackcloth had mentioned this to her at the beginning, so she knew something. Huh. Little girl, you actually know. The old voice seemed extremely surprised, and his tone suddenly became heavy. Boy, don't doubt, quickly engrave everything here in the sea of consciousness, engrave it repeatedly, don't miss a single bit, and don't make mistakes. This is very important. #C3261 The strongest spirit array is in hand. Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme stepped into the hall and walked forward. However, every time you walk a certain distance, you will find array eyes one by one, all of which are in a state of no owner, and they are easily collected by Chu Yan. Moreover, as they got deeper, the power of the formation heart they discovered became stronger and stronger. There are 2 of them, and once they are used, even the supreme being of the 9 realms can kill them directly. Such spirit arrays are all unowned, and there are several of them at once. When Chu Yan walked to the middle of the main hall, he looked around at the side halls around him, and then walked towards the side hall on the left. Walking to the door of the palace, Chu Yan almost habitually raised his head and glanced at the door frame, and sure enough, he found a golden seal hanging on the door. Another formation heart. Chu Yan looked at the golden seal, his eyes sparkled suddenly, and he turned his head to look into the distance. The fat old man, who was stretching his neck to look this way, asked. Senior, do you know this golden seal? On the road ahead, Chu Yan picked up about 20 formation hearts, of which only 5 or 6 crazy Saber Supreme knew him, and he could only ask the fat old man and 3 others about the others. You care about so much. They are all about the same grade, you just accept, hiss. Damn, this is so. Just as the fat old man was about to answer, he half-spoken, his eyes glanced at the golden seal, his body trembled violently, his whole face instantly turned purple with a gasp. And beside him, the skinny old man and the brawny man with bare shoulders were already frozen there, their 4 eyes were staring at the golden seal, beating constantly. The 3 of them stared at the golden seal, with 6 eyes, all bloodshot. God, how is this possible? This is. Thousands of thunder blasting the sky. Hearing this, Mad Saber Supreme immediately turned his head to look at the fat old man, his eyes sparkled and said. Thousands of thunder blasting the sky formation. Could it be one of the legendary top 10 spirit formations in ancient times? When this sentence fell to the ground, the fat old man and the 3 of them twitched violently at the same time, looking at the Mad Saber Supreme. The top 10 spiritual arrays in ancient times. Are they powerful? Can they deal with the Taoist master? Chu Yan also asked anxiously. Huh. You guessed it right. The fat old man took a long breath, then looked at Chu Yan and said, the spiritual formations in the whole world that can deal with Taoist masters are only the number of hands, and the one in front of you is one of them, and it is also ranked in the top 3. Ranked in the top 3 of the top 10 spirit formations in ancient times. Can you really deal with the Taoist master? This time, Chu Yan's eyes lit up. If this is obtained from the White Jade Palace, then there will be no need to worry about the safety of the White Jade Palace anymore. You know, the Dao Master realm is already the top combat power in this martial arts world, even if it is the top 10 gods in ancient times, it is just the Dao Master realm. Great! I'm really lucky today. Hearing these words, Mad Saber Supreme jumped for joy, took off the gold seal with a wave of his hand, and handed it to Chu Yan. Stop. Don't. When the three fat old men saw this scene, they were so shocked that their scalps went numb, and they hurriedly roared. This 10,000 thunder bombing sky formation is the spiritual formation of the Tao Lord realm. People who cannot enter the second person before they recognize the Lord, or they may explode at any time and destroy everything. Hear this. The crazy Saber Supreme was startled, and quickly took the gold seal back. It's okay, you take it first. Of course, Chu Yan absolutely trusted Lin Meng. Anyway, there are dozens of formation hearts collected now, which are completely enough to defend the White Jade Palace. Go, let's go into the hall and have a look. Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme walked side by side and stepped into the hall. The moment the palace door opened, the eyeballs of the fat old man and the three of them almost went in together. This time, they lost a lot. How could they be so unlucky? The three of them were trapped in the first hall they entered as soon as they arrived here, and in the halls outside, the treasures all over the ground were all picked up. Look at that kid, his hands are so weak that he picked it up, and now that he has entered the palace, he might have to put it in his pocket. Boy, hurry up and communicate with the divine sense, let's take a look together. Because Chu Yan stepped into the side hall, they couldn't see with their eyes, and couldn't get in with their spiritual consciousness, so they hurriedly urged Chu Yan to say, Yes. Yes. We can help you identify these spirit treasures, otherwise it would be a pity to miss the good things. The thin old man also said anxiously, as if he was very worried that Chu Yan would not let them see it. After all, with so many treasures, even if you can't get them, it's good to have a look. That's right. This is the tomb of the ancient gods, and the treasures and opportunities in it are beyond your imagination. Even the shirtless man was not calm anymore, and began to persuade him. This is fine too. Chu Yan originally considered whether this place would be related to his own reincarnation. If so, it's best not to let others see what happened, but after thinking about it, what the three of them said made sense. Therefore, Chu Yan recommunicated with the three of them spiritual consciousness, so that they could see what happened after entering the temple. As soon as he looked up into the hall, Chu Yan was stunned. I saw that the entire hall was empty, with nothing in it, and on the surrounding empty walls and ground, there were various patterns and spirit patterns everywhere. These patterns and spirit lines are extremely complicated, and if you carefully identify them, you can find that they are scenes of fighting and killing among several races such as beasts, demons, and humans. However, these scenes are extremely blurred, and it is impossible to see the whole picture clearly. Empty. In the sea of consciousness, the vicious Pluto, who was lying on the side of Wentian furnace, was suddenly taken aback. From the very beginning, he was wondering whether he had harvested any treasures that would be beneficial to him, and he could ask Chu Yan for it at that time. But now, the hall was empty, which made him extremely disappointed, and he exclaimed directly. You know what a fart. Suddenly, an extremely old voice suddenly sounded in the hall. At the beginning of the world, all things were spirits. During the years of the 10 great gods, a shocking war broke out that almost destroyed the entire world. All the records here are related to that great war. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. Battle of the Gods. The great war to destroy the whole world. What a terrifying scene, how many strong men are fighting? That's not right. As the king of ancient monsters, why have I never heard of it? The vicious Hades said dissatisfied. It's right if you don't know. After that battle, all information and records have been erased, and at most only a few words have been circulated in this world. The old voice explained again. That's right. Mad Saber Supreme also nodded cautiously when he heard the words, obviously she had heard something. She was acquainted with the old man in sackcloth, and the old man in sackcloth had mentioned this to her at the beginning, so she knew something. Huh. Little girl, you actually know. The old voice seemed extremely surprised, and his tone suddenly became heavy. Boy, don't doubt, quickly engrave everything here in the sea of consciousness, engrave it repeatedly, don't miss a single bit, and don't make mistakes. This is very important. Hashtag C3262 in the past. Hearing the old voice, the Mad Saber Supreme nodded and said to Chu Yan. Yes. He's right. When Chu Yan heard the words, although he didn't understand, he nodded and began to record these patterns and spirit patterns. In the entire hall, there are 4 walls, plus the ceiling and the floor, a total of 6 sides, all of which are pictures of the battlefield. Although it is blurry, if you look closely, you can still see the original meaning of the painting clearly. Chu Yan watched and remembered, and soon fell into it. This earth-shattering battle was fully presented in the picture before him, with a magnificent momentum, and even the Dao treasures and magic weapons used by the strong men were depicted. Just when Chu Yan was sinking into the pattern, he didn't notice that the 9-region star map in the Sea of Consciousness, rows of cyan gold characters, quietly flashed. Time passed quickly, and Chu Yan was still very slow in the process of memorizing these patterns and spirit patterns, although his consciousness was fully concentrated. An hour passed by, Mad Saber Supreme and Chu Yan let out a long breath, finally woke up from the pattern, turned and walked towards the next palace. It was a side hall just now, without any treasures, only some patterns. And this one is the main hall. Theoretically speaking, it should be more important than the side halls. If there is a peerless treasure, the chance of appearing in the main hall is much higher. Standing in front of the main hall door, Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme looked at each other, took a deep breath, and pushed open the hall door heavily. Call. The door of the palace opened, and a burst of extremely rich immortal power swept out, blowing the hair of the 2 of them into the air. This fairy breath, ancient and long-lasting, makes people's hearts tremble, as if stepping into a fairy palace. Huh. Broken dragon stone. After the palace door was opened, a wall appeared in front of him, but it was a huge dragon-breaking stone. The so-called breaking dragon stone is installed in the gates of ordinary cities. When invincible or in an extremely dangerous situation, put down the huge dragon-breaking stone behind the gate, and block the entire city gate with stones to prevent the enemy from breaking in. This kind of setting is also a common mechanism in the tomb. Good wait. Chu Yan tried to use his Jinqi to lift the broken dragon stone, but after a try, his strength in the heavenly exalted realm was unable to move at all. I also want to know that the dragon-breaking stone in the cemetery of the gods cannot be an ordinary stone. I come. Crazy Saber Supreme's small face fell down at that time, and his jade feet were lifted lightly, and he stood in front of the broken dragon stone. However, the 2 of them exerted their strength at the same time, and their true energy rushed away like a strong wind, but the broken dragon stone remained motionless, as heavy as a mountain. It's 2. Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme looked at each other, both eyes were filled with astonishment. Lin Meng is the supreme being of the 9 realms. Even if there is a mountain in front of her, her strength is enough to lift it up. But now, there is no movement at all. It's not right. The voices of the 3 old men behind him sounded, and the tone was also puzzled. You know, there is a drop of magic essence in Chu Yan's body, which has a great relationship with the owner of this cemetery. When he passed through the guardian spirit array just now, there was no obstacle at all. But now, what kind of situation is this broken dragon stone blocking the way? The corpses of the gods. Stopping me. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, a consciousness flashed suddenly. However, the magic marrow took the initiative to admit it, explaining that he led me here, but why did he stop me and not let me find it? Chu Yan, who was full of doubts, like the 3 shirtless old men, also felt unreasonable. However, there is no way to open it. I can only look at Xing and sigh. Forget it, let's go to another side hall, to have a look. Chu Yan shook his head, without thinking too much, turned around and walked towards the side hall on the right. Soon, the two came to the front of the side hall on the other side, and moved the bodyguard Gang Yuan to push towards the door of the hall. The same fairy spirit gushed out, like a mountain wind whistling, and then the eyes suddenly went black. Call. Chu Yan, Crazy Saber Supreme, and the three old men all heaved a sigh of relief. At least there is no broken dragon stone blocking the way in this side hall. Otherwise, there are three main halls, two of which cannot be entered, and one has only paintings, then it is really exhaled. Stepping into the hall, it is dark, without any light, and you can't see your fingers. Even with the pupil power of Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme, they can only see the situation within 10 steps. Be careful. Be careful. The fat old man and the thin old man looked nervous and reminded at the same time. Generally speaking, in the underground hall of the cemetery, the corpses are in the main hall, but some people also place the corpses in the side hall for safety, and set the main hall as a huge murderous opportunity. Therefore, it is really hard to say what is in this side hall. What's this? Suddenly, the footsteps of the frenzied Saber Supreme stagnated, and a startled sound came out. Hearing the sound, Chu Yan turned his head to look, but saw a black crystal coffin lying in front of him, and the crystal list was crystal clear, and the inside could be seen directly through the crystal coffin. A young corpse of a gray and white elder quietly lie in it. Oh my God! Could this be the corpse of the gods? The fat and thin old man exclaimed again and again, staring at the corpse in the crystal coffin. His eyeballs almost flew out. You know, they risked their lives and were finally trapped in the guardian spirit array for an unknown number of years, all because of this corpse of the gods, and now they finally saw it. How could you not be excited? No. The burly man with bare shoulders opened his mouth suddenly, shouting like thunder. This person is not Xuanhuan. I have seen the portrait of the Taoist pastor. It looks like an old man, not a young man at all. Although it is said that it is extremely easy for cultivators above the honorable realm to change their appearance. But the stronger the existence, the higher the level of existence, the less concerned about appearance, and will not spend immortal power on flesh and blood at all, basically showing people their true colors. To heaven! Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme were startled suddenly, and at the same time remembered that there seemed to be more than a dozen large tombs outside. On one of the cemeteries, there are gold letters written on it, which seem to be, to the sky. The corpse of a strong Taoist master was placed here so simply, in a black hall, in a crystal coffin. Look, there is another crystal coffin here. Frenzied Saber Supreme turned his head to look around, and exclaimed again. Sure enough, looking to the left, there is an almost identical black crystal coffin lying horizontally, but looking forward, there is still. Counting in a row, there are 9 crystal coffins lined up in a row. Here, there are 9 crystal coffins here. Chu Yan looked at this scene, and suddenly his mind was shaken. No way, the 9 crystal coffins are all Taoist masters. In these 9 crystal coffins, there are all corpses lying, old and young, male and female. Some have serene faces, some are cold-eyed, some are ferocious, and some are murderous, all of them are different. In the entire black hall, a chilling aura emerged, causing the bodies of Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme to tremble slightly. Although these people have been lost, and the breath of the corpses is cut off by the crystal coffin, even a trace of prestige that overflows is terrifying to such an extent. Oh my God, I know. Those tombs outside are all fake. Their bodies are all lying here. The fat old man let out a loud voice, which startled everyone, who all turned their heads and stared at him. I mean it, I just thought. Stared at by Chu Yan and the shirtless man, the voice of the fat old man's defense became weaker and weaker. Nonsense. You don't need to think about it, you know it with your heels, okay? #C3263, I'm going crazy. The Taoist realm powerhouse was the top powerhouse in the entire world during his lifetime. How could it be so rough to build a burial place after his loss? It is even more impossible to be buried with other Taoist masters. The strong man who is the only one can't bear it at all, and the situation of being side by side with others, of course, he will not allow him to lie beside him with a few people with similar strength to him, and even maybe his opponent in his lifetime. If such a situation really happened, then there is only one possibility. Thinking of this, Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme looked at each other at the same time. Both of them were shocked. Although before, when the two fled from the hot youth, they had also met a strong Taoist realm. But that was just watching from a distance, and only the young man with fury hair was the only one at close range. But now, this is the first time I saw other Taoist masters, besides Huafa youth, but there were 9 of them at once. The point is, these 9 are still corpses. Huh. There's something wrong with this crystal coffin. Why doesn't it have any spirit pattern and forbidden breath? The brawny shirtless man seemed to have discovered something, and he let out a little gasp. No guard. Hearing this, Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme were stunned. How can this be? Don't talk about the main realm. Even when ordinary warriors are buried, they will impose restrictions on their own graveyards and coffins, and almost try their best to prevent the latecomers from desecrating their own corpses. However, on the crystal coffins of the 9 Taoist realms in front of them, there is no aura fluctuation of any spirit patterns. Why didn't you wait? Chu Yan was wondering, but suddenly a spiritual light exploded in the sea of consciousness, causing his pupils to shrink suddenly, and his whole body trembled. There is no prohibition and spirit array protection. Doesn't that mean that the corpses of these Taoist masters, take whatever you want? God. These are the corpses of 9 powerful Taoist masters. What a terrifying existence. Is there any more precious treasure than this in the entire God's domain continent? This time, Chu Yan came to Pantheon Forbidden Land just to revive Yu Linglong and needed the corpse of a strong man. Previously, because of meeting with a hot-haired young man, I accidentally obtained 10 corpses of the Supreme 9 realms. I thought it was the best so far. But it never occurred to me that I would find the corpses of 9 Taoist realm experts here. If Yu Linglong was resurrected with these 9 Taoist corpses, how terrifying would her cultivation strength be? Even if it is 1/10, it is close to the Taoist realm. If you're lucky, will you go straight to the sky in 1 step, and directly reach the realm above the Taoist realm, the realm of the top 4 of the top 10 gods in ancient times? Hiss. Thinking of this, Chu Yan gasped suddenly, and his whole soul began to tremble. The new 81 Chinese website is updated the fastest. Computer side. No. I heard Empress Shantian said before that it seems that only a bloody corpse that has been damaged for less than a month can be used in the forbidden technique of resurrection. Soon, Chu Yan's excitement calmed down, and he shook his head with a wry smile. Looking at the 9 Taoist realm corpses in front of me, it is equivalent to guarding the treasure mountain empty, but can't be used. I am really disappointed. The power of the Taoist realm powerhouse has subverted the chaos of the universe, and belongs to the existence outside the forbidden art, so it should be able to be used to perform the forbidden art of resurrection. At this moment, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, Empress Xuantian's affection was as cold as ever, but it sounded like the sound of heaven. What? Really? Chu Yan, who had calmed down just now, heard the words, his eyes lit up again, and he was extremely excited. This feeling is like riding a roller coaster, it's too mysterious. Really? But there are 2 differences. First of all, even if the resurrected person is resurrected, the powerful Tao will in the body of the Taoist realm cannot be digested in a short period of time, and it will take time to integrate. How long it will take depends on the talent and understanding of the resurrected person. Secondly, the most powerful thing in the Taoist realm is the power of the soul. The power of the Taoist in the corpse is less than 1% of the overall strength. Hearing these conditions, Chu Yan was not displeased at all, but extremely excited. It doesn't matter whether it takes time to integrate, or 1% of the strength of the Taoist realm, the most important thing is that Yu Linglong can be resurrected, and her strength has greatly improved. In addition, this is like a seed. After the seed of the Taoist realm is planted and revived later, the road of martial arts is equal to a smooth road, which has great advantages for the improvement of the realm and Taoism. Lin Meng, I must take these corpses away. Chu Yan turned around and said to Lin Meng, his eyes were full of determination. Now that it has been decided, it is extremely difficult and dangerous, and Chu Yan will definitely get these corpses. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Lin Meng was startled for a moment, then her big beautiful eyes were slightly bent into crescents, and she nodded with a smile. As long as it is Chu Yan's decision, she will not do her best, and will fully support it. However, the fat and thin old man and the bare-armed strong man who were far outside the hall changed their expressions when they heard Chu Yan's words. Boy, you are crazy. The fat old man's face kept twitching, he pointed at Chu Yan and shouted. That's the corpse of the Taoist realm. There are still 9 corpses in total. How could there be no restrictions? Maybe it's a trap. As soon as this sentence came out, although Chu Yan heard it, he didn't hesitate at all. He shot without hesitation, and grabbed the nearest crystal coffin in front of him with his claws. Swish! The claws were like thunder, piercing through the air, making a sharp roar, and the crystal coffin disappeared in the blink of an eye, falling into the Rakshasa space. Swish swish! Swish swish! Without stopping or stopping, Chu Yan kept waving his hands, and put all the other 8 crystal coffins into the Rakshasa space. After collecting the 9 crystal coffins, Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme were on full alert, staring nervously at the surrounding void, and the atmosphere became extremely tense and dignified. But 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. In the dark hall, there was no movement, not even the slightest fluctuation in the void. It seems safe. Call. Call. The few people who had been holding their breath breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and their bodies softened instantly. It seemed that in the few breaths just now, even if there was no fight, they had exhausted all their strength. Chu Yan's eyes were full of surprise and excitement. Danger. Of course there are risks. However, in order to revive Yu Linglong and let her improve her strength after resurrection, no matter how dangerous it is, she still has to try. Damn. Is there any reason for this? After a full 5 breaths of time, the fat old man's mournful howl sounded from the Forbidden Spirit formation outside the hall. 9 corpses of the Taoist realm. Just like that, it was taken away by that kid. No, to be precise, it should be taken away. You know, the 3 of them were imprisoned in this broken spirit for an unknown number of years for a corpse that had obtained the Taoist realm. The point is, it's not there yet. But now it's a good thing that kid casually entered and exited the Forbidden Spirit formation, and even picked up the ancient Dao Realm Spirit formation all over the floor, and now he picked up a bunch of Dao Master Realm corpses. Do you want people to live? Up to now, the 3 of them are full of grievances, with old blood suffocating in their chests, almost spurting out directly. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't communicate with my spiritual consciousness, at least I couldn't see it, and it wouldn't be like this. I'm panicking. #C3264, pick up soft. Regarding the voices of mourning coming from behind, Chu Yan naturally didn't bother to pay attention to them, calmed down a little, and then walked forward with Mad Saber Supreme. In less than 10 breaths, Chu Yan felt a bone-piercing devil's breath sweeping over. This magic breath is ancient and desolate, like a ghostly soul, turning into a dark wind and sweeping by, so eerie and frightening that it makes one's scalp go numb. Crazy Saber Supreme's big eyes sank for an instant, and the supreme power in his body burst out. Chu Yan has Saint Rakshasa and Demon Essence body protection in his body, which is good for the magic breath, but the Mad Saber Supreme does not have any whole cards related to the magic way, so he looks extremely weak in front of this magic breath. Here has. Soon, the footsteps of the two stopped. Chi-Chi looked up. I saw that not far ahead, a living hall was revealed, the door of the hall was broken, and the situation inside could be seen from outside the living hall. In the hall, rows of weapon racks are neatly arranged upside down, and some broken spirit soldiers are placed on them. It seems that the time is definitely not short. There are even some low-grade spiritual soldiers whose bodies have corroded and lost their aura. The lower the quality of the spiritual weapon, the more it needs the nourishment of the warrior's true energy. If it has not been used for a long time, the spiritual weapon that lacks the nourishment of true energy will also be reduced to a pile of ashes like ordinary soldiers. The high-grade spiritual soldiers can absorb the spiritual energy of the world on their own. Although they cannot be promoted, they can maintain the most basic state without any problems. Therefore, in the hall at this time, there are two spiritual soldiers shining faintly, which are completely different from the other spiritual soldiers that have withered around them. That is to say, these two spiritual weapons are not of low rank and are intact. Looking forward, you can see jade bottles one by one, placed on the stone shelf, and you can feel the obvious alchemy in the bottles with your spiritual sense. In the middle of the hall, a jade platform is erected with a token on it. Treasure. The gazes of Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme swept over the Lingbing, jade bottle and token, and their eyes showed joy. Oh my god, that's the Azura-splitting golden spear, Thunder Rhinoceros and Fire God Saber. The twin halberds of immortals. The exclamation of the fat old man echoed in the hall, with shock and tremor evident in his tone. The three spiritual weapons are not Dao treasures, but they are more than 10 times more precious than Dao treasures. Because, the first spiritual weapon is the treasure of the powerful sect in ancient times, and it has a complete set of methods of asking questions. These three spiritual weapons are the 3 sets of ways of asking questions. You can think of how precious this is with your heels. What's more, the ancient sects represented by these 3 spiritual weapons all came out of the Taoist master realm back then. This shows that these 3 methods of asking questions can all be cultivated to the Taoist realm. It is equivalent to saying that anyone who has any of these 3 spiritual weapons can completely create their own sect, establish a sect on their own. Even if you don't establish a sect to build power, at least you can guarantee the path of martial arts cultivation, and the upper limit is directly raised to the Taoist realm. This kind of practice inheritance is definitely the top-level inheritance in the God's domain continent and the entire warrior world, and there is no higher-level existence than them. Leishi Vulcan Sword Art. This method of asking seems to be good. Chu Yan, practice it for me. The crazy Saber Supreme waved his jade hand, and the soldier's dark red sword suddenly stood out with a ball of flames, wrapped around the blade, and evolved a fire spirit vision of a dragon and a tiger. At the same time, a tall phantom of Thor appeared above the blade body. With the dragon in the front and the tiger in the back, Thor is in the middle, floating above the blade body. How domineering. At this moment, the beautiful eyes of the Supreme Mad Saber shone completely, like the 2 brightest stars in the starry sky. The crazy Saber Supreme, of course, likes this kind of tyrannical spiritual weapon the most, and this spiritual weapon and martial arts are very suitable for her, as if it was tailor-made for her. Moreover, for Chu Yan, she never regarded herself as an outsider, and grabbed the knives directly after saying hello, and her jade face was full of joy. Okay, take whatever you want. Chu Yan was naturally willing, and looked at Lin Meng with a smile on his face, with a look of joy on his face, and he was also very happy. These 2 little dolls, can't they be immortals? This luck is against the sky. That's right, they've only just grown up for a while, and they've picked up more treasures than I've snatched in my entire life. they've accumulated more. This matter is a bit weird, but there is no danger at all. The faces of the three old men were full of astonishment, and their eyes turned purple with envy as they looked at Chu Yan and the others. The three of them have never been to any peerless treasures or shocking secrets in this God's domain continent, but they have never encountered a place that can compare with this place. This is too strange. Treasures that are more than one heaven-defying treasures are all gathered here. Most importantly, there are no prohibition guards on them, so take them as you like. This. The three were puzzled, and could only shake their heads and sigh, while staring at Chu Yan and the two of them, to see what else they could find later. In the opinion of the three of them, if Chu Yan entered and exited the Forbidden Spirit formation, he just thought that he was lucky. It was very lucky to pick up a bunch of top-level spirit formation hearts afterwards. Later, when he picked up a bunch of Taoist realm corpses, his luck was completely against the sky. Now that it's good, even the top magic weapon with a full set of asking methods can be picked up. This is no longer the scope of luck. Even, beyond all the cognition of the three of them. Lin Meng, you need to cultivate your comprehension first, and I will revive you Ling Long first, and wait until. Chu Yan looked at Lin Meng, and just said a word. Suddenly, his face became more and more red. Starter. What I said seems a bit too ambiguous. First you Ling Long, then Lin Meng, come one by one. Thank you husband County, the servants are all under the command of your husband, so I'll go first. Seeing Chu Yan blushing, Mad Saber Supreme suddenly grinned, and ran to the side with the Thunder Fire Saber in his hand. Lin Meng walked to the side, looked at the Lei Hua body in his hand, and with a touch of his jade hand, lightning and flames exploded on the knife body at the same time. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Urged by various supreme powers, the corner of the hall is either filled with thunder or flames soaring into the sky, which is extremely spectacular. The fierce Pluto, who was squatting in the Wentian furnace, couldn't bear it anymore, and finally said to Chu Yan. Chu Yan, can you use that Shura split golden gun for me? As the king of monsters, he definitely likes spiritual weapons more than human warriors, especially among the monster and monster races. There has never been such a profession as a craftsman, so their spiritual weapons are even more scarce and precious. Can. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan nodded in agreement, and with a wave of his hand, put the Shura gun into the sea of consciousness, and flew it into the hands of the fierce Hades. Roar. As soon as he grasped the spearman, the majestic magic power rose into the sky like a tide, and the ominous Pluto roared up to the sky in surprise, extremely excited. Great gun. Absolutely great gun. Chu Yan didn't care about the Pluto, who was so excited that he was about to go crazy in the sea of consciousness. He swept his eyes and looked at the spiritual halberd scattered on the ground at the bottom of the corner of the spiritual soldier stand in the front hall. These two spirit halberds had no brilliance and splendor, so when they first entered the palace, neither Chu Yan nor Supreme Mad Saber noticed it. But the three fat old men, with sharp red eyes, saw its existence. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan retracted the double halberds, and walked towards the jade platform in the middle of the hall. Oh my God, boy, you have to look carefully at the token. Is there a crack on it? #C3265 White Robe. As for the token on Yezhongshang, just as Chu Yan approached, the brawny man seemed to think of something, and suddenly reminded him. Chu Yan heard Fong, stopped in front of the jade platform, looked carefully at the token, and found a crack at the edge of the token. Yes, Senior, there is a crack. Chu Yan replied. If this is the case, that would be great. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, the shirtless man showed surprise on his face, and said anxiously. If my guess is correct, this token is used to control the Forbidden Spirit formation. As long as you activate it, we can get away. Hearing this, the fat old man and the thin old man were anxious at the time and hurriedly urged. Then don't hesitate, brother, hurry up. Haha, I'm finally going to be free. I can't stay in this damn place anymore. Chu Yan glanced at Crazy Saber Supreme, and after the two nodded at each other, Chu Yan no longer hesitated, and after infusing his true energy, his spiritual sense sensed. An invisible wave of breath suddenly bloomed from the void, just like the kind of air pressure generated by the sudden opening of the door, rushing in all directions. The three people in the Forbidden Earth Spirit Formation looked up at the sky, and they saw that the Guardian Spirit Formation reacted, humming and trembling. At this moment, the three of them were so surprised that they seemed to be going crazy. They were tumbling and jumping, roaring again and again. Chu Yan didn't pay much attention to the reaction of the three of them. He lifted his foot out of the hall and continued to walk deep. Not long after they left, Chu Yan and Mad Saber Supreme suddenly stopped, as if they had bumped into some restriction and could not move forward. The next moment, a bloody light surged in front of him, but a bloody passage formed under Chu Yan's feet, pointing directly to the depths of the distance. But in front of the Mad Saber Supreme, there was a bloody long sword piercing the ground, and there was no bloody channel. This meaning couldn't be more obvious, is to not let Mad Saber Supreme go any further, but let Chu Yan continue to move forward. This prohibition. I'm afraid it's man-made. That is to say, there are people in this tomb, or in other words, it may be some kind of spiritual intelligence. It should be here. Chu Yan's eyes were full of fire. Now that we have bumped into it, it means that Lingji is here. As long as we go forward, we can see it. Maybe, that wisdom is the soul of the gods. Just like Empress Shantian, she is the reincarnation of the soul and body of the ancient gods. Husband, be careful. Crazy Saber Supreme looked at Chu Yan with a full face of mourning. A smile appeared on Yuro's small face, and he exhorted worriedly. Chu Yan nodded, then took a deep breath, restrained his mind, and walked forward. Sure enough, this time there was no restriction, and it was unimpeded. At this time, outside the main hall. What happened? Where's Chu Yan? Seeing the Mad Saber Supreme come out alone, the fat old man and the shirtless man all looked at her in astonishment. The pupils of the three flickered at the same time, and their spiritual consciousness gushed out, but soon the pupils of the three trembled, and their faces showed astonishment. Starter. Their spiritual exploration was blocked by an invisible restriction, and it was impossible to find out where Chu Yan was. It should be a chance related to him. Mad Saber Supreme smiled slightly and said, "Congratulations on regaining your freedom. What are you still doing here? Do you want to lock it up again?" During the talk, Crazy Saber Supreme flipped his jade hand, took out the token, and smiled all over his face, pretending to push the token. Don't. My aunt, please forgive me. Don't want. The fat and thin old man and the shirtless man turned green with fright. They all dodged and fled several miles away from the range of the spirit circle, and then stopped with horror on their faces, and looked at the Mad Saber Supreme with dark faces. It's kind of fun. Here you go. The Crazy Saber Supreme looked at them, couldn't help laughing, and then threw the token to them. At the same time, he turned his head and glanced at the direction of the main hall where Chu Yan was, before turning his head and continuing to say, "When the things you owe are ready, just tell me." After receiving the token thrown by the Mad Saber Supreme, the three finally returned to normal expressions, and said with a smile on their faces, "Haha, you won't be afraid if you have this thing." "I don't believe it. What else can be trapped here? Woo, what are you doing?" The fat old man hadn't finished his sentence, but the thin old man and the shirtless man tightly covered their mouths. "Shut up, idiot. Talk nonsense and throw you back." At this moment, the fat old man suddenly realized, glanced at the direction of the main hall where Chu Yan was, and immediately understood. There are people in this tomb. On the other side, deep in the hall. As Chu Yan walked all the way, His heart was inexplicably agitated, and he felt that his mind was a little out of his control, as if he had been affected by something. This is the first time that such a situation has happened, even in the face of a powerful crisis. It would not be like this before. Could it be that the front is really my own reincarnation? With complicated emotions, Chu Yan left not long ago, and saw a living room with the door closed tightly. Chu Yan stood in front of the palace gate, looked at the palace gate quietly, and remained silent for a long time. After a while, he slowly raised his hand and pushed towards the palace door. Creak! The sound of the wooden shaft turning sounded in the empty void, as if the door that had been sleeping for endless years was pushed open at this moment. It's also like the past and present life that I have kept dusty for several generations, slowly appearing in front of me. Looking up, I saw that the hall turned out to be a small green courtyard, which was not an ordinary living hall environment at all. The gate of this palace turned out to be the entrance of a teleportation array. Stepping into the gate of the palace, one entered another small world. The simple and ordinary small courtyard has red bricks and green tiles, wooden fences, and unknown green vines are planted in the courtyard, covering the sky of the small courtyard. On the other side of the courtyard, there was a big tree. Under the tree, a figure in a white robe was lying on a stone chair, holding an old book in his hand, reading it a little obsessively. Withered and yellow leaves fell from the tree, and while fluttering, they landed on the hand of the young man in white robe, just blocking the page of the scroll he was reading. At this moment, Chu Yan's gaze fell on the white-robed youth, and the white-robed youth's gaze fell on the dead leaf. Time, as if at this moment, is completely frozen. After 3 breaths, the young man in white robe moved, his clear and bright eyes lifted slightly to look at Chu Yan. In an instant, the gods awakened. My lord, you're here. The corner of the white-robed youth raised his mouth lightly, and said to Chu Yan. It's a bit far-fetched, but those greetings can be considered generous. Please sit down. Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan immediately reacted, smiled brightly, nodded, strode out, and sat opposite the white-robed youth. My lord, I am the 7th of the gods, who cultivates the magic way. As for the name, I can't tell you yet. Hearing this, Chu Yan couldn't help but frown. We've met each other, but we still can't say our real names. These gods seem to be talking about something, the old man in sackcloth, the god of war in green armor, the young man with hot hair, and the young man in white robe in front of him. Why do they all regard their names as treasures? Why hide them? I want to know, who is my reincarnation? Chu Yan looked at the other party and asked. #C3266 He is an adult. This is the problem, and it is one of the 2 main purposes of Chu Yan's visit to Pantheon Forbidden Land this time. Although in order to resurrect Yu Ling Long, collecting the corpses of the strong is the main thing, but now, one of the 10 gods is sitting in front of him, and this secret that has been entangled with Chu Yan can no longer be held back. Chu Yan's eyes were shining brightly, staring closely at the young man in white robe opposite him, with an extremely nervous expression. Maybe this time all the mysteries will be solved. However, the young man in white robe opposite did not answer directly, but looked at Chu Yan quietly. After a long time, he slowly turned his head and looked above the void, with a pair of eyes shining with stars, as if he had insight into the essence of heaven and earth, opened the mouth. The visitor is a guest, although it's not very good, but I hope, let me talk to him alone this time, okay? This sentence sounded, and an extremely cold voice in the void also replied. Can. This is the voice of Empress Shantian. Simple, without hesitation. After a few breaths, the young man in white robe slowly turned his head, looked at Chu Yan again, frowned slightly, and said. My lord, your reincarnation is too complicated, and you can't tell it easily. After all, the secret is not mature yet. Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan's expression changed instantly, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he heard the young man in white robe say again. But. With a wave of his hand, a spirit shield appeared in the void, completely covering Chu Yan, the white-robed youth, and the entire courtyard. I must remind you that the fifth god among the gods, the god of war, may not be what you believe. Or, it may not be what he showed you, it's all an illusion. As soon as this sentence came out, Chu Yan was stunned on the spot. What? Blue-armored god of war, surface, illusion. There are many meanings in this sentence, but in summary, it may be one meaning. Xie, god of war has a problem. Boom. Next moment. The blood in Chu Yan's whole body ignited violently, his eyes overflowed with thunder, and he stood up suddenly, staring straight at the white-robed youth and said, "Why should I trust you? In that case, tell me, what's your purpose? Surface, illusion, why can't it be you?" Chu Yan was so angry that he couldn't even suppress it. Since he met the green-armored giant, how many times the green-armored giant has rescued him, and even called himself a subordinate of the green-armored giant several times. After he had completely merged with the Qingjiao war god, even a Qingjiao warrior like Tiger Roaring Cloak would regard him as the master when he saw him. Such a relationship, such an attitude, why should Chu Yan doubt them? After all, the green-armored giant has saved his own life countless times. Without the blue-armored giant, he would have survived until now and come to God's domain. Totally impossible. At this moment, looking at Chu Yan standing in front of him, the whole body was full of anger. The white-robed youth was silent for a long time, and finally let out a long sigh. "My lord, I know that the god of war has helped you a lot, but it shouldn't be like this. Because of God of War's help to you, it makes your reincarnation more complicated. Not all of his roles are good. Actually, we have been looking for you for the past 100,000 years, not only him, but his luck is good, let you find you first. It's just these decades, everything is messed up." Hearing this, Chu Yan didn't change his expression at all, and even looked at the young man in white robe. His eyes became more and more cold. For Chu Yan, the white-robed young man was still bewitching himself, insisting on his problematic way of watching the battle with the blue-armored giant. However, Chu Yan couldn't accept it, nor was he willing to accept it. "This time, I came here to figure out my own reincarnation. If you can't tell, let the people behind you come out." Chu Yan's attitude was decisive, and his tone was extremely tough. If the words are not speculative, there is no need to continue the talks, and if the talks continue, there will be no better results than the present. The magic essence in his body is not the seventh of the gods in front of him, it should be left by the stronger one. Coupled with Chu Yan's unicorn pupil and breath sensing, it can be clearly judged that the magic essence has nothing to do with this person. "My lord, I'm sorry, it can't meet you yet, but everything I said belongs to it. I want to be able to swear the oath of Tianwei as proof. Any other way is fine." A hint of eagerness finally appeared in the eyes of the white-robed youth. Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan looked at him quietly, and said calmly, "No need. As for the god of war matter, I have my own judgment. As for you, the seventh god of the gods, who exists side by side with the Tao of heaven, Tianwei swears to you, is it like a child's play?" After finishing speaking, Chu Yan stopped continuing, turned around and walked out. "I wish my lord a prosperous martial arts. In the future, as long as my lord gives an order, my subordinates will follow me to the death." Seeing Chu Yan leave, the young man in white robe hurriedly got up and sent him off respectfully. "In addition, my lord, today's words must not be shared with anyone." When these words sounded, Chu Yan's footsteps faltered slightly, and his brows frowned slightly. This young man in white robe has a big problem. What was the purpose of sowing discord between him and God of War before, and now sowing discord between him and Empress Shantian? However, this young man in white robe was the seventh of the gods, and he treated him like an adult from the very beginning, and his attitude was extremely respectful. These things, people, are extremely complicated, which makes Chu Yan feel that he can't figure it out. However, since it is not enough to make a conclusion now, let's do it according to our own feelings. Believe in yourself, you can't go wrong. Chu Yan walked out from the gate and disappeared completely. The quiet courtyard returned to calm again. The young man in white robe stood there, facing the direction where Chu Yan disappeared, without moving, for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, the young man in white robe turned around, bowed to the void, and said, "Master, is it really him?" This sentence is like a Sanskrit sound, spreading continuously in the void, even the sky trembles slightly. Good. After a short breath, an old and eternal voice sounded in the void, responding to the white-robed youth. It's possible to be sure when we meet each other, so there's no need to doubt it. It's him. Hearing the words, the white-robed young man's eyes flickered, his face showed a strange color, and he looked up at the void. The adult said that he will come back. For the goal, everything is worth it. Although the god of war is influencing it now, it's not necessarily a bad thing. At least the god of war department has not known who the Lord is until now. Hearing these words, the body of the white-robed young man trembled slightly, and then black mist rose from his eyes like a cloud of smoke. Boom. In an instant, the demon's breath surged into the sky, and the golden thunder charged into the night. With the young man in white robes as the center, the surrounding trees, spiritual plants, flowers and plants, and even the entire courtyard, the spiritual energy disappeared instantly, and all the colors disappeared one after another, turning into black and gray. It's like erasing all the colors in the world. Okay. That's great. It seems right to follow your lord. The corners of the white-robed youth's mouth slightly raised, revealing two slightly pointed canine teeth, shining with a cold light. Still looking for unlimited upgrading, the strongest martial soul-free novel? Baidu Direct Search, reading novels is very simple. =. Hashtag C3267 in this life. The old and eternal voice in the void also sounded again. Wrong. My lord is the most hopeful, the others are far behind. Heavenly Venerable Realm, soon. You will soon break through to the Nine Realms realm, and then your lord will awaken. Now the gods, whether it's the 9th, 6th, or 5th god of war, have all been born one after another, and the most troublesome guys from Taboo Ridge have also begun to look for them. Us. Speaking of this, the voice in the void sank, and it seemed extremely eager to say, "We must restore our strength as soon as possible. When the adults wake up, it will be good to have more strength." Hearing the words, the young man in white robe bowed again and said, "Yes, master." With the sound of falling to the ground, the figure of the young man in white robe slowly faded away like a phantom and disappeared in place, returning to nothingness. On the other side, when Chu Yan left the hall, the cold voice in the sea of consciousness rang out immediately. "Chu Yan, what's the situation?" Empress Xiantian asked. Just now. Chu Yan would not listen to that white-robed young man. The two met for the first time, and there was no sense of trust. In addition, the white-robed young man first provoked him in God of War, and then provoked him and Empress Xiantian. Such behavior disgusted Chu Yan, and of course it was impossible to do as he said. Therefore, Chu Yan told Empress Xiantian exactly what happened in the small courtyard just now. It seems that it's getting more and more interesting. After listening to Empress Xiantian, her voice was as cold as ever, but there was obviously a hint of interest in her tone. "What do you mean?" Chu Yan asked. "What is my reincarnation? Why does it feel more and more complicated? What does that white-robed youth mean?" Chu Yan's questions made Empress Xiantian silent for a moment, and after thinking for a long time, she answered. "Some things should be known in advance. About the 10 great gods, they were divided into 3 camps in the past. Among them, God of War and the 6th man belonged to one line, and Anti-Tianjun belonged to one line. These two systems are enemies of life and death, and they cannot coexist. Chu Yan frowned slightly when he heard this. So far, people from these two departments have spent too much time and planning on them. There must be a reason for this. It's just that I don't know the reason now. However, what is clear at present is that the Huafa is called the young master, and he must have identified the wrong person. The identity of the white-robed youth as an adult still needs to be confirmed. Hearing this, Chu Yan could only nod his head. Reincarnation is not so easy to understand, and not only him, but even existences like the hot young man can get it wrong. It's not that easy to say it is this matter. Reincarnation is important, but this life is what matters. So, don't think about these things, let alone be hindered by them, improve your cultivation as soon as possible, break through to the supreme realm, and at that time, you can explore many things by yourself. But now, all these things, true and false, false and true, can't be judged and distinguished, so let's put it aside for now. Empress Xuanhuan's voice kept ringing in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, saying a lot. Since Chu Yan knew her, it was extremely rare to say so much this time. Moreover, in Empress Xuanhuan's words, there are explanations, guidance, and comfort. Yes. This life is the most important thing. I am me, Chu Yan. Speaking of this, Chu Yan's eyes overflowed with thunder, and the golden lightning split into the air, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and the breath of his body rolled out like a tide. Shantian, thank you. This sentence fell to the ground, but in exchange for Empress Xuanhuan's coldest voice in history. Don't thank me. My servant is waiting. After saying this, Empress Xuanhuan's spiritual connection was cut off in an instant, which made Chu Yan startled. It's really troublesome. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Chu Yan became increasingly ignorant of women's nature. It was fine just now, so if you turn your back on it, you will turn your back on it. Immediately, Chu Yan walked out of the hall, and saw the Mad Saber Supreme standing outside the hall, looking forward, seeing Chu Yan coming out, a smile and sunshine bloomed like flowers on his little face full of expectations. A faint warm breath spread gently in the surrounding space and Chu Yan's heart. We're here too. Chu Yan chuckled at Crazy Saber Supreme, looked at the three shirtless men at the same time, and nodded. Well, we. Before the fat old man could finish his sentence, two horrific auras suddenly exploded from the hall behind him, and wherever they passed, the hall instantly turned into dust and scattered in all directions. I'm going, what's the situation? The fat old three were startled. Chi-Chi looked up at Chu Yan and asked. What happened in the hall just now? Isn't this too scary? Hearing this question, the smile on Chu Yan's face disappeared, and he watched the three of them not talking at all. This time, the scene was instantly cold, and the three of them reacted with embarrassment on their faces. Of course, you can't inquire about other people's opportunities casually, this is a taboo. Just now, seeing the annihilation of the main hall, the three of them were surprised and subconsciously asked. However, this kind of low-level mistake happened to them, which seemed to make them a little embarrassed, and the faces of all three were a little red. Little brother, let's wait, we want to discuss with you, can you exchange the 10 golden bodies of the Taoist realm for us? Having said that, the fat old man turned his head to look at the shirtless man and the skinny old man. Seeing that they both nodded in unison, he looked at Chu Yan again and said anxiously. As long as you are willing, the price of Daobao is not a problem. It is only one reason to change the golden body, and the three of them are also extremely curious about Chu Yan's identity. That's right, the cultivation base of the heavenly venerable realm. These Taoist golden bodies are not very useful to them, and they are also left alone. It is better to replace them with resources and improve the cultivation base as soon as possible, right? Hearing these words, Chu Yan shook his head immediately and refused directly. Three seniors, I'm sorry, this corpse is of great use to me, I can't exchange it for you. After finishing speaking, Chu Yan didn't wait for them to speak again, and said directly to the Supreme Crazy Saber. Let's get out of here first. Mad Saber Supreme didn't say anything, didn't ask anything. When Chu Yan opened his mouth, she nodded. Little brother, let's go together. The three originally wanted to persuade them, but seeing Chu Yan's attitude, they knew they had no chance. However, the effect of the 10 golden bodies on them is too great, and they really don't want to miss it. After all, this is the golden body of the Taoist Lord. Not to mention the small number, it is hard to say whether the next time you meet, you can pick it up like this, Chu Yan. It might be good to be trapped for countless years like this time, and it is even possible to die directly under the protection restriction. The guardian restriction of the golden body of the Taoist master is terrifying to think about. #C3268 about to start. Chu Yan naturally knew what the three of them were thinking. Just as he was about to shake his head and refuse, he heard the fat old man continue. Little brother, the situation outside is different now. I'm afraid the sky will be overturned long ago. Coupled with those restrictions and spiritual formations, if you force your way in, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. While speaking, the giant shirtless man standing next to him flipped his hand and took out a spar. After infusing it with true energy, a picture appeared in the spar immediately. I saw that in the small world of the golden portal, there were strange lights flickering everywhere, and all kinds of illusory spirit beasts rushed into the sky, roaring and roaring. Although when Chu Yan came over, there were also visionary lights all over the ground, but those were basically in a state of stillness or deep sleep. Coupled with the golden ape guiding the way, there was basically no danger. But now, the golden ape had run away early and disappeared, and those sleeping and static crises outside had also awakened a lot. In this way, it is really dangerous to return safely. Just by looking at the sword spirits, spear spirits, beast spirits, etc., transformed by those visions colliding and fighting each other in the air, one can know that they are all in a violent state now. Even the void and chaos were smashed to pieces by them, and time and space were annihilated. Immediately afterwards, the spar screen changed, showing a battlefield scene, but it was a battle between strong men. Although these strong men are weaker than those forbidden visions, compared to Chu Yan's cultivation, they are extremely terrifying. Now it seems that the young man with hot hair is in some trouble. Mad Saber Supreme said trouble on his small mouth, but his big eyes were obviously full of smiles. Husband, I think it's okay to go together. Hearing what Mad Saber Supreme said, Chu Yan no longer hesitated, and nodded in agreement. Even if these three guys have any ideas, but after all, they have made the oath of Tianwei, and it is impossible for them to take action against themselves. At most, be careful yourself, don't be killed by those prohibitions, it shouldn't be a big problem. Haha, good, let's go. Seeing Chu Yan nodding, the fat old man and the thin old man immediately smiled, wrapped Chu Yan and them with a wave of true energy, and disappeared on the spot. On the other side, the golden portal world. In the entire God's domain continent, all the powerful sects and giants all set their sights on the Pantheon Forbidden Land. Moreover, the top forces of various forces were awakened in various ways and gathered in the Forbidden Land of Xuanhuan. Everyone understands that the opening of Pantheon Forbidden Land this time may be far more than just the appearance of an ancient god like a fiery young man. Ordinary warriors know very little about the things at the top of the pyramid, but those extremely powerful people know very well. The ancient gods woke up one after another, although in different ways. But this time, the appearance of the hot-haired youth may be the point that has not yet appeared. The appearance of this point means that bigger things, or all hidden things, will surface. The important thing about this. Not only does it affect the inheritance and treasures of a Pantheon Forbidden Land, but it may even affect the structure of the entire God's domain. Throughout the history of God's domain, there have been many great wars that have swept the world and destroyed the world. In these battles, some mighty ones rose up, and some mighty ones lost. To put it simply, if Pantheon Forbidden Land is an opportunity for ordinary warriors, then the birth of the gods is an opportunity for all extremely powerful fighters. The time has come. What time are you waiting for? The intervention of the major forces and the actions of the most powerful people have turned the entire Forbidden Land into a mess. The strong men with their own thoughts all rushed into this quagmire, sinking deep and unable to extricate themselves. Among them, there is the news that Chu Yan is not dead, and came to look for Shingongshi. The Pantheon Forbidden Land has become a real fierce place. Just because there are so many forces fighting here, it is impossible for a strong person in the heavenly venerable realm to participate. I guess he is in the peripheral area. Shingongshi carefully shuttled around the battlefields, looking for opportunities and inheritances. At the same time, whenever he saw a warrior fighting, he would carefully investigate to see if Chu Yan was on the battlefield. For Chu Yan, his hatred has already surged like a huge wave, and his murderous intent is hard to vent. The current him urgently needs inheritance and opportunities to recover. Although it is difficult, there may be a glimmer of hope in a peerless treasure like the Pantheon Forbidden Land. Elder Shen, there is news. A figure flew over quickly and landed in front of Shingongshi. This is a cultivator of heavenly venerable realm, but he looked at Shingongshi with a hesitant look on his face. Hurry up! Shingongshi shouted impatiently. That blessed land of Chu Yan, Dawang Island, they were all killed as soon as they entered, even the people who entered the Jiuxiao building later died. When these words landed, Shingongshi's expression changed instantly. Dawangdo and Jiuxiao, compared with their Sanha sect, are only stronger but not weaker. In terms of top powerhouses, the two major chambers of commerce are the most powerful. And Chu Yan, a blessed place of heaven and earth, can block two major chambers of commerce at the same time. It seems that Chu Yan is very likely to be inside, but with so many forces looking for him, it is impossible for him alone to stop him. Elder Shen, what should we do now? All the powerful people in this sect have gone to the Pantheon Forbidden area and will not come to support us. These words made Shingongshi's expression happy instead of angry. Don't wait for them. It's too troublesome for a strong person above the supreme realm to make a move, and now Chu Yan probably knows it, and he will leave that blessed land immediately. Shingongshi still laughed. Then, the heavenly venerable realm expert was puzzled. These things have already been expected, don't worry, I have invited a 9-realm supreme, and he will be here soon. Shingongshi looked towards the far entrance. At most half an hour. Hearing these words, the heavenly venerable realm powerhouse was startled for a moment, and then he also laughed. 9 realms sovereign. Then what's the problem? On the other side, deep in the golden portal, in a mountain range, Chu Yan and the others flashed from the void, landed on the ground, and entered the white jade palace directly. Chu Yan, you are finally back. Seeing Chu Yan, Lu Piapiao's eyes were full of surprise and joy. During the time when Chu Yan left, she was always worried. Others don't know, but she knows how dangerous that kind of demon cemetery is, especially when Chu Yan fused with that drop of magic essence. It is even more dangerous. This is her first master, who died in just a few days, then she. Who are they? As the housekeeper of the White Jade Palace, Lu Piapiao looked at the shirtless man with vigilance, and instinctively felt that these three were powerful. Huh. This is the spirit of the blessed land. There really is such a thing. The fat old man was surprised when he saw Lu Piapiao. Then what are you? Lu Piapiao's face darkened in an instant. I'm nothing. Bah. I'm nothing. Little girl, you're not simple. After the fat old man pooed twice, the way he looked at Lu Piapiao changed completely. The intelligence level of this blessed land spirit is so high. #C3269 Turn the tide. As for Lu Piapiao, Chu Yan didn't want to be contacted too much by outsiders. First of all, she is the wise spirit of the White Jade Palace, so she has a lot to do with it. Secondly, Lu Piapiao is too simple and not deeply involved in the world, so he may not be the opponent of a few old monsters. I picked up a few things, you take them and decorate them first. Chu Yan took out all the hearts of the spirit formations and handed them to Lu Piapiao. As long as there are these spiritual formations, even if the Taoist master comes, the White Jade Palace can stand in danger without worrying at all. After all, Baiyu Palace is the place where Chu Yan plans to settle down in the future, so there is no room for any mistakes. What are these? Huh. My God. Lu Piapiao's big eyes flashed instantly, and she stretched out her small hand, snatching Chu Yan's spirit formations. Great. These are all good things. Without further ado, Lu Piapiao's face was flushed with excitement, and she ran away with a lot of heart. She pays more attention to the safety of Baiyu Palace than Chu Yan. If for Chu Yan, Baiyu Palace is the place to settle down in the future, then for Hao, Baiyu Palace is her, and she is Baiyu Palace. Without her, the White Jade Palace can still exist, but without her, the White Jade Palace will definitely disappear. Seeing her happily flying away, Chu Yan couldn't help chuckling, shook his head, and flew towards the White Jade Palace. In the small courtyard next to the White Jade Hall, where Chu Yan lives now, it is full of demon venerable He Yao, Fan Shen, and Lang Yi, who seem to be trying their best to refine those legendary Dao treasures. After Mo Wu recovered from his injuries, he also devoted himself to refining those Dao treasures, even more attentively than the others. He was seriously injured this time and the price was huge. Not only did his cultivation regress, but he even injured his Dao heart. However, he was not discouraged, but full of confidence in the future of martial arts. These, stone statues, monuments without words, my God. The fat old man and the three walked into the small courtyard, glanced at them, and immediately exclaimed. You, where did you all come from? You won't be robbing the old den of the gods. Not only the fat old man, but even the skinny old man and the shirtless man twitched in shock as they looked at the legendary Daobao all over the floor. Forget just one Chu Yan, the boy was mysteriously ruthless, picking up Tao treasures all over the ground, even picking up 10 corpses of the Taoist master. But now, with Chu Yan and the group of guys, they are either in the realm of the earth or the realm of heaven, and they even have soul bodies. They all have 1 or 2 legendary Dao treasures, which is a bit. Alas! It seems that we are really old. The burly man sighed and shook his head. It's only been closed for a few hundred years, and once it's out, the ground is full of legendary treasures. It seems that this day is not easy. Chu Yan, come here. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, but it came from the White Jade Palace above. Empress Xuanhuan came, as she said before, she has been in the forbidden area all along, but she has not shown her face yet. Hearing this voice, Mad Saber Supreme's face changed first, and he raised his face and looked up. This is a very powerful existence, even stronger than her, which makes her a little wary. Although she could tell that there was no hostility in the voice, and it was impossible for the enemy to appear in the White Jade Palace. However, she is vigilant. Without hesitation, Chu Yan took a deep breath and flew up towards the White Jade Palace. The fat and thin old man and the shirtless man looked at each other, then flew up and followed behind. Soon, the 5 people landed in front of the White Jade Hall. When they looked up, they saw a huge ice platform floating above the White Jade Hall. This is... The faces of the fat and thin old man and the shirtless man changed at the same time. When they landed on the ice platform, the first thing they saw were all kinds of natural treasures, and a woman in white with a black jade belt around her waist and long hair swaying in the wind, standing like an ice queen. There. Crazy Saber Supreme, the fat and thin old man and the other 4 were stunned, and looked at the woman, all of them lost their minds. This woman, so beautiful. Not only the long jade is clear and the eyebrows are like stars, but the key is the temperament, like a fairy who has come out of the dust, completely indifferent to the fireworks of the world, which makes people's hearts flutter. You are Empress Shantian. The fat old man was stunned and asked in a voice. In an instant, the three people's bodies shot up to the sky at the same time, and they were all on alert, as if they were facing an enemy. It has to be said that with the realms of the three of them, no supreme realm can make them so nervous, except for one. And this exception is standing in front of them now. Shantian. Empress. A strange color flashed even in the eyes of the supreme crazy saber. From her recovery to the present, I have heard too many rumors about this strange woman. But as far as she knew, this Empress Shantian was so powerful that even the 9 regions supreme would not pay attention to her, and she would never show up except for challenges. Why did it appear here today? Almost subconsciously, Mad Saber Supreme slowly turned his head to look at Chu Yan with a plain face, and immediately reacted. It seems that my husband has an unusual relationship with this Empress Shantian. Shantian, is it all right? Chu Yan spoke, his voice obviously excited. Yeah. Shantian didn't squint, and didn't look at other people at all. His star eyes just looked at Chu Yan, and nodded slightly. It's all up to you. Chu Yan bowed. Empress Shantian looked at Chu Yan, her starry eyes flickered slightly. This was the first time Chu Yan had treated herself so favorably. It turned out to be for the woman who was about to be resurrected. Yu Linglong. At this time, Chu Yan on the opposite side had already taken out a golden body of a Taoist master and put it on the ice platform. On the ice platform. This is divine soul breath. What are you guys doing? The fat old man was stunned, looking at everything in front of him. He seemed to have guessed something in his heart, but he was not sure. You have to understand that the value of these 10 golden bodies of Taoist masters should not be reckless. Regarding his words, Empress Shantian glanced at him, and said coldly, the three of you, your cultivation bases have been abolished, and you still treat it as before. Dare to say one more word, dead souls under the sword. The corners of the 3 eyes twitched violently twice, staring at Empress Shantian with bloodshot eyes, wanting to say something, but in the end they couldn't open their mouths, and could only feel aggrieved. This woman's words are really true. It's just that if you don't agree with one sentence, you will kill someone. I'm afraid there is only Empress Shantian in this God's domain continent. What a pity. What a pity. Although he knew that he was not the match of Empress Shantian, and that this woman could really kill people, but the fat old man looked at the 10 golden bodies of Taoist masters in front of him, he couldn't help it, and kept murmuring. In the next breath, I saw the supreme power from Empress Shantian gushing out like a tide, and then the breath changed, turning into starlight all over the sky, swaying to all the treasures of heaven and earth. Wherever the starlight passed, everything turned into dust, fused with spiritual sources, and poured into the jade coffin like a tide. This forbidden technique, the great universe reverse life technique. The face of the shirtless man was full of shock, his eyes were wide open, and he watched this scene in disbelief. #C3270 Blood Flags. Among the people present, the 3 watched Empress Shantian continue to perform. All of them looked shocked, and turned to look at Chu Yan at the same time. At this time, what shocked them the most was the identity of this Chu Yan. Regardless of the gods in the mausoleum just now, plus the Shantian Empress, the back of this kid is really scary. At this moment, Chu Yan's image in their eyes became extremely tall. It is rumored that this great universe technique can reverse yin and yang. I don't know if it is true or not. I didn't expect to see you for the last time today, and it will be enough in my life. 10 golden bodies of the Taoist realm, what a price. Don't talk nonsense, just watch. We can't get in anyway. The 3 of them didn't dare to speak, but they were still talking through voice transmission with their spiritual consciousness. It is definitely impossible to intervene. I originally thought that I could find an opportunity to exchange the 10 golden bodies of Taoist masters from Chu Yan. Now it seems that the important purpose of that is to use it to perform the great universe art, so the three of them have no chance at all. The yin and yang of the heaven and the earth, myriad transformations and myriad spirits, the source of gods and demons, no longer reincarnation, Qi. Empress Xuanhuan's face was as cold as ice. She looked extremely serious and solemn. She continuously cast her seals, mobilizing the power of the Supreme, like a lord of gods, covering the entire ice platform. The next moment, the jade coffin trembled. There seems to be a wave of strange fluctuations in the surrounding void, as if from the ancient times to the present, endless years of time and space are evolving and condensing in the void. It gives people a feeling that this piece of heaven and earth has been completely stripped from the world, and is producing its own way. In such a way, a faint phantom emerged from the jade coffin. Her eyes were lightly closed, but there was still a faint smile on her face, as if she was in a dream, or she was reminiscing about the last scene before the loss. She is Yu Linglong. Chu Yan's eyes instantly blurred. Seeing this figure and this face again, he could no longer suppress the emotions that had been silent for a long time. Even his breathing became disordered at this moment, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes not. A strong man in the heavenly exalted realm can't even control his breathing. The crazy Saber Supreme standing beside him slightly turned his head to look at him, felt something in his heart, and sighed slightly. Although she and Chu Yan have only been in contact for a short period of time, she feels that she has known endless years. His words, deeds, and reactions were all so natural and in line with her wishes. But why? This scene made her feel unspeakably uncomfortable. Time passed in silence, like a light stream of water, which can be clearly felt without sound. Swish-swish piercing sound resounded, but it was a group of black dot-like figures flying towards the white jade palace at the edge of the distant sky. These figures, if you don't look at them at all, are the two major forces such as Zhuzongla and Dewangdo. Among them, the cultivation base of the warriors is mostly in the realm of heaven, led by two god kings. When they landed outside the white jade palace, a more powerful existence emerged from a group of cultivators, and it was Zhongnan Supreme. What a Chu Yan, it really is going back to the mountain, then this time, let's end it. Then Zhongnan Supreme said to the others, you wait here, Shen Gongxi, and I will go in first, and I will let Chu Yan give you an explanation. Having said that, all the cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. After speaking, Zhongnan Supreme jumped up and flew towards the white jade palace. Shen Gongxi followed closely behind without hesitation. Who trespassed? Lu Piapiao immediately discovered these intruders, and said in a crisp voice. This blessed place is so good. Zhongnan Supreme ignored Lu Piapiao's voice at all, and looked around with both eyes, slightly amazed. The aura on his body was constantly urging. Boom. The next moment, the supreme power exploded, centering on Zhongnan Supreme's body, blasting a circle of shock wave-like airflow, rushing in all directions. The powerful force crashed into the void of the white jade palace like a tidal wave, causing the whole blessed land to tremble. Soon, there was a surge of spiritual energy in the void, and it evolved into pieces of gangsters that fell down. There is also a defensive spirit array. Zhongnan Supreme raised his eyebrows, his eyes were full of jokes, and with a wave of his hand there was a majestic tide. The 9 regions supreme is rampant between the heaven and the earth, except for a very few forbidden places of the ancient gods like Pantheon Forbidden Land, there is nothing that cannot go or block it. After all, it is the top combat power in the mainland, so it can be said that it has no scruples at all. Even just the power of this casual wave is enough to annihilate a god-king realm, let alone the defense of a mere blessed land. However, the next amazing thing happened. The aura in the air was bombarded by the power of the supreme 9 realms, but it did not collapse at all. Instead, it became extremely bright and fell like a thundercloud, covering Zhongnan Supreme and Shengongxi together, and disappeared instantly on the spot. This is where. After a short breath, the two appeared in a world of nothingness, their faces full of astonishment. Even Zhongnan Supreme's complexion became extremely pale. Just now, when the thundercloud fell, he felt an incomparably terrifying aura, as if the supreme existence in this world was descending with anger. Supreme. This small blessed land of gods and heaven is just a blessed land of the heavenly realm like an ant. How could it have the will to be supreme? As the supreme being of the 9 realms, he would not be so flustered even when facing the Tao Lord realm, but this supreme realm is like mountains and ants to him. This is the only power that makes him feel fear from the depths of his soul. However, the supreme realm from God's domain continent. This is simply impossible. Myriad Beast Emperor formation. Zhongnan Supreme saw a figure as tall as a mountain emerging from the void in the distance, and his face changed suddenly in shock. This Chu Yan can find such a big formation to defend. But thinking of trapping me with this array. The eyes of Zhongnan Supreme are full of disdain. He is not the kind of 9 realm supreme who just broke through. What use is this kind of spiritual array to him? Break it. Without any hesitation, Zhongnan Supreme's whole body exploded with dignity, and the soaring majesty swept across the sky like a mountain. His body also swelled in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to be more than 10 times taller than those Beast Emperor figures. Then, he raised his hand and punched out, breaking the formation with force. Rumble. The powerful force bombarded the void, the entire formation was shaking, and a big hole exploded with a bang. Snort. Zhongnan Supreme gave a cold snort, rolled up Shengongxi proudly, strode out, and walked out of the spirit formation. Although it would take some trouble to completely destroy the spirit array, Zhongnan Supreme was willing. After all, it would be a pity to destroy such a good blessed land. After dealing with Chu Yan, this blessed land can be taken for its own use. At that time, the spirit array can be used again after a little repair. However, after he stepped out of the hole, he appeared in a new nothingness, which made him suddenly startled. What? There are still more. When I looked up, the whole sky was blood red, and the banner, burning like a flame, hung high in the sky like a burning sun, hunting for power. The blood flags are all over the sky. Hashtag C3271 It's killing. This is another formation. Zhongnan Supreme frowned, and looked at Shengongxi beside him. That's not right. When the people from Zhuchanglu and Dawangdo came, there was only one female phantom who attacked them. There weren't so many formations. Shengongxi was also full of doubts, not knowing what happened. In this case, it should be because of their attack that they set up these spiritual arrays for defense. Zhongnan Supreme nodded, then said. However, these spirit formations are not considered strong, so there is nothing to do. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhongnan Supreme's expression changed instantly, and his pupils shrank sharply. I saw the blood flag above the sky, the blood light soaring into the sky, and in the dazzling light, large phantoms continued to emerge. Clang! 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 The sound of the sword being unsheathed and the sound of the spear and halberd waving formed a tsunami-like sound wave, sweeping the world. Around the blood flag in the sky, among countless phantoms, there are patches of swords, guns and swords, and soldiers with black helmets and black armor appear in groups. All the knives, guns and halberds were directed at Zhongnan Supreme and Shengongxi. This blood flag killing array is obviously the main attack. It is completely different from the previous master of the Beast Emperor's great formation. This is not something that can be broken with a single punch. What a Chu Yan! It's interesting that there is such a defensive spirit formation. The Zhongnan Supreme looked at the murderous Sergeant Kuroshio in the sky, but his eyes were shining brightly, and the power of the Supreme was surging all over his body. China and France have no luster, and Nantian respects it. Zhongnan Supreme gave a soft shout, and a pagoda appeared behind him, but it was a 9-story spiritual pagoda, which released 10,000 rays of light, directly suppressing the surrounding void. Those black-armored soldiers who started to charge, as long as they rushed to the void area covered by the spirit tower, they would be instantly reduced to ashes, like moths to a flame. Rise! Zhongnan Supreme reprinted with both hands, urging the pagoda to rush forward, only to see people all the way turned on their backs, and where the pagoda passed, the black-armored soldiers were instantly reduced to ashes. That scene was like a black lake, a path was forcibly carved out. When the spiritual pagoda rushed to the center of the Kuroshio, it began to impact and collide in all directions, constantly killing those black-armored soldiers. For a moment, the entire small world was filled with murderous aura, and countless black-armored soldiers rushed forward and disappeared. However, around the blood flag above the sky, like a bottomless black hole, large streams of blood energy continuously gushed out. In the blood that filled the sky, the black-armored soldiers continued to charge towards the Fangling Pagoda with a roar of killing. This. Shin-gongshi had been looking at the blood flag on the sky, and when he saw this scene, his face suddenly changed. It can be recovered. This spirit array is so strong. Even Zhongnan Supreme's face changed at this time. He raised his head and glanced at the blood flag on the sky. My heart sank slightly, and the speed of seal formation in my hand was obviously accelerated. In an instant, under the urging of his majestic supreme power, the spiritual pagoda treasure, which was trapped among thousands of troops, also instantly rose in power, constantly impacting the surrounding black-armored soldiers, and its lethality increased significantly quite a lot. However, as the power of the spiritual pagoda increased, the speed at which the blood flags poured out from the sky also increased significantly. No matter how hard Zhongnan Supreme is, the blood flag has always maintained a balance with him. Fierce Demon Halberd. Of course, Zhongnan Supreme also found out the problem, so he didn't hesitate any longer, and sacrificed the Taoist soldiers with a violent roar, and the power of the Supreme in his whole body exploded to the extreme in an instant, rushing towards the Black Army. This battle lasted for half an hour before the two broke through the blood flag spirit formation and escaped. It is also the strength of the Zhongnan Supreme, and it is considered top-notch among the 9 domain supremes. Otherwise, not dying is also a serious injury. Fortunately, there is Zhongnan Supreme, otherwise this time, I am afraid that I will really die in the hands of Chu Yan. Shin-gongshi is only now starting to get scared, thinking of the big formation just now. With his cultivation base, he has no chance at all. Clang! The Taoist halberd trembled and pointed straight at the void. The Zhongnan Supreme Venerable's eyes were like lightning, looking at the void of the white jade palace in the distance, and shouted loudly. Who? This sound was like rolling thunder, shaking the whole white jade palace slightly. Huh. You're quite energetic, so you can survive 2 battles. Lu Piapiao's voice was full of surprise and playfulness, as if he had encountered something extremely interesting. Then continue, the 3rd team is coming. As soon as the words landed, the complexions of Zhongnan Jizuan and Shin-gongshi changed instantly. What? And, the 3rd big formation. With a buzzing sound, fearless rays of light rose from the white jade palace, like bright fireworks rising into the sky, reflecting the entire sky into colorful lights. Immediately afterwards, the power of one after another spiritual array rippled continuously in the void like ripples, spreading towards the surroundings. Li Tian Great Formation, Soul Dividing Great Formation, 5 Emperors Great Formation. Zhongnan Sovereign glanced at him, and his entire face turned pale in an instant. As for Shin-gongshi beside him, every time he heard the name of a big formation, his body trembled violently. Although he has never seen these 3 large formations, he has heard of 1 or 2. Not to mention 3, even just one is enough to make him disappear 100 times. However, before they could react from the shock, the light shooting up from the White Jade Palace seemed to have no intention of stopping at all. Rays of light shot up into the sky one after another, and each ray of light represented a top-level formation. In less than 100 breaths, all 10 large formations were activated, completely covering the entire divinely blessed land, like a world of strange light. This. Zhou Nanjizuan's face turned green, and his speech began to tie up. How much is this? You are scared. Lu Piapiao's voice sounded, full of small complacency. I'll show you, I still have this. Just like a little girl hiding colorful beads, offering treasures, constantly urging more spiritual formations to appear. Swish, swish, flashes of light burst out from the White Jade Palace again, like a meteor soaring into the sky, evolving into more super-large formations. These were all brought back by Chu Yan. Lu Piapiao was just getting ready when he met these two guys. You say it's a coincidence? Naturally, Lu Piapiao couldn't help it, and hurriedly speed up the formation speed, urging all the spiritual formations up. Anyway, it will be arranged sooner or later, hurry up now, someone can try it. Lu Piapiao is happy here, but Zhongnan Supreme and Shen Gongxi in the distance are going crazy. In the sky above their heads, including the entire small world, dozens of spiritual formations of various kinds were densely packed, all of which released monstrous murderous intent, making them feel as if they had fallen into a cellar of ice, freezing to the bone, and not even daring to move. Who dares to move? To death. On the other side, on the ice platform behind the White Jade Palace, the Empress Shantian was still exerting her full strength. Various magic spirits were constantly turning, and the Sanskrit words did not stop, evolving the surrounding void into various visions, constantly strengthening the void's strength. The great universe artworks against the sky. It is necessary to completely cut off and isolate the void here from the original void, so that it is possible to escape from the shackles of the heavens and produce the result of going against the path. Not only does it require a large amount of heaven-defying resources, but it also requires the cultivation level of the spellcaster, which must be above the 9 realms supreme realm, to be possible. But even so, it still takes a long time. #C32721 Pot Stew. At this time, Chu Yan's eyes were fixed on the beautiful figure floating above the jade coffin. But the shirtless strong man and the fat and thin old man stared at Empress Shantian performing the great universe art. For them, this was definitely a rare sight. It is even possible that you can only see this once in your life. Therefore, they are all indifferent to the matter of someone breaking into the White Jade Palace. At least they all know that Chu Yan brought back a bunch of spirit formations. Even in the Tao Master realm, they can only cry. Moreover, there are still a few Taoist realms left in the God's Domain continent, who would come to this place without incident. At this moment, outside the White Jade Palace, 2 figures appeared in the sky, and the moment they appeared, the void of heaven and earth sank suddenly, as if these 2 people were as heavy as mountains, and even the void could not bear their strength. The heavenly realm and earthly realm cultivators of the 2 major forces guarding outside were all breathless, their spirits trembling slightly, and they all looked up. See Supreme Elder. When everyone sees who these 2 people are, they quickly bow and salute. They are none other than the 9 domain supremes from Jiuxiao and Dawang Island, here in person. If it weren't for Chu Yan's relationship, these 2 9 domain supremes would never have come out of Pantheon Forbidden Land. One must know that the Pantheon Forbidden Land is currently being fought like a raging fire, and the separation of the 2 major powers will naturally have a big impact. However, in order to deal with Chu Yan, both Zhizongla and Dawangdo thought it was worthwhile, so they sent the 9 realms supreme at the same time. At this time, the cuffs of the 9 regions supreme on Dawang Island, standing on the left, had been broken. Looking at the broken place, it was obvious that he was cut to pieces by the spirit soldiers. Even the sleeves of the supreme beings of the 9 regions can be chopped into pieces, which shows how tragic the battle they have experienced before. What are you doing here? Seeing these people gathered here, the 2 great 9 regions asked. Report to the Supreme Elder, before. The people below didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly told the 2 major 9 domains what Zhongnan Supreme and Shengongshi had just entered and asked them to wait here. It doesn't matter if this is said, it immediately made the 2 major 9 regions furious at the same time. Trash. A bunch of trash. Then Zhongnan has a good plan. I'm afraid he has taken Chu Yan away now. You are still waiting here. When this sentence fell to the ground, all the cultivators present were full of shame. Why don't they know this truth? It's just that the other party is the supreme being of the 9 domains, what can they do? In God's domain continent, warriors are respected. Even if they could tell, they would not dare to disobey each other. That Chu Yan might have been taken away, but they can only wait here, and wait for the 2 9 realm supremes of their own forces to come before making plans. Walk into. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the 2 9 regions took the lead in rushing in, and other cultivators of the God King realm and Heavenly Venerable realm followed suit. Huh. This is. As soon as you enter this blessed place. The faces of the 2 9 territories changed instantly, and the eyes of the other cultivators even straightened. I saw the sky and the ground, and everywhere I looked, there were all kinds of spiritual formations densely packed, layered together, as if wrapped in countless quilts, completely airtight. And not far away, the supreme being of the Central and South 9 regions, under the countless restrictions and murderous intentions, was like a lonely boat in the raging sea, and would be blasted to pieces at any time. The royal robe on his body was completely broken, his hair was disheveled, his eyes were blood red, and his condition was extremely embarrassing. Many cultivators present had never seen such a tragic 9 realms supreme, and even this scene completely piqued their cognition. Is this still standing at the pinnacle of the continent, like a godlike existence? How so? Just when everyone was astonished, Zhongnan Supreme also noticed their arrival in the violent wind and waves, and hurriedly shouted. 2. Come and help me, open a passage, otherwise everyone will die here. When these words sounded, the faces of all the cultivators present paled instantly, and even the 2 supreme beings of the 9 regions were full of astonishment. Because, all of them know that Zhongnan Supreme is right. Being able to force a 9 region supreme into such a state is enough to show that the spirit array here is extremely powerful, and this is not just 1 or 2, but covering the sky and covering the ground, with 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. That Chu Yan, there are so many spiritual formations. Now, they don't have time to think about it, because they have also fallen into it now, and the only way is to break through. Quick! Everyone join hands. Let's go all out. Where did the 2 supreme beings dare to hesitate? If it took some time to dry up that Zhongnan supreme being's true energy, then their hope of going out would be even smaller. The next moment, everyone made a move at the same time, all kinds of attacks and ultimate moves, Taba forbidden talismans, like shooting stars all over the sky, all blasted towards the opposite spirit formation. The 2 lords of the 9 regions were even more terrifyingly powerful, their strikes were filled with countless thunderbolts, and the whole White Jade Palace trembled suddenly. Fortunately, the current White Jade Palace has a large number of spiritual formations to strengthen its defenses. Otherwise, just the 3 9 domain supremes would be enough to destroy the White Jade Palace several times. In an instant, the sky was furious and the earth was violent, with thousands of thunder and gangsters. All kinds of attacks, Tao treasures, and spiritual weapons flew all over his face. This incomparably astonishing confrontation lasted for a full hour before a trace appeared on the sky. It was this trace that made the eyes of Zhongnan Jizuan and others brighten up. Quick, rush out! With a roar, the 3 supreme beings were in front, followed by a large group of cultivators. However, before they even got close to the trace, the spiritual formation instantly recovered and released a monstrous thunder gang, blasting towards the crowd. Ah, ah, ah. The shrill screams rang out, and more than a dozen heavenly venerables and more than 20 earthly venerables had no time to dodge before being blasted to pieces. What a Chu Yan, but only a mere heavenly exalted realm, he can seriously injure me, but, I will kill you. Xuanhuan Supreme was covered in blood, his heart was full of rage, his eyes were blood red, shooting scarlet murderous intent. Don't think about it, hurry up, I think the breath over there is different, Chu Yan and the others should be in that direction, hurry up, kill them. The other 9 realm supremes saw the people of his own power, a large number of casualties, and his whole heart was bleeding. These cultivators are not radish and cabbage, they are all the vertical forces of the Tianzuan realm cultivation base. This death is a dozen or 20, which is not a small loss to that force. And the direction he pointed was exactly where the ice platform behind the White Jade Palace was. Hearing the words of Xuanhuan Supreme, Shen Gongxi was secretly happy. Of all the people, he hated Chu Yan the most. If Chu Yan can be killed today, it will definitely be a great joy for him. Swish swish swish. Everyone rushed towards the direction pointed by the 9 regions. And in that direction, the brawny shirtless man, the fat and thin old man, and the supreme mad saber who were watching the Deqian Kuan art suddenly turned their heads and saw the group of people rushing towards them. When they were watching with interest, they dared to be interrupted by someone. #C3273 Lingyue. The fat old man was the most upset, he turned around and disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Xuanhuan Supreme, staring straight at him with his eyes. There are evil thoughts in those eyes. Do you know that this great art is worth 10 golden bodies of Taoist masters, and you can only watch it once in your life, and you don't even bother to disturb it? You, who are you? Why are you blocking me? When Xuanhuan Supreme saw a person suddenly appearing and staring at him resentfully, he felt a little nervous at that time. It was this glance that made Xuanhuan Supreme's pupils shrink fiercely, and a strange name suddenly appeared in the sea of consciousness. Who are you? After all, the Xuanhuan Supreme is the 9 realms supreme, and the peak of the divine realm continent exists. He naturally knows a little about the top powerhouses, from ancient times, to orders. Not to mention, the fat old man in front of him seems to be a Taoist master of the 9 realms, beyond. But why, a Taoist will appear here? No way, he still knows Chu Yan. All kinds of thoughts flashed by, and the astonished Xuanhuan Supreme finally waited for a word. Piss off. Without waiting for Xuanhuan Supreme to react, the fat old man raised his hand and punched, without even using his true energy, he just raised his hand and punched out in such a bland manner. It's like an ordinary person who has just learned martial arts, and then hits the first punch in his life without any power at all. However, this fist fell in the eyes of Xuanhuan Supreme, but it was a completely different scene. The whole world froze in an instant. In the void in all directions, countless forces surged out, like an invisible force, squeezing towards his body, making him unable to move in an instant, and that punch was infinitely magnified in his eyes, like a mountain. Come crashing. Not far away, Shen Gongxi, the other 2 9 regions supreme beings, and all the powerhouses of the heavenly exalted realm were all terrified, their faces purple-black. Tao. Taoist. The 2 words in Xuanhuan Supreme's mouth were directly hit by this punch before they had time to utter them. Boom. When there was a muffled sound, Xuanhuan Supreme's body had already flown upside down like lightning, and disappeared into the sky, unable to be seen with naked eyes and spiritual consciousness. In an instant, the world instantly returned to silence, and there was no sound. The fat old man didn't even have the interest to raise his head and take a look, so he just chased away a fly, turned around and returned to the ice platform. The whole process lasted no more than 3 breaths, but it made the two nine realms supremes, a group of god kings and heavenly venerates in the distance froze as if petrified. Blast the 9 domains with one punch. Moreover, he is also atop of the 9 domains. Even after suffering from countless large formations, Zhongnan Supreme's strength is only half of the peak period, but that is still the 9 domains. Punch. On this continent of gods. Besides Taoist, who else has such strength? Lord. No one thought that there was a Taoist hidden in Chu Yan's 3-acre land. On the other side, the fat old man returned to the ice platform and continued to stare at Empress Xiantian, performing the great universe art. Countless rules of heaven and earth were being conceived, as if they were being born in a small world. This scene is more than 10 times more difficult than the previous Empress Xiantian in the 10 Directions Starfield, in order to help Chu Yan prove the Tao, creating a continent. After all, it is just a continent, and there is no problem of competing with the rules of heaven and earth and establishing another realm. In all directions, the Sanskrit sound of Xianla did not stagnate for a moment, and even the souls of everyone present seemed to be affected and deeply trapped in it. In these celestial music Sanskrit sounds, there is the chaos of heaven and the origin of all things, which is the foundation of Empress Xuantian's cultivation and perception. Even for the fat old man and the 3 of them, witnessing these wills will be of great help to their recovery. Immediately, it's the next step, the most important. There was a touch of excitement on the fat old man's face, and his eyes were fixed on him without blinking. Immediately afterwards, Empress Xuantian's flipping seal finally stopped, and the power of the Supreme being all over her body surged like a mighty river, and all of it poured into the beautiful figure on the jade coffin. Countless divine and soul breaths became extremely intense in an instant, completely filling the entire world. The universe reversed. With a wave of the jade hand of Empress Xiantian, 3 balls of soul fire rose and flew towards the jade coffin. Heaven grid, earth grid, personality, 3 lives, and 3 directions, unite. The 3 balls of soul fire fluttered, as if they would be extinguished at any time, as if they were eroded by the wind, but under the sweat of the Empress Xuantian's brow, they insisted on hovering in front of Yu Linglong. Hum. The first ball of soul fire exploded, and a cyan phantom rushed up and merged into the jade body. In an instant, Chu Yan's pupils shrank fiercely, his eyes lit up sharply, his face was full of excitement, and he clenched his fists tightly. At that moment just now, he could clearly see that Yu Linglong's eyelids moved slightly. Shape. Empress Xiantian yelled again, raised her hand and pressed the void, and the second ball of soul fire also exploded, bursting into a cloud of multicolored rays, reflecting half of the sky in 7 colors. In that glow, everyone present could feel that it was the Taoism contained in the auspicious clouds after the cultivator crossed the thunder calamity. Without any hesitation, Empress Xuantian's jade hand pressed again, and the third ball of soul fire also exploded, but it flashed like a ball of fireworks, and then went out. There was not even a ray of light left in the void, but it disappeared completely, as if it had never appeared or bloomed. However, what was recorded in everyone's hearts was the third group of fleeting light. It seemed that that group of flames was the real fire that could completely drive away all darkness. Immediately afterwards, all the visions disappeared, and the heaven and earth completely returned to silence. Z. It was like the moment when a seed broke through the ground and germinated. There was an inaudible light sound, and a faint to the extreme vitality suddenly appeared. Life is like water droplets, weak and unsupported, in the early morning, under the morning glow, the brilliance is lit up little by little, rolling out. In less than a few breaths, the drop of water really rolled up, and its volume also increased 10 times, continuing to grow and flow. Finally, inadvertently, it turned into a torrent, raging like a tide. A heartbeat sounded suddenly, like a spring thunder resounding through the heaven and earth. Yes. The face of the shirtless man was full of excitement, and he opened his mouth in shock. When the voice fell, an astonishing and terrifying aura erupted from the jade body above the jade coffin, sweeping all directions like a prehistoric chaos. Spirit. On Yu Linglong's forehead, a bright spiritual seal lit up, like the stars and moons in the vast sea in the night sky. She is an Eldar. Even Empress Shantian showed a look of shock on her face. But the brawny man with bare arms and the fat and thin old man nodded slightly, feeling silent in their hearts. The spirit race is an innate spirit body, receiving the blessings of heaven and earth, gathering the spiritual source of all things. How powerful it is to live. If it wasn't for this, it's no wonder that the great universe art was performed so smoothly. #C3274 Blood Vessel Awakening. As the spirit seal on Yu Linglong's forehead continued to brighten, the realm of cultivation in her body gushed out like a spring. That kind of Xinqi has obviously undergone transformation and is completely different from the original one, but it still carries Yu Linglong's original imprint, which is very familiar to Chu Yan, breaking through the bottlenecks of one after another cultivation base in an instant, and reaching the heavenly realm in an instant. Moreover, the power of the heavenly venerable realm doesn't need to prove the way at all, it just trembles a few times before it turns into respectability and completes the way. However, everyone can feel the cultivation realm in her body, but the human dignity realm, the breath and the Tao realm have reached a higher realm. This Tao will is extremely complex, containing 10 completely different Tao powers, which are obviously similar to the fusion and transformation of the 10 golden bodies of Tao masters. Tao master, meaning, artistic conception. The fat and thin old man was so shocked that he turned his head and looked at each other, and at the same time saw the horrified look in the other's eyes. Cultivation base in the realm of human dignity, true energy in the realm of heavenly dignity, and will in the realm of Taoism. Although this is very unusual, everyone knows that this is definitely called a skyrocket. Turning the world around and resurrecting from the dead, how many people are there in God's domain continent? Ordinary cultivators and big demons are just like Pluto or Xie Yao, and it is considered a great fortune to survive with a soul. However, it is more difficult than ascending to the sky if you want to restore your cultivation base. What's more, what kind of cultivation was the vicious Pluto and Xie Yao before they lost their power? It's just a common thing for the spirit and soul to leave the body. After all, for them, they have already reached the state of perfection. But this little girl, who lost her soul when her body was damaged, was able to obtain a strange treasure to save her soul, and was reborn after death. This is the greatest anecdote in the world. Not to mention, after her rebirth, her cultivation has soared to the sky in one fell swoop, and those present are not envious. 10 golden bodies of Taoist realm, how can it be child's play? Success, success. Chu Yan's lips trembled slightly, his eyes stared at Yu Linglong, his whole heart was in his throat. My hands are full of sweat. The bloodline of the spirit race. Is this going to be fully awakened? The fat and thin old man and the shirtless man looked at each other and gasped at the same time. The awakening of the bloodline is the most important cultivation breakthrough for the ancient tribes. Even the fierce Pluto in Wendian furnace was shocked when he saw the beautiful figure on the jade coffin. The ancient clan originated from the ancient times and flourished in the ancient times, but all the people of the ancient clan were determined by their bloodlines. This point is exactly the same as the morality and physique, compared with the Taoism and physique of the warriors in the 10 directions starfield relying on their martial souls, and those cultivating in the Godland continent. However, the blood power of the ancient clan has a strong inheritance power. Strong bloodline power is like talent and physique, the stronger the bloodline power, the greater the help to cultivation base. The stronger the fire bloodline of the tyrant clan, the more powerful they can control the powerful fire spirit, and even some top peerless geniuses can awaken the fire spirit from the bloodline, which is even more powerful. All major ancient clans seem to judge the strength and importance of their clansmen by their bloodlines. Of course, there are no absolutes in everything. There are also diligent people among the ancient clan cultivators who practice hard and risk life and death. After continuous improvement in cultivation, the power of blood inheritance will gradually become stronger. Among them, there is a chance for the cultivator to break through to a certain level and directly appear bloodline awakening. Once the bloodline is awakened, one's own strength will leap forward, and at the same time, the door to a higher realm of cultivation will be opened. For the major ancient clans, as long as any cultivator awakens his bloodline, he will be given the identity and status of a peerless genius immediately, and will be cultivated with all his strength. And the awakened bloodline, like Yu Linglong, is even more powerful. There's something wrong with this little girl. She doesn't seem to be a member of the spirit race. Could it be the Ming race? But the breath on her body is also wrong. The fat and thin old man and the bare-shouldered strong man looked at the brows and frowned, as if they had discovered something strange, and their faces were full of strange colors. The existence of the first soul in ancient times, it is said that there is a lotus in her body. Although the function of this lotus is unknown, she has been warmed by the lotus for such a long time. Empress Shantian said to Chu Yan in detail, the mutation in her blood is partly due to her own reasons, and the other is related to Ilian. Now, the degree of awakening of the ancient blood in her body should be stronger than her among the spirit race. This sentence was heard by the fat and thin old man and the shirtless man, and their bodies trembled violently, their eyes widened. Long, the green lotus of the first soul in ancient times. The three of them looked at each other with expressions of horror. The first soul in ancient times. What Empress Shantian said just now is, the number one soul in ancient times. This little girl has such a heaven-defying chance to be nourished by the green lotus of the number one soul in ancient times. Senior Shantian, thank you this time. Chu Yan took a deep breath, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and bowed lightly to Empress Shantian. Everything is settled, he is relieved. A big stone that has been pressing down on the bottom of my heart for a long time has finally landed. No matter what bloodline, no matter what reincarnation, now, she is alive. That's enough. The next moment, Chu Yan's breath surged, flowing out like a flowing stream, like a deep sea, and chaotic like a dragon. In the sea of consciousness, the spirit seal of the god of war vibrated, and countless Tao lights bloomed, as dense as stars. This is the Tao realm breakthrough. The fat and thin old man, the brawny shirtless man, looked at Chu Yan with a stunned expression. Not bad, not bad. This kid is indeed quite evil, and his mood is soaring when he is just thinking about it. He really has a future. The thin old man's eyes were also shining brightly, and he repeatedly praised. The Tao realm is great. The shirtless man nodded. When they saw this, it was just an iceberg to Chu Yan. If they knew that Chu Yan's Daoguang was the color of Shaguang, they might not nod like this again. Three seniors, thank you for your help just now, and I will wait here for her to wake up. Chu Yan turned to look at the three of them, bowed his hands, and saluted. Although just now, even if they didn't make a move, Lu Piapiao and the spirit formation that caused it were enough to resist the intruders. But after all, people are considered helpful, so I still have to thank you. Well. Good. We're leaving too, just. When the shirtless man said this, he looked at the fat old man, who immediately understood, and continued. This little girl, can the three of us be accepted as personal disciples? Don't worry. I will definitely train with all my strength. Not bad. The three spoke in unison, and they all said to Chu Yan anxiously. The expression and demeanor are completely like seeing some otherworldly treasure, even more excited than knowing that Chu Yan got the 10 real golden body before. This? Chu Yan was stunned for a moment. Chu Yan never thought that these three people would have such thoughts. Chu Yan, this is a good thing. You can promise them. Empress Xiantian reminded. That's right, it's absolutely a great thing. The three of us can swear the oath of Tianwei, guaranteeing that she will become the most powerful existence in this continent. Everything about the three of us can be passed on to her. When the fat old man heard Empress Xuantian's words, he immediately became excited. #C3275 Exquisite. The three come from three different families, but they are connected with each other. It's just that their line of world has been sunk for many years, and there has never been a decent genius. If it goes on like this, if their older generation loses that day, the family will be completely abolished. Especially after experiencing the trapping of the tomb this time, all three of them were extremely anxious about recruiting new geniuses to join the family. After all, during the hundreds of years trapped in the tomb, they thought a lot and talked a lot. They listed a lot of plans after they got out of trouble, and this was the top 3 among them. If you can't get out of trouble, then don't think about anything. Now, it can only be said that it is God's will to meet such a good seedling just after getting out of trouble. So, don't miss it. This. Chu Yan's face sank slightly. He pondered for a long time, then nodded slightly and said, I don't care what I say about this matter, everything is up to her to decide, and I have no objection. Having said that, Chu Yan turned his head and glanced at Yu Linglong before saying again. When she wakes up, you can tell her yourself. However, I don't know how long it will take. As soon as these words came out, the three shook their heads directly and said, This is not good, we must take her out of here now. Huh. Chu Yan frowned. These 3 guys are a bit aggressive, which makes Chu Yan extremely displeased. No. Listen to me, her current situation is at the fusion stage of the will of the 10 Taoist masters in her body. At this time, if she is practicing the method of fusing and asking questions, it is an absolute good opportunity. If she wakes up, she will have to wait a little longer. Cultivate slowly, too slowly. As soon as this sentence came out, Chu Yan immediately reacted. What the fat old man said was true. After all, Yu Linglong is currently merging the will of the 10 Taoist masters, and the breath in her body is mixed. If she guides and intervenes at this time, she will naturally get good results. If she is allowed to fuse on her own, the last Taoist will become the last, no one can tell. It's like a clay sculpture that has not been formed. It can be polished at will, especially adding oil and coloring, which is extremely easy. But if it has already been fixed and you want to change it, it will be much more troublesome. In that case, I'll go together. Chu Yan nodded. Of course it's fine, but... When the fat old man heard this, he smiled all over his face and said, It's just that you have achieved great Taoism now, and you have many karma with the gods. Although she is reborn, she is much worse than you. Be afraid, you will reach the top in a short time, but she is just a little Tianzuan, then. The fat old man's words touched Chu Yan a lot. If he doesn't talk about such things, Chu Yan understands, and if he does, Chu Yan is even more worried. Don't tell me if you want to. Do you mind or not, and her words can feel good. There is a saying, I don't know if you understand it. As the saying goes, a lover lasts forever, why rush for the day and night? Hearing this, the corner of Chu Yan's mouth twitched, the words were really familiar. In the world of warriors, strength is the most respected. Whether it is brothers, relatives, Taoist companions, etc., there must be a balance. The shirtless man also shook his head and sighed, his eyes were dull, as if thinking of something in the past, it came from his heart. Or, you and her have no extravagant hopes for martial arts, and you will live in the mountains and rivers from now on. The fat old man added. At this moment, Chu Yan was completely silent. Giving up martial arts, of course it is impossible. Haha, you don't have to do that, kid. It's the same as sending Zong into the mountain gate. No one can bully her when we're here. Besides, I've been waiting for a long time, so why care about the distance? Now that you have reached the Dao realm, with her by your side, even if it won't distract you, it will affect your cultivation. You are only in the heavenly exalted realm, and there are God Kings and Supremes behind you. Although with your talent and background, I don't think it will take a few years. The critical period is too important to her, otherwise I don't want to beat the Mandarin duck. Hey! After all, it is really hard to find a proud successor these days. I finally understand why those ancient monsters, after leaving inheritance, have been waiting for thousands of years, or even 10,000 years, and there is no good successor. Inherit. Don't worry. This time, when she wakes up, I dare not say it in the future. At least she won't be worse than you now. Fat and thin old man, a brawny shirtless man, you kept persuading me with every word. It won't be long before you and her break into the first realm of the gods, wouldn't it be a good thing? When these words landed, Chu Yan's eyes lit up suddenly. These words make sense. The smoke of the past, scene after scene keeps appearing in the sea of consciousness. Back then, in the ancient tomb under the lake, the breeze and bright moon are still there today, and the beautiful woman has spent eternity in her youth. Well, I understand. Chu Yan nodded. In fact, with Chu Yan's current strength and whole cards, even if he keeps Yu Ling Long by his side, he still has the confidence to let her grow up quickly. However, Chu Yan knows that everyone's chances are different, and his own may not be suitable for Yu Ling Long. Moreover, judging from her awakened spirit clan blood, she has no contact or understanding of these cultivation methods of the ancient 100 clans. And these 3 old men insisted on accepting her as their personal disciple after seeing her bloodline awakened, which shows that they are very good at this method. In addition, before the fat old one slapped Xuanhuan Supreme, it also shows that the strength of the 3 of them will never be lower than the Taoist realm. This kind of opportunity is in God's domain continent, and absolutely every cultivator can find a great opportunity that can't be found. The junior, thank you 3. Chu Yan's heart knot was gone, and he immediately bowed to the 3 of them. Don't, we can't take it. Seeing Chu Yan salute, the 3 of them quickly dodged to avoid it, and their expressions changed. Joke. Who is this kid? It's the reincarnation of the gods. I can't provoke. In that case, for apprentice ceremony or something, just. The fat old man's eyes were shining, watching Chu Yan rubbing his hands constantly. Everyone knew what that expression meant. Congratulations to the 3 of you for accepting a proud master, but are the 3 of you qualified enough? Or, let me do it, after all, I need to find a successor for my saber technique. Crazy Saber Supreme raised his mouth slightly, and as soon as he spoke, the expressions of the 3 of them changed instantly. You, what do you want to do? All 3 of them had some psychological shadows due to the various things that the Crazy Saber Supreme had done in the tomb before, so as soon as he opened his mouth, all 3 of them felt their scalps go numb. Nothing, just want to see the method of asking the 3 of you, it's so powerful. Mad Saber Supreme turned to look at Chu Yan, smiling like a flower blooming. You. The fat old man's face turned green. Just as he was about to shout angrily, the thin old man next to him quickly gave him a push, and then took a deep breath. The fat old man instantly reacted to this movement. Another one who can't be offended, just admitting cowardice is better than nothing. Taking a deep breath quickly, the fat old man even closed his eyes, as if he had already settled down. Okay, this matter is settled like this, now. The 3 looked at Chu Yan, and they were interrupted by Chu Yan just after speaking. Wait a moment. Saying that, Chu Yan lifted his feet and walked through the jade coffins, and came to Yu Ling Long. His eyes were like water, and he spoke softly. Exquisite. #C3276 3 Big Xeons. There is nothing more painful than being separated, and there is nothing more uncomfortable than having just met and sharing without even saying a word. Therefore, when Chu Yan walked in front of Yu Linglong, he looked at that familiar and delicate face with eyes like water. Linglong, when you wake up, I may not be by your side, please forgive me. I hope you can practice hard, and there will be a long time in the future. When we all reach the God King realm, let's go to the realm of the gods together. Okay. Although Yu Linglong still had her eyes tightly closed, Chu Yan knew that she could hear her. Sure enough, just when Chu Yan was about to turn around, Yu Linglong's cherry-like mouth was often upturned. 3 seniors, Yu Linglong is entrusted to you. Standing up, Chu Yan took a deep breath, raised his hand, and shot out a burst of spiritual energy, which attached to Yu Linglong's body. With this aura, Chu Yan would know immediately if anything happened to Yu Linglong. And the Tianwei oath. Chu Yan turned to look at the 3 old men and said. This sentence immediately made the faces of the 3 old people startled, and without hesitation, they began to make the oath of Tianwei. Having said a lot, anyway, she will not do anything that is not good for Yu Linglong, and she will train her wholeheartedly, and teach the 3 of them the method of asking, if there is any violation of the oath such as the annihilation of the soul. You 3, what's your name? Seeing that the 3 of them had finished their vows, Chu Yan thought about it and asked. Chu Yan also asked before, but the 3 of them didn't say it directly, maybe because they were a little embarrassed because they were trapped in the tomb, so they didn't want to mention their names. And Chu Yan never thought that he would have more contact with these 3 people, so he didn't care. But now, Chu Yan naturally wants to ask clearly. Especially from the beginning to the end, there is no trust in the 3 of them. If Empress Xiantian hadn't spoken, Chu Yan might not have agreed at all. My servant, the number 1 family in God's domain, Mo Qingdong. I, the number 1 master of the Hengshui area, Ji Chongxing. 33 caves are ranked first, Lingnan Cave Master. When the names of the 3 were announced, even Chu Yan's expression changed. These 3 people are indeed more powerful than the other, and they are all comparable to the existence of hundreds of ancient clans. Even compared to the 13 orthodoxy, it is only the difference between being born and not being born. On the other side, the land of the Golden Portal, South Rain. This southern reign may be the only place in the Pantheon Forbidden Land that can still maintain peace. Because it is located in a barren place, and there are few inheritances and secret realms, compared with other places in the 4 borders, there are obviously much fewer cultivators. However, suddenly a group of stellar energy exploded in the sky, completely breaking the calm. Call out. Like a flow-like figure, rushing out of the void in the sky. It fell to the mountains below, smashing a deep hole. This person was covered in blood all over his body, his hair was disheveled, and there was a bloody wound on his chest, which almost completely collapsed, looking extremely terrifying. I am still alive. Zhongnan Supreme climbed out of the pit with a look of astonishment on his face. For a moment, his eyes were full of surprise, and his face was full of joy for the rest of his life. It's a pity that the sex body protection treasure. Taking out a jade talisman, seeing that it had been completely broken into several pieces, the corners of Zhongnan Jizuan's eyes twitched twice, his face was full of pain. Call. After a long breath, Zhongnan Supreme finally stabilized his mind, and the joy in his eyes disappeared, replaced by deep hatred. He is atop of the 9 domains, but he just took action against a small heavenly venerate realm, and he ended up like this. The most frightening thing is that behind this little heavenly venerable realm, there is actually a strong man in the Taoist realm. Could it be that it just so happened that the supreme being of that power passed by there? Huh. There is a seriously injured Jiuxiao here. At this moment, a strange sound sounded, which suddenly woke up the disturbed Zhongnan Supreme. Looking up, I saw a black figure covered in robes, emerging from the void, and flying towards me. I'm not afraid of external injuries, why is the spirit so weak? While flying down, the robed shadow was still looking at Zhongnan Jizuan, but this opening made Zhongnan Jizuan's face darken instantly. Weak. How dare someone say that he is weak? It's okay to be blown away by the Taoist realm before, he is a Taoist after all, but now, he just escaped from danger and met the first person, and he dared to call himself weak in front of his face. The top of the 9 domains, is it so worthless now? Forget it, since we have encountered it, let's forcefully accept it. An ancient puppet should be refined. It's just a waste of materials. When the shadow of the robe fell in front of Zhongnan Supreme, the seal in his hand had already condensed, and it was about to be photographed. You are. The Zhongnan Supreme, who was about to lose his temper, saw the opponent's face through the shadow of his robe, and his expression changed drastically, and his voice trembled. Gods. You are one of the 10 ancient gods. However, what Zhongnan Supreme didn't expect was that the other party seemed to be more shocked than him, and even the magic seal that had just been condensed in his hand collapsed in shock. However, in just an instant, the robe shadow recovered, and said directly. Bah. It turns out that the breath of the 10th god of the gods is attached to you, and it scared me. You are lucky, you can live here. Anyway, come with me, I will take you to meet someone. He is the 6th of the gods. White Jade Palace. The 3 people in front of them are even more powerful than the other. Chu Yan can be sure that the identities of these 3 people are not at the same level as the master of Xuanhuan Supreme who blocked the sword when the old man in sackcloth tried to kill him in the 8th Xuanhuan sect. Taoist realm. That's not bad. At least Yu Linglong's cultivation should be fine. There are 3 Taoist realms, and 1 person inherits them, how can that be bad? At this point, Chu Yan felt relieved, turned his head to look, but found that the figure of Empress Xiantian had disappeared. The behavior style of Empress Xiantian has really remained unchanged for thousands of years, and she will always come and go without a trace. However, Chu Yan was used to this and didn't think much about it. Therefore, he naturally would not know that just now Empress Xuantian's true self was fighting several 9 regions peaks, and at the same time the avatar was resurrecting Yu Linglong here. Husband, I have to go too. Mad Saber Supreme said softly, they are right, cultivation is the root of everything, and I have been sleeping for thousands of years, wasting too much time, I should practice hard. Otherwise. Having said that, Mad Saber Supreme did not continue, but his face turned slightly red. This time, she followed Chu Yan all the way, and she understood it thoroughly. As the 3 Taoist masters said, Chu Yan's future is limitless. And at that time, those who could stay by his side were probably the strongest in this world. This month Linglong received the inheritance of 3 Taoist masters, and the Empress Xiantian who just left made her feel unfathomable. In this way, her future. Although in terms of appearance, Lin Meng thinks that he is not inferior to anyone, but in terms of cultivation, he must not fall behind others. Old ghost, didn't you say you can't do it? I want to let you see, I must accept this Chu Yan. Crazy Saber Supreme soared into the sky, while shouting in his heart. #C3277 ready to break through. Novel Network. With the departure of Mad Saber Supreme and others, Bayou Palace also returned to calm. Lu Piapiao tasted the sweetness, and concentrated on tinkering with her spirit array. He Yao, Fanchen and the others are all refining Dao treasures, and now, it seems that they have nothing to do. Ji Ming, are you there? After thinking about it, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness contacted the fierce Pluto in the Sea of Consciousness. This ancient king of monsters has suffered too much spiritual impact these days, and seems to be a little too quiet. After going through another storm just now, his demon life was completely overthrown. It's just a small heavenly venerable realm, what kind of people are in contact with? What have you been through? No matter that event or that person, he, the ancient demon king giant, has never experienced it in his life. Are you busy too? Then you have to think about it, how can you break through to the God King realm? Chu Yan shook his head, and could only start thinking about how to improve his cultivation. However, at this moment, the jade talisman on his body suddenly vibrated. Baiyu Xuanhuan. With a sweep of his consciousness, Chu Yan's face was stunned. He didn't expect it to be someone from the 8th Xuanhuan sect. With a wave of his hand, a passage was opened, and within a few breaths, two figures rushed over and landed in front of Chu Yan. Savage Supreme. Chu Yan has seen this giant of the Baiyu Xuanhuan, who is tall and strong like a monster, and he naturally knows it, but another. With white hair and white beard, reddish face, rosy nose, and extremely powerful aura, he is obviously a 9-realm supreme. You can do it, boy. It's the first time in Zonli that we have been sent to pick you up. When the barbarian supreme's words landed, Chu Yan was immediately astonished, and at the same time, his heart was filled with warmth. In fact, he didn't take it too seriously to join the 8th Xuanhuan sect, and he didn't even go to the sect twice. However, they take themselves very seriously. This time, there are 2 9 region supreme beings, and I am afraid that they have also heard that they are in danger in the Pantheon Forbidden Land. The 2 supreme beings of the 9 regions, even if other forces want to deal with them, they may have to weigh it carefully. TSK, I don't think there's anything wrong with this kid, and he's doing well. You're so blessed, really. The old man with rosacea looked around with a look of envy on his face. This blessed place must be guarded. I'll help you fix it. At that time, ordinary cultivators will not dare to trespass. Hearing this, Chu Yan was of course happy, and hurriedly got up to ask. When Chu Yan let go of the restraint and let the barbarian supreme and the old man with rosacea nose observe the surrounding spiritual formations, the expressions of both of them changed at the same time. I go. This. Waiting for their consciousness to sweep in all directions. When it enveloped the entire blessed land, his face was suddenly darkened, and the corners of his eyes twitched. This is the cave abode of heavenly exalted realm. The super-spiritual formations all over the sky, even the caves at the peak of the 9 regions, are simply not comparable. Wildness, you just don't care about it, you and your senior brother are just worried about it. Worried ass. The old man with rosaceous nose twitched all over his face, and roared at the barbarian supreme. Those other forces who dare to attack this kid should be worried, okay? This. I didn't expect it either. The wild supreme was not good at words, and suddenly the face of the old man with rosacea nose changed slightly, and he couldn't help turning his head to look at Chu Yan. This is all just harvested. It hasn't happened before. Chu Yan smiled lightly. Well, Chu Yan, are you going back to the sect with us now? Asked the supreme man. Now this forbidden land has become a mess, and all-powerful masters of the Taoist realm have appeared. Under such circumstances, the coercive power of the sect is far from enough, and all cultivators who enter the Pantheon Forbidden area can only seek blessings for themselves. However, Chu Yan is an exception. Just looking at the size of his cave, not to mention anything else, self-protection is not a problem. I won't go back to the sect for the time being. I'm going to retreat here and try to break through the God King realm. Chu Yan replied after thinking for a while. God King realm. This sentence immediately stunned the barbarian supreme and the old man with rosacea, and looked at Chu Yan. Looking up and down, Chu Yan's current cultivation base is only the 5th level of Tianzuan realm, and this opening is the 5th level of realm. Yeah. That's okay, there are a few places of chance in the God King realm, but there are a few in our region. While speaking, the wild supreme took out a picture of animal skin and handed it to Chu Yan, and then said. When you reach the peak of Tianzuan realm, then you can choose for yourself. In addition, you have to keep in mind that the breakthrough in cultivation after the heavenly exalted realm is not only the improvement of true energy and dignity, but the most important thing is the understanding of the Tao of heaven and the breakthrough of the Tao realm. Don't force it. Chu Yan nodded secretly, accepted the animal skin picture, and thanked him. Later, after Chu Yan took the two big shots around for a while, they also left. After all, it seems that they have nothing to do here. Chu Yan, you are more and more different now. The voice of the fierce Pluto sounded. Oh. Why is it different? Chu Yan wondered. 3 Taoist masters have just left, and 2 9-realm peaks have come again. I think the most powerful Dongfu guests in the mainland are nothing more than that. What he said was obviously sour, which made Chu Yan laugh immediately. Stop talking about such nonsense. Favors belong to favors, and warriors still have to rely on their own strength as the root after all. When this sentence fell, Chu Yan stopped talking, and with a flash of his body, he went to the small courtyard, took the courtyard door behind him, and strode into the room. At this point, Chu Yan began to retreat. After arriving from the 10-direction starfield to the Godland continent, Chu Yan has been busy all the time, entangled in all kinds of things, and has not really retreated yet. Now that the matter is over, it is time to accumulate and digest the experience of life and death battles and cultivation enlightenment. Especially before, Chu Yan's Tao Foundation was destroyed once. After recasting the Tao Foundation, there are always some ethereal things in Chu Yan's heart, such as flashes of spiritual light, which often emerge. Now, let's take this opportunity and grab it. Maybe it's his chance to break through to the God King realm. Sitting cross-legged, breathing in and breathing out, from the most basic method of true qi, the great cycle of heaven is circulated to reach the meridians of the whole body, the spiritual consciousness is restrained, and the heart and soul are deeply silent. Soon, spiritual sources from all directions gathered like a tide. The next moment, the rosy Tao light in the sea of consciousness world flickered instantly, dyeing the sky of the sea of consciousness into 7 colors, which was extremely bright. Ask, Kai. With a light drink, all the methods of asking questions, such as the God of War Code, the 8 Yu Xuanhuan Sutra, etc., all worked together, and all kinds of Tao lights flickered at the same time. The first step is to comprehend all these methods of asking. Having made up his mind, Chu Yan no longer hesitated, and began to urge these methods of asking questions to practice one by one. At this time, just when Chu Yan had just started to retreat, the top-level battle that swept across the entire continent in the Pantheon Forbidden Land finally came to an end. #C3278 Heaven and Earth are not allowed. The Zhou army dispatched in this battle in Taboo Ridge was completely wiped out under the joint strangulation of all forces. Following that, Dewangdo, Zhuchonglu, Shangxianzong, Bazu and other forces gradually withdrew from the Pantheon Forbidden Land and returned to the sect. But the young man with the hair was not kidding. The Jiuetianzong he created became the 13th supreme Taoist lineage on the continent of God's domain. As soon as the mountain gate was opened, cultivators from the entire continent gathered towards the mountain range beside Pantheon Forbidden Land, where the mountain gate of Jiuetian sect was located. Especially some casual cultivators set off immediately after receiving the news. After all, this time, the Huafa youth's reputation in the Pantheon Forbidden Land is too amazing. He used his own strength to fight against the 12 Tao lineages and hundreds of ancient clans. This kind of strength definitely ranks among the top powerhouses in God's domain continent. Of course, the strength of a sect does not have an extremely strong person sitting in the formation. Coupled with the temptation of the method of asking, that is the heaviest bargaining chip. Ordinary 12 Tao lineage forces, even if you join in, you have to be promoted from the outer sect to the inner sect, and then from the inner sect to core disciples, or pass it on personally, before you have the opportunity to learn the method of asking. Just this process, let alone whether you can achieve it, it will take a lot of time. But now, as long as the new Supreme Tao lineage is founded, as long as you can join in the first time, you will be a big disciple, or the elders and other preferred personal disciples. In this way, you will naturally have the opportunity to learn the method of asking. Not to mention, the Absolute Heaven sect took advantage of the geographical advantages of the Pantheon Forbidden Land to forcefully move more than a dozen blessed lands and secret realms out as places for the sect's disciples to practice. This is a secret place and a blessed place in the Pantheon Forbidden Land. Even the Supremes risked their lives to break into it, looking for the existence of chance. Even the cultivators who have joined the 12 Tao lineages are extremely jealous and even moved. This wave of sound made the name of Zhu Tianzong even more resounding, and almost everyone in the entire God's domain continent knew about it. For these, naturally, all have nothing to do with Chu Yan. After turning off his divine consciousness, Chu Yan was silently practicing in retreat, and his cultivation realm continued to improve. A month passed. At the 7th level of Tianzuan realm, the speed is not too slow. But for Chu Yan, this month's time is very worthwhile, because the Qi Xia in his body has already enveloped all the 12 methods of asking questions. This should be able to merge. Chu Yan's eyes were full of enthusiasm and anticipation. Time passed, and another month passed. Chu Yan's cultivation base has been raised to the 8th level of heavenly exalted realm, which made him not care too much. On the contrary, he has been paying attention to the changes of Qi Xia Daoguang all the time. At this time, Chu Yan's body was completely covered by the colorful rays of light, surging like a stream of water within 10 steps, without any spillage. Boom! In an instant, a void thunder sounded. The colorful rays of light have accumulated enough spiritual sources of heaven and earth, and directly erupted with a powerful Taoist will. The volume of the entire Daoguang tripled, extending the original 10-step range to 20-step range in an instant. This is the opportunity. In Chu Yan's eyes, the 5-color thunder burst out, and all the spiritual consciousness was restrained in an instant, and all poured into the Daoguang. Now that the connection has been completed, it can be integrated, and must be integrated. Chu Yan's fighting spirit was like a tide, his eyes were fiery, and he burst out with true energy again, urging the 12 methods of asking with all his strength. Based on the God of War Code and the 8 Yu Xian Huang Jing, the powerful power of asking, like 12 rushing giant rivers, surges between the heaven and the earth. The Codex of the God of War is the foundation, and the other methods of asking questions are used as the branches, and they will flourish like a big tree in the sky. Chu Yan's thoughts were like a tide, and his eyes were like lightning. I saw that everything in the world seemed to be undergoing some mysterious changes. The Jiuxiao Daoguang in the body actually bloomed completely, like a spider web, pulling all the methods of asking questions to its position. Boom, boom. There was a sound of thunder in the void, and the whole blessed land trembled. The incomparably powerful gang power surged like a boiling tide, sweeping in all directions. What's going on? The fierce Pluto, who was also retreating in the Wendian furnace, was taken aback and looked outside in shock. What? With just one glance, the fierce Pluto's expression changed instantly. So many ways of asking. Where did this kid come from? My God, they are actually merging. There were 3 shocking doubts in a row, each of them was like a 9-day thunderbolt, making the vicious Pluto's soul tremble continuously. After living for so long, from birth to death, and then from death to life, the vicious Pluto has never seen him before. Who can practice so many ways of asking at one time? He has never even heard of it. At this time, the integration of the method of asking questions based on the Code of God of War has been completed for more than half, and the methods of asking questions of the 12 schools are superimposed on the foundation layer by layer, as if 12 mountain peaks are combined together, transforming it as a sky-high mountain. It's done. Chu Yan's heart was lifted, his eyes sparkling. If the mountain of the Tao realm is successful, then you can use the method of asking questions in the future. Not only can you use it casually, but also when you encounter a strong enemy, you can also use it together. The power of the 12 repeated asking questions is superimposed, and you can know the power just by thinking about it, how powerful. However, without waiting for Chu Yan to be happy for too long, when the last method of asking was fused, he was suddenly forcibly blocked from the peak of the Tao realm by an extremely powerful force. Chu Yan's body also sank suddenly, as if he was forcibly suppressed by that force, and the true qi in his whole body was clashing and clashing. This power was so powerful that even the surrounding void was crushed into dust and completely deformed. Crazy! How crazy! Kid, you have offended Tianwei, and you can't be tolerated at all. This is Tianqi. The fierce Pluto roared again and again, his eyes were blood red. This kid is absolutely crazy. This is not the 10-direction star field, the kind of fake heavenly power. This is God's domain continent, where the power of heaven and earth really exists. No matter who it is, even if the Taoist master is targeted by Tianwei, it is the result of a narrow escape. This is not a problem with the general rules of heaven, but being directly targeted, which has a completely different nature. God forbid. So what? Chu Yan heard the fierce Pluto's urgent roar, but his eyes were burning like torches, and his whole body was full of fighting spirit. Martial artist cultivation is born against the sky and goes against the way. The more the cultivation level breaks through, the greater the conflict with the way of heaven will be. The relationship between the two sides is like water and fish, which can carry and also capsize. This kind of contest and confrontation is only a matter of time. And this road was doomed from the day Chu Yan awakened the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts. But Chu Yan himself never hesitated. Give me, break! Chu Yan roared sharply, and the breath of his whole body exploded instantly. His body was covered with green armor, and the tiger roared. All the dignity in the body erupted like a thunderbolt, slamming into that coercive force. #C3279, Tianzuan Realm 9th Heaven. Chu Yan is resisting the world. Between the heavens and the earth, the mighty will of the underworld obviously also felt Chu Yan's resistance, and was immediately enraged, and the suppressing power soared instantly. However, Chu Yan stands under the coercion of heaven and earth, like green peaks and green bamboos. No matter how violent the storm is, you will stand still and will not be affected at all. In the next breath, the star map of the 9 realms in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness suddenly brightened, and a large area of the starry sky flickered at the same time, and the stars were shining brightly. Countless starlight overflows, merges together, and gathers into a sea of stars. Wherever it passes, it will resist all the power of heaven and earth. At the same time, the final fusion of the 12 methods of asking questions was also completely completed, all superimposed together, and the mountain of asking questions was successfully conceived. Boom, boom. In an instant, an extremely powerful aura shot up from Chu Yan's body, like a volcanic eruption. The sky in all directions was instantly torn apart by the impact, and even the overflowing spacetime turbulence was instantly reduced to dust. You broke through. The vicious Pluto was lying on the Wentian furnace, his eyes were wide open, and he couldn't even close his mouth in shock. This breath is definitely comparable to the God King realm, only strong, but not weak. No. Not right. However, when the divine consciousness of the fierce Pluto swept across Chu Yan's body, he found that the true energy in his body was still around the 8th level of the heavenly realm, and had not reached the divine king realm at all. Monster. I've never seen such a monster. The fierce Pluto looked more and more chilled, the corners of his eyes twitched, and he kept shaking his head and sighing. This descendant of the gods, even if he breaks through a cultivation level, he still has to make such a big commotion. It's really extraordinary. At this time, Chu Yan didn't have time to pay attention to the fierce Pluto, but looked inwardly with his spiritual consciousness. See. In his body, all the meridians were replaced by Daoguang and became Daoguang Dalu. However, the fused 12 ways of inquiry, and the codex of the god of war, have turned into a huge mountain. The shape of the entire mountain is very similar to the green-armored giant who has been staying in the world of his sea of consciousness before. It's just that it looks more like a mountain god now. It's a pity. If all the methods of asking questions can be cultivated to the whole chapter like the 8 Xuanhuan Sutra, this mountain should be even more majestic. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, shaking his head slightly. However, Chu Yan himself knew that no one had ever walked this road before, and as the first person to eat crabs, he had no experience to follow. If he had known that the 12 methods of asking questions could be integrated, Chu Yan would of course think of a way in advance to collect all the methods of asking questions. Come here for the retreat, let's take a look at the outside situation first. Chu Yan took a deep breath, casually turned out the animal skin picture given by the Supreme Being, and penetrated into it with his spiritual sense. With a glance, Chu Yan was immediately attracted by the massive amount of information, and began to check it with all his attention. After half an hour, Chu Yan withdrew his consciousness and looked up into the distance. In this animal skin map, there are records of some opportunities where the God King broke through. Just like those immortal ancient battlefields when breaking through to the realm of honor, breaking through to the realm of gods and kings also requires a special place. These special places are generally divided into several situations. Some are lands jointly developed by various Taoist forces, hundreds of clans in ancient times, some several forces, and some as many as a dozen forces have joined forces together. And the Baiyu Xianhuang sect, together with the Sanhe sect and the Jiuxiao palace, also created a separate place for the use of the 3 sects' breakthrough gods. As long as the disciples of these 3 sects have reached the heavenly venerable realm, and the number of disciples has reached the number after reporting with the sect order talisman, they will open the small world and let them enter it. The advantage of this is that some experience can be imparted, and the risk is relatively small. However, Chu Yan does not plan to go to this small world for the time being. Because, according to the record on the animal skin map, it will take 3 years for this small world to open. Moreover, the number of heavenly venerable realm cultivators who will go to the land opened up by the 3 major forces will not be too many. What Chu Yan is most concerned about at present is the naturally formed small world of the God King that was conceived by the heavens and the earth. In these places, people with a cultivation level above the Divine King realm cannot enter it at all, and at the same time, those with a cultivation level below the heavenly venerable realm cannot enter it, and the restrictions are extremely strict. The most important thing is that such a small world of God King has no time limit at all and can be entered at any time. Counting from the animal skin map, there are more than a dozen places like this, and they are located in different small gods' domain continents. The land of Tianyuan in the small sea region, and the little divine mountain in the profound earth region, these 2 places. Chu Yan looked at these 2 places, both of which are the small worlds of God Kings that have only appeared in the last 1,000 years, and couldn't help but ponder slightly. Chu Yan, don't think about it, the land of Tianyuan is the most suitable for you. The fierce Pluto suddenly reminded. The reason? Chu Yan asked. As far as I know, this place is full of top geniuses, and they will choose this place. Don't you like to fight? If you go here, you will have more opportunities to fight against top geniuses from other forces. The fierce Pluto explained. Although he has not been in contact with Chu Yan for a short time, he still knows something about Chu Yan's heart. Is that so? That's not bad. Sure enough, when Chu Yan heard the words of the fierce Pluto, his eyes lit up and he nodded slightly. The fierce Pluto will naturally not harm himself, after all, the 2 are now one, so Chu Yan directly made up his mind and decided to go to the land of Tianyuan. Small sea area. Chu Yan restrained his mind and began to adjust his breath to prepare. Time is like water, slowly passing by, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, God's domain continent was extremely lively. The appearance of Zhu Tianzong is almost exactly the same as the character of the hot-haired youth, that is, be as arrogant as you can. Not only is the strength of the hot young man astonishing, but some strong men from the absolute heaven sect come out from time to time, all of them are of astonishing strength, shocking the forces of all sects. On the other hand, Empress Xiantian was as amazing as ever, and she actually gained 3 more 9 realm supremes under her sword. After that battle, the title of Empress Xiantian finally became the #1 supreme in the sky. During this month, Chu Yan made another breakthrough in cultivation, reaching the peak of the heavenly venerable realm, 1 step away from the divine king realm. Are you really going? Can't you take me with you? Lu Piapiao looked at Chu Yan, her small face was full of expectation and grievance. You may not be able to get in this time. Chu Yan smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, you can look around, go wherever you want, just keep the White Jade Palace. Chu Yan has no requirements for Lu Piapiao, as long as the White Jade Palace is safe. And Chu Yan also knew that she wanted to follow, but she was just curious and joining in the fun, but this God's domain continent was probably just as fun to her. Let's go. Chu Yan waved his hand, his figure soared into the sky, disappeared into the sky in an instant, and soared above the 9 heavens. #C3280 Tianyuan City. The small sea area is not far away, and the Jiuxiao sect founded by Huafa youth is near the forbidden area of Pantheon. Therefore, Chu Yan went directly to the absolute heaven sect city that had just been built, and after finding the teleportation array, he teleported directly to the small sea area. Along the way, Chu Yan learned about Shaohai territory and the land of Tianyuan through the map of Tianshan Digong. The small sea area, among the many small areas in the God's domain continent, ranks in the top 10, and it is considered a large continent. However, compared to the continent of the ancient hundreds of clans, there are still several continents where the supreme orthodoxy is located, which is obviously smaller. Ordinary cultivators rank the top 10 continents according to strength and size, and this small sea area ranked 3rd, known as the 3rd land area. And the continent of hundreds of ancient clans is called the 2nd domain. The #1 place is naturally the realm of the gods, the most mysterious continent where the 10 great powers of the gods were located in ancient times. After arriving in the small sea area, Chu Yan directly changed his appearance and breath before entering the largest city in the small sea area. Because the tyrants and barbarians are all in the 2nd domain, and they are closely poking at the 3rd domain. If they collide, they will probably cause trouble for themselves. Stepping into the city, Chu Yan walked all the way to his heart. Like other small worlds of the God King, this heavenly origin land also requires a qualification token to enter. The land of Tianyuan is located in the extreme east of the small sea area, not too far from the central city of this small sea area. As long as you get a qualification token, you can enter it soon. Chu Yan has the jade talisman of the disciple of the 8th Xuanhuan sect on his body, and it is extremely simple to exchange for the qualification token. After spending some money, he found a deacon in the city who specially helped people guide the way, and Chu Yan followed him all the way to the place where the qualification token was exchanged. Senior, this place of origin, like other small worlds of God Kings, is controlled by sect forces. The deacon surnamed Zhou was enthusiastic, and explained to Chu Yan about the situation of Tianyuan land along the way. The land of Tianyuan is mainly controlled by several major forces of the ancient hundreds of clans. Among them, the Star Clan, Wan Clan, Wind Clan, and Lake Clan have built this Tianyuan city. In Tianyuan city, there are also special tests and assessments. You must prove your cultivation and identity before you can exchange for a qualification token and enter the land of Tianyuan. Hearing this, Chu Yan couldn't help but frown slightly. Why is it different from what he just learned? Why is that so? Chu Yan asked. It is said that a group of rogue cultivators infiltrated into the land of Tianyuan in the past and caused a lot of damage, so Tianyuan City was built to control it. Hey. Speaking of this, Deacon Zhou smiled strangely and whispered to Chu Yan. Actually, these 5 ancient clans have also discovered benefits. That's why they are so strictly controlled. What good? Chu Yan was startled. This land of origin, there are often talents from various forces to break through, but in this land of origin, it is extremely dangerous, and there will always be peerless geniuses lost. The 5 ancient clans have thought of a way, announcing that as long as they pay benefits, they can guarantee the safety of these peerless geniuses. When this sentence landed, Chu Yan immediately reacted. A peerless genius is extremely precious and valued by any force. If the 5 ancient clans were really capable of guaranteeing the safety of peerless geniuses, then the major forces would naturally be willing to pay the price. Of course, the price may not be light. Therefore, the 5 ancient clans guarding this land of heavenly origin is equivalent to guarding a cash cow, and of course they will be strictly controlled. Interesting. Let me ask you, how many peerless geniuses are there in the land of origin? Hearing Chu Yan's question, Deacon Zhou shook his head and said, Senior, you also know that the entry of this peerless genius into the land of Tianyuan is a secret, and most people don't know about it. I just heard that the peerless genius of Ascending Immortal Sect seems to have just entered. This is because the peerless genius just came and killed many people, and the news spread. Deacon Zhou said. Could it be that this city is so calm? So it is. Chu Yan shook his head without thinking too much. While chatting, the two went directly to Tianyuan City through the special teleportation array in the city. As soon as he came out from the streets of the city, Chu Yan was stunned by the lively scene in front of him. I saw that although the wide street was not crowded with people, it was still a bustling scene. Most importantly, Chu Yan saw an extremely familiar scene again. Come on, pass by, don't miss it. The market just opened, it's in the bag. The gold-lettered signboard of Tianxian Digong, no one is cheating, the odds are fair, it's coming soon. The peerless genius of Shengxianzong, Hua Tianquan has been in the land of Tianyuan for 5 days. Whether he can be promoted to the king of the gods or not, the result will be announced soon. Bet now, if you miss it, you will have no chance. 10 times the handicap, just opened, here it comes. On the entire street, there were more than a dozen handicaps opened by the Tianxian Digong, making the atmosphere extremely lively. The point is, every handicap stall is full of cultivators, all of them are full of excitement. Obviously, many of these people should have come to Tianyuan City to place bets. Tianxian Digong, won't Feng Tianxian also come? Chu Yan glanced around, and the corners of his eyes twitched twice. They are indispensable in the Tiangsuandi Palace or anywhere. What handicap is this? What are the odds? It's not really for betting. Chu Yan thinks that through these handicap, he can know that those peerless geniuses have entered the land of Tianyuan, and at the same time, he can also know their strength through the odds. Senior, I am here at stall number 38 of Tianxian Digong. It is definitely a golden stall. Just now someone won a big bet. Come and see, these are all handicap odds. You can choose whatever you want. Take your time. Look. The handicap deacon of Tianxian Digong turned out to be a strong man in the earth respect state. When he saw Chu Yan asking, he was extremely enthusiastic. Chu Yan didn't talk nonsense with him, took the jade talisman, probed into it with his divine sense and scanned it, and suddenly found that many people had already entered the land of the source of heaven. The number is around 20, and they are all arranged with different odds from 1 to 100 by Tianxian Digong. Even the cultivation base, strength, previous record, etc. of each of these peerless geniuses are listed very clearly. Hua Tianquan of Shengxianzong, Lai Hexing of Sana sect, Gu Chongdao of Barbarian clan. The three peerless geniuses, and the rest of the dozen or so are ordinary heavenly exalted realm ninth heavens or so. It's a bit small. Chu Yan looked at it, and was immediately disappointed. After all, he wanted to meet more peerless geniuses this time. Chu Yan, there are fewer people, you can find a way to lure them over. The fierce Hades suggested. Come here. Is it possible? When Chu Yan heard this, he was speechless for a while. Could it be possible to directly expose his identity? There are too many people, but it is also a big trouble. Let's change the qualification token first. After thinking for a while, Chu Yan, who had nothing to do for the time being, said to Deacon Zhou. So, the two walked towards the main hall in the center of the city, but as soon as they reached the door, they heard noises coming from inside. #C3281 Rob. The main hall in the center of Tianyuan City is not too small, but it is full of people now. Moreover, the cultivators on the street who had gathered around the handicap booth were still entering the main hall. All of them looked excited. Does this guy want to die? How dare he confront the little patriarch of Star Clan? Hey, I'm afraid the background is not small, there is a good show to watch. Haha, Tianyuan City is lively, there is a good show every 2 days. That's right, you don't even look at what Tianyuan City is doing. 99 out of 10 people who come here are not easy to mess with. When Chu Yan walked into the gate of the palace, he heard the practitioners all around talking about him, so he looked up immediately. I saw that there were about 100 heavenly venerable realm powerhouses in the hall, and the rest were some earthly venerable realm cultivators. Among these people, I am afraid that only among the 100 heavenly venerable realm, some are here to exchange for resource tokens, and the rest are all watching the fun. As the saying goes, those who watch the excitement don't think it's a big deal, and people keep making noises, making the atmosphere in the hall extremely noisy. In the middle of the main hall, a young man with black hair and fine clothes, wearing a battle armor, with a star-shaped spiritual seal on his forehead, is staring at the person opposite him with an angry expression. The person on the other side had a proud face, full of tattoos, ponytail, and a bunned outfit, looking at the black-haired young man with teasing eyes. Standing behind him were 3 men who were also dressed in bunts. At a glance, they were all at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. Chu Yan swept over with his spiritual sense, and immediately understood the general situation. Such things are extremely common in God's domain continent. Especially among the top forces such as the 12 Dao lineages and the 100 ancient clans, there are so many of them. There are still 20 breaths left, give me something, forget about it. Otherwise, don't call me ruthless. Tattooed youth. Looking at the dark-haired young man opposite with a smug smile. Be obedient, you don't have much to lose, otherwise, The black-haired young man's eyes were full of anger. His face was flushed, and his fists were clenched tightly. It seemed that he was extremely angry, but he was trying his best to suppress himself. You are doing this like a robber. Are you not afraid of their jokes? When the young man who claimed to be the young master heard this, he laughed loudly and said, Joke, I really like it, who here dares to read the jokes of the young master? Are there any? Come on, stand up. Ha ha ha. When he said these words, the people around him laughed all over their faces. No one answered the words at all, and it was even more impossible for someone to stand up. In the world of warriors, strength is the most important thing. People who have no status and no status rob things, that is called robbers. But it's completely different if someone with status and status snatches it up. Everyone present knew this truth, and naturally they were not surprised. The last 5 breaths. The tattooed young master continued to stare at the other party with a smile. His tone and demeanor were full of complacency and laughter. I bought this token in exchange. If you insist on robbing, I will definitely sue the sect, the 8U Xuanhuan sect. The black-haired young man was full of hatred. Hearing the other party's words, he stared at the other party and said, "The relationship between your Star clan and our 8U Xuanhuan sect is influenced by you. I am a core disciple." The core disciples were bullied like this outside, if they were not forced to, who would reveal their identities again. At this time, the deterrent power of the sect may become their last bargaining chip. At the very least, the other party may have some scruples about the relationship between the sects. Core disciples. Hearing the name of the Baiyu Xuanhuangzong, the tattooed young master was startled for a moment, and then said with a smile on his face, "You guys of the 12 Dao lineages have as many core disciples as a cow's hair. You pretend I don't know. Bring it to me." Without further ado, he exploded with arrogance, rushed forward, and wanted to snatch it directly. Huang Fuyan's expression changed suddenly, watching the other party rushing. The humiliation on his face became stronger. His cultivation is only at the 7th level of Heavenly Exalted Realm, and it is impossible to be the opponent of the opponent, let alone 2 strong men of the 9th level of Heavenly Exalted Realm follow behind him. Moreover, this Tianyuan city is the territory of the Star clan. If you fight with them here, you will definitely suffer a loss, and you can't get it right. How dare you rob it? At this moment, a strange sound resounded from the crowd, and a black shadow swayed, and suddenly appeared in front of Huang Fuyan, and the aura of his whole body exploded in an instant, directly reaching the peak of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Ah! Senior Chu, don't. Deacon Zhou didn't have time to stop him, and saw that Chu Yan, beside him, had rushed out, and his expression changed drastically. That's Star Clan. This is one of the 5 controlling clans in Tianyuan City, and the tattooed young master is the 4th minor patriarch of the Star Clan, with a very high status. Not only Deacon Zhou, but also the cultivators who were watching the bustle all around, were all shocked when they saw this scene. They never thought that someone would dare to wade into this muddy water. And the 4th young master was also taken aback, suddenly, stopped immediately, and looked at Chu Yan in astonishment. Soon, his face was full of jokes again, and he said, "Ha ha ha, there is really someone who is not afraid of death. How dare you take care of this young master's affairs?" Huang Fuyan looked at Chu Yan in front of him, his face was full of gratitude, but he persuaded with worry. "Token for you." While speaking, he directly handed the token in his hand to the 4 young masters, and at the same time, transmitted the voice to Chu Yan. "My fellow Daoist, thank you very much. The other party is the 4th young master of Star Clan. I appreciate your kindness." Hearing this, Chu Yan didn't turn his head back, and directly transmitted the voice. "I don't care about other people's affairs, but as a fellow sect, the face of the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect is related to me." "Ah. Same door." Huang Fuyan was stunned for a moment, and looked at Chu Yan in astonishment. This young man, who had obviously changed his appearance and his face was foggy, turned out to be a disciple of the 8U Xuanhuang sect. However, why is this person's aura so strange, as if he has never seen it before in the sect? Even in Tianyuan City, many cultivators have changed their aura, but at such a short distance, they can feel some of it. "What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you all doing here?" At this moment, another strange sound sounded. Outside the main hall, a strong man wearing a fur coat and with dragon seals tattooed on his arms stepped into the hall step by step. Behind him, 4 young men in purple robes gathered around, like stars and moons, they followed him into the hall. "Wan Shuanglong of all races." "What? Thousands of ancient tribes. Wan Shuanglong." When everyone saw the figure coming in from the gate of the hall, Chi-Chi's face changed, and his face was full of surprise. The Wan Shuanglong in front of him is at the peak of the Heavenly Venerable Realm, and his talent has reached the peerless genius, and he is also one of the heirs of the patriarch of the Wan clan. In terms of status, strength, and cultivation, they are all younger than the fourth star of the Star Clan, obviously a head higher. After all, Star Clan has a total of 9 patriarchs who manage the 9 branches, while Wan Clan is a clan of 1 line. Hashtag C3282 One Punch Double Kill. Although Wan Xuanlong is only the 10th heir of the Wan clan, his surname is Wan. As long as he is lucky, he has a chance to become the patriarch in the future. Brother Long, why are you here? The 4 young masters before saw Wan Xuanlong. His face changed instantly. His face was full of coquettish smiles, nodding and bowing like a dog. This expression is completely different from when he bullied Huang Fuyan before. What are you doing? Wan Xuanlong nodded casually without even looking at him, then turned to look at Chu Yan and Huang Fuyan, and asked. No. It's nothing. It's just that I have something with him, he. 4th young master whispered to Wan Xuanlong. A few words briefly explained what had happened originally. Although the 4th young master spoke in a low voice, Chu Yan, who was close to him, could still hear clearly. The whole thing was as Chu Yan had guessed before. Huang Fuyan bought a good thing in Tianqian Digong, and it happened to be seen by the 4th young master, so he immediately wanted to snatch it. Oh. So you want to help him? Wan Xuanlong looked at Chu Yan, frowning slightly. So what about helping? Chu Yan looked at Wan Xuanlong, and said softly, I want to know if this is a robber's den or a bandit mountain. Chu Yan stared at Wan Xuanlong and said this sentence, but Wan Xuanlong on the opposite side just flickered his eyes, and there was no obvious overreaction. Obviously, this Wan Xuanlong and that 4th young master are obviously not the same kind of people. After all, this Tianyuan city is the site of the 5 ancient clans. Chu Yan said that, as the 2nd generation of the emperor of the 10,000 clans, he didn't respond. It can be seen that this person's Taoist environment and Xinqing are both excellent. What do you want to do? Wan Xuanlong turned to look at 4th young master and asked. When I asked this sentence, the 4th young master's expression was obviously a little hesitant. He didn't care about Chu Yan, Huang Fuyan, or the people watching around before, so naturally he didn't have any scruples. But now, in front of Wan Xuanlong, he was really speechless when asked to say something like plundering. Let's do it. Let me come up with a plan. Seeing that the 4th young master didn't speak, Wan Xuanlong of course understood, and then said with a smile. Oh. Brother Long has an order, just say it directly, and I will definitely obey it. The 4th young master nodded quickly in agreement, and didn't even need to listen to the other party's plan. If you want me to say, he has seen injustice, and if he wants to be a hero in the meeting, he has to give him face and let him show his face. Wan Xuanlong turned his head to look at Chu Yan, his eyes were full of playfulness, and said. If you are a hero on the ground of my ancient clan, let him know what the result will be. When these words fell to the ground, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone looked at Wan Xuanlong with astonishment on their faces, and their faces were full of disbelief. After all, he is also the heir of the main line of the Wanzhou, and his actions are even more unreasonable than the 4th young master of the Star clan. This is too overbearing. And according to what he said, that result will definitely not be a good result. Okay. Brother Long, don't worry, I will leave this matter to my younger brother, and I promise to do it beautifully. Among the people in the audience, only the 4th young master didn't show a trace of surprise, and quickly patted his chest to reassure, and the dog look on his face was even stronger. In this case, not only is it suspicious, but the reason why the 4th young master treats Wan Xuanlong so humble is probably not just because of his status. It may have a lot to do with Wan Xuanlong's usual behavior, domineering. If anyone provokes him, there will definitely be no good results. That's why the 4th young master bowed his knees to him like this. As soon as the words landed, the fourth young master turned around and told the two peaks of the heavenly venerable realm behind him. Why are you still in a daze? Give it to me, abolish him. Live or die. Behind him, the two peaks of the heavenly venerable realm took the order together, bursting out with true energy, and staring at Chu Yan with killing intent in their eyes. Hum. Two clusters of stars, one black and one red, rose above their heads, releasing powerful star power, which poured into the bodies of the two of them, scaring their hearts and increasing their power by 30%. This is the special talent of Star Clan, the natal star. Die. Without any scruples, he shouted directly to kill Chu Yan, and the two of them burst out, like two tyrannosaurs, rushing towards Chu Yan. Tianyuan City is a city built for the land of Tianyuan. There are 5 co-managers in the city, so naturally, there are rules and law enforcement teams. Not allowing the use of force is a basic rule, but such a rule has almost no effect on people like them. Go. Dangerous. Huangfuyan was terrified, not because these two heavenly venerable realm experts could really kill them, but because this is the domain of the ancient clan. As long as he makes a move, more ancient powerhouses will come, and then he will really be dead. These two guys dare to provoke the ancients, they are dead. Seeing this scene, the cultivators around all had strange expressions on their faces and shook their heads endlessly. Even if some of these people had a good relationship with the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect, they didn't plan to help them at all. After all, in such a situation, whoever stands out will die. Let's go. No need. If you want to fight, just fight. Chu Yan's face was indifferent, and the true energy in his body was rolling. An incomparably vast power rushed in all directions in an instant, and the whole hall buzzed and trembled. At this moment, the expressions of all the cultivators watching the bustle in the hall changed. This. Even Wan Shuanglong's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Not good. The two heavenly exalted realm powerhouses who rushed towards Chu Yan were rushed by this force, and suddenly the death energy in their hearts surged like a tide, and their whole bodies were like falling into an ice cellar, and their spirits and souls burst out. I have never felt such a strong death energy. What's going on? There was no time to think about it, the two of them came to a sudden stop at the same time, and at the same time urged their movements to turn around and run away. However, it is easy to come, but difficult to leave. I saw that Chu Yan's figure disappeared instantly on the spot, and with a flash, he arrived at the place where the two stopped, and raised his hands and blasted out at the same time. Boom! Boom! The two groups of empty air exploded with a violent sound, and the punches were like thunder, and they hit the two heavenly venerable realm powerhouses at the same time, sending them flying out of the sky. It directly smashed 2 big holes in the wall of the temple, rolled down to the street, and then stopped. The chest was sunken and bloody. What? The cultivators present, including Wan Shuanglong and the 4 young masters of the Star Clan, were so startled that their eyeballs almost flew out, and they opened their mouths wide, completely dumbfounded. What's the situation? What just happened? Punch! With one punch, 2 people at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm were sent flying. How can this be? You. Even Huangfuyan, who was on the side of Chu Yan, was shocked at this moment, staring at Chu Yan with staring eyes, unable to speak. Could it be that he is the personal heir of the suzerains of the 8 Yu Xuanhuang sect? However, I have never heard that the suzerain personally passed on such combat power. #C32831 Soul 4 Kill. The whole audience was dead silent, not even a single person was panting. Everyone stared at the black-robed youth, with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. You dared to kill my Star Clan in Tianyuan City. After a full count of breaths, the 4th young master, who was the first to react, turned his head. Through the 2 big holes, he just saw the 2 clansmen on the street exhale their last breath, rolled their eyes, and completely stopped breathing. At this moment, the fourth young master of the Star Clan, whose scalps were blown off his whole body, was so startled that his face turned green, and he howled at the top of his throat. Never encountered such a thing. Someone dared to kill his own guard. Moreover, it is still on the territory of the 5 ancient clans. This is completely against the sky. He has always been the one who bullied others. When was he ever beaten back? Idiot. Chu Yan looked up at him, and stretched his backhand to the scabbard behind him. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed, and the sound of sword screeching was startling. At the same time, a powerful sword force swept out like a gust of wind, sweeping across the entire hall. Fight, you guys want to fight? Want to kill me? Then come and try. After Chu Yan finished speaking, the sword intent all over his body condensed like a gangster, turning into a frenzy of sword intent, attacking the 4 young masters of the Star Clan. You. At this moment, no matter how noble his identity as the 4th young master of the Star Clan was, he still felt a strong sense of death rising from his heart. His whole body felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his scalp was numb. This guy actually shot himself. However, 2 guards who were at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm were killed by him with a single punch, so it was impossible for him to be his opponent. Could it be that we can only wait to die? Good, very good, excellent. At this moment, Wan Shuanglong, who had been standing there with a sneer, shouted. This fellow Taoist is truly extraordinary. His eyesight is clumsy, so he really didn't see it. However, no matter who dares to stand out in my ancient clan's territory, he must die. Give it to me. After staring at Chu Yan, Wan Shuanglong ordered directly. For him, he has always been the only one who is domineering, and it is impossible for him to allow others to be so domineering in front of him. If he really wants to kill the 4th young master of the Star Clan in front of him, I am afraid that the Star Clan will come to make trouble for him. After all, he is now the heir in line of the Wanzhou. With such an identity, he can't allow anything unfavorable to him to happen. Therefore, he must not sit idly by. Thousands of souls return to one, the heavens and the earth are in all directions. Behind him, the 4 strong men of all races roared at the same time, countless soul powers gushed out from their bodies, and powerful demon souls rushed out of their bodies, but they were extremely rare martial soul powers. Huh. Wuhun. Chu Yan glanced over, and his face changed slightly. After arriving in God's domain continent, this was the first time I saw someone fighting with a martial soul. Originally thought that the cultivators of God's domain continent did not have strong martial souls, but they turned out to be 10,000 clans from hundreds of ancient clans. Millions of souls possessed. Without any hesitation, the 4 strong men from all races simultaneously summoned martial spirits to attach to their bodies, and their bodies instantly swelled several times, and their whole bodies seemed to be covered with a layer of armor. This kind of soul armor, which is similar to the body protector, is obviously much stronger, and even has the effect of blessing. 10,000 races, as a special existence among the hundreds of ancient races, their talent is martial spirit. Of course, it's not ordinary martial souls, but extremely rare twin martial souls, and more. According to Wanzhou's own propaganda, in the ancient times, the clan elders of Wanzhou could even summon tens of thousands of martial souls to bless themselves, and their combat power was comparable to that of gods. The cultivators of God's domain continent are just listening to these words, and no one will take them seriously. It's like the 4 strong men of 10,000 races in front of them, even if they know that the young man in black robes in front of them has amazing combat power, they naturally burst out their cultivation with all their strength, and dare not be negligent. But with their cultivation at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm, they only summoned 3 martial spirits. There is one of them, only 2 spirits, so the total is 11 spirits. If we say that the ancestors of the 10,000 races in the ancient times were only Taoist masters, they could summon 10,000 martial spirits. How about cheating ghosts? However, Chu Yan naturally didn't know about these rumors, but he did know that someone was fighting him with his martial soul. I really can't blame others for this matter, just blame them for being unlucky and meeting me. In the next breath, the corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, and a powerful martial spirit surged from his body. In an instant, 5 different colored martial soul lights gushed out from his body. Break! After drinking one word, Chu Yan's figure flickered. I saw that his eyes were 1 gold and 1 silver, and his whole body was like a dragon and a tiger appearing in the world, rolling out and rushing straight towards the 4 strong men from all races. What's this? The cultivators present were hard-hearted for a while. Of course they can feel it too, it's obviously the breath of the martial soul. However, isn't it only the strong of all races who have martial souls? Could this young man in black be a member of the 10,000 clans? No. Not only the cultivators present were all stunned, but even the faces of the 4 strong men from all races on the opposite side changed their expressions in shock. Myriad realms of souls. During the battle, they didn't dare to be negligent, the 4 of them roared in unison and used their soul skills at the same time. In an instant, the martial souls of the 4 of them erupted at the same time, and they were completely connected together. Soul formation. Chu Yan's eyes froze, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. This God's domain continent is really extraordinary, even if it is to use a martial soul, it is such a special combat skill. If people from all races could display such a soul skill, if the number of people reached hundreds or even thousands, how terrifying the power would be. On this point, Chu Yan was wrong. These 4 people are Xuanhuan's personal guards, among the 10,000 races, they are naturally the top masters, so they can display the soul array. In other words, among the 10,000 races, the number of people who can use this kind of soul array is extremely rare. Boom, boom. Between lightning and flint, Chu Yan's figure collided with 4 strong men from all races, and the roar of dragons and tigers roared instantly, resounding through the hall. Ah! Amidst the shrill screams, the 4 Wanzu clansmen were actually backlashed by their own martial souls. They watched arrows burst out from the 7 holes at the same time, and then their bodies swelled like balloons. In less than 2 breaths, amidst the bang 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 bang, the bodies of the 4 burst apart like rotten watermelons. When everyone reacted, there were 4 piles of broken flesh and blood on the ground, and there were still figures of powerful people from all races there. This. In the entire hall, everyone's body trembled fiercely, and then they looked at Chu Yan, all changed. Fear. Horrible. What kind of combat power is this? Just now, he killed 2 peak celestial realm peaks of the Star clan with 1 punch, and now he blasted 4 peak celestial venerable realm members of the 10,000 clans into meat scum. This person is definitely not simple. #C3284 Law Enforcement Team. Now, even the most stupid person can see that the identity of this black-robed youth is by no means simple. At least, it is also the peerless genius level of a certain big force. And Chu Yan, who was standing in the crowd, directly ignored the astonished gazes around him, and looked up at Jiuxiao and Xuanhuan. These 2 people are completely stupid now, their faces are pale, and they can't react at all. Brother! Forgive me for my poor eyesight. I don't know if it's the peerless genius of that big clan. As soon as these words came out, Xuanhuan felt a little guilty. After all, among the hundreds of ancient clans, he knew almost all the peerless geniuses in general, so there shouldn't be anyone who deliberately troubled him. But no matter what, the arrogance on Xuanhuan's face now completely disappeared. No matter how domineering he is, he doesn't dare to be domineering with a peerless genius. That is not a level of existence at all. After all, identity is the only identity, and strength is king. Snapped. Without waiting for him to hear an answer, he just heard a loud slap on the face, slapped him hard on the face, pulled his whole identity into the air, spun and flew into the air. What? This? Seeing this scene, Huang Fuyan and the cultivators around him turned pale with shock. Although this black-robed young man is powerful and a peerless genius, the other party is after all the heir in line of the Wan clan, and he is also of the blood of the clan head. In front of so many people, he was slapped and slapped when he came up. This was too violent. One must know that this slap on Wan Xuanlong's face is equivalent to being slapped on Wanzu's face, and the consequences may be very troublesome. But at this time, Chu Yan still looked indifferent, looking at the fourth young master of the Star clan. His eyes were full of coldness. The fourth young master of the Star clan was stared at by these eyes, and his whole body trembled in fright. Without even thinking about it, he quickly crushed a jade talisman and ran away. I can't afford it. This master even dared to smoke Wan Xuanlong. It's not something he can provoke at all. However, in the face of Chu Yan, it is not that he can leave if he wants to. Before, he was extremely arrogant and ordered Chu Yan to be killed, but now he wants to leave. It's so easy. I saw that the void in front of him had just begun to distort, and Chu Yan's right hand had already been pulled over. With one palm, even the void channel was deformed, and it was smashed into powder, and then fell hard on the face of the fourth young master. Superior. Snapped. There was another resounding slap on the face, and the body of the fourth young master of the Star clan spun like a top, and was thrown into the air. How dare you hit me, Wan Xuanlong, who had landed before, just got up from the ground and was about to scold Chu Yan when he suddenly saw a figure in midair flying towards him. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, he fell on him, almost knocking him unconscious. I'm going to kill you. Throwing aside the fourth young master of the Star clan, Wan Xuanlong's eyes instantly turned blood red. Raising his hand to wipe off the blood from the corner of his mouth, he suddenly jumped up from the ground, and his whole body erupted like a volcano. Boom! A violent air wave surged, and behind him, a martial spirit as tall as a mountain suddenly appeared. This martial soul is black all over, like a ferocious demon walking in the boundless night, except for a pair of green eyes and spirit lines flashing all over his body. He can't see his true face clearly at all. Thousands of tribes, clan masters of hundreds of lines, which are divided into upper 3 lines and lower 3 lines. Basically, the talents of the tribes are judged by the number of martial souls. But only the patriarch's line is different. It is judged according to the size of the martial soul and the number of soul seals. But now, the martial soul behind Wan Xuanlong is 10 feet high, and the number of soul seals on his body is no less than 30. This kind of talent is definitely called the top martial soul among all races. Wan Xuanlong summoned his martial soul, his aura continued to increase, and even the whole hall was buzzing and trembling. Snapped. At this moment, he was in shock, but was suddenly interrupted, and received another slap on the left cheek that was red and swollen just now. You wanted to kill me just now, didn't you? Chu Yan doesn't care what top martial spirit you have, he won't be polite at all, he just slaps you when he comes up, and then lifts his foot to kick Wan Xuanlong's stomach fiercely. With a bang, Wan Xuanlong still running Zhenqi was instantly interrupted, and his body flew upside down again, screaming endlessly. With this kick, he almost exploded his anger. After flying hundreds of meters and falling to the ground dozens of times, Wan Xuanlong struggled to stand up, and then looked at Chu Yan with shock. How can it be? Is my soul armor fake? This young man in black robe is so strong. Anyway, I am also a peerless genius of all races, even if it is an ordinary genius, I will not be so embarrassing. Who is this person? Wan Xuanlong would never have thought that with Chu Yan's current strength, let alone a peerless genius, even a peerless genius would still kill with one move. Only a peerless genius like Fan Chen and Lu Qingyi would have a chance to live. Moreover, Wan Shuanglong, who is so immortal, dared to use the power of Wuhun in front of Chu Yan. It can be said that not to mention in this piece of God's domain continent where martial souls are rare, even in the 10 directions star field where martial souls are prevalent, it is impossible for anyone to have a stronger martial soul than Chu Yan. A spooky, dark and demonic garbage martial soul dares to be arrogant in front of his own 5 gods and beasts. Not to mention Chu Yan, even the sleeping unicorns in the sea of consciousness, it is impossible to agree. Bold. Who dares to do something here? At this moment, a thunderous shout rang out, resounding throughout the hall. Immediately afterwards, a majestic tide swept over. A man wearing fine armor and holding a long knife rushed into the hall, with more than 10 figures. Law enforcement team. The cultivators present could tell at a glance that this team was the Tianyuan City law enforcement team composed of strong men selected by the 5 ancient clans, dedicated to maintaining the law in the city. The small captains of this law enforcement team are all at the peak of the heavenly exalted realm, and they have mastered an extremely powerful secret skill. With this method, even if a peerless genius makes trouble, they can handle it. After all, many of those who can come to Tianyuan City are powerful beings. If they don't have some means, they really can't control the situation. Of course, it is not necessary to find the Supreme to guard the city for a small world of the God King realm. Therefore, the strength of these law enforcement teams is mostly in the Tianzuan realm. Brother, the situation is not good. The law enforcement team has a weapon in their hands. In this Tianyuan city, they are almost invincible. Huang Fuyan's face changed suddenly, and he quickly changed his voice to tell Chu Yandao. We must hurry away. But before he finished speaking, he saw the law enforcement team leader, who glanced at the 4th young master of the Star clan and Wan Shuanglong not far away, and his expression changed drastically. For young masters, Wan Shuanglong. You guys. Naturally, Wan Shuanglong also saw him, and his eyes were extremely bright. Captain Feng, you came just in time, take this person down for me, life or death. Wan Shuanglong almost gritted his teeth when he said this. #C3285, come on, you God Kings. Wan Minglong, the young master of another line of the Wanzhu, his status is a whole step lower than Wan Shuanglong's. Wan Shuanglong is the heir of the main line, and this Wan Minglong is only the heir of a branch line. Although it's a bit worse, but this cultivation level doesn't recognize status and status. Therefore, Wan Minglong's cultivation level is stronger than Wan Shuanglong's. More importantly, Wan Shuanglong is a rare genius among all races. What's going on? When Wan Minglong asked this question, he waved his hand, and 10 team members immediately surrounded him, surrounding Chu Yan and Huang Fuyan. Brother Minglong, just now. Also getting up from the ground, the 4th young master of the Star clan hurried over with hatred on his face, and whispered what happened in his ear. There is such a thing. After listening to the words of the 4th young master of the Star clan, Wan Minglong's expression changed immediately, and his gaze towards Chu Yan became extremely cold. This fellow Taoist, no matter who you are or how strong you are, you'd better come with me honestly today, otherwise, humph. After saying this, Wan Minglong raised his foot and walked over, together with 10 of his men, surrounded Chu Yan. Seeing how their swords were on the verge of breaking out, if Chu Yan dared to say no, he would directly kill them on the spot. As for Wan Shuanglong, Wan Minglong certainly knew what kind of person he was. If he hadn't been forced to be impatient, he wouldn't be like this. Therefore, Wan Minglong and the 10 members of the law enforcement team who were present knew that this young man in a hacker robe was doomed today. Law enforcement team. Just listening to him say a few words, you want to kill me. Chu Yan's face also turned down, looking at Wan Minglong and a group of law enforcement teams, he directly opened his mouth and shouted. I don't want to kill people today. Get lost. This sentence was uttered like rolling thunder, containing supreme divine power. Even Wan Minglong and the others trembled and their faces turned pale. Even those onlookers present. Everyone's complexion changed drastically. The strength of this black-robed youth is probably even more terrifying than they imagined. What kind of power is this? The power of one person can suppress the whole audience. You want to leave again? Chu Yan turned to look at the fourth young master of the Star Clan, who took out the jade talisman, and shouted coldly. The fourth young master of the Star Clan was about to crush the jade talisman when he was suddenly locked on by an air machine divine sense, and his body trembled at that moment. He doesn't want to die. I don't want to guess who is stronger between the black-robed youth and the Wanzu's law enforcement team. Anyway, he wants to live, so he was just about to run, but he was discovered by the other party. What you have done, you want to leave now? Chu Yan's eyes were like flames, and he looked at the fourth young master of the Star Clan. With a wave of his hand, he was turned into a paw print and brought him over. Bold. Just as he was holding the other party's neck, he heard another thunderous sound outside the hall. In Tianyuan City, if you dare to attack my Star Clan, are you looking for death? A young man wearing a star robe and holding a wooden stick walked in from the gate and stepped through the gate of the palace. The tall palace gate instantly shattered and flew like dust. The next moment, Chu Yan's Gangyuan paw print was instantly smashed to pieces by a powerful force, and the four young masters of the Star Clan escaped. Everyone present, including Chu Yan, was suppressed by a powerful momentum, as if everyone was carrying a mountain on their backs. This is, the God King of Star Clan has arrived. Huang Fuyan's face turned pale at this moment, and he stuttered a bit when he spoke. I really came here for whatever I was afraid of, and things really got serious. Even the God King Jing Chong of the Star Clan took action. This time it was really over. Ha ha ha, this kid is kind, he probably doesn't know who Wan Shuanglong is. But before everyone could react, another burst of wild laughter rang out in the hall, and several of the dozen or so thick pillars supporting the hall exploded in succession. An old man appeared from the void, looking at Chu Yan with a smile on his face. The young patriarch of the 10,000 races, right? So what? Chu Yan raised his head and looked at the old man, his face remained calm without any fluctuation. So you know. Then you slapped him left and right. I really want to know, how confident are you? When the old man heard Chu Yan's words, the smile on his face disappeared instantly, and his tone was full of coldness. It doesn't matter which clan or sect you belong to, you must know that this is Tianyuan City, a land under the joint management of my 5 clans. Do you understand? Now, tell us how you are going to explain it. If it satisfies us, I will spare your life. While speaking, the old man slowly fell towards the ground, looking like a master. Kill, it's not that I don't want to kill this black-robed youth. But judging from the strength of his attack just now, the origin of this kid may not be small. If he just kills him like this, things will be very troublesome later. Therefore, try to solve it if it can be solved. Anyway, it is not a big problem, and it has not been spread, so it should be solved. Confession. It's very simple, as long as the two of them apologize sincerely, I don't have to pursue this matter. Hearing this, Chu Yan said with a calm face. What? When these words landed, the old man who had just landed on the ground tilted his body and almost fell to the ground. Both of them give you apologies. Not only the old man, but everyone present looked at Chu Yan with twitching expressions. This kid, I'm afraid I really don't want to live anymore. Sure enough, the several ancient strong men who had just arrived at the scene all looked at Chu Yan with ashen faces, with anger in their eyes, and they obviously wanted to kill someone. Master, senior brother, you. Huang Fuyan was about to cry. He never expected that his senior brother would be so fierce. Surrounded by the god kings of several ancient clans, he dared to speak like this. If I had known this earlier, I would have handed over the things directly, wouldn't it be over? At least, it won't be like it is now, locked by a group of god kings, like a lamb stared at by a group of tigers, which is too scary. Although he was very grateful to Chu Yan for helping him from the beginning to the end, but in this situation, how does it feel? Something is wrong. I was just being robbed before, but now I seem to be losing my life, this. What did you say? Ask them to apologize to you. You still don't understand. You slapped them, and this is where the source of heaven has collapsed. The source of heaven and earth of the 5 ancient clans. The god king of the star clan burst out with the power of the stars, like a star about to explode on the spot, releasing extremely strong star power, completely freezing the surrounding void. Even if you are a peerless genius, you are not qualified to be arrogant here. The old man god king of the 10,000 races had a sneer on his face, looked at Chu Yan and kept shaking his head and said, "The confession I said is for you to give in confession. I'm going to be blunt, there is only one way. You have to listen to it, and you can't listen to it. You have to listen, otherwise the old man will shoot directly. Don't be afraid, the old man will not kill you, but I guarantee that the taste is 100 times more terrifying than death. Shoot." Hearing the words, Chu Yan looked up at the elders of the 10,000 races, and at the same time swept towards the gods and kings of the other races. You can do it if you want, let's do it together. When these words fell, the audience was completely silent, and the entire hall was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could not be heard at all. #C3286 Is he crazy? This young man in black robe is crazy. The cultivation base of the heavenly venerable realm actually challenged the God King. And challenged all the God Kings at once. Everyone felt that their ears were blind, and even Xuanhuan, whose eyes were bloodshot, was stunned on the spot. Even if you are a peerless genius, it is impossible. Good, very good. Star Clan's God King Realm looked at Chu Yan, his eyes were full of sparkles, and after saying hello twice, he said loudly. As expected of a peerless genius, you have some guts. Since you brought it up, I will satisfy you. The God King of 10,000 races just snorted coldly, and looked at Chu Yan out of the corner of his eyes. Without saying a word, the aura of his whole body kept surging, and a large amount of soul power rushed to all directions like a tide. Behind him was an extremely tall soul beast, roaring in the void. The whole world trembled. The 2 God Kings burst out their true chi to the peak state. The Star Clan God King urged the natal stars, and the 10,000 race God King summoned the natal martial soul. This state is their full strength. Even if Chu Yan is just a strong man in the Tianzuan realm, they don't have the slightest intention to despise him. First of all, Chu Yan is a peerless genius after all, and coupled with the combat power he showed before, he is really not weak. It is very likely that he is a peerless genius of the invincible Tianzuan rank. To be honest, such a combat power is qualified to challenge the God King realm. However, he is still too young to dare to challenge 2 God King realm powerhouses at once. It's no wonder they should teach him a lesson. The Battle of the God King realm. It's really extraordinary, just to test my combat power. To what extent? Chu Yan smiled at the corner of his mouth, seeing the 2 great God Kings bursting out their combat power to the extreme. He raised his hand and drew the Haoyan sword. It's not that he really wants to challenge the 2 God King realm powerhouses, but that he has already investigated them. The Divine King realm of these 2 ancient clans is only the cultivation base of the early stage of the Divine King realm. Beyond the realm of heaven. After breaking through to the God King realm, including the Supreme realm, it is the same, and the cultivation base is divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. Generally speaking, the first level realm is the cultivation base of the 3rd heaven, and the so-called same level is no longer within the 1st heaven, but within the same rank, that is, within the realm of the 3rd heaven. The Skysword Art. Facing the peak combat power of the two great God King realms, the dignity in Chu Yan's body was operated to the extreme, and the Haotian sword was pointed horizontally. Endless sword intent gushed out like a frenzy, and in an instant, there was a forest of sword energy. Where the sword wave passed, the killing moves of the two great God Kings were instantly smashed into powder and collapsed on the spot. With a sword shot, Chu Yan didn't stop at all. Yulong Tianxia stepped out, and his speed was not slower than that of the God King, so he came to the two God Kings, raised his sword and slashed again. The momentum of the sword is like a mountain rising and falling. One sword is cut out, and the second sword will only be stronger. What a strong sword intent! Hurry up and break his sword power, or the next sword will be stronger. The Star Clan elder's eyes flickered, and he shouted anxiously. He has a certain understanding of the way of swordsmanship. After Chu Yan listened to their killer moves just now, he saw that Chu Yan was a strong man who passed on the way of swordsmanship. Moreover, this sword is not weaker than the sword cultivators of the same level of God King realm that he has seen. If this allowed him to continue to display his sword power, they would definitely lose when they reached the 7th and 8th sword strikes. Myriad souls destroying heavenly palm. The strong man of the God King realm of all races did not dare to be negligent, and stepped out with one step. The Wuhun behind him was roaring like a mountain, and he raised his hand and patted it straight on the top of Chu Yan's head. Humph! Trash-like spirit. Even the vicious Pluto in the Sea of Consciousness, when he saw this move, his face was full of disdain, and he raised a hand to burst out of the void, facing the falling soul palm. The vicious Pluto was originally the king of monsters in ancient times, and his strength was extremely strong. During this period of recovery, Chu Yan's cultivation base continued to improve, and coupled with the obtained natural materials and earth treasures, his current strength is close to the realm of the God King. This is a Tao artifact. Seeing the attack of the fierce Pluto, the God King of the Kuei clan suddenly changed his expression. Xinglandongshan, Jiuxiao is the respect. The God King of the Star Clan, at this moment, the magic seal condensed, and he raised his hand and blasted at Chu Yan. All over his body, the brilliance of the stars boiled like a raging river, coupled with the rendering of the power of the stars, it was as bright as a stormy sea of stars. Hum. Buzz. Under the urging of Feiyan, a large amount of star power turned into an extremely powerful force and directly attacked Chu Yan. Break it. The sword in Chu Yan's hand is long and sharp, and the sword's momentum does not stop. Endless thunder light overflows from his eyes, and at the same time as it explodes the void, it seems to turn this space into a sea of thunder. When the thunder passed by, powerful fire power swept across it, like a sea of thunder and fire. Wherever it passed, all dharmas were extinguished, and the void was completely shattered. Facing the two God King realm powerhouses, Chu Yan will naturally use the God-defying flame to push his combat power to its peak. This, the fire spirit with both thunder and fire elements. You still have such a strong strange fire. Seeing that all the attacks were burned into nothingness, the God King of the Star Clan shrank his pupils fiercely, his face full of astonishment. Compared with the top 10 supernatural flames of the Tyrant clan, this Nishenyan seems to be no weaker at all. This kid has such a strong strength. Good boy, no wonder you dare to challenge us. That's how it is. When these words came out, the other cultivators present all had faces full of astonishment, and their spirits trembled. Especially Wan Xuanlong of Wanzhou, with his eyes wide open and his mouth open, was completely dumbfounded. This is his true strength. Fighting against two God King realm powerhouses by one person, and even smashing and resisting the attacks of the two God Kings in succession, if this combat power was used to deal with him just now, he would have died 8 times if he just moved his finger. Strong. Brother is too strong. Huang Fuyan's face was full of excitement, his eyes brightened, and his whole body trembled slightly. This black-robed senior brother is the one from the 8th Xuanhuan sect, The peerless genius in the sect really has such a powerful existence. According to his memory, the peerless genius brothers in the sect seem to have just broken through to the God King realm a few years ago, and now there seem to be 3 more. But these 3 seem to be retreating to attack the God King realm. I haven't heard that there are any outside. Wait, could it be? In an instant, Huangfuyan's pupils shrank sharply, his face changed suddenly, and he looked at Chu Yan again, full of shock and astonishment. On the other hand, among the 5 ancient clans, because of the battle that took place in Tianyuan City, these 5 ancient clans were completely boiled. Countless powerful spiritual senses swept across the central hall of Tianyuan City. Who? At the peak of the heavenly venerable realm, fighting against 2 god kings. This is the peerless genius of that force. He has such combat power. This is almost invincible at the same level. Hurry up and send people to investigate this person's identity carefully, without any omissions. Pass the order down, don't hurt this son's life. All kinds of startled sounds continued to resound in the 5 ancient clans, and the 4 directions moved together, and the wind was surging. And the battle in the hall was completely heated up. The 2 god kings finally started to use their trump cards, and even sacrificed their protective Taoism. #C3287 Daofawan Chongyue. The 2 god king realms have clearly felt the threat. In front of such cultivators, if the 2 god kings join forces and cannot deal with a god king realm, then they will be really messed up in the future. Moreover, most of the people present here are members of their ancient clan. If this battle is spread, there is really no way to gain a foothold in the future. Therefore, no matter for the sake of face or for what reason, the 2 great god kings have already done their best and directly sacrificed the Taoist treasure of protection. 100 Soul Stone. Daoling Xinxingmu. A big black stone roaring with ghosts, and a wooden stake with star-studded bark all flew out together, outflanking Chu Yan, from left to right. On top of these 2 Daobao, the Daoguang shot out, like a colorful rainbow, dyed half of the sky with colorful lights. Daobao sacrificed not only to attack Chu Yan, but the main target of the 2 great god kings was the fierce Pluto. With their current cultivation level, if they want to deal with the spirit of Dao treasure, they must attack with treasure Dao. Daobao, who is like garbage, also wants to deal with this king. The fierce Pluto's expression was full of disdain, and he immediately called out the Tianwen furnace with a low drink. Boom! The Tianwen furnace broke through the air, causing a thunderous sound, and there was no need to deliberately manipulate it. The power accumulated in the Tianwen furnace for thousands of years erupted instantly. The Tianwen furnace is Chu Yan's Dao treasure, and with the improvement of Chu Yan's cultivation, the power of the Tianwen furnace will become stronger and stronger. In addition, the evil Pluto possesses the soul in it, and has accumulated thousands of years of magic breath. When these conditions are added together, how terrifying is the power that erupts. Of course, this is Chu Yan's permission, so the fierce Pluto can control it. If Chu Yan is not willing, he can take back the Tianwen furnace with just a thought. Bailey Qiangang Palm. The god king of the 10,000 clans ignored the appearance of Wentian furnace, and the divine power surged all over his body, as if he was engulfed by the power of the surrounding sky and the sky, and blasted down towards Chu Yan. The power of this palm. It was extremely frightening. Even Huangfuyan and a group of spectators standing around felt their souls trembling. Crossing Qinsong secretly. Chu Yan swept his gaze, and saw the Star Clan God King not far away, congealing some kind of magic seal again, and his figure flashed, and he was moving towards the direction behind him. At this moment, Chu Yan's eyes flickered, seeing the plan of the 2 of them, and the long sword in his hand was sheathed directly. The code of the god of war, a sword in the sky. The fire of fighting spirit on Chu Yan, like a soaring flame, more than doubled in an instant. What? What kind of questioning method is this? Seeing this, the God King realm of the Star Clan turned pale. He didn't expect that this black-robed youth could double his combat power even now. Even if he resisted this attack of asking questions, the magic seal he had just condensed would be completely abolished. Good boy. Sure enough, he has some strength. However, how can my myriad races allow you to underestimate him? In an instant, the God King of all races roared sharply, his eyes were red, and the whole sky instantly turned into a vision of thunderclouds with a wave of his hand. Boom! There was a blast from heaven and earth, and a huge animal claw suddenly rose out of the rolling thunderclouds, as if it had scratched half of the sky, and fell hard towards Chu Yan. With lightning-like speed, most people don't even have time to react. Thousands of miles of thunder soul destroys the world. This is the method of township of all races, and its power is comparable to the method of asking questions of the 12 orthodoxy. Chu Yan's eyes froze for an instant, his scalp was numb, and before he had time to think about it, he raised his hand and the Haotian sword slashed out. Boom, boom. The sword pierces the sky, the sword soars to the sky, and hits the thunder soul of thousands of miles. The sound of sword sputum shook the sky, and the mountain-like soul claw was instantly twisted into powder by the sword glow. The terrifying force exploded, and even Chu Yan couldn't stand still, and took 3 or 4 steps back. The hundreds of ancient clans really deserve their reputation. If this kind of soul law is used half a breath late, the consequences. Thinking to himself, a sudden coldness hit Chu Yan, but it made Chu Yan feel alert. As soon as he looked up, he saw the Star Clan God King with a wild smile on his face. Ha ha ha, boy, although your combat power is not weak, you can be called an invincible existence even in the heavenly exalted realm, but it is impossible to compete with the God King. Give me town. The next moment, the Dharma seal in his hand erupted again, soaring into the sky, but it formed a huge brand new Dharma seal. This Dharma seal, he has been secretly condensing from the beginning to the end, and the previous ones are just a cover. Those who are strong in the God King realm are not only strong in strength, but with such rich practical experience, they naturally have real killer moves. In an instant, the entire sky instantly turned into a sea of bright stars, with countless stars shining, as if all the stars were echoing the seal, releasing terrifying star power. Is this the real star sign? My God, the Star Clan's clan-suppressing Taoism, 10,000 stars will destroy the world. 10,000 stars destroy the world, one of the Taoist methods of the Star Clan. The stronger the strength, the more stars will be attracted, and when it reaches the great perfection, even the Taoist master can be bombarded and killed. Boom, boom. The stars stood out from the boundless starry sky, and pulled out a long tail flame, like a Shanghai arrow, and slammed towards Chu Yan fiercely. In the main hall, all the cultivators saw this scene, all of them were pale, and they didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, and they all circulated the body-protecting energy to protect their whole bodies. How terrifying is the power of this star, not to mention being hit directly, even if it is the remaining waves of energy from the explosion, ordinary Tianzuan realm might not be able to resist it. But at this time, Chu Yan stared directly at the star that rushed towards him, the hairs all over his body stood on end, and his heart was full of alarms. The power of this way of recruiting the Taoism of the Star Clan and Township is really terrifying. Compared with the method of asking questions of the 12 Dao lineages, it is only stronger but not weaker. Moreover, this is performed by a strong person in the God King realm, which is much stronger than the method of asking questions that Chu Yan has seen before. Give me violence. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan screamed in the sky, and on the Haotian sword in his hand, the sword glowed like thunder, and it went straight to Jiuxiao, raising his hand to strike at the falling stars. This time, there is no tactics to speak of, this is head-to-head hard versus hard, the strong wins, the weak loses, and the outcome will be determined by one move. Chu Yan knew that if he wanted to break this trick, he had to force it, and there was no other way to go. Between the lightning and the flint, the arrow of the stars has reached the sky above Chu Yan's head, and the void that was broken all the way formed a deep groove. Chu Yan's momentum skyrocketed again. Taoist Wan Chongyue. In an instant, a huge mountain towering above the sky appeared behind Chu Yan, like an insurmountable peak of the sky, stretching across the sky and the earth. Boom, boom. The sound of thunder rolled, the sky trembled, and even the sky was shaking. What? This is... Seeing this scene, the two god kings stretched their necks in shock, and their faces turned pale with fright. What's that? Oh my God! All the cultivators present were shocked when they saw this scene, and their spirits trembled. What's the situation? What's going on? Why is that star broken? #C3288 Little friend. In the entire hall, everything returned to calm. Chu Yan stood in the void, with long hair flying, and a black robe hunting. His face was indifferent, and his eyes twinkled like stars. Everyone looked up at Chu Yan in midair, all with dull expressions. What is this majestic mountain? Why, after the mountain appeared, not only did the black-robed youth not suffer any injuries, but his aura was much stronger than before. Tao Fa Mountain is indeed stronger than I imagined. Chu Yan's eyes were full of surprise, and he turned his head to look behind him. With the God of War Code and the 8 Yu Xianhuang Sutra as the peak base, the mountain formed by the superimposition of 12 peaks, his eyes were shining. Just now, Chu Yan summoned the Taoist mountain, just to resist the opponent's clan Taoism. If it is used to attack, the power may be stronger. However, Chu Yan would not try it in front of so many people, and took it back into his body in an instant without any hesitation. After all, this Tao Dharma mountain was formed after the fusion and superposition of the 13 sects of asking the Dharma. It was exposed for a short time, because of the strong aura of Wen. They still can't recognize it, but if it takes a long time, and others dare not tell it, the two god kings may be able to see it. If this is exposed, it will cause a lot of trouble. You are strong. Star Clan God King stood in the void, with a solemn expression, looked at Chu Yan and nodded. Among the peerless geniuses I have ever seen, you are also one of the strongest. But you may not understand. There is only one step between the peak of the heavenly venerable realm and the divine king realm, but it is also insurmountable. Speaking of this, the seal he flipped in his hand was shining brightly. This battle has been fought until now, and at least half of the cultivators in the entire Tianyuan city have gathered in this hall. For the two god kings, this is really embarrassing. Two god kings join forces to deal with a heavenly exalted realm. Even if the other party is a peerless genius, they are God King realm after all. Stop. Both of you stop immediately. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly sounded. This heavy and solemn voice, extremely majestic, resounded like a bell and a drum over the entire Tianyuan city. The God King of the Star Clan and the God King of the 10,000 clans, when they heard this voice, their bodies shook at the same time, and the breath in their bodies dissipated instantly. Follow the old edict of the clan. The two faced the void, clasped their hands together, took a long breath, and quickly stepped aside, but they were still staring at Chu Yan from the corner of their eyes. The fighting power of this black-robed youth really made the two of them tremble. If Yan were to be defeated again, the outcome would be hard to say. The point is, the opponent can afford to lose, but the two god kings can't afford to lose at all. The guardian of Tianyuan city. Chu Yan raised his head slightly, and the pupils of the unicorn flickered, looking into the void of heaven and earth. Since stepping into Tianyuan city before, Chu Yan's divine sense and unicorn pupils have been carefully inspected. In the void of Tianyuan city, there are two guarding powerhouses hidden. These two people are all cultivated, and they are similar to the aura of the peak of the God King. I am afraid that it is here that they are retreating and attacking the realm of supremacy. I just received a report about the matter here. Both of you, apologize immediately. The majestic voice scolded, but Wan Shuanglong and the 4 young masters of the Star clan in the hall were all shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. At this time, even if they didn't want to, they didn't dare to disobey in the slightest, so they hurried to Huang Fuyan, bowed their hands and apologized honestly. Huang Fuyan opened his mouth and stood there stiffly, unable to react at all. This is interesting. In Tianyuan City, Wan Shuanglong and the 4th young master of the Star clan would admit their mistake. That's right, this is the first time I've seen such a thing. Tianyuan City, in the city controlled by the 5 ancient clans, the young masters of the 2 clans actually admitted it wrong. It's still strong. If it's another person, I'm afraid I'll die 100 times. That's right. The cultivators present couldn't help talking, and their eyes and tone were full of astonishment. Little friend, this matter is over, how about it? A majestic and deep voice sounded, and the consciousness swept across the hall like a strong wind. Seniors are fair, and juniors are convinced. Chu Yan bowed his hands to the void, his face full of indifference and peace. If others take a step back, he himself will not make progress, and it will be meaningless to continue fighting. Such a result is similar to what he expected before doing it, and it is acceptable. Now that I have done my own business and tried my cultivation, all the people from the ancient clan present did not recognize my identity. At this time it is the most ideal to accept as soon as it is good. If it continues, the matter will become serious, and it will be bad for everyone if it reaches the level of the sect. After all, there are still these 2 top god kings sitting in Tianyuan City. If I really want to anger them, I really can't deal with it. Little friend is very talented and has a good cultivation base. Such a combat power is really rare. Why don't you come to my place and share your martial arts experience? The thick majestic voice sounded again, with an obviously polite tone. Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled slightly. Exchange martial arts. I'm afraid I want to set my own background, figure out my origin and identity, and then make a decision. If he came from a sect that they offended, it would be impossible for him to get out of Tianyuan City. But if they can't afford to offend their sect's power, then it might really be a joke. Thank you, senior. But I am eager to enter the land of Tianyuan, and it is not easy to stay for a long time. I hope senior will make amends. Chu Yan arched his hands and replied. In that case, let's do it next time. Song Ho's voice replied. Deacon of Tianyuan Hall, immediately replace the qualification token for the little friend. Let's stop today's matter, and don't make trouble with it. Thank you, senior. Chu Yan cupped his hands, then turned to look at the deacon in Tianyuan Hall. This is the token of the senior, please keep it. The deacon of Tianyuan Palace dared to say more, so he quickly took out the qualification token and gave it to Chu Yan with both hands. This young man in black robe is really an evildoer. Not only the 2 great god kings fought him to a tie, but even the elders of the town clan were polite to him. This kind of existence was not provoked by him at all. Thanks. Let's go. Chu Yan handed a token to Huang Fuyan, and waved it back at the same time, leading him to disappear on the spot ahead of him. As soon as the figures of the 2 of them disappeared, the entire Tianyuan Hall exploded in an instant. Haha, it's exciting now. I didn't expect that such a ruthless person would come to Tianyuan City. Quick, go to the handicap of Tianxian Digong, this time there may be a big handicap. Go. Go. The cultivators in the Tianyuan Palace rushed to the street like a tide, and all crowded to the various marketplaces in the Tianxian Digong. They really wanted to know if Tianxian Digong could immediately indicate the identity and origin of this black-robed youth in the handicap. Even if it is not specified, the strength of this black-robed youth can be seen through the odds. However, some cultivators at the peak of the Tianzuan realm who were about to enter the land of Tianyuan secretly remembered Chu Yan's appearance and aura. If you encounter this in the land of Tianyuan, you have to run away quickly.